When you have the ability to rewind and pause time, how will you use it? You watch as someone else wins 100 million, envious and sighing for a lifetime. If only time could be rewound, I must buy that 100 million prize number. The next second, a prompt sounds in your mind. The time control system arrives, and once activated, the host can freely pause and rewind time. Price, 3 dog heads. You try to comment on 3 dog head expressions, and another prompt sounds in your mind. System activated, the host now possesses time control abilities. You are ecstatic, it's activated. You jot down the 100 million prize number just announced, check the current time, noon 12 o'clock, silently think to rewind time back 4 hours. In the next instant, time truly rewinds, turning into 8 a.m. You are overjoyed, I really can control time now. And not only can you rewind time, but you can also pause it. Thinking about pausing, your eyes light up, this is your favorite. With the ability to pause time, you can do whatever you want. You quickly head out, arrive at the lottery store, directly by the set of numbers that just won 100 million, then leave. I will soon have a billion, Gao Mano, you will regret it. A few days ago, my ex-girlfriend ran off with a rich second generation. The goddess I pursued for 3 years was taken away by the rich second generation in just a few days. You arrive at Golden Eagle Square to pursue, ready to spend the few thousand yuan in your savings, to start enjoying life. Previously, it would take several months to spend a few thousand yuan frugally, but now a night is imminent. Spend it first to celebrate for yourself. You see 2 people you detest, your ex-girlfriend Gao Mano and the rich second generation. How did you run into them? You planned to avoid them with a bad mood, but they noticed you. Gao Mano looks disdainful. What are you doing here? Is this a place for you? This is Jinying Square, full of luxury goods, jewelry, watches, things only the wealthy can afford. What are you, a rural poor boy, doing here? Why can't I come here? Just thinking how pitiful you are, you can only look on enviously here. Any item here could earn you half a lifetime's worth. Are you done? Finish talking and get out of the way, don't block my path. Man, this is your ex-boyfriend, right? He really is a loser. Brother, people should stick to their own kind. With your status, you should be browsing street stalls. Didn't check the almanac before leaving today, meeting you two is a real downer. Gao Mano pretends to be wronged and coquettish. Husband, he scolded us. Why don't you teach him a lesson? Kid, joking with you is showing you respect. Who do you think you are? You're not even worthy to carry my shoes. Believe me, with one phone call, I can make you stay in the hospital for half a year. Believe it or not, I can make you stay in the hospital for half a year right now. The rich second generation thought you were going to act, so he stepped back and picked up the phone to make a call. After Zhao slowly stopped and looked at you, I warn you, Tianhai belongs to the Jang family, you are not someone you can mess with. If you kneel and apologize to my husband now, I will let him spare you. Don't say I'm ungrateful, I'm actually helping you. After Gao Mano finished speaking, there was a look of pride and arrogance in his eyes, as he emphasized, Tianhai belongs to the Zhang family. You will definitely be scared into behaving. Not afraid to apologize, need to get someone quickly. You've got guts. The rich second generation Zhang Haochen immediately called Fei Cage. Help me teach someone a lesson. Hung up the phone on the side of Jinying Square. Zhang Haochen smirked. Kid, you're in for some bad luck. You silently think to pause time in your heart. In the next moment, everything around you paused, incredibly silent, only you unaffected. You went up and slapped Zhang Haochen. Then leave him with no clothes, throw his clothes into the trash can, then leave, silently thinking to lift the pause. The arrogant Zhang Haochen from a second ago suddenly felt a chill all over his body. As he heard the screams around him, he realized he had no clothes on. There were many people here, suddenly taking photos. Oh my, there's actually someone doing this in broad daylight. Quick, take a photo. Zhang Haochen saw so many people surrounding him, his face turned ugly. Roaring, he shouted not to take pictures. Zhang Haochen covered his face with his hands and ran away. You arrived at the coffee shop, ordered a cup of cappuccino to taste, and waited. At this moment, you noticed a very beautiful woman, even more attractive than a celebrity. Quietly in your heart, time stops. The bustling streets suddenly fall silent, as he looks at his phone. You walk up, take his phone directly, and learn some information by looking at it. Call out for Lu Ruyan. You look closely at Lu Ruyan and release the time stop, then give him a kiss. Lu Ruyan suddenly widens his eyes and screams, asking what you are doing. You take a few steps back, causing time to rewind to 1 minute ago. Lu Ruyan is looking at his phone as if nothing had happened. Feeling powerful, you pause time again, take his phone, add your contact information. Although you could be more direct, there's no rush. Take it slow. At this moment, your sister calls. Little brother wants to introduce a girl to you. Dress up nicely and meet her, she's good looking. passed your inspection. Sis, I understand. You hang up, murmuring about needing to go on blind dates with such abilities. But since sister specifically asked, I have to go through the motions. You arrive at the agreed place, find a better seat, and ask the woman sitting across from you, are you Li Xiaoxiao? Yes, if it's me, you must be Ming's younger brother. Indeed, you feel he is far inferior to Lu Ruyan. While you used to enjoy interacting with him, now you're not that interested. Li Xiaoxiao doesn't seem very enthusiastic. Based on what she knows, your qualifications aren't outstanding. Let's change locations to chat. Let's go to Shishang restaurant, we can talk while eating. How are you doing? Li Xiaoxiao was a bit surprised because this is quite a high-end Western restaurant. Seeing your attire, she thought you couldn't afford it. The restaurant is not far. When you arrived and sat down, you asked Li Xiaoxiao to order. He didn't hesitate, glanced at the menu, and ordered steak with clam soup, foie gras, and some desserts. What would you like to order? These are fine. You looked around the surroundings and noticed a couple sitting at the next table. From their conversation, you could tell they were also on a blind date. The man was dressed in expensive brand casual wear, with a decent appearance and demeanor. In contrast, the woman didn't fare as well. Despite heavy makeup, her face was still unattractive. Li Xiaoxiao asked you if you could briefly introduce your situation. I have a mortgage on the house on Leon Street, no car, and unstable income. Li Xiaoxiao frowned. A house in such a bad area as Leon Street, still on mortgage, no car, and unstable income. These words made Li Xiaoxiao's expression turn cold. The couple on the neighboring table chatted on their blind date. Without wasting time, I'll ask you a few questions directly. Do you have a car? Yes, not very valuable, just over $1 million. The man took out the Audi car keys and placed them on the table. The woman's eyes lit up instantly and she asked, do you have a house? In the city center, 120 square meters. Then, he took out the property deed from his briefcase and placed it on the table. The woman's eyes brightened even more. How about savings? Just a few million, nothing special. Not bad, I'm quite satisfied with your conditions. We can get to know each other better. Why don't you ask if I'm satisfied? Do you have a car and a house? How much are they worth? Hearing this, is it because the woman's face looks bad that there's nothing? I'm not satisfied, so leave quickly. The woman angrily picks up her bag and leaves. With just this appearance, there's nothing special. Still bringing up this topic with me? The man stood up, but instead of leaving, he came to your table. Beauty, are you also here for a blind date? I wonder if you'd honor me with a chat over here. He didn't care about you at all. Li Xiaoxiao blushed upon hearing his words. In every aspect, the man in front of her is much better than you. He didn't make direct contact either, after all, it was a friend's introduction. It's not good to leave it like this. Everyone is here for a blind date, it's fair competition. I overheard your conversation just now. How can this poor boy match up with someone so outstanding and beautiful? Li Xiaoxiao's heart fluttered, she had already made up her mind, looking at you, waiting for you to speak. You didn't say anything. See, he can't even come up with a word of retort. Ask him, what exactly does he have that's worthy? Is it luxurious houses and cars, or social status? Li Xiaoxiao looked down on you, seeing you shamelessly keeping quiet. It's making me dislike you more and more. At this moment, the TV announced the winning number of 100 million, causing some people to feel disappointed and sigh. If I didn't win, what do you think I should say? I don't have luxury cars or mansions, but I have a lottery ticket. Haha, is this it? Do you really think you can win a big prize? You're not young anymore, you don't even understand this little trick. Buying lottery tickets until your hair turns white, becoming a grandpa, you will never win a big prize. Using a lottery ticket as capital, that's just funny. Li Xiaoxiao showed a disappointed expression. Using a lottery ticket as capital means there is no other capital. You took out the lottery ticket, sighing lightly that you also saw the 100 million jackpot number in the live broadcast just now. The man's face changed in shock. The numbers are the same, and he actually won 100 million. What luck is this, becoming a millionaire in seconds? Li Xiaoxiao stood still, witnessing the birth of a millionaire in front of him. The waiter paid the bill, you didn't say anything, already slapped them in the face, and left for the lottery store. Li Xiaoxiao slapped the man, almost causing me to miss the millionaire. Li Xiaoxiao quickly caught up, smiling at you, let's talk again. Why did you leave? I think you're suitable. I'm sorry, I don't think you're suitable. Li Xiaoxiao collapsed, filled with regret. You went to cash in the lottery ticket, after paying taxes, you were left with 80 million. Looking at the 80 million in savings, you felt very good. With this ability, you can earn more money in the future. However, you can't continue to gamble, it's not normal to win consecutively. The message you sent to Lu Ruyan, Because you can reverse time, you were a bit bolder, asking for 100,000 to accompany me for a few days. Upon seeing it, Lu Ruyan was very angry and unfamiliar, so she blocked you directly. After realizing you were blocked, you confirmed that Lu Ruyan is not a materialistic woman. Then, rewind time by 1 minute, thinking about looking at her phone yesterday, knowing some of her interests, and chatting with her. Lu Ruyan has a good impression of you and can chat with you. Although she doesn't know when you added her and doesn't know you, she feels like she can get to know you. You sigh lightly, we're in the same city. Are you free? Let me treat you to a meal. I'm going street shooting. If you want to meet me, come to Yangyi Square. Alright, see you there. You know Lu Ruyan is a small internet celebrity with hundreds of thousands of fans. You soon arrive at Yangyi Square and see Lu Ruyan in the distance, street shooting and dancing. After it ends, you step forward and strike up a conversation. Lu Ruyan, you dance well. Who are you? Are you too forgetful? We agreed to meet here. I just arrived, and you don't remember me. It's you. This is my cousin. Cici Mingshi is helping me with the shoot. Don't you have a company? Not having a company is troublesome, uncomfortable, and restrictive. I'm used to being free and don't like so many rules and regulations. A Mercedes stops by the roadside, and a man gets out, looking very much like he's showing off his wealth. Lu Ruyan furrows her brows. You ask if she knows him. He owns several hot pot restaurants, quite wealthy, always pestering me. But I just don't like him. Thinks highly of himself because of his money, believes all girls should fawn over him. He's really annoying. Kid, stay away from Ruyan. You didn't listen and instead got closer to Lu Ruyan. This kid dares to compete with me, Chinzhou, 4 women. Who do you think you are, dressed in cheap clothes? Get lost. Ruyan isn't someone a pauper like you can touch. If I see you near Ruyan again, I'll have someone break your legs. Chenjia, who I befriend is none of your business. Do I have anything to do with you? Please, stay away and don't bother me in the future. Yeah, it's none of your business. The one who should leave is you. Shouting at Chenjia, you threw a punch directly at Lu Ruyan. Very worried, realizing your physique is no match for Chenjia's. If that punch lands, it could cause serious harm. Ruyan tried to stop it, but it was too late. In your mind, you silently recited, time paused. You kissed Lu Ruyan's cheek, then threw a few punches at Chenjia's face, followed by a kick, and then released the pause. Chenjia was kicked to the ground, curled up in pain because you hit him where it hurts the most. Cold sweat breaks out above. Lu Ruyan is shocked. You're so powerful, didn't even see clearly, yet managed to kick Chenjia down. Incredible. You disdainfully look at Chenjia, coldly saying, stay away from him in the future, or you'll get beaten every time. After leaving with Lu Ruyan, invite him to dinner. He feels pretty good about it, really dislikes Chenjia, but is helpless. After eating and drinking your fill, you become more familiar with Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan goes back to busily edit videos. Then head to the largest car dealership. With money in hand, of course, you're going to buy a car. Today happens to be a car exhibition. Upon entering, you see many luxury cars and beautiful women. Onlookers are taking photos with their phones, constantly snapping shots of the car models next to the luxury cars. The models smile, striking professional poses for the onlookers. There are many spectators at the exhibition for each brand, but very few actually inquire about the prices. Most are just focused on the models. You start browsing around, occasionally pausing time, and soon stop in front of a small exhibition hall, noticing a black Lamborghini, with the most beautiful model beside it. You step forward and ask, can you introduce me to this car? The disciple looks at you indifferently, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Judging by his attire from head to toe, it definitely doesn't cost more than 200 yuan in his opinion. In his eyes, a person like you can't even afford a speck of paint on this car. If you need anything, you can ask the on-site manager. I'm busy working right now and don't have time to answer your questions. Sorry. Although Yitzi Xin is very dissatisfied with the poor loser in front of him, he still maintains a polite smile in front of everyone. Aren't you the model for this car? Can't you introduce it? Yitzi Xin, dealing with fans filming, was a bit angry, feeling that this person was too clueless. Didn't he see that she didn't want to be bothered? The nearby staff noticed the commotion and walked over with a smile. Sir, if you'd like information about the car, please come with me. The car model is currently working, so please don't disturb her. Is that all right? You followed this staff member to the lounge. Sir, are you interested in this supercar? This Lamborghini is priced at 12.99 million. Here are the car's details for you to check the specifications and performance. Can I test drive it? Of course, you can. However, according to our rules here, if you want to test drive, you must first pay a deposit of 2 million. Regardless of whether you make a purchase after the test drive, the full deposit will be refunded to you. This condition is to test if I have the purchasing power, right? If you want to interpret it that way, sir, you can. After all, this is a multi-million-dollar supercar. If everyone were to test drive without the necessary means, it would only delay the time of genuine customers who truly like the car and have the purchasing power. The staff became very enthusiastic as you swiped your card. After a successful transaction, they became even more polite. The manager personally came over. Sir, your paperwork is done. You can go for a test drive now. You watched Yitzi Xin posing for photos in front of the supercar and asked the manager if he could accompany you for the test drive. Of course, that's possible. This is also part of our car model's job scope. If you can make a deal today, we can even arrange for a lady to meet you tonight. The manager asked you to wait for a moment, then walked towards Izishin. Soon, the manager led Izishin to you. Miss E would like to invite you to test drive. Izishin was surprised, never expected you were qualified to test drive. He took the initiative to sit beside you, apologetically mentioning that he was a bit neglectful earlier due to work. If there was any rudeness, please forgive me. You asked the manager to leave, and after he left, he closed the door. You remembered being a bit angry earlier, saying a few words trying to seek forgiveness. I originally intended to buy this car, but due to your behavior, I'll only test drive it. Sir, I was truly wrong. How about this? Bai Zixing's next actions left you stunned. One hand quietly placed on Yang Chen's thigh, the mouth close to Yang Chen's ear, exhaled and said, Mr. Yang, how can I make you happy? I don't know, feel free to do as you please, Yang Chen said with a smile. Could you please close the car window? The sunlight outside is a bit dazzling, Izishin said. Hearing this, Yang Chen closed the window. Izishin then unfastened her seatbelt, gently pressed a button, and her seat reclined, forming a half-laying posture. Mr. Yang, I was wrong just now, neglecting you. As an apology, you can now punish me as you wish. Half an hour later, the punishment was over. Yang Chen lay on the seat, Izishin beside him, holding his chin. She asked, Mr. Yang, are you feeling better now? If not, would you punish me again? Yang Chen smiled and said, I'm feeling better. Rest for a while, then we'll go back to make the payment. But remember, no discounts on after-sales service. Of course, Izishin said in a coquettish tone upon hearing Yang Chen's confirmation. Later, the two returned to the car dealership. The salesperson from earlier was waiting at the entrance of the car exhibition. Seeing the lingering blush on Izishin's face, the staff member smiled knowingly and said, It seems Mr. Yang is very satisfied with the test drive of our car. What are your intentions? Izishin suddenly felt uneasy, fearing that Yang Chen might dismiss everything and deny their connection. But she had worried needlessly. I am very satisfied. Let's go with the car Miss E was with just now. Can we make the payment now? Yang Chen said directly. The staff member's face lit up, leading Yang Chen and Izishin inside to sit on a sofa. Yang Chen pointed to the car from the exhibition, and Izishin could finally leave work and accompany Yang Chen. Soon, the sales manager came over and discussed some details with Yang Chen. After the payment was made, the manager smiled and said, All right, Mr. Yang, tomorrow you can pick up the car, and I will take care of the necessary paperwork today. Upon hearing this, Yang Chen furrowed his brow slightly and said, No need for that trouble. I want to take the car today. But, Mr. Yang, without the necessary paperwork, the car cannot be legally driven on the road, especially insurance. In case of any mishaps, you can avoid unnecessary losses, the manager explained earnestly. No need. You can handle the paperwork slowly. I want to take the car today. As for the rest, I don't mind. Even if something happens, I can afford it. I can always buy another one, Yang Chen said boldly, surprising Izishin. Looking at Yang Chen's increasingly excited and curious eyes, Izishin had a new evaluation of his strength. Seeing Yang Chen's insistence, the manager said no more. Temporary license plates were quickly prepared. Miss E, this car is also sold today. You can leave work early as well, the sales manager said with a smile. As our car model, you are also half a salesperson. You should accompany Mr. Yang to familiarize him with the car's performance. Since the paperwork is not yet completed, it would be inauspicious if anything were to happen, the manager said meaningfully, smiling at Izishin. Don't worry, Manager Ma. With me here, nothing will go wrong, Izishin said with a smile. After completing the necessary paperwork, Yang Chen took Izishin into the car. Then, with a thunderous roar, they sped away. Driving a luxury car worth millions, with a stunning beauty by his side, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel like he was at the peak of his life as he watched the envious gazes at the traffic lights. Mr. Yang, I know you prefer to keep a low profile, but driving $1 million luxury car and wearing such understated attire might not match your status, Izishin teased as she glanced at Yang Chen from head to toe in his bargain clothes. You're right, it's time for a change, Yang Chen said as he playfully touched Izishin's leg. With such a beautiful lady by your side, it wouldn't do you justice to not upgrade your outfit, he added. Oh, come on, with your charisma, Mr. Yang, you stand out wherever you go. It's just that most people are oblivious to it, Izishin joked. Even she had been mistaken, not to mention others. Yang Chen agreed that it was time for a wardrobe change. Clothes make the man, and he needed to exude that wealthy aura, otherwise, his first impression would be negated by the beauty beside him. With that in mind, Yang Chen drove to the mall. As he entered with his sports car, he immediately attracted attention, causing passers-by to stop and admire the black beauty. When Yang Chen stepped out of the car and was embraced by the gorgeous Izishin, whispers and comments filled the air. A flower among the dung, definitely a gigolo, shameless, the crowd murmured. Yang Chen was taken aback by the surrounding chatter. Izishin noticed his expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Lowering her voice, she whispered in his ear, "You're being too low-key." To onlookers, it seemed like a deliberate act. Izishin raised her head confidently, showcasing her charm while holding Yang Chen's arm affectionately. "Let's go," Yang Chen said, hastening his steps as the crowd grew. He didn't want to become the city's focus overnight, which would not bode well for his pursuit of Gao Mano. Inside the mall, Yang Chen felt a sense of relief. "Let's head to the 4th floor, I think the clothes there would suit you," Izishin suggested as they entered the mall. Yang Chen followed without objection, and they made their way to the 4th floor, where international brands catered to a more affluent clientele. Observing the casually dressed Yang Chen accompanied by the stunning Izishin, nearby shoppers were surprised but not taken aback. In a store, Izishin assessed Yang Chen's physique and picked out a shirt and pants for him to try on. "Go ahead and try them on, I guarantee you'll look amazing," Izishin affirmed. When Yang Chen emerged from the fitting room, Izishin was momentarily stunned as she gazed at him. Yang Chen had a decent appearance, not exceptionally handsome but definitely pleasant to the eye. Previously, in his bargain clothes, he didn't stand out much. However, now dressed in high-end attire that suited him perfectly, he seemed like a different person. His slender face exuded a hint of vulnerability, yet his eyes radiated unparalleled confidence, and a slight smile adorned his lips. This transformation completely met Izishin's aesthetic standards. "Wow, you look so handsome," Izishin exclaimed, covering her red lips in awe. Leading Yang Chen to a mirror, Izishin was filled with amazement, and even Yang Chen himself was taken aback by his current handsome appearance. He had never imagined he could look this good. "Miss, we have many suitable clothes here. Would you like your husband to try some on?" The salesperson beside them smiled at Yitzi-Xin. Upon hearing the salesperson's words, Yitzi-Xin was about to deny her relationship with Yang Chen. Suddenly, Yang Chen spoke up, "Sure, I'll give it a try." Seeing Yang Chen not objecting to the salesperson's suggestion, Yitzi-Xin was taken aback, and her heart suddenly started beating faster. Could it be that he likes me? A thought crossed Yitzi-Xin's mind. She then remembered Yang Chen's clumsy demeanor when he punished her in the car. Yang Chen's behavior showed no signs of the sophistication gained from growing up in a wealthy family. Thinking back to when Yang Chen struck up a conversation with her at the car exhibition, a smile crept onto Yitzi-Xin's lips. She was certain that this man before her, who loved to keep a low profile, must like her. Consequently, Yitzi-Xin's gaze towards Yang Chen became somewhat heated. With Yitzi-Xin's help, Yang Chen tried on several outfits again, all of which looked great on him, and he paid directly with his card. Yitzi-Xin also suggested a few pairs of shoes for Yang Chen. If Yang Chen could style his hair a bit, he would undoubtedly stand out in the crowd. After leaving the store, Yang Chen took Yitzi-Xin to a women's clothing store. By the time they left, Yitzi-Xin's hands were full of bags, and Yang Chen had spent tens of thousands. As they exited the mall, Yitzi-Xin's smile never faded. After placing their items in the car, they took another stroll, and before they knew it, the sky had darkened. "Beauty, care to have dinner together?" Yang Chen asked with a smile. "It would be my pleasure," Yitzi-Xin replied with a smile. With their arms linked, Yang Chen thoroughly enjoyed Yitzi-Xin's company. Yang Chen chose a Western restaurant, and they enjoyed a candlelit dinner with soft romantic music playing in the background. "I've cooked this steak just right, try it." Yitzi-Xin speared a small piece of steak with her fork and brought it to Yang Chen's lips, supporting the fork from below to prevent any sauce from dripping. Yang Chen took a bite, looked at Yitzi-Xin with satisfaction, and said, "It's good, very tender." With Yitzi-Xin's proactive cooperation and Yang Chen's lack of objection, their relationship had become intimate. They now addressed each other directly as Yang Chen and Zishin, which further emphasized their closeness. This romantic atmosphere suddenly made Yang Chen feel a sense of love. Since breaking up with his ex-girlfriend, Yang Chen had not been this close to a girl, especially not to a beautiful woman like Xin. This experience of love made him feel like he had returned to a more innocent time. After sharing some wine, Xin's cheeks were flushed as she gazed affectionately at Yang Chen. Both of them understood certain things without needing to say them out loud. Yang Chen held Xin's hand and took her directly to a 5-star hotel, where he booked a presidential suite. 2 hours later, their passion was spent. They cuddled for a while before drifting off to sleep. The next morning, as Yang Chen opened his eyes, Xin kissed him lightly on the cheek and said, "I have to go." "So early?" Yang Chen checked the time. It was only 7 o'clock in the morning. "Darling, I really have something to attend to." Xin looked apologetically at Yang Chen and said ambiguously, "Can I accompany you next time?" Seeing the urgency in Xin's eyes, Yang Chen didn't stop her. "Alright, go ahead, I should rest a bit before leaving too," Xin said as she put on her clothes. "Add me on WeChat, so we can chat often in the future." Yang Chen, feeling tired, yawned and said, "You add me, I'm really sleepy." He grabbed his phone, unlocked it, and tossed it onto the bed. After adding Yang Chen's WeChat, Xin finished getting ready, then walked to the mirror to put on light makeup before reappearing by Yang Chen's side. "I'm leaving, remember me." She leaned down and kissed Yang Chen's cheek before straightening up, flipping her hair in a charming manner. By the time Yang Chen woke up, it was already 11 in the morning. Yawning, he lazily turned over, still feeling a bit sleepy. As he picked up his phone and unlocked it, Yang Chen's drowsiness vanished instantly. On the screen were a dozen missed calls from Yang Ning. Opening the voicemail, there were also over a dozen unread messages on Yang Ning's number. Yang Chen suddenly felt overwhelmed, smacking his head as he realized his negligence. His mind had been focused on Xin all night, completely forgetting about his sister at home who must be worried sick about him. Looking at the missed messages, Yang Chen knew his sister Yang Ning must be frantic at that moment. "Sis, I'm fine, just met a friend last night and had a bit too much to drink," Yang Chen replied on WeChat. The moment the message was sent, Yang Ning's video call came through. Yang Chen hesitated for a moment, then switched it to a voice call. Currently in a messy hotel room, Yang Chen didn't want his sister to see the chaos. "Sis," Yang Chen awkwardly called out. "You brat, do you even remember I'm your sister? Where were you last night? Do you know how worried I was?" The moment the voice call connected, Yang Ning's angry and anxious voice roared through. Even over the phone, Yang Chen could sense his sister's complex emotions and growing guilt in her eyes. "I'm sorry, sis," Yang Chen felt deeply remorseful. "I went out with friends last night, drank too much, and they just left me at the hotel. I just woke up," Yang Chen explained once again. Upon hearing Yang Chen's explanation, Yang Ning audibly sighed in relief. However, her tone remained stern as she began to lecture Yang Chen. "Out with friends? Looks more like fooling around outside to me. Xiaohao, I warn you, don't think that just because you have money now, you can do whatever you want, splurging and fooling around outside. Don't mess around with those shady women, find a good girl to date. It's not about being pretty, it's about having a beautiful soul, someone who is devoted to you, thrifty, and manages the household well. Why not use that money to start a small business? Don't think that just because you won the lottery, good luck will always be with you. Be prepared for the worst. I don't want to see you go back to your old hardships one day, understand?" Yang Ning earnestly lectured Yang Chen over the phone. Yang Chen could only listen quietly. Finally, after Yang Ning finished her scolding and hung up, Yang Chen let out a long sigh. Checking the time, Yang Chen decided to get up, freshen up, and leave. Just then, his eyes fell on a new WeChat contact that appeared. The name read, "Your Xin." Yang Chen didn't have many WeChat friends on his phone. Seeing this unfamiliar yet familiar contact in his friend list, he knew it must be Xin. Memories of last night's frenzy flashed through his mind. A hint of heat crossed Yang Chen's eyes before turning somewhat mocking. Although they hadn't interacted much, Yang Chen had already figured out from Xin's actions that she was just a high-class call girl. Willing to lie beside him for money today, she could easily be under someone else tomorrow. This kind of woman didn't align with his views on love. Playing around occasionally was fine, but in the long run, he might even disgust himself. After some hesitation, Yang Chen directly deleted Xin's WeChat. Twice was more than enough for this kind of woman. Both sides were just taking what they needed, owing nothing to each other, and Yang Chen felt not a trace of guilt. After tidying up, Yang Chen went downstairs to have breakfast, returned the suite, and arrived at the parking lot in the square. Sitting in his black sports car, Yang Chen furrowed his brows slightly. Is it really okay to let my sister control me like this all the time? After all, I am an adult now, Yang Chen muttered to himself. At the moment, he was considered a wealthy man, and his future life would only become more abundant. Such nights of wandering would surely happen again. Yang Chen didn't want his sister to keep educating him as if he were a child. He had grown up now and was no longer the little boy who could only hide behind his sister, able to stand on his own. After pondering with a furrowed brow for a long time, suddenly, Yang Chen's eyes lit up. My sister is still controlling me now because I don't have a proper job. She thinks I'm not focused. If I had a reliable job. With this in mind, Yang Chen had an idea and suddenly became excited. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, in a hotel room, Gao Mano was blocked by Qinzhe and his men. Qinzhe had people watching Gao Mano closely to track her movements, so he knew Gao Mano's whereabouts very well. What do you want? Gao Mano looked at the gloomy Qinzhe in fear and unease, warning, Qinzhe, don't mess around, or I'll call the police. Facing a dozen people, even the proud and independent Gao Mano couldn't help but feel scared and dare not act rashly. Call the police? Qinzhe looked down at Gao Mano and sneered, do you think you have a chance to call the police now? I'm not here for you today. If you cooperate, nothing will happen. Qinzhe looked coldly at Gao Mano and directly took out her phone, throwing it in front of her. Call that pretty boy from that day and ask him to come over, Qinzhe said. Hearing Qinzhe's words and looking at the men surrounding her with ill intentions, Gao Mano instantly understood what Qinzhe wanted to do. He must be seeking revenge for the day when Yang Chen slapped him in front of so many people. Thinking of this, Gao Mano's heart sank. Qinzhe, don't go too far. That day was all your fault. If you have the guts, go challenge him yourself. What's the point of bringing people to me? Gao Mano said angrily. Hearing Gao Mano's words, Qinzhe was filled with anger and said coldly, if I could find him, I wouldn't be here looking for you. Call him over, or I'll force you now. I've been chasing you nicely, and if you don't want it, you're forcing me to use force. After Qinzhe finished speaking, the men around him immediately made a sound of disapproval. Some even whistled and echoed, Chen, you should have done this a long time ago. Gao Mano's face instantly turned pale, holding the phone tremblingly, her face extremely pale. She didn't want to message Yang Chen, but if she didn't do it now, the consequences would be dire. He should be fine, right? In Gao Mano's mind, the bizarre scene in the square reappeared. Then, thinking of her speculation, she advised Qinzhe, that day was really strange. I suspect Yang Chen is a profound cultivator. You better not provoke him. He's nothing but a fake cultivator. Stop talking nonsense, send the message. Qinzhe didn't listen to advice at all. Fine, I'll send it. So Gao Mano had no choice but to comply. She sent a message to Yang Chen, I'm waiting for you at room 601 in Emperor Hotel. When Yang Chen heard the message pop up on his phone and read it, his eyes widened. This message was too ambiguous. She's inviting me to a room so soon? Could it be that my dominance has captivated her? Yang Chen muttered to himself. Regardless, he had no fear now. When the goddess invites, he goes. As long as we can meet, it's an opportunity. Yang Chen got up, tidied himself up seriously, checked out, and drove straight to the Emperor Hotel. In front of room 601, Yang Chen rang the doorbell. The door opened quickly, and Yang Chen walked straight in. Bang! At the moment Yang Chen entered the room, a man who had been hiding behind the door closed and locked it. Yang Chen then noticed that there were more than a dozen men standing in the room, with Qinzhe in the middle, the man he had beaten up that day. Yang Chen, run, they're here for you. Gao Mano rushed out in a panic, shouting in fear. Before Gao Mano could reach Yang Chen, Qinzhe grabbed her, threw her onto the sofa, and said, shut up. Then, Qinzhe turned to Yang Chen, sneering, you finally came, are you surprised? Scared? Don't worry, you'll only be more scared later. Qinzhe smirked at Yang Chen, his eyes flashing with hostility. Soon, Yang Chen understood his situation. But he remained calm, looking at Qinzhe mockingly, pointing at the men surrounding him, and saying, do you think these people can handle me? Or do you think having these people can protect you? Yang Chen stared coldly at Qinzhe. Under the chilling gaze, Qinzhe couldn't help but feel uneasy. However, seeing his men surrounding Yang Chen, he forced himself to stay calm. I admit you're a bit tricky, but now facing so many of us, do you think you still have a chance? Qinzhe gritted his teeth, his voice filled with hatred, beat him to death. With a wave of his hand, the men surrounding Yang Chen charged at him. In an instant, 7 or 8 fists came crashing towards Yang Chen's head. Yang Chen! Gao Mano, who was restrained on the sofa, screamed at the sight, closing her eyes, unable to watch the scene before her. System, pause time. Just as those fists were about to hit Yang Chen, a cruel smile appeared on his face as he silently said, ding. System prompt, current time paused. With the sound of the system in his mind, Yang Chen's figure moved slightly, and a punch was thrown. System, resume time pause. Ding, the system has resumed time pause. At the moment time flowed again, Yang Chen's fist landed directly on the face of the nearest man. With full force, the man's face contorted instantly, blood mixed with saliva spewing from his mouth. Before the others could react, Yang Chen repeated the process. Using the pause in time to adjust his position, dodging another attack, striking down another man with a punch, then resuming time pause. Yang Chen's control over time was extremely skillful, all happening in the blink of an eye. To onlookers, it seemed like Yang Chen's movements were incredibly fast, his reactions at their peak, like a martial arts master. This fighting style was devised by Yang Chen to prevent any doubts, just like yesterday. Bang! Yang Chen kicked a man in the abdomen, causing him to cry out in pain and double over. During this time, Yang Chen kicked the man in the face, leaving a clear shoe print, and the man fell to the ground. After swiftly dealing with the men in front of him, Yang Chen moved his neck, staring coldly at Chenja, smiling wickedly. "Do you think you can take me down with just a dozen pieces of trash you brought?" As Yang Chen ruthlessly dealt with a few, the others no longer had the playful and mocking expressions, their faces pale and filled with fear. Chenja, seeing the men writhing on the ground, turned extremely pale. His back felt cold, and he broke out in a cold sweat all over. This time, in order to deal with Yang Chen, he brought the toughest group of friends he had. And what did he see? In almost the blink of an eye, Yang Chen had knocked down those few people. "Come at me, cripple him, and I'll give each of you an extra 10,000. Chenja was frightened by Yang Chen's gaze and immediately made the promise on the spot. Under the heavy reward, there will be brave men. Those who had initially felt fear upon witnessing Yang Chen's strength now turned cold as they looked at him, enticed by the high pay. "Let's all attack together," a man said. Immediately, the remaining people all rushed forward, two of them even picking up cups and table lamps from the hotel. "Idiots," Yang Chen sneered, giving a command to the system to pause, then he moved. Bang! A series of muffled sounds echoed in the hotel room. "You useless bunch dare to help others? You fearless things," Yang Chen's cold voice rang out. Chenju and Gao Mano could only see Yang Chen's slender body, like a phantom moving among those fierce men, each strike causing a scream. Soon, Yang Chen's figure came to a halt. Those who had previously looked down on Yang Chen were now mostly clutching their bodies, their eyes on him as if they had seen a ghost. Only those who had experienced Yang Chen's skills firsthand knew the powerlessness and terror. Every time they were about to hit Yang Chen, he would cleverly dodge their attacks and then strike them heavily and swiftly. After dealing with these people, Yang Chen clapped his hands, looked at Chenja beside him, and walked over step by step. "I warned you last time, if you provoke me again, your fate will only be worse than last time. How should I deal with you now? Should I strip you naked and throw you out, or just throw you out of the window like this?" Yang Chen teased, showing his white teeth. Chenja, witnessing this scene, was almost scared out of his wits. "The 6th floor isn't that high, maybe you can still salvage your life." Yang Chen looked at Chenju as if he were looking at a dead man. Seeing Yang Chen approaching him, Chenju couldn't help but step back. He kept retreating until he was against the wall, with no way out, then he leaned against the wall, looking at Yang Chen in horror, his voice trembling as he said, "Yang Chen, you can't do this. If I get into trouble, the police won't let you off." Chenju clung to his last straw, his face pale. "Is that so?" Yang Chen mocked, looking at Chenju and slowly said, "I think it's reasonable for me to accidentally throw 1 or 2 people down the stairs in self-defense when so many people are attacking me, right?" In an instant, Chenja felt a chill from his feet to his head. Smack! Yang Chen slapped Chenja directly in the face. The next moment, Chenja covered his face, looking at Yang Chen with fear, unable to muster any courage to resist. Looking at Yang Chen sadly, Chenja knelt down with a thud. "I'm sorry, I was wrong, I won't dare again. You're a big man, spare me. I have money, as long as you spare me, any amount is fine." Chenja knelt on the ground, continuously kowtowing to Yang Chen, a far cry from his arrogant demeanor when he entered. After witnessing Yang Chen's terrifying skills just now, Chenja had come to believe Gao Mano's warning. Yang Chen was a cultivator, not someone an ordinary person could contend with. He had intended to teach Chenju a lesson again, but seeing Chenja's spineless and pitiful appearance, Yang Chen lost all interest. He lifted Chenja up, pressed him against the wall. Yang Chen's eyes were sharp as a knife, staring at him and said slowly, "If you dare to harass her again, I will cripple you, do you understand?" With a dull thud, Yang Chen threw Chenja to the ground. I understand, Chenja knelt on the ground, repeatedly nodding, a swelling bump already forming on his forehead. "Get out!" Yang Chen pointed to the door and shouted. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, Chenja seemed to come back to life, crawling out of the guest room. After everyone had left, Yang Chen walked over to Gao Mano. With a playful smile, he said, "Beauty, I told you we were destined to meet, didn't I? We meet again, but this time you took the initiative to invite me." Yang Chen chuckled. He helped Gao Mano up, poured her a glass of water, and sat down beside her. After she drank the water and sat on the sofa for a while, Gao Mano thanked him. "No need to thank me," Yang Chen said casually as he sat down beside her. Jokingly, he said, I wouldn't mind playing the hero and saving the beauty a few more times. Who knows, maybe you'll fall deeply in love with me and offer yourself to me. Gao Mano blushed at Yang Chen's words. After his shameless banter, the atmosphere between them eased. Gao Mano's attitude towards Yang Chen noticeably improved. Yang Chen's gaze remained on Gao Mano, and he quickly sensed something amiss. Gao Mano's face was red to the neck, and Yang Chen could feel her body temperature rising rapidly. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Are you feeling unwell? Yang Chen asked, staring at Gao Mano's flushed cheeks. Gao Mano, looking at Yang Chen, didn't know how to explain. After she had sent a message, Chenja had forcibly given her a pill. Now it seemed the drug was taking effect, making her feel hot all over. I was given a pill by Chenja just now, and now. Gao Mano couldn't continue. Seeing Gao Mano's discomfort, Yang Chen instantly understood. He must have given you that kind of pill, shameless. If I had known, I wouldn't have let him leave so easily. I should have taught him a lesson. Yang Chen showed a hint of anger but was secretly delighted. He sincerely thanked Chenja. Don't worry, Yang Chen suppressed his anger and said seriously to Gao Mano, I'll sacrifice myself to detoxify you, as a way of saving you. You. Gao Mano was speechless at Yang Chen's words. She picked up a pillow and threw it at Yang Chen. Shameless scoundrel, you're no different from Chenja. Despite her current state, Gao Mano's words lacked any intimidation. Leave, I need to rest, Gao Mano said, enduring her discomfort. No, I can't just leave you like this, I'm worried about you, Yang Chen firmly refused. Seeing Yang Chen's concern, Gao Mano was speechless. Feeling like she was losing control, Gao Mano gritted her teeth and said, fine, do as you please. I'll take a cold shower. With that, Gao Mano went straight into the bathroom. Soon, the sound of rushing water could be heard from inside. Standing under the cold water, Gao Mano's body cooled down a bit, but the internal heat and desire remained unquenched. Yang Chen sat outside, listening to the sound of water, his eyes unconsciously glancing towards the bathroom. Surrounded by frosted glass, only a blurry figure could be seen from the outside. Yang Chen smiled, his mind wandering. After about 15 minutes, the figure inside remained still, no sound or movement, and the door stayed closed. Could something have happened? Yang Chen frowned. After hesitating for a moment, he couldn't help but knock on the bathroom door and ask, Hey, beauty, are you okay? However, just as his hand was about to touch the door opened automatically. Over 2 hours later, Gao Mano finally woke up. Seeing Yang Chen smoking leisurely beside her, she burst into tears. Although her consciousness was still fuzzy, she could vaguely remember some scenes. The thought of her own initiative made Gao Mano feel extremely ashamed and indignant, her heart filled with sorrow. Seeing Gao Mano awake, Yang Chen, with tears in his eyes, grabbed the blanket tightly around him, stared blankly at the ceiling, tears streaming down his sorrowful face, sighed. Putting out the cigarette in his hand, Yang Chen comforted, I'm sorry. Gao Mano just cried. Actually, giving me your first time is much better than giving it to that bastard Chenja. We both know that this is the best outcome for now. If I wasn't here, with the overbearing effects of the drug, I really don't know what would have happened to you alone here. Looking deeply at Gao Mano, he reached out to touch her cheek. Gao Mano turned her head to avoid Yang Chen's hand. Don't worry, I will treat you well. I'm not the kind of jerk who forgets people after using them. Yang Chen chuckled. Listening to Yang Chen's words, Gao Mano turned her tearful eyes to him. Weakly, she said, It's okay, I don't need you to take responsibility. You also saved me, and it's because of me that you got involved. We can consider it even. Gao Mano looked earnestly at Yang Chen. In a silent exchange of glances, both fell silent. Yang Chen stood up, took a tissue and gently wiped away the tears from Gao Mano's face. This time, Gao Mano did not refuse, just staring blankly at Yang Chen. You can go now, I want to be alone. Gao Mano turned her back to Yang Chen. Yang Chen hesitated for a moment, then walked towards the door. When he reached the door, Yang Chen suddenly stopped, turned to look at Gao Mano, and hesitated. Can we still be friends? Gao Mano looked at Yang Chen, forced a smile, and nodded. That's good. Yang Chen's face lit up with a smile again, and he said softly, Rest well, I'll come see you in a couple of days. By the way, can I find you next time? Yang Chen asked again. He was really worried that because of this incident, Gao Mano would leave without a word, disappearing directly from his sight. I've booked this room for a month, there are still 20 days left. Gao Mano said. Only then did Yang Chen push the door open and leave. After going downstairs, Yang Chen saw a pharmacy not far from the hotel and thought of something, so he changed direction and walked over. Give me a box of emergency contraceptive pills, Yang Chen whispered to a middle-aged lady shop assistant. The shop assistant gave Yang Chen a meaningful look and handed him a box. Just as Yang Chen was about to pay and leave, he thought of something else. Awkwardly, he said to the shop assistant, do you have any medication for external injuries? Yes. The shop assistant directly handed Yang Chen a bottle of Yunnan Baiyao spray. This one is quite stimulating, not suitable for that area. Do you have anything else? Yang Chen asked. The shop assistant then placed a box of adhesive bandages in front of Yang Chen. This one is even less suitable, right? Do you have anything else? Yang Chen asked again. What exactly do you want? Can you be clear? There are other customers here. The shop assistant said impatiently. It's just. Yang Chen stammered, looking at the shop assistant in front of him, not knowing how to speak. Finally, with a sudden inspiration, he pushed the emergency contraceptive pills in his hand towards the shop assistant and said, My girlfriend and I were a bit too rough for the first time. The shop assistant saw through Yang Chen's embarrassment and understood his meaning. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. The shop assistant rolled her eyes at Yang Chen and said, I've eaten more salt than you've walked. Usually, there's no need for medication, just keep it clean for a couple of days, but you can use some cleaning and antiseptic to prevent inflammation. With that, she handed Yang Chen the necessary medication. Thank you. Yang Chen took the medicine, paid, and quickly ran out of the pharmacy. This is so damn embarrassing. Back at the hotel, Yang Chen sent a voice message to Gao Mano in advance. When he rang the doorbell, Gao Mano was standing at the door, one hand against the wall. Seeing this, Yang Chen quickly helped Gao Mano back to lie down. This medicine is for you, I just bought it when I passed by the pharmacy, Yang Chen said, looking at Gao Mano. Gao Mano understood the contraceptive pill, but she was puzzled by the other medicine. Why did you buy this? Gao Mano asked, looking puzzled at Yang Chen. Well, Yang Chen didn't know how to explain for a moment, but soon he thought, she's already on it, she's not a pharmacy aunt, why should he be awkward? Thinking of this, Yang Chen honestly said, this is a cleansing medicine, the doctor said it can kill bacteria, prevent inflammation, and help you recover quickly. Hearing Yang Chen's explanation, Gao Mano suddenly understood, her face turning red. She spat angrily, staring at Yang Chen with a face full of shame and anger. You shameless! Gao Mano threw a pillow at him, but Yang Chen caught it steadily. Stop it, you've been through a lot just now, rest well, besides, you're injured. I saw everything, Yang Chen said. Get out! You get out! Gao Mano almost shouted these words from her throat, pointing angrily at the door. Yang Chen looked at Gao Mano and pointed at the medicines, then use them yourself, if anything happens, tell me immediately, I'll come see you in a couple of days. Gao Mano didn't say anything, just stared coldly at Yang Chen. By the way, what's your phone number? Yang Chen asked again. At this moment, Gao Mano, full of shame and anger, just wanted Yang Chen to disappear from her sight. So without further ado, she gave him her phone number. Anything else? If not, get out, you scoundrel. Well, then I'll leave. Yang Chen finally left. Downstairs, Yang Chen got into his car directly. Then he drove straight to the Jinxiang Daxia parking lot. Standing at the entrance of Daxia, Yang Chen looked up at the tallest building in the city, a smile playing on his lips. Jinxiang Group is a well-known listed company nationwide. According to the news, Jinxiang Group's market value has exceeded 300 billion. And the chairman of Jinxiang Daxia, Kai Kuan, has a net worth of nearly 100 billion, making him the undisputed richest man in the city. Jinxiang Daxia is the headquarters building of Jinxiang Group. If it weren't for the incident caused by Chen Zhe, he would have come earlier. I'm sorry, this is a private enterprise. If you don't have a formal invitation, you can't go in. When Yang Chen reached the entrance of Daxia, he was stopped by a security guard. Looking at the upright security guard in front of him, a sneer appeared on Yang Chen's lips. System, pause time, Yang Chen commanded the system directly. As soon as he spoke, the flow of time quietly stagnated, and the security guard froze in front of him. Yang Chen bypassed the security guard and entered Daxia. On the area map at the entrance, Yang Chen found the area where the chairman's office was located. That is where Kai Kuan, the chairman of Jinxiang Group, had his office. Arriving at the office door, Yang Chen released the time pause. Then he knocked on the office door. Come in. Soon a vigorous voice came from the office. Yang Chen pushed the door open and appeared in front of Kai Kuan. Kai Kuan in front of him was slightly chubby, dressed in a suit, his eyes staring at the unfamiliar young man in front of him. In his memory, there was no recollection of this young man, but judging from the way the young man was dressed, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Especially those eyes staring at him, even made him feel a sense of oppression. This young man was obviously not from the group. But as an outsider, why was there no appointment? No one informed him. Is there something you need? Uncertain of the origin of the young man in front of him, Kai Kuan maintained the appropriate etiquette and asked in a deep voice. Yang Chen sat down casually in front of Kai Kuan, then smiled and said, I came here today mainly to discuss or cooperate with Mr. Kai. Seeing Kai Kuen's calm expression, Yang Chen's eyes became serious. In this city, apart from a few big shots who could sit on an equal footing with him, others were always nervous around him. But this young man in front of him was unusually calm. "Oh, is that so?" Kai Kuen sneered. Despite sensing the young man's significance, he still held on to his pride as the richest man. With his current status, could just anyone come and talk about cooperation with him? "Young man, do you think you are qualified to discuss cooperation with me?" Seeing Kai Kuen's expression, Yang Chen also smiled. He looked straight at Kai Kuen and said, "Whether I am qualified or not is not for you to decide, Mr. Kai." Yang Chen stared at Kai Kuen, exuding a domineering aura. "Let's cut to the chase. I'm here today to negotiate with Mr. Kai. How about you hand over half of your assets to me?" Yang Chen teased Kai Kuen. In an instant, Kai Kuen's expression turned cold, filling the room with a tense atmosphere. "Do you know what you're saying?" Kai Kuen stared coldly at Yang Chen. Before Kai Kuen could speak, Yang Chen immediately commanded the system, pause time. In an instant, Kai Kuen's movements froze in place. Yang Chen took the phone from Kai Kuen's hand and placed it on the table. Glancing at the stationery box on the desk, Yang Chen picked up a utility knife and held it against Kai Kuen's throat. "System, resume time," Yang Chen ordered. Ding, the system has resumed time. As time flowed back to normal, just as Kai Kuen was about to speak, he felt a sharp pain in his throat. "If I were you, I wouldn't make a move. Mr. Kai," with a small gesture, "I could easily slit your throat." Yang Chen taunted. Yang Chen's goal was simple: to establish a position in the Jinshan group based on his abilities. Then, secure a good position for himself, like being the nominal head of a branch, so his sister couldn't say he was not focused on his career. Therefore, he had nothing to say to Kai Kuen, being straightforward. Kai Kuen then realized a utility knife was already against his artery. Just as the young man in front of him said, with one move, the sharp blade could cut his artery. In an instant, a chilling sensation rushed to his head. Kai Kuen, looking at the young man in front of him, became completely terrified, his face as pale as paper. "Even if you kill me, what good will it do? You won't get a penny." Kai Kuen forced himself to calm down and said in a deep voice. But deep in his pupils, he couldn't hide his inner panic. "I, Kai Kuen, have come this far. I've seen all kinds of storms. This kind of threat is not the first time I've encountered it." Kai Kuen looked solemnly at Yang Chen and continued, "I have made arrangements long ago. If something happens to me, my assets will automatically transition to my family. Young man, although I don't know how you managed to do all this, I advise you not to act recklessly and ruin yourself. Leave now, and I'll pretend nothing happened." Despite appearing calm on the surface, Kai Kuen's heart was filled with horror. His memory only lingered on the moment he made the phone call. Suddenly, he found a knife at his throat. Thinking of that eerie scene, cold sweat ran down Kai Kuen's back. He knew very well that if the young man in front of him truly wanted to kill him, he would already be a corpse. Seeing Kai Kuen's expression at the moment, Yang Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was indeed unreliable to try to intimidate the wealthy with such low-level tactics. Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. "System, pause time." Yang Chen commanded the system, then released Kai Kuen. Sitting across from Kai Kuen, Yang Chen looked at his resolute expression of being willing to be broken jade rather than intact tile, feeling conflicted. With time paused, besides Yang Chen, no one else could feel the passage of time. After a long while, an idea popped into Yang Chen's mind. So he asked the system, "Can I bring someone into the changes of time with me?" The system fell silent for a moment. Yang Chen figured the system didn't quite grasp his idea. So he explained, in simple terms, "I want to bring others along with me through the flow of time, so that we share memories of time fast-forwarding and rewinding together." With Yang Chen's self-proclaimed professional explanation, the system finally responded. "In principle, it is possible, but during the crossing, the host must hold on to the other party." The system's cold voice echoed in Yang Chen's mind. With the affirmative answer from the system, a mischievous smile crept onto Yang Chen's lips. Yang Chen brought Kai Kuen to the rooftop, positioning him close to the edge. "System, resume time," Yang Chen commanded. Ding, the system has resumed time. A mysterious light flowed before Yang Chen's eyes, and time began running again. Reacting, Kai Kuen subconsciously moved, causing one foot to hang in the air, his body involuntarily tilting towards the edge of the rooftop. Luckily, Yang Chen was prepared and swiftly pulled Kai Kuen back. Staring at Kai Kuen's pale face, Yang Chen mocked, "Mr. Kai, do you feel the height here?" Kai Kuen, with an unpleasant expression, scrutinized Yang Chen holding him and instinctively glanced down below the rooftop. The Jinshangasha Tower was 60 stories high, the sense of being suspended in midair making Kai Kuan dizzy with just a glance, almost unable to resist the urge to jump down. As this strange sensation emerged, Kai Kuan's face turned as white as paper, his feet trembling uncontrollably. "What do you want to do?" Kai Kuan asked in horror. At that moment, he had no doubt that the young man before him might actually let go. "Mr. Kai, I believe I've made my intentions quite clear, haven't I?" Yang Chen sneered. Kai Kuan gazed deeply at Yang Chen, his eyes flickering, then nervously said, "I can give you millions, just let me go, I promise not to pursue this." Yang Chen just chuckled coldly, then suddenly loosened his grip on Kai Kuan's hand. In an instant, Kai Kuan's body tilted towards the edge of the rooftop. "Ah!" A terrified voice echoed on the rooftop. At the critical moment, Yang Chen swiftly pulled Kai Kuan back. When Kai Kuan looked at Yang Chen again, he had lost all his previous composure. Trembling all over, he looked at Yang Chen with sheer horror. "I can give you half," Kai Kuan said anxiously. Yet in his mind, Kai Kuan was quickly strategizing. Having navigated the business world for decades, he had ways to ensure that even if the young man before him got the money, he wouldn't be able to spend a penny. Moreover, it was a society governed by law now, and as soon as he reported the incident, the police would apprehend the person in front of him. With his connections and status in the city, getting a decades-long sentence wouldn't be an issue. Even if the other party had 1,000 tricks up their sleeve, they wouldn't be able to threaten him anymore. Thinking this, he said to the young man before him, "As long as you let me go, I'll transfer the money to you. If you're worried, I can instruct my finance department to transfer the money to your account first, how about that?" Listening to Kai Kuan's words, Yang Chen just sneered. Although his experience didn't match that of the seasoned executive before him, he could see through such superficial tricks. Giving Kai Kuan a push against the rooftop edge, Kai Kuan's half-body was left hanging in the air. If Yang Chen let go, he would meet a gruesome end. "Save me!" Kai Kuan's panic could no longer be suppressed. Faced with this continuous threat of life and death, even the most fearless person would collapse. Moreover, Kai Kuan was one of those who feared death. "You're a lunatic!" Unable to hold back, Kai Kuan cursed upon seeing the cold smile at the corner of Yang Chen's mouth. Mocking the current Kai Kuan, Yang Chen sneered, "I am indeed a lunatic. Look down, high, isn't it?" Yang Chen asked again. Kai Kuan's face turned extremely ugly. Despite his vast experience in reading people and believing he had developed a keen insight, he couldn't figure out what the lunatic in front of him was up to. "Hi," Kai Kuan replied with a stiff tone. Yang Chen looked down at the bustling street below, where the dense traffic seemed like a long worm moving slowly underneath. From such a height, jumping down would surely result in being smashed to pieces, right? Yang Chen glanced at Kai Kuan, took a step forward, and said, "You called me a lunatic, didn't you? Let me show you what a lunatic can do. Let's play an exciting game, let's jump together. Let's see who dies first." Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, Kai Kuan's expression turned as pale as a dead man, his eyes filled with despair as he looked at Yang Chen. "No, please, let me go, I'll agree to any conditions." Kai Kuan dared not gamble anymore. In his eyes, the young man in front of him was undoubtedly a complete lunatic who could do anything. He was different, as a billionaire with such a wonderful life, how could he die so miserably? However, just as he thought he was doomed, Yang Chen had already reached the edge of the rooftop. With a terrified look in his eyes, he pulled Kai Kuan and jumped off together. The sound of the wind whistled in his ears as he watched the rapidly enlarging scenery below in his pupils, feeling his blood run cold all over. "I refuse to accept this," Kai Kuan roared. Just when Kai Kuan thought he was undoubtedly going to die, a voice suddenly rang in his ears, "Rewind time back 10 seconds. Ding! System prompt, time is rewinding, ding! Time has rewound to 10 seconds ago." The cold voice echoed in Yang Chen's mind. In an instant, Kai Kuan was horrified to find his body rapidly moving upwards. Then, in a bizarre manner, he landed on the rooftop, his body hanging in midair. Breathing a long sigh of relief upon seeing himself still standing on the rooftop, Kai Kuan felt the profound gratitude of surviving a disaster, deeply realizing the importance of life. However, at this moment, Kai Kuan's heart was filled with immense horror. Although he was standing on the rooftop, the despair of imminent death just now continued to linger in his mind. Unshakable, fear engulfed his entire being, as if he had truly experienced it firsthand. "What's going on? What did you do to me?" Kai Kuan asked tremblingly. Recalling the various inexplicable events that had occurred earlier, Kai Kuan looked at the man before him with unprecedented horror and despair in his eyes. Yang Chen looked at the terrified Kai Kuan with a mocking gaze. "What did I do, don't you know? Want to try again? Next time, I can't guarantee I'll be able to pull you up." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Chen suddenly loosened his grip on Kai Kuan's hand. "Ah, help me!" Kai Kuan felt his body plummet suddenly, the fear of imminent death from just now once again flooding his mind, screaming in horror. Pulling Kai Kuan back, Yang Chen said slowly, "Everything you just experienced was real, you don't need to doubt it." Hearing Yang Chen admit it himself, a wave of terror spread from the depths of Kai Kuan's heart, instantly engulfing his entire body. Even with Yang Chen holding him, his legs trembled incessantly, his face as pale as paper. The experiences just now and Yang Chen's words mutually confirmed each other, instantly overturning his understanding. This was unheard of, too mysterious. "There's no need to be so nervous and surprised." Yang Chen sneered disdainfully, pulling Kai Kuan up to the rooftop with a swift motion. He let go of his hand, took a few steps back, not worried at all that the other party would escape. At that moment, Kai Kuan had no intention of running away either. Despite the horror in Yang Chen's eyes, he felt relieved. He had finally escaped from that dangerous situation. "I am the successor of the Time Master, possessing powers beyond your comprehension," Yang Chen declared confidently and arrogantly. Looking down at Kai Kuan from a position of superiority, he left Kai Kuan momentarily stunned. As a wealthy man, Kai Kuan had encountered many important figures, but the aura emanating from Yang Chen was unlike anything he had ever seen before, deepening his awe of Yang Chen. "I can control time, wander through the river of time, make time flow freely according to my will." "What you just experienced was just the tip of the iceberg," Yang Chen continued coldly, gazing at Kai Kuan with a ruthless look. "I am now taking half of your funds for my expenses in navigating the present world. You either agree or die." A chilling aura emanated from Yang Chen in an instant. "Time pause," Yang Chen whispered lightly. "Ding. System prompt, current time paused." After placing a terrified Kai Kuan at the edge of the rooftop, Yang Chen released the time pause. Seeing Kai Kuan hanging half of his body over the edge, Kai Kuan turned pale in an instant, looking at Yang Chen with renewed fear. By now, he fully believed Yang Chen's words. Otherwise, the bizarre events that had occurred to him would be inexplicable. I agree, Kai Kuan exclaimed loudly. Hearing this, Yang Chen pulled him back. As soon as Kai Kuan landed, he knelt before Yang Chen with a thud. Trembling, he pleaded, "My lord, I agree, please spare me." At that moment, the esteemed tycoon Kai Kuan was completely conquered by Yang Chen, lowering his noble head and proud heart. Watching Kai Kuan kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy, Yang Chen's lips curved into a barely noticeable smile. "Get up," Yang Chen said with a mysterious smile. "Wouldn't it have been easier if you had done so earlier? No need to make things so complicated." Yang Chen patted Kai Kuan's shoulder and continued, "If you ever reveal my identity in the future, you will die." Suddenly, Yang Chen's voice turned extremely cold. Kai Kuan dared not speak at this point, only staring at Yang Chen in fear, still kneeling on the ground. "I won't take advantage of you for nothing. I am fair. Since I have taken your assets, I will also share some information about the future with you. With your experience, you should know the significance of gaining information ahead of time, right? In this era of information, once you grasp this future information, your assets will skyrocket to a new level. Do you still think you are at a loss now?" Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, Kai Kuan's eyes lit up. As a successful businessman, Kai Kuan understood the importance of information. However, this excitement was quickly replaced by fear. Kai Kuan remained silent, head bowed, and Yang Chen could tell that Kai Kuan was quite frightened. This was not the outcome he desired. He wanted Kai Kuan to be convinced willingly. Thinking this, Yang Chen decided to give him a taste of sweetness. After helping Kai Kuan up, Yang Chen said in a deep voice, "Now I will take you 10 years into the future. How much information you can capture will depend on your abilities. I hope you don't disappoint me. I don't want the person I choose to be a waste." 10 years later? Kai Kuan looked at Yang Chen in shock, which quickly turned into a sense of excitement. If he could really reach 10 years into the future, he could understand the scenes ahead, predict the development of various industries, and make strategic plans in advance. By then, becoming the world's richest person would not be impossible. "Can you really do it, sir?" Kai Kuan hesitated for a while before daring to ask. "You'll know once you experience it yourself," Yang Chen confidently chuckled. Signaling Kai Kuan to stand by his side, Yang Chen grabbed him with one hand, thinking to himself, "System, time travel to 10 years later." As soon as he finished speaking, a mechanical voice sounded in Yang Chen's mind, "System prompt, time is moving forward." In an instant, the world before Yang Chen's eyes became dazzling. Mysterious streams of colors replaced the original appearance of the world, as if scrolls of paintings were rushing past him and Kai Kuan. This time the time travel was longer than before, making Yang Chen extremely excited. Kai Kuan, who was being pulled by Yang Chen, was almost scared silly by the mysterious scene before his eyes. Smack! Kai Kuan suddenly slapped himself hard, feeling the pain on his face, then looked at Yang Chen with a dumbfounded expression, asking, "Are we really time traveling?" "Don't move," Yang Chen said in a deep voice. Immediately, Kai-kun stood by Yang Chen like a wooden log, but the horror in his eyes was impossible to conceal. This was Yang Chen's first time traveling for such a long period, and it was 10 years ahead. Although he received confirmation from the system, he couldn't predict what unexpected events might occur with Kai-kun by his side. Fortunately, a few minutes later, the system's voice sounded in Yang Chen's mind. "Ding, system prompt, the time has reached 10 years later." As the voice fell, the colorful light in front of them froze instantly, revealing an incredibly bustling scene. Looking at the skyscrapers in front of them, Yang Chen and Kai-kun were both stunned. "Is this what it looks like 10 years later?" Yang Chen murmured. They were still standing at the top of Jinshan Daxia. However, this building was no longer the tallest in the city center. Several skyscrapers nearby blocked their view, but the outline still resembled the city center from 10 years ago. Kai-kun beside him was at a loss for words, taking a deep breath. "Let's go, let's explore what information we can gather 10 years later and test your abilities," Yang Chen said to Kai-kun. Following Yang Chen downstairs, Kai-kun was equally excited. He was eager to see how far his Jinshan group had developed in the past 10 years. However, after a dozen minutes, when the two stood on the street looking at the skyscraper in front of them, Kai-kun's expression was one of shock and disbelief. "How is this possible? It can't be like this," Kai-kun muttered. The building in front of him had completely turned into a commercial office building. After asking a passerby, they found out that the original Jinshan group had gone bankrupt and been acquired by another company, turning the headquarters into a commercial office building. Yang Chen also stood still, looking sympathetically at Kai-kun beside him, wondering if choosing Kai-kun was a mistake. The once powerful Jinshan group had actually gone bankrupt 10 years later, not even able to keep its headquarters. Sighing, Yang Chen said in a low voice, "Don't worry, this is just the scene 10 years later. When we return to 10 years ago, you will have enough time to deal with it and turn the situation around." Hearing Yang Chen's words, Kai-kun's expression improved slightly. "Alright, now we are both clueless, not knowing what happened in the past 10 years. You search online for the events of the past 10 years, and I'll look around," Yang Chen said. After checking his phone and ensuring good signal, they exchanged numbers, and Yang Chen called Kai-kun to confirm smooth communication before agreeing on a meeting point and parting ways. Finally arriving 10 years later, Yang Chen strolled leisurely alone on the street. 10 years later, the city had made significant progress in both economy and technology compared to a decade ago. The buildings on both sides of the street were all renewed, making life more convenient. Suddenly, Yang Chen felt an impulse to stay here and not go back. At that moment, Yang Ning's figure appeared in his mind, and a gentle smile formed on Yang Chen's lips. "I wonder how my sister is doing." Yang Chen showed a playful smile, wanting to surprise his sister. With that thought in mind, Yang Chen dialed Yang Ning's number. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is out of service." A prompt sounded quickly through the phone. Yang Chen stared at the phone number in front of him, tried again several times, but the result remained the same. Could it be that my sister changed her number? Suddenly, a bad feeling emerged in Yang Chen's heart. Following his memory, Yang Chen took a taxi back home. "Sis, I'm back." Yang Chen knocked on the door, shouting loudly. There was no response inside, just silence. The feeling in Yang Chen's heart grew more apparent, turning into panic. "No, it can't be, my sister couldn't be in trouble. She must have moved to a different neighborhood and changed her number." Yang Chen comforted himself. After all, he had given his sister 40 million 10 years ago, buying a house was no problem, or perhaps she fell in love and got married, moving out to live elsewhere. Taking out the key, Yang Chen tried it, and the key from 10 years ago still worked. However, as he pushed open the door and entered the living room, he was struck as if by lightning, his mind went blank. The room was eerily quiet, with a black and white photo hanging on the living room wall, showing Yang Ning, a white wreath placed below, surrounded by withered flowers. Yang Ning was dead. "This can't be!" Yang Chen exclaimed. After searching through each room, Yang Chen found that Yang Ning's room remained untouched. It was covered in a thick layer of dust. It seemed like no one had lived there for a long time, and the same was true for his own bedroom. Clearly, 10 years after Yang Ning's death, Yang Chen had moved out of there, only coming occasionally to remember his sister. Sitting dejectedly on the sofa, Yang Chen felt a heavy lump in his chest, his nose tingling. The room was filled with a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Yang Chen's face darkened, his hands clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his flesh. Suddenly, Yang Chen thought of a crucial point. "System, I have you, how could my sister die? How could I let my sister die?" Yang Chen questioned the system. He was puzzled, as with the time system he possessed, he could easily rewind time, avoid all dangers, and save his sister's life. Unknown information, the host needs to experience it on their own, the system cannot disclose. The system replied. Hearing this answer, Yang Chen felt frustrated and irritable. I will not let my sister die, I must prevent this tragedy from happening. Half an hour later, Yang Chen stood up, staring at the black and white photo of Yang Ning ahead, gritting his teeth. His plans to stay and live in the city 10 years later had been completely dispelled by Yang Chen. Without his sister in his life, no matter how convenient or affluent it was, it would not bring him any happiness. Walking up to Yang Ning's memorial, Yang Chen gazed at her radiant smile and said, "Sis, rest assured, I won't let you die, we promise to live well together." After bowing deeply, Yang Chen left. On the other side, Kai Kuan sat in front of a computer in an internet cafe, continuously browsing through the news, his face extremely grim. 5 years later, a massive financial storm swept across the globe. Jinshan Group was hit hard, suffering huge losses and eventually filing for bankruptcy. He went from being the city's wealthiest man to drowning in debt. After finding out the reasons behind his company's collapse, Kai Kuan began investigating the economic situation 10 years later and the major conglomerates in the city. What companies have gone bankrupt? What companies have risen like comets, standing at the peak of this city? What policy changes have been made? All these pieces of information were meticulously noted by Kai Kuan. When he had gathered almost all the information he needed, Yang Chen's phone rang. "Kai Kuan, are we done yet?" "It's time to go," Yang Chen asked over the phone, lacking enthusiasm. "Almost done, please wait a moment, I'll come over to meet you right away," Kai Kuan replied to Yang Chen, then went to the bar to settle the bill. When he saw Yang Chen again, Kai Kuan was extremely excited, full of admiration, and all doubts vanished from his mind. "Thank you for bringing me to 10 years later, sir," Kai Kuan said sincerely, bowing to Yang Chen, his expression firm. "In the future, if you need anything, please feel free to command. It is my honor to serve you, sir." Seeing Kai Kuan's expression, Yang Chen just nodded faintly, not particularly excited. Learning that his sister would die in 10 years, his heart felt heavy as if a stone was pressing down on it. "Let's go, it's time to go back," Yang Chen said in a deep voice. "System, rewind time back 10 years, Yang Chen said, holding Kai Kuan's shoulder. "Ding, system proposal, time is rewinding." "Ding, system prompt, time has been rewound back 10 years. After a dazzling flow of colorful temporal chaos, the two reappeared on the top floor of the Jinshan building. Returning to 10 years ago, both of them were deeply moved, especially Kai Kuan, feeling particularly fortunate. If he hadn't met Yang Chen, operating under the current model of the Jinshan Group, they wouldn't have survived a financial storm. Kai Kuan was well aware of this. "How much information have you gathered?" Yang Chen suppressed his unusual feelings and asked Kai Kuan. "I have gathered all the information," Kai Kuan said solemnly. "With this information, I can slowly change the current operating model of the Jinshan Group and prepare for the future financial storm." "Thank you, sir," Kai Kuan bowed to Yang Chen again, his eyes filled with respect and admiration. "Let's go to the office later and sign the equity transfer agreement," Kai Kuan said seriously. Although Yang Chen was taking away half of his wealth, he felt a pang in his heart, but seeing the bankrupt Kai Kuan in 10 years, he felt it was worth it. After all, with knowledge of the future, he could avoid many risks and make the Jinshan Group thrive. By then, the Jinshan Group would not only avoid bankruptcy but also make a fortune in the future financial storm. What Yang Chen took away now would be nothing compared to the tenfold or hundredfold increase in the wealth of the Jinshan Group in the future. Yang Chen nodded, then looked deeply at Kai Kuan and walked towards the elevator. "In front of others in the future, don't call me sir." Yes, Kai Kuan followed behind, nodding repeatedly. After entering the office, Kai Kuan took the initiative to brew a cup of premium Longjing tea for Yang Chen and then had his lawyer come in. "Xiao Chen, draft an equity transfer agreement for me now, transferring half of my assets in the group to this Mr. Yang," Kai Kuan instructed his lawyer. "Get me 10 billion in cash," Yang Chen added casually. "Do as Mr. Yang says," Kai Kuan said. Hearing their words, the lawyer named Xiao Chen showed a hint of shock on his face. He scrutinized Yang Chen's face for a long time. The young man in front of him seemed ordinary, and he knew that Kai Kuan did not have any illegitimate children. Who exactly was this young man before him? Xiao Chen? Kai Kuan, seeing Xiao Chen staring at Yang Chen, immediately showed a dissatisfied expression and cleared his throat. After coming to his senses, Xiao Chen looked at his boss and hesitantly said, "Chairman, although I don't know why you suddenly want to gift half of your assets to Mr. Yang, if it's just shares, it won't have much impact on the group in the short term, but the 10 billion funds." Here, Xiao Chen paused and continued, 10 billion is a substantial amount. If withdrawn abruptly from the group's accounts, it will affect the company's cash flow. Hearing his lawyer's words, Kai Kuan also felt troubled. As the head of the group, he was well aware of his company's situation. Jinshan Group was a joint stock company, with shares held by various shareholders besides his one-third share. Splitting his shares in half posed no problem, except for potential dissent at the shareholders' meeting, where someone might challenge his position as chairman. However, withdrawing 10 billion in cash immediately would undoubtedly disrupt the group's normal operations, causing strong dissatisfaction among the board members. Watching Yang Chen calmly sipping tea on the side, Kai Kuan hesitated for a moment. He said, "Mr. Yang, how about this? I'll transfer the corresponding shares to your name first. As for the 10 billion funds, I may need a few days to manage them, otherwise, it will lead to severe turbulence in the company." After speaking, Kai Kuan anxiously looked at Yang Chen. Yang Chen, listening to Kai Kuan's words, glanced between Kai Kuan and the lawyer before nodding, "All right." With Yang Chen's approval, Kai Kuan finally felt relieved and let out a long sigh. Just a moment ago, he had genuinely feared Yang Chen would turn against him. After reaching an agreement, Kai Kuan had the lawyer, Xiao Chen, draw up a share transfer agreement. Once both parties signed it, the agreement took effect. In other words, nearly 50 billion of Kai Kuan's assets entered Yang Chen's pocket. To reassure Yang Chen, Kai Kuan instructed the finance department to immediately transfer 1 billion in cash to Yang Chen's account. Seeing the SMS notification of the 1 billion deposit, Yang Chen nodded in satisfaction. He then said to Kai Kuan, "I'll vote for you at the shareholders' meeting, and you'll remain the chairman. You manage the group, and give me a small company under the group to oversee. I want to experience a different lifestyle." After Yang Chen finished speaking, Kai Kuan's eyes lit up. He joyfully said, "Great, thank you, Mr. Yang. I happen to own an entertainment company worth over 10 billion, entirely under my name. If you don't mind, I'll give it to you as a token of gratitude for choosing me." After speaking, Kai Kuan looked at Yang Chen eagerly. He had firmly decided to hold on to this powerful ally. "Thank you then," Yang Chen smiled, putting Kai Kuan's anxious heart at ease. Subsequently, Kai Kuan had the lawyer draft a company transfer contract. After signing, Kai Kuan carefully explained the industries now under Yang Chen's name, ensuring Yang Chen understood the general situation. "You're considerate," Yang Chen said, looking at Kai Kuan with a smile. "Not at all, it's my honor to serve you," Kai Kuan humbly replied. They continued chatting in Kai Kuan's office for a while before Yang Chen decided to leave. Suddenly, Kai Kuan gave Yang Chen a strange look and tentatively asked, "Mr. Yang, do you have a girlfriend?" Yang Chen was taken aback, not understanding Kai Kuan's intention. "Not at the moment," Yang Chen replied. Upon hearing Yang Chen's response, Kai Kuan felt a surge of joy. He quickly said, "Mr. Yang, I have a daughter who seems to be around your age, currently without a boyfriend. I'd like you to meet her." Yang Chen glanced playfully at Kai Kuan and then said, "No need." He understands Kai Kuan's thoughts at the moment very well. He must know his own abilities and wants to seize this big tree for himself. And marriage is undoubtedly the most secure means. Unfortunately, Yang Chen doesn't like this approach. Seeing Yang Chen flatly refuse, a hint of disappointment flashed in Kai Kuan's eyes. Nevertheless, he smiled and said, "Mr. Yang, you don't need to reject so hastily." Kai Kuan took out a photo frame from his desk and handed it to Yang Chen. In the frame was a very sunny girl, young, beautiful, and stylishly dressed. When she smiled, there were 2 dimples on her cheeks, definitely belonging to the category of top-tier beauties. "This is my daughter, Lin Lin. She has been very sensible since she was young. She just graduated from university and is currently working in the group. Also, my daughter has never had a boyfriend," Kai Kuan said while observing Yang Chen's expression. Seeing no obvious resistance from Yang Chen, he felt a bit relieved. "I have protected this girl too well since she was young, and she is so naive. I worry that she will be deceived by other boys if she goes out." "Since Mr. Yang, you don't have a girlfriend, I thought you two should get to know each other. Besides, I can count on you to look after this girl. I trust Mr. Yang's abilities and character," Kai Kuan said with a worried parent's expression. Hearing this, Yang Chen couldn't help but smile inwardly. His abilities were unquestionable. But not long ago, he even threatened Kai Kuan to hand over half of his assets, yet Kai Kuan surprisingly believed in his character. Suddenly, Yang Chen's eyes lit up. Although he now had assets similar to Kai Kuan's, he would still be cautious about spending money. If he had a wealthy daughter as a girlfriend, wouldn't everything make sense then? So he pretended to hesitate and said to Kai Kuan, "In that case, let's get to know each other when the opportunity arises." Seeing Yang Chen change his mind, Kai Kuan's smile became even brighter. Personally seeing Yang Chen off at Jinshan Daxia, Kai Kuan watched Yang Chen's departing figure with an unprecedented smile on his face. Back in the office, lawyer Xiao Chen was still waiting. Xiaochen, you have been by my side for so many years, you have always been sensible. I think you should know what should be said and what should not be said, right? Kai Kuan stared into Xiaochen's eyes and asked. Seeing the seriousness in his boss's pupils, Xiaochen was shaken and said, Mr. Kai, please rest assured, I will keep my mouth shut. Only then did Kai Kuan nod in satisfaction. After the lawyer left the office, Kai Kuan went to the window, looked at the city skyline in front of him, and felt a surge of ambition in his heart. It was as if he could already see himself standing at the pinnacle of this country and even the world. Yang Chen drove his black sports car back to the residential area and parked it in the underground parking lot before going upstairs. As soon as he entered, he was greeted with a scolding, especially after he carefully mentioned buying a sports car. You have money now, and it's understandable to spend it appropriately, but how could you spend over 10 million on a car? You are always out, spending money recklessly, this will lead to bankruptcy sooner or later. Yang Ning was furious. Luckily, I saved half of the money. If you keep spending like this, don't expect to get a penny from me. No, I have to keep an eye on you. I have quit my job and plan to open a store, you should come and help me. Although he anticipated that his sister would be angry about his extravagant spending, facing it head-on, Yang Chen still felt a sense of fear. Fortunately, he was prepared. Sis, I already have a job. Yang Chen said to Yang Ning. Where do you work? What position? Yang Ning heard that Yang Chen had found a job, her face showed a hint of doubt, then she frowned and asked several questions in a row, almost leaving Yang Chen confused. Don't worry, sis, this job is reliable, and the benefits are good. It's at Shangshur Entertainment Company, you know, right? Yang Chen asked Yang Ning. Yang Ning nodded. Yang Ning was aware of the entertainment company Shangshur Entertainment. After all, several popular TV dramas currently airing were produced by Shangshur Entertainment. Young people living in this city all had some understanding of this company. The company I'm going to is Shangshur Entertainment. Yang Chen smiled proudly at his sister, deliberately pausing for a moment before continuing, and I'm going to be the chairman. What? Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, Yang Ning exclaimed in surprise, then looked at Yang Chen with a skeptical expression. Do you think it's funny to joke with your sister like this? Yang Ning's expression showed a hint of anger. She was very clear about her younger brother's abilities. With no background or money at home, according to Yang Chen's qualifications, being a supervisor in a big company was already reaching the top. Chairman? To Yang Ning, it was simply a fantasy. Seeing her sister's disbelief, Yang Chen had to stick to the plan and said to Yang Ning, Sis, I'm serious. I have a girlfriend. Her dad is the richest man in our city. Her dad was very pleased with me when he met me, so he decided to train me a bit, starting by letting me practice at this company. Yang Chen said earnestly to Yang Ning. After Yang Chen finished speaking, Yang Ning stared at him intently and asked, Really? Really? Yang Chen affirmed. When do you plan to introduce your girlfriend to me? Yang Ning asked, still staring at Yang Chen's face, not missing any subtle expressions. Obviously, Yang Ning didn't believe him. Seeing Yang Ning's skeptical look, Yang Chen sighed inwardly. Indeed, getting a girlfriend from a wealthy family was as rare as winning the lottery. Normal people would doubt it. In a couple of days, Yang Chen thought for a moment and said, We've been quite busy lately, and I've just taken over Shangshur Entertainment, so I need to familiarize myself with many things. Yang Ning didn't believe him at all and wanted to question him, expose Yang Chen's lie. But at that moment, there was a knock on the door. Yang Ning was closer to the door, so she went to open it upon hearing the knock. As Yang Ning reached the door and opened it, her expression changed immediately, and she nervously asked, Who are you looking for? The door was already blocked by a large group of men, some of them burly and fierce-looking, some with dyed hair and bare arms. Especially the young man with an earring at the front had tattoos on his chest, clearly not good people. Is Yang Chen here? A rough voice sounded, and the man speaking looked Yang Ning up and down unabashedly, which greatly frightened her, making her flustered and about to close the door. However, a steel pipe got wedged in the doorway. Sensing that something was wrong, Yang Chen walked to the door and witnessed the scene before him. What are you guys doing? Yang Chen pulled Yang Ning behind him, his face cold as he looked at the group of men at the door. Are you Yang Chen? The man who had inquired about Yang Ning now turned his gaze to Yang Chen upon seeing the young man in front of him. I am Yang Chen, and who are you guys? Yang Chen frowned. Good, it's you. The man, after confirming Yang Chen's identity, smirked. He glanced back at his companions and said, Brothers, let's do it. Before he finished speaking, the man kicked the half-open door with great force. The impact made both Yang Chen and Yang Ning take a step back involuntarily. Xiao Hao! Yang Ning exclaimed, pulling Yang Chen behind her, trembling all over. Who are you people? Don't mess around, or I'll call the police. Upon hearing Yang Ning's words, the men blocking the door laughed mockingly. "Call the police, I'm so scared." One of them showed a timid expression, then burst into laughter and stepped into the doorway directly. Yang Chen quickly pulled Yang Ning behind him. "Stop!" Yang Chen shouted loudly. "Ladies and gentlemen, let's settle this outside. I don't want my sister to witness any violence," Yang Chen said with a stern face. "Kid, you've got guts. I'll indulge you," the leader of the men sneered, signaling the others to step back. Clearly, he thought he had Yang Chen figured out, assuming Yang Chen didn't want his sister to see him get beaten up too badly. Yang Chen chuckled coldly and headed towards the door. Just as he stepped outside, Yang Ning, who had just realized the situation, followed him and shouted angrily at the men, "If you have a problem, come at me, don't hurt my brother." As Yang Ning spoke, her body involuntarily trembled. Watching Yang Ning trying to stay calm forcibly, a warm feeling passed through Yang Chen's heart. He stopped Yang Ning at the door, softly saying, "Don't worry, sis, everything will be fine." He pushed Yang Ning back into the room and slammed the door shut. "Kid, I admire you, but unfortunately, you've crossed the wrong people." "Tough luck," the leader of the men, still somewhat honorable, looked at Yang Chen with a flicker in his eyes before saying, "Get him." In the instant the man's words fell, Yang Chen silently recited, "Time freeze." Ding! System prompt, current time frozen. As the cold voice of the system echoed in Yang Chen's mind, the men charging towards him froze in place, maintaining a stiff posture. One man's hand was already reaching towards Yang Chen. "Oomph, just you guys?" Yang Chen sneered and swung a fist towards the man closest to him, hitting him in the abdomen. The man's body immediately bent, with half of his stomach caving in. "Your arm seems a bit too long, doesn't it?" Yang Chen stared at the outstretched hand, took off his shoe, and smacked it against the man's face several times, leaving clear shoe imprints. After dealing with the two men in front, Yang Chen started punching and kicking the rest of the men. In no time, all their faces were distorted. Watching their faces covered in shoe imprints contort, Yang Chen felt no pity. If he were just an ordinary person, he and Yang Ning would have suffered humiliation and beatings today. These men brought it upon themselves. After a while, Yang Chen put his shoes back on and said satisfactorily, "System, resume time." Ding, system has resumed time. With the system's prompt, time began flowing again. The men who were about to attack Yang Chen suddenly felt a sharp pain all over their bodies as if they were falling apart. The sounds of their wails filled the air. The injuries inflicted by Yang Chen erupted fully once time resumed, leaving everyone bruised and battered. The man who was about to grab Yang Chen found himself clutching his stomach in agony, as if a storm was raging inside him. "Thought you guys were tough?" Yang Chen's eyes flashed with coldness as he kicked one of the men in front of him. Just then, the door opened, and Yang Ning appeared at the doorway, looking anxious. Seeing the scene at the door, she was stunned and speechless. In her imagination, Yang Chen was thin and weak, always a good kid who wouldn't stand a chance against those people. But now she saw her brother violently beating them up. The men who were so aggressive just moments ago were now whimpering, their faces swollen and bruised with shoe imprints, lacking any hint of their former arrogance. "Xiaohao, you!" Yang Ning regained her composure, astonished. Yang Chen kicked the man in front of him away, turned around, and smiled at the bewildered Yang Ning, saying, "Sis, I told you, everything's fine. Be careful." Suddenly, fear appeared on Yang Ning's face as she shouted. In the split second Yang Chen turned around, a man appeared behind him with a stick and struck down towards Yang Chen's head. If hit, Yang Chen would at least be bleeding from a head wound. System, pause time. Yang Chen silently commanded in an instant. When time paused, Yang Chen turned around coldly to look at the man who had attacked him, asking for death. Yang Chen adjusted his position, then aimed a punch at the man's temple who had attacked him. Originally, Yang Chen could have dealt with this man, and everyone else posing a threat, while time was paused. But with Yang Ning around, Yang Chen didn't dare to do anything too outlandish, lest he scared his sister. He had to quickly switch the time pause on and off, pretending to be a skilled martial artist. However, the commotion he caused still exceeded Yang Ning's understanding. System, resume time pause. Yang Chen commanded. Ding, the system has resumed time pause. At the moment time resumed flowing, Yang Chen immediately threw a punch at the man's temple. Bang! With a dull sound, the man was knocked down by Yang Chen's punch. This lightning-fast scene left Yang Ning extremely shocked. Although the action just now was very fast, Yang Ning still saw Yang Chen swiftly knocking down the opponent with a punch in the blink of an eye. Was this still the little brother Yang Chen she knew? Go to hell! Suddenly, a cold and angry voice sounded behind him. Yang Chen instinctively paused time, turned around, and saw a man holding a dagger pressed against his back. Yang Chen broke out in a cold sweat instantly. These people were much more vicious than Chenja's group. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, the dagger would have already pierced his back. Adjusting his body slightly, Yang Chen resumed time pause, narrowly avoiding the attack, then kicked the man to the ground. Dare to ambush me? You're asking for death. Yang Chen snorted coldly. Ding. System prompt, current time is paused. Ding, the system has resumed time pause. Ding. System prompt, current time is paused. The system prompts kept ringing in Yang Chen's mind. Time continued to pause and resume under Yang Chen's control, and his body moved accordingly. To outsiders, it seemed like Yang Chen's speed and reflexes were extremely fast, dodging the attacks of those people in the blink of an eye and knocking them down. In this process, whether facing them head-on or being ambushed, those people were no match for Yang Chen. Gradually, these people realized that until now, they hadn't even touched the corner of this seemingly weak little guy in front of them. A sense of terror spread among them. Yang Chen paid no attention to this. With the help of the system, he showed no mercy. Soon, these people were lying on the ground, gasping for air, bruised and swollen, curled up and wailing. Big brother, we were wrong. Please let us go. One man, the most severely injured, now unrecognizable, struggled to get up and begged for mercy. After one person spoke, the others also realized that this frail-looking guy in front of them was no ordinary person, and they began to beg in fear. Watching these people in front of him, Yang Chen chuckled coldly. Then, he said to the leader of the men, "You admired me, didn't you? Now, do you feel unlucky?" Seeing Yang Chen's mocking expression, the man instinctively took 2 steps back. With a thud, he knelt in front of Yang Chen. "I was blind, big brother. Please let me go, I won't dare again." Watching the people kneeling and begging for mercy in front of him, Yang Chen's face turned grim. "Xiao Hao, forget it, it's better to avoid trouble." Yang Ning, who was behind him, saw that Yang Chen had the upper hand and didn't want to escalate the situation, so she walked up to Yang Chen, pulled his sleeve, and advised him with some trepidation. "Sister." Yang Chen's face softened a lot towards his sister. In a deep voice, he said, "These people are not good people. It's only because I'm here today that everything is peaceful. If I'm not around in the future, who knows what despicable things they might do. You shouldn't get involved. If we don't deal with them today, there will be endless trouble." When Yang Chen turned to look at the men in front of him, a fierce light flashed in his pupils. The men who were kneeling on the ground trembled all over, as if they were being stared at by a devil, the miserable situation they were just in replaying in their minds. "We dare not anymore, I swear, we will never cause trouble for big brother and big sister again, spare us." The 2 men who had attacked Yang Chen earlier no longer showed any resistance, kneeling in front of Yang Chen, crawling and begging. "Xiao Hao, that's enough, don't make a big fuss." Yang Ning, who didn't want things to escalate, kept persuading Yang Chen. "Since my sister has interceded for you, today's matter ends here." Yang Chen's eyes swept coldly over the people in front of him. He said coldly, "But I advise you to be more careful in the future. If you dare to disturb me and my sister again, don't blame me for being ruthless. I promise you, next time your situation will be even worse than now. Yes, we won't dare anymore." Seeing Yang Chen relent, these people also breathed a sigh of relief. They glanced fearfully at Yang Chen and planned to leave. "Stop!" A cold shout rang in their ears, and the relieved people froze in place. The leader turned around with difficulty, looking nervously at Yang Chen, and asked, "Big brother, do you have any other orders? Who sent you here?" Yang Chen asked. "This." The leader hesitated, looking fearfully at Yang Chen, looking troubled. Yang Chen was not to be trifled with, but the people behind them were equally formidable. Seeing the other party remain silent, Yang Chen clenched his fists, took a step forward, and stood in front of the leader, causing the other person to instinctively take a big step back. "If you won't speak, then you don't need to leave today." Yang Chen's face was cold as ice as he looked at the person, as if looking at dead men. Feeling the chilling murderous intent emanating from Yang Chen, the person's legs went weak, and with a thud, he knelt in front of Yang Chen again. "It was Zhang Haochen who sent us. He asked us to come and cause trouble for you." Under Yang Chen's coercion, the person quickly betrayed Zhang Haochen. Zhang Haochen? Hearing this name, a sly smile tugged at the corners of Yang Chen's mouth. It seems the punishment during the day wasn't enough. He needed to give him a more profound lesson. "Get lost," Yang Chen lightly ordered, and the people in front of him were instantly intimidated, crawling away from Yang Chen's doorstep. "It's okay now, sis." Yang Chen turned to smile at the tense Yang Ning. After entering the house and closing the door, Yang Ning carefully checked Yang Chen, making sure he wasn't injured, before finally letting out a long sigh of relief. "Xiao Hao, what exactly happened to you?" Yang Ning suddenly looked at Yang Chen seriously, asking in a deep voice. There was a hint of unfamiliarity in her eyes as she looked at Yang Chen. Seeing the hidden fear in Yang Ning's pupils, Yang Chen's heart clenched painfully. "Sis," Yang Chen began. Before he could finish, Yang Ning interrupted him directly, "Don't try to find excuses to deceive me. I've raised you, I know you well. Tell me the truth, how did you suddenly become so powerful? Are you still my Xiaohao?" Yang Ning stared at Yang Chen intently. Yang Chen gave a bitter smile and quickly thought about how to respond. To buy time, he sat down on the sofa with the uneasy Yang Ning, handed her a glass of warm water, and then said, "Sis, if I told you that I gained my current skills through a stroke of luck, would you believe me?" After drinking some water, Yang Ning's shocked heart finally calmed down a lot, looking at Yang Chen in confusion. If it weren't for the unchanged familiarity emanating from Yang Chen, Yang Ning would have thought that his little brother had been possessed by something else. What kind of adventure? Yang Ning frowned. Carefully observing Yang Ning's expression, Yang Chen said, "Actually, half a year ago, I accidentally met a senior. That senior saw my aptitude was good, so he took me as his disciple, helped me open up my meridians, and imparted me with skills. Now I am a highly skilled cultivator," Yang Chen said solemnly, with no hint of joking on his face. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Yang Ning was extremely shocked, feeling as amazed as when Yang Chen was invincible at the door. "Are you serious?" Yang Ning still couldn't believe it. "I am," Yang Chen said sincerely. "In fact, I've always wanted to find a suitable opportunity to tell you, but you've been busy with work, so I've been hiding it until now." Yang Chen hastily fabricated a somewhat reasonable story as an explanation. Although the plot was melodramatic, Yang Ning had witnessed Yang Chen's extraordinary skills and believed about 70 to 80% of Yang Chen's explanation. Yang Chen continued, "It's because of these skills that I was able to play the hero, meet the daughter of a wealthy man, and then, you've been really lucky lately, having a streak of good fortune." After Yang Chen finished speaking, Yang Ning wiped her eyes, choked up. She felt happy for Yang Chen. Looking at Yang Ning at that moment, Yang Chen felt heartache, hugged her back, and said, "Sis, I've been really lucky. From now on, it's my turn to take care of you. Make sure you eat well, dress well, and have fun. I won't let anyone bully you again." Feeling the strength from his arms around her, Yang Ning was deeply moved, unable to control her tears anymore, and hugged Yang Chen, crying. On the other side, Zhang Haoren and Zhao Manman had been waiting for the outcome. As time passed, with no news from the other side, Zhang Haoren couldn't help but become anxious. Could something have happened? Zhao Manman asked worriedly. What could happen? Zhang Haoren glared at Zhao Manman, sneering, "It's just Yang Chen, do you really think he has superhuman abilities? I guess they've already been beaten to the point of incapacity." Thinking of the miserable scene where Yang Chen was beaten by his men, Zhang Haoren smirked triumphantly. However, just to be safe, Zhang Haoren made a phone call. "Kai Gu, how did things go?" "Failed." A grimace could be heard over the phone. "What? Failed?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Haoren stood up in shock. "It's just a brat, what happened?" "Guh, that guy is really something. I took over a dozen men there, thinking it would be simple, but that guy was unbelievably strong. Our brothers were knocked down in the blink of an eye, we didn't even touch a single hair on him. Guh, listen to me, don't provoke him. If I'm not mistaken, that guy should be a legendary cultivator, only those kinds of people can be so powerful. By the way, he asked about who sent us, I was forced to say it was you. He might come looking for you, so be prepared." After that, the call was abruptly ended. Bang! Zhang Haoren slammed the phone in his hand hard on the ground, his face turning extremely ugly. "Cultivator?" Zhang Haoren repeated these 3 words over and over, a chill running down his spine. They were beings beyond ordinary people, a very terrifying group. Even the lowest level among them could easily take on 10 opponents and live well in the mundane world. "What's going on?" Zhao Manman looked at Zhang Haoren, who was filled with anger and unwillingness, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. Kai Go and the others messed up. Zhang Haochen gritted his teeth and said, "I never expected that your ex-boyfriend turned out to be a cultivator." "A cultivator? That's impossible," Zhao Manman blurted out, looking incredulously at Zhang Haochen. She had spent some time with Yang Chen, and to her, he was just an ordinary guy. How could he be a legendary cultivator? Could Brother Kai be lying? Zhang Haochen looked coldly at Zhao Manman and said with hatred, "If he's not a cultivator, how could Brother Kai and the others return empty-handed after going with over a dozen people? If he's not a cultivator, how could he have made me lose face at the mall? I never thought that this Yang Chen would hide so deeply," Zhang Haochen said, slamming his fist on the coffee table, breaking the skin on his knuckles. Before sending people to investigate, he had his suspicions and warned them not to reveal who sent them, but he didn't expect Yang Chen to find out. Seeing Zhang Haochen's serious expression, an unprecedented panic swept over Zhao Manman, making her face as white as paper. How could he be a cultivator? Zhao Manman paced back and forth in front of Zhang Haochen, feeling restless. She muttered, "He will definitely seek revenge on us. No, we need to escape quickly. With fear overwhelming her, she didn't notice Zhang Haochen in front of her and accidentally bumped into him, almost knocking him over. Already furious, Zhang Haochen, seeing Zhao Manman in a panic, felt a surge of anger. He grabbed Zhao Manman, demanding harshly, "What? Are you scared? Regretting it?" With his grip on her collar, Zhao Manman felt uncomfortable with her neck being squeezed. She struggled, grasping Zhang Haochen's arm tightly, and pleaded, "Let me go." When Zhang Haochen finally released her, Zhao Manman took a deep breath. She glared at Zhang Haochen, her face grim, and shouted, "How can I not be afraid? Even Brother Kai and a dozen others were no match for Yang Chen. Now that Brother Kai has betrayed us, Yang Chen will come for us soon. You're not afraid, but I am." Seeing Zhao Manman yelling at him, Zhang Haochen became even more irritated. He pushed Zhao Manman onto the sofa, staring at her intensely, a hint of ruthlessness in his eyes. "Just a cultivator, nothing special," he sneered. "There's more than one cultivator in this world. I have money. If needed, I'll hire a couple more cultivators to deal with him." After calming down Yang Ning's emotions, Yang Chen returned to the bedroom. Unable to shake off his anger, he decided to confront Zhang Haochen the next day. Lying on the bed, he picked up his phone and started browsing. Opening WeChat, he couldn't help but smile at the sight of a cold and elegant profile picture. He messaged Gao Mano, "Beauty, what are you up to? Do you miss me?" "No," came the reply after a while. "Beauty, do you have time? Let's talk about life?" Seeing her response, Yang Chen quickly replied. "Not interested," Gao Mano replied curtly. After exchanging a few indifferent messages with Gao Mano, Yang Chen started playing games. The next day, Yang Ning prepared breakfast early and called Yang Chen to eat. She had the habit of waking up early, and Yang Chen had to comply. While they were eating, Yang Chen's phone rang, displaying an unknown number. Answering the call, a pleasant female voice spoke. "Is this Chairman Yang Chen, Mr. Yang?" The woman on the phone introduced herself as Xiaoying from Shangshur Entertainment, working as an assistant to the chairman. She asked if Yang Chen had time and offered to pick him up to familiarize him with the company's business. Named Xiaoying, the assistant, spoke softly on the phone. "Okay, come over then." Yang Chen directly gave out his address and hung up the phone. "Sis, the assistant will come to pick me up to the company later." Yang Chen smiled at Yang Ning. Yang Ning had heard the previous phone conversation clearly and believed Yang Chen's words to a large extent. Looking at Yang Chen, a smile appeared on her face as she said, "Xiaohao, you must work hard and not let others down for trusting you. If you have time, bring your girlfriend home so I can meet her and keep an eye on you. But since she treats you so well, you can't let her down." Yang Ning advised Yang Chen. "Sis, I understand." Yang Chen replied. Sitting next to Yang Ning, Yang Chen chatted about his affairs while waiting for the assistant to arrive. Half an hour later, Yang Chen's phone rang, and Xiaoying had arrived downstairs. "Sis, I'm leaving," Yang Chen said to Yang Ning. "Go ahead." Yang Ning accompanied Yang Chen to the door, then immediately ran to the window to watch the scene downstairs. At the entrance of the residential area, there was a very beautiful car parked. Although she didn't know much about cars, Yang Ning could sense that the car was definitely expensive from the people gathered around it. When Yang Chen arrived downstairs, he walked directly towards the Maserati. "This car of mine must be very expensive, right? Of course, it should be the best car in our neighborhood. I heard this thing cost several million, probably the best car in our neighborhood." "Forget it, a few days ago I saw a black supercar drive into our neighborhood. It's still parked in the underground parking lot." Listening to the whispers of the people around, Yang Chen shook his head with a smile. As Yang Chen approached, the door of the Maserati opened. A beautiful woman in professional attire got out of the car, causing a stir among the onlookers. The woman was about 1.7 meters tall, with a slender figure. Her tight skirt revealed 2 long legs wrapped in black stockings, and she wore a professional small suit over a white shirt. Seeing Yang Chen approaching, the female assistant bowed to him. "Mr. Yang, hello. I am your assistant Yuing, please guide me." Yuing said. "Hello." Yang Chen greeted Yuing with a smile, having a good impression of her. Yuing walked to the back, opened the car door, and said, "Mr. Yang, please get in the car." After Yuing finished speaking, the onlookers' gazes towards Yang Chen changed. "Damn, this kid is actually the boss? How is that possible? I know this family, they are not even as good as mine. Luxury car, beautiful woman, this is my lifelong dream." A series of exclamations came from the onlookers, and Yang Chen felt a mix of complexity, admiration, and jealousy in the gazes directed at him. Under the scrutiny of those eyes, Yang Chen got into the car, and after Yuing closed the door, she returned to the driver's seat and drove out of the neighborhood. "Is this car yours?" Yang Chen asked Yuing, looking at her in the driver's seat. "No. Ewing glanced back at Yang Chen and joked, "I'm just an assistant, how could I afford such a luxury car? This car is provided by the company. As the chairman's assistant, I always drive it since I follow the chairman. Now that Shengshi Entertainment belongs to you, of course, this car is yours, Mr. Yang." Ewing explained the situation, her expression full of astonishment as she faced away from Yang Chen. As the chairman's assistant, Ewing naturally knew the value of Shengshi Entertainment, worth at least tens of billions. Yet now, it had been bought by a seemingly ordinary young man. From the discussions in the neighborhood and among the people around, it was clear that Yang Chen did not appear to be a wealthy person on the surface. However, this was not something she, as an assistant, could consider. After all, Shengshi Entertainment now belonged to Yang Chen. After hearing this, Yang Chen remained calm, showing no ripples as if it were a trivial matter. When Ewing looked at Yang Chen's indifferent expression through the rearview mirror, she became even more curious about him. With some time left before reaching the company, Yang Chen, feeling bored, simply lay on the front seat's backrest. His gaze inadvertently fell on Ewing's slender legs and never left thereafter. Soon, Ewing noticed something amiss. She turned her head and met Yang Chen's eyes directly. "Mr. Yang, you're so naughty," blushing, she said to him shyly, "staring at me like that makes it hard for me to focus on driving." Hearing her words, Yang Chen chuckled inwardly. With his current status and the system he possessed, wealth and power would only increase, so there was no reason for him to feel intimidated by a mere assistant to the chairman. Observing Yu Ying's flushed cheeks, Yang Chen teasingly remarked, "With such a great figure and dressing so provocatively, aren't you doing it for others to admire?" "Oh, stop it." Ewing glanced at Yang Chen from the corner of her eye, her heart racing. She couldn't deny that she quite enjoyed Yang Chen's compliment on her figure. Upon arriving at the company, Ewing took Yang Chen directly to the chairman's office. Shengshi Entertainment's headquarters was located in the CBD center of the city, in a tall building spanning several floors, with Yang Chen's office situated at the very top. Standing by the window, overlooking the city below, he could take in the bustling urban landscape. The office's decoration and facilities were satisfactory to Yang Chen. Seated in the chairman's chair, Ewing soon handed him a cup of coffee. "Mr. Yang, since the previous chairman just vacated the position, we haven't had time to prepare things according to your preferences. How about starting with a cup of coffee, and later you can tell me your preferences, and I'll take care of it," Ewing apologized. "All right," Yang Chen nodded. Then Ewing placed a prepared set of documents in front of Yang Chen, all related to Shengshi Entertainment's business. Yang Chen, who had just taken over the company, had no understanding or interest in these documents. He was only there to be a figurehead. "Summon all the company's management to report to me here," Yang Chen instructed Ewing. "Yes." Ewing nodded, then turned and left the office in her high heels. Soon, a knock on the door was heard, and after Yang Chen's permission to enter, a dozen or so people filed in. Fortunately, Yang Chen's office was spacious enough to accommodate them all. The news of Yang Chen acquiring Shengshi Entertainment had already caused a stir among the company's senior management. Seeing Yang Chen, a young man of less than 30 years old, the gazes of the people present were a mix of astonishment and curiosity. "Mr. Yang, hello, I am Lu Huani, the president of Shengshi Entertainment. I hope for your guidance in the future." Lu Huani, a man in his 40s and the company's president, greeted Yang Chen with a smile. Yang Chen nodded. "Mr. Yang, I never expected you to be so young," a middle-aged man exclaimed. "Mr. Yang is not only young but also handsome. If I hadn't seen Mr. Yang with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it," a company manager chuckled, his eyes filled with admiration. "With Mr. Yang here, I believe Shengshi Entertainment will enter a new era of glory under his leadership." Following this, others showered Yang Chen with flattery. Words of praise poured out generously from their mouths, showing utmost enthusiasm. Yang Chen didn't expose their flattery and simply smiled at everyone. When the flattery reached its peak, he finally spoke, "I called you all here to meet and greet. As for the company, everything remains the same." Upon hearing this, everyone was delighted, especially President Lu Huani. They were originally worried about major personnel changes. So one after another, they agreed. "Director Yang." Lu Huani suddenly remembered something and said with a smile, "Today, a new group of interns just arrived at our company. Director Yang, are you interested in selecting some?" Then she quickly added, "The quality of this group of interns is quite good, especially the girls, who excel in both appearance and talent. But our Shengshi Entertainment can't accommodate so many interns. We are also in a dilemma. I think Director Yang, as a young man with good taste and understanding of the current market preferences, should personally oversee the selection. What do you think?" Lu Huani said. As Lu Huani's voice fell, the others also brightened up, with a few showing regret. How could they have missed such a good opportunity? So everyone began to chime in. Yes, Director Yang, after all, we are not young anymore, not as youthful and discerning as Director Yang. Hearing these words, Yang Chen looked meaningfully at the people in front of him. Yang Chen had only seen the process of selecting interns on TV before, so personally selecting them was quite interesting to him. Since everyone insists, I can't refuse, right? Yang Chen said with a smile, I just joined the company and have some free time, so why not take a look? Upon hearing Yang Chen's agreement, the others quickly said, it's best if Director Yang goes. Yang Chen went to select female artists in the practice room, and the others tactfully did not follow, only Lu Huani and Yuing accompanied him. On the way, Lu Huani briefly introduced Yang Chen to the matter of interns. Every year, our company brings in a group of interns. The entertainment market is booming now, and for many girls, embarking on the path to stardom is undoubtedly a glamorous thing. Everyone is eager to join our company. Now that Director Yang is personally selecting, it is their honor, Lu Huani said with a smile. After arriving at the scene, under Lu Huani's introduction, the person in charge on site excitedly greeted Yang Chen. Ladies and gentlemen, I have good news for you. After the person in charge and Yang Chen exchanged greetings, he walked to the front. Facing the group of interns, he said, today, the chairman of Shengshi Entertainment, Director Yang, has come to the scene for auditions. Seize this rare opportunity to showcase yourselves. Once favored by Director Yang, your future prospects are self-evident. What? The chairman is here in person. In an instant, the scene erupted, with many people starting to feel nervous. What should we do? The chairman is here in person. Will he be very strict? Exactly, the chairman should be quite old. What if he doesn't understand fashion? If I had known, I would have chosen a more conservative program. Many people started to discuss, showing anticipation while also revealing some worry. Hearing the discussions below, the person in charge chuckled and gestured for everyone to be quiet. Everyone, don't be nervous, don't worry. In fact, our chairman is about the same age as you, not only in age but also handsome and fashionable. You are peers, so just showcase yourselves well. After the person in charge finished speaking, the scene immediately became lively again. When they heard that the chairman was about the same age as them, the girls' eyes lit up. They took out their makeup mirrors to touch up their makeup, checked their clothes, and a few with good figures even unbuttoned a button or two on their collars. Watching the interns outside, all dressed up and ready to show off their talents, the person in charge smiled and walked in. Director Yang, everything is ready. The person in charge said to Yang Chen. Yang Chen nodded. The time that followed was a series of talent shows, one after another. There were actors, singers, and many models inside, each with delicate features and graceful figures. When the models walked in front of Yang Chen, they stopped and struck a pose, casting flirtatious glances at him. Watching one beautiful girl after another, Yang Chen nodded in satisfaction. Lu Huani observed everything and felt content seeing the smile on Yang Chen's face, knowing she had made the right move. Just then, another trainee entered. When Yang Chen saw this girl coming in, his eyes instantly lit up. The girl in front of him had a melon seed face, tall figure, a slender waist revealed under a black camisole, no excess fat. A crystal diamond-like ornament adorned her belly button, adding a touch of allure to her originally innocent appearance. She wore a short skirt, high heels, showcasing long, fair legs that gleamed under the lights, very eye-catching. In terms of physique and appearance, she surpassed the previous entrants by a notch. Yang Zishi, Yang Chen murmured as he looked at the information in his hand. Lu Huani, standing beside him, heard Yang Chen clearly. She lowered her voice and explained to Yang Chen, Director Yang Zishi is considered one of the most beautiful girls among this group of trainees, and she comes from a professional background, excelling in both looks and talent. Is that so? Yang Chen turned to glance at Lu Huani. I wouldn't dare deceive you, Director Yang, Lu Huani chuckled. Yang Chen's gaze fell on Yang Zishi in front of him. Surprisingly, after entering, Yang Zishi did not start performing like the other trainees. Instead, she boldly looked at Yang Chen, blushing, and said, Director Yang, may I invite you to act with me? After speaking, Yang Zishi nervously looked at Yang Chen. Her bright eyes revealed a hint of shyness, yet deep within her pupils, there was anticipation and passion. People were surprised by Yang Zishi's boldness in daring to invite the chairman to act with her. Yang Chen was taken aback for a moment, then smiled slightly and said, Since you're not afraid I'll mess up your audition, I'll accompany you in a scene. People immediately looked at Yang Chen, exchanging knowing glances. Thank you, Director Yang, I will do my best. Yang Zishi exclaimed with joy. She had only intended to give it a try, never expecting Yang Chen to agree. Now that Yang Chen had agreed, Yang Zishi instantly radiated a captivating charm. Yang Zishi handed the script to Yang Chen, saying, Director Yang, you don't need to memorize lines for this impromptu scene. I remember all the lines, you just need to follow along with the plot when I perform. No problem, Yang Chen nodded, quickly scanning through the script. It was a romantic scene from the movie Warlord XX, where the female lead makes a meaningful confession to the male lead. After a quick read, Yang Chen rolled up the script. I'm ready, let's begin. Then, Director Yang, I'll start now, she said, closing her eyes, taking 2 deep breaths, and then opening her eyes again. Yang Chen had always loved the movie Warlord XX and had watched it countless times, so he immediately sensed the change in Yang Zishi. She transformed from a youthful girl to a woman immersed in bittersweet emotions, perfectly embodying the female lead in the film. Back then, if I really persevere in learning acting, I will surely be the one on stage. Her lines lasted about 2 minutes, and as she finished, Yang Chen promptly picked up from there. The emotions and feelings were in sync. The short 6-minute segment was soon completed. After her performance, Yang Zishi turned around to face away from Yang Chen, calming her emotions, then turned back and bowed. Thank you, Director Yang. Acting with you today was my best experience. You have a talent for acting, Yang Chen praised her. At this moment, a burst of warm applause erupted from the audience. Yang Chen stood in the middle of the stage, glanced at Yang Zishi beside him, then turned to the staff on site and asked, how was the performance just now? With Yang Chen's involvement, these people dared not say a single negative word, all unanimously praising it. Director Yang, the performance just now was truly perfect. Even I was almost lost in the storyline. Yes, Director Yang, your acting talent is simply innate, coupled with Yang Zishi's strong foundation, it created the stunning scene just now. I give it a 10. I also give it a 10. Before the scoring phase, the judges on site expressed their opinions one after another, leaving Yang Zishi beside herself with excitement. Yang Chen couldn't deny it. He turned to look at the delighted but somewhat nervous Yang Zishi beside him and asked, do you have any other special skills? I can dance, Yang Zishi blurted out, casting a shy glance at Yang Chen. Dance? Yang Chen's expression turned playful, then he asked, can you do a split? With that, Yang Chen's gaze shamelessly assessed Yang Zishi before him. With a figure like hers, if she could do a split. Just the thought excited Yang Chen. Sensing Yang Chen's gaze, Yang Zishi's face flushed slightly. Lu Huani, sitting in her seat, observed the scene before her, smiled faintly, and roughly understood the preferences of this new chairman. Oof. Yuing saw the look in Yang Chen's eyes. How could she not see what his gaze represented at this moment? She felt a bit displeased. She thought to herself, just a split? I can do that too. As for the others, they consciously ignored the implications in Yang Chen's gaze. I can. If Yang Zishi still didn't understand by now, she would have been wasting her time in this industry for so long. After understanding Yang Chen's hint, Yang Zishi felt excited. In the entertainment industry, anyone who enters understands the unspoken rules. Being noticed by a billionaire CEO like Yang Chen, who was so young and handsome, was undoubtedly the luckiest thing for Yang Zishi. Even if she couldn't have a relationship with the CEO in the future, at least she could leverage this connection to gain a vast amount of resources within the company. These resources would undoubtedly become her trump card for entering high society. Of course, if she could hook Yang Chen, that would be even better. Thinking of this, Yang Zishi took a deep breath. She quickly calmed her emotions, smiled, and said, a split is just our basic skill. Then she began to lift her leg. Next, Yang Zishi stood on one leg, holding the other ankle in her hand, and presented a perfect split in front of Yang Chen. Before Yang Chen could examine it closely, Yang Zishi's body suddenly plummeted. Thud! A muffled sound, Yang Zishi landed steadily on the ground in a split position. A glint of light appeared in Yang Chen's eyes, and a smile crept onto his lips. Well done, your foundation is very solid, Yang Chen praised generously. The judges on site all gave Yang Zishi a perfect score, and the responsible person directly announced that Yang Zishi had been successfully accepted. Upon hearing this news, Yang Zishi looked gratefully at Yang Chen, continuously expressing her thanks. The next round of auditions was still ongoing. The office had glass partitions, semi-transparent, and many people saw Yang Zishi's successful method, prompting them to imitate her. Those who came in later, apart from the boys, girls invited Yang Chen to act together or sing duets. However, Yang Chen did not agree with everyone, but rather based it on his mood or, one could say, based on their looks. However, none of those he agreed with had the same effect as with Yang Zishi. For these people, Yang Chen either eliminated them on the spot or remained silent, and the judges understood this clearly, directly asking the other party to leave and wait for further instructions. Dozens of people came and went, and 2 hours passed in this manner, leaving Yang Chen feeling tired. Yang, this is the last one, it should satisfy you, Lu Huani reminded when she noticed Yang Chen's lack of interest. Is that so? Yang Chen's spirits lifted as he picked up the file in his hand. Sun Jingya. As he looked at the photo of the exquisite and somewhat aloof face in the picture, his eyes lit up, beginning to anticipate the final participant. Soon, Sun Jingya entered. "Hello, everyone, I'm Sun Jingya. I didn't study in a professional field, but I'm glad to be here to showcase myself." Upon entering, Sun Jingya bowed deeply and then faced Yang Chen. Seeing Sun Jingya, Yang Chen's dull expression vanished. He sat up straight, interestedly gazing at the beauty before him. Sun Jingya had a great figure, straight legs, fair skin, a slightly innocent face with delicate features, and bright, lively eyes. What surprised Yang Chen even more was that Sun Jingya lacked the aloofness seen in the photo. Instead, she exuded warmth, with a smile that revealed two shallow dimples, very charming. In terms of appearance, she was on par with Yang Zishi. "Let's begin your performance." Yang Chen regained his composure, clearing his throat and said, "Can you act with me?" Sun Jingya hesitated and asked Yang Chen. "Sure." Yang Chen naturally wouldn't refuse such a beauty. Taking the script, Yang Chen's eyes lit up. It turned out to be a kissing scene. Ahem. Yang Chen stood up, cleared his throat, and said with a serious tone, "I'm quite interested in your story, let's begin." Hearing Yang Chen's words, Sun Jingya's nervous heart finally relaxed. This wasn't the script she had originally prepared. She came up with it on the spot after watching Yang Zishi's performance earlier, so she quickly switched to this kissing scene. Changing scripts at the last minute was a big taboo. Fortunately, she was at the end of the queue, just enough time to memorize the lines. Yang Chen walked over to Sun Jingya and began acting. Lu Huani smiled slightly, exchanged a glance with a few judges beside her, and they understood. With Sun Jingya's lead, Yang Chen quickly got into his role. In the end, Sun Jingya threw herself into Yang Chen's arms with tears, saying, "You have to take care of yourself, promise me." Yang Chen held Sun Jingya tightly, unwillingly saying, "Without you, how can I take care of myself?" Despite Sun Jingya's resistance, Yang Chen hugged her dominantly and the kissing scene began. This scene surprised and stirred the audience. Lu Huani was momentarily stunned but then clapped and cheered. Seeing her applaud, other staff members followed suit, applauding enthusiastically. However, on the side, Ewing frowned, showing a displeased expression. "Isn't this performance too awkward? How can this be acceptable?" Ewing pouted and said. Lu Huani, sitting next to Ewing, looked at her dissatisfied face and chuckled. She lowered her voice and said, "The quality of the performance doesn't matter. What matters is that Yang likes it, that's enough. The whole company belongs to Yang, doesn't he have the right to choose a newcomer? Besides, dare you say this scene was bad? Assistant Yu, some things don't need to be said so explicitly." Lu Huani sneered inwardly. As expected, Sun Jingya passed directly. However, this result was the biggest surprise for those outside. Sun Jingya was not a professional performer, and her acting just now was indeed average. The fact that she could stay and leave everyone stunned was baffling. But when they thought of that kiss and Sun Jingya's bewitching appearance, everything became clear. After Sun Jingya came out, the eliminated trainees looked at her with a hint of disdain in their eyes. Sun Jingya paid no attention to their looks. She just snorted coldly and left with a proud figure. The audition ended here. Yang Chen and Ewing walked outside and saw that it was already noon, so Yang Chen suggested, "It's lunchtime, let's eat together." Yu Ying's face lit up. She was about to agree but then remembered she had work to do, so she regretfully said to Yang Chen, "Thank you for the kind invitation, but I'm afraid I can't today. I have a pile of documents to organize that the CEO urgently needs." "I see." Yang Chen felt a bit disappointed but didn't insist. Just then, Sun Jingya, who hadn't left yet, saw Ewing leaving and smiled as she approached. "Thank you, Director Yang, for acting with me today. If it weren't for you, I probably couldn't have stayed." Sun Jingya expressed her gratitude. "To repay Director Yang's kindness, I would like to invite you to have a meal together. I wonder if I have the honor." With that, Sun Jingya boldly threw a flirtatious glance at Yang Chen. "Since a beautiful lady invites me so warmly, how can I refuse?" Yang Chen readily accepted. Yang Zishi, who was also still there, heard that Yang Chen had accepted Sun Jingya's invitation and felt regretful. She had been waiting outside hoping to have a chance to thank Yang Chen. Of course, it would be even better if they could get closer to each other. But with Ewing around earlier, she didn't dare to approach. Unexpectedly, Sun Jingya took the initiative. Now that Yang Chen had agreed, she felt awkward to go over, so she could only leave disappointedly. "Where should we eat?" Yang Chen and Sun Jingya walked out of the company and asked. Sun Jingya glanced at Yang Chen and tentatively suggested, "I know a nice place nearby, not far, shall we go there?" "Sure." Yang Chen agreed directly. Since it wasn't far, Yang Chen didn't plan to drive, so they walked there. When crossing the street, Yang Chen took Sun Jingya's hand. Sun Jingya stole a glance at Yang Chen and blushed when she saw him smiling mischievously at her, not rejecting his gesture. After crossing the street, Yang Chen still held Sun Jingya's hand naturally, and she didn't pull away. After the playful kiss earlier, their relationship had changed, and they both understood each other's feelings. Director Yang, are you always this approachable? Sun Jingya asked with a smile. Do I look very serious? Yang Chen touched his nose, looking puzzled. Sun Jingya chuckled at Yang Chen's expression and said, not really. It's just that in my eyes, all CEOs of big companies always have a serious look. Not many are as down-to-earth as you. Sun Jingya explained. Hearing this, Yang Chen asked, so, what kind of CEO do you like? Stern or approachable? Of course, I prefer approachable ones, Sun Jingya said. I don't like stern CEOs, they're too scary. Yang Chen chuckled. As they chatted, they soon arrived at the restaurant. Yang Chen chose a table by the window. Taking the menu handed by the waiter, Yang Chen glanced at it and ordered all the signature dishes of the restaurant. Then he handed the menu to Sun Jingya, saying, feel free to order whatever you like, this meal is on me. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, Sun Jingya felt embarrassed and said, how about we split the bill? I'll treat you. I said, I'll treat you, Yang Chen said firmly, then smiled. It's not right to let a beautiful lady pay when having a meal together. If I let you treat me, it would make me, as a CEO, look stingy. With that, Sun Jingya could only say, well then, I'll shamelessly accept it. They exchanged a glance and chuckled simultaneously. Sun Jingya ordered 2 more dishes, handed the menu to the waiter, and waited for the food to arrive. As they ate, they continued chatting, creating a harmonious atmosphere. However, just as they were about to finish their meal, Sun Jingya's phone rang. Sorry, she said apologetically to Yang Chen before answering the call. After listening for a while, Sun Jingya frowned and her expression changed. How did you know I was here? She asked. Seeing Sun Jingya's troubled expression, Yang Chen immediately inquired, what's wrong? Do you need my help? Thank you, Director Yang, but it's fine, Sun Jingya declined. She scanned the restaurant and soon spotted a girl waving apologetically at her from a corner. Sun Jingya understood immediately. A friend called me. Can I step out for a moment? Is that okay? She asked Yang Chen. After he nodded, Sun Jingya left the restaurant. As she reached the entrance, she was stunned by the sight. A heart-shaped arrangement made of flowers, about a meter in size, had been set up at the entrance, next to a BMW 7 Series worth over $1 million. A man in a suit stood beside the car, holding a bunch of vibrant red roses and smiling at Sun Jingya. Zhou Junjie. He was a classmate from her university days, running a small processing factory that earned him a decent income. Zhou Junjie had been pursuing Sun Jingya for years, but she had never been interested. Besides not liking him personally, she knew he couldn't give her what she wanted. Frustrated by his persistence, Sun Jingya was surprised to find him at the restaurant now. Clearly, her friend had revealed her whereabouts. Zhou Junjie, what are you doing? Sun Jingya frowned, looking at him sternly. I've told you before, I don't like you. Can you stop bothering me? Sun Jingya reprimanded Zhou Junjie in front of everyone, leaving him embarrassed. However, he quickly put on a smile, approached Sun Jingya, and offered her the flowers. She didn't take them, staring at him coldly. Xiaoya, I truly love you. I'll do anything if you agree, Zhou Junjie said affectionately. Ignoring the rejected flowers, he placed them on the car and took out a delicate box from his pocket. Do you know, Xiaoya, I remember every word you said. Once, you mentioned liking a Bulgari diamond necklace worth over 200,000. You wished your partner would give it to you one day. So today, the one giving you that necklace is me. Zhou Junjie emphasized the value of over 200,000. Opening the box gently, a dazzling and exquisite necklace appeared, capturing everyone's attention. It was a Western-style necklace adorned with numerous small diamonds, each equally brilliant and eye-catching. The centerpiece was a large heart-shaped diamond, sparkling and evidently valuable. As people around started whispering in awe, one girl exclaimed, "Oh my, this is so romantic. If someone did this for me, I'd marry him on the spot. It's so blissful." At that moment, Sun Jingya was left speechless. A diamond necklace worth 200,000 yuan was actually used for a confession, showing that Zhou Junjie was not just playing around, but genuinely liked her. Sun Jingya, who had some understanding of Zhou Junjie's family background, was instantly moved. Zhou Junjie was the only son in the family, and all the family's assets would belong to him in the future. If she married into that family, she would undoubtedly be the unique mistress in the future, especially considering how willing Zhou Junjie was to spend money on her. "Xiaoya, will you promise me?" Zhou Junjie continued affectionately towards Sun Jingya. "In the future, I will definitely treat you well, everything I have will be yours." Faced with Zhou Junjie's confession, Sun Jingya was moved. However, she still hesitated. Should she continue pursuing her elusive dreams, or should she agree to settle with Zhou Junjie for security? She was momentarily unable to decide. When Sun Jingya left the restaurant, Yang Chen stood up and looked outside, then watched the drama unfold. Seeing Sun Jingya hesitating, he sneered inwardly. How could a beauty I finally set my eyes on be snatched away like this? What a joke. Yang Chen adjusted his clothes and walked out. He casually picked a somewhat decent flower from the flower bed at the restaurant's entrance and walked directly to Sun Jingya. Beauty, I like you too. How about considering me? Yang Chen teased. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Sun Jingya looked at his expression and the casual white flower in his hand. She instantly understood that Yang Chen was just joking around. Feeling somewhat speechless, she thought, you're a chairman after all, at least put on a better act. Treating this beautiful woman so casually, not valuing yourself. Seeing someone openly trying to steal her away, Zhou Junjia's face turned ugly. He directly stood in front of Sun Jingya. Who are you? Zhou Junjia stared at the unfamiliar man in front of him. I'm just one of Jingya's pursuers, Yang Chen said, then glanced at Zhou Junjie and retorted, what? Are you the only one allowed to like her, and others can't admire her? Zhou Junjie was angered by Yang Chen's words. He looked Yang Chen up and down, disdainfully saying, you? What qualifications do you have to like Xiaoya? I bet your shirt costs only a few bucks from a roadside stall, right? In Zhou Junjie's eyes, the man in front of him wouldn't be worth more than 1,000 in total. Little did he know, Yang Chen's seemingly ordinary attire was actually quite expensive, just not well-known designer brands. Hearing Zhou Junjia's words, Sun Jingya looked at him as if he were a fool. The goodwill she had felt towards him was now gone because of his narrow-mindedness. However, Sun Jingya didn't expose him and remained silent. Are you so poor that you can't even afford to buy flowers? You dare to pick flowers from a roadside flower bed to woo Xiaoya? Do you know how much this car is worth? 1.2 million. Can you ever earn that much in your life? This necklace is worth 220,000. Can you afford it? With your loser status, do you even have the right to compete with me? Zhou Junjie ruthlessly belittled Yang Chen, his eyes filled with contempt. Meanwhile, the onlookers' gazes shifted between Yang Chen and Zhou Junjie. Although Zhou Junjie's words were harsh and off-putting, they reflected reality. Love or bread? As someone who has been through it, I advise you to choose bread. No money, no romance, marrying into poverty in the future. Beauty, you better open your eyes. The surrounding people were all discussing animatedly, mostly siding with Zhou Junjie. After all, in the face of strong economic power, Yang Chen's not-so-handsome face held no advantage. Facing the peculiar gazes around him, Yang Chen felt no embarrassment, only looking at Sun Jingya and asking, so, have you made up your mind? When the small white flower from Yang Chen was handed to Sun Jingya, she had already snapped out of her indecisiveness. She knew exactly what she wanted. She wanted to be a star, to be in the spotlight. She wanted to stand out and become the most dazzling presence in the city. While being moderately wealthy was valuable, being extremely wealthy and prestigious was what she truly anticipated. Otherwise, with her looks, back in college, she would have married a somewhat wealthy second generation already. These thoughts flashed through her mind, and Sun Jingya stabilized her emotions. Apologetically looking at Zhou Junjie, she said, I'm sorry, Zhou Junjie, I still can't accept your love. Zhou Junjie's face immediately turned ugly, looking incredulously at the woman in front of him. I know you have money and treat me well, but love is not something that can be solved with money. Love measured by money is called a transaction, and I can't accept that. After saying this, Sun Jingya turned and walked towards Yang Chen. Taking the small white flower from Yang Chen, Sun Jingya smiled and said, although the flower is cheap, the deep affection it contains is worth more than anything. In front of everyone, Sun Jingya kissed Yang Chen on the cheek affectionately, looking deeply into his eyes. This scene shocked everyone around. Oh my, there is still true love in this world? Mom, I believe in love again. A boy exclaimed excitedly on the spot. She is truly a kind and innocent good girl. Don't think you can do whatever you want with just a few bucks. There are still many good girls pursuing love in this world. The discussions of the people around fell on Zhou Junjie's ears like thorns, making him feel like a complete joke at that moment. Zhou Junjie looked at Sun Jingya, who was already sweetly holding onto Yang Chen's arm, and said in a deep voice, Xiaoya, did you really choose him? He can't give you the life you want. Zhou Junjie pointed at Yang Chen. Sun Jingya looked at Zhou Junjie again, her expression now serious, and said, Zhou Junjie, I know what kind of life I want. Do you think you can give me that life? Do you really understand me? If I didn't have this face, would you still love me? Several questions left Zhou Junjie stunned in place. Let's go inside. Sun Jingya took Yang Chen's arm and walked into the restaurant, leaving Zhou Junjie outside. Back at the table, Sun Jingya finally let go of Yang Chen's arm, awkwardly saying, Thank you, Director Yang. If you hadn't helped me out, I really wouldn't know what to do. That guy is my college classmate, he has been pursuing me for years, and I never knew how to reject him. Now, thanks to director Yang, I am finally free. As if worried that Yang Chen might misunderstand, Sun Jingya explained the situation between her and Zhou Junjie. Yang Chen understood Sun Jingya's intention and just chuckled. I caused you to lose a 200,000 necklace for nothing, aren't you mad at me? Yang Chen joked. It wasn't a gift from someone I like, so what's the use of being expensive? Sun Jingya said. Although she spoke lightly, Sun Jingya's heart still ached a bit. That was 200,000. Yang Chen saw Sun Jingya's expression, stared at her, and said, forget it, it was my fault that you lost it. How about this, I'll compensate you later. No need. Sun Jingya heard Yang Chen's words, felt happy, but politely refused. Director Yang, helping me out is already a big favor, that necklace has nothing to do with you, and besides, I have no intention of accepting it. No way. Yang Chen said firmly, if I say I'll compensate you, then I must. Besides, it's just 200,000, it's just a small amount, nothing much. Yang Chen teased, but if this 200,000 makes the future pillar of our company feel cold, then we'll be at a loss, won't we? Sun Jingya also laughed. Seeing Yang Chen's firm attitude, Sun Jingya did not refuse. That's right, for a big boss like you worth billions, 200,000 is indeed pocket change, just like us spending $20. Sun Jingya smiled and looked at Yang Chen, saying, in that case, I would be impolite to decline. After the little episode just now, the relationship between Sun Jingya and Yang Chen became even more harmonious. Just as the two were leaving the restaurant, Yang Chen's phone rang. It was a call from Yuing. Chairman, where are you now? Do you need me to come pick you up? Yuing spoke softly on the phone. No need, I have something to do this afternoon, so I won't go to the company. Let's talk about it tomorrow if there's anything. After saying that, Yang Chen hung up the phone directly. Yang Chen took Sun Jingya to a jewelry store near the mall. Tell me which one you like, don't worry about saving money for me. Yang Chen held Sun Jingya's hand and said, thank you, Director Yang. Sun Jingya said excitedly. As they walked past the display counters, Sun Jingya's eyes sparkled. She was dazzled by one piece of jewelry after another, but she knew that choosing a necklace in front of Yang Chen was a delicate matter. If the price was too low, it might seem like she was looking down on Yang Chen, but if it was too high, it would make her appear greedy and lower her image in Yang Chen's eyes. After some thought, Sun Jingya settled on a price of around 150,000. They looked around several counters for a long time. The ones with suitable prices didn't have styles she liked, and the ones with styles she liked were not within her budget. Sun Jingya felt a bit troubled. At that moment, Yang Chen directly stopped in front of a counter with Sun Jingya. Let's try this necklace on. Yang Chen pointed to a sapphire necklace priced at over 500,000 and said to the salesperson. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, Sun Jingya was taken aback when she looked at the necklace. Although tempted, considering Yang Chen's impression of her, Sun Jingya could only refuse. Why refuse? Besides, trying it on won't hurt, right? Yang Chen smiled at the startled Sun Jingya and then said to the salesperson, of course, it's no problem. The salesperson smiled and said. Taking out the necklace and placing it on the counter, the salesperson enthusiastically said, this necklace is a limited edition in our store. There are no more than 10 of this kind in the entire city. Both the craftsmanship and design are from top jewelry masters. The materials used are also top-notch worldwide. This gentleman has a keen eye, and it suits your temperament, miss. After saying that, the salesperson held the necklace and handed it to Yang Chen. Upon hearing the salesperson's words, Sun Jingya's heart raced. The allure of jewelry for women is well known, especially for this limited edition necklace. Once worn, it would make her stand out in any crowd or on stage. Staring at the necklace, Sun Jingya's eyes lit up. However, due to her position in Yang Chen's eyes, Sun Jingya politely declined, I really don't need it, Director Yang. This necklace is too precious. Listen to me. Yang Chen deliberately put on a serious face and said to Sun Jingya. Under Yang Chen's strong insistence, Sun Jingya blushed and had to agree. Taking the necklace, Yang Chen put it around Sun Jingya's neck. Sun Jingya's neck was already fair, and now with this necklace, her whole demeanor was elevated. Wow, miss, this necklace truly compliments you. This gentleman has such great taste. When Sun Jingya put on the necklace, the salesperson beside her covered her mouth and exclaimed in admiration. Standing in front of the mirror, Sun Jingya looked at her reflection resembling a noble swan, feeling excited and grateful to have freed herself from Zhou Junjie. This was the life she truly desired. Do I look good? Sun Jingya asked, holding the necklace and blushing as she looked at Yang Chen. You look beautiful, Yang Chen complimented her. Let's buy this necklace. Yang Chen told the salesperson. Director Yang, Sun Jingya looked at Yang Chen in surprise. showing a hint of disbelief. Although she knew Yang Chen intended to give her the necklace, she didn't expect him to be so straightforward, especially considering its value of over 500,000. "It suits you so well," as she said, "it seems like it was tailor-made for you. Don't refuse it," Yang Chen said with a smile. As he spoke, Yang Chen reached out to adjust the necklace on Sun Jingya, his fingers inadvertently touching where they shouldn't. "I'm happy to give you a gift," Yang Chen said, meeting Sun Jingya's eyes. Sun Jingya noticed Yang Chen's subtle actions and understood his intentions, deciding not to resist. If she had to be taken advantage of in this industry, she would rather it be by the young and handsome Yang Chen than by some old man. Judging by Yang Chen's generosity, she believed that being involved with him would bring her more benefits in the future. Sun Jingya calmly said, "Thank you, Director Yang." To make the necklace stand out more, Sun Jingya intentionally lowered her neckline. Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of desire as he looked at her. After completing the transaction, Sun Jingya took the initiative to link arms with Yang Chen. Glancing at Sun Jingya, who was almost leaning against him, Yang Chen smiled inwardly. After walking for a while on the street, Yang Chen found a place to sit down, feeling a bit tired. "I'm a bit tired, let's rest for a while," he said, looking ahead. His gaze fell on a hotel nearby. "I'm tired too." Sun Jingya understood Yang Chen's suggestion and agreed. "Shall we rest at that hotel ahead?" Yang Chen asked. "Yes," blushing, Sun Jingya nodded. Yang Chen booked a presidential suite in a 4-star hotel. Once they were in the room, Sun Jingya hesitated at the door. "Director Yang, it's not appropriate for us to stay alone in the same room. It might harm your reputation if rumors spread in the company," she said, feeling conflicted but not letting go of Yang Chen's hand. Yang Chen looked at Sun Jingya playfully and said, "Why not? You should trust my character. Even if rumors spread, what does it matter? A clear conscience fears no slander." Sun Jingya couldn't help but laugh at Yang Chen's serious expression and said, "Of course, I trust your character, Director Yang, but I trust my charm even more. In this environment, most people would be attracted to me and have some thoughts," Yang Chen retorted. "I'm not like most people. Let's make a bet then," Yang Chen proposed. "What kind of bet?" Sun Jingya's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she looked at Yang Chen. "If I have any ill intentions towards you, I'll give you 1 million. How about that?" Sun Jingya's heart skipped a beat at the mention of 1 million. "Sure, but Mr. Yang, you're most likely going to lose. I have confidence in my charm." Sun Jingya smiled at Yang Chen, casually brushing aside the bangs that were blocking her view with one hand, exuding a charming air as she lifted her head. "I don't believe there's a man who can resist my charm and remain indifferent," Sun Jingya said confidently. After entering the room, Yang Chen sat on the sofa to rest and smoke, while Sun Jingya excitedly explored the presidential suite, then stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the view outside. It was Sun Jingya's first time staying in a presidential suite, and her excitement was palpable. After standing at the window for a while, Sun Jingya turned to Yang Chen playfully and said, "Mr. Yang, I'm going to take a shower first. I sweated a lot while shopping earlier, and my sticky body is uncomfortable." "Go ahead," Yang Chen replied. Upon entering the bathroom, Sun Jingya noticed there was no lock on the door. With a mischievous thought, she opened the door slightly and poked half of her head out. "Mr. Yang, why is there no lock here?" Sun Jingya asked Yang Chen. "I don't know either. This hotel isn't mine," Yang Chen shrugged, indicating his helplessness. "Well, Mr. Yang, you can't sneak in later, or else you'll lose." Sun Jingya stuck out her tongue at Yang Chen. After saying that, she retreated back inside. Then a playful and cheerful singing voice emanated from the bathroom. Yang Chen smiled, gazing at the blurry figure inside, finished his cigarette, got up, walked over, and pushed the door open directly. 2 hours later, Yang Chen lay exhausted on the sofa smoking, with Sun Jingya beside him, resembling a gentle cat. "Give me your bank account, I lost." Yang Chen looked at Sun Jingya and said, "You're right, your charm is indeed great. Even a gentleman like me fell for it." Sun Jingya rolled her eyes instantly. At this point, pretending was unnecessary. However, this allowed Sun Jingya to gracefully handle the situation from earlier. "Mr. Yang, it's not necessary. You know, I'm not with you for the money," Sun Jingya said. Sun Jingya's words pleased Yang Chen. If she had bluntly asked for his bank account at this moment, Yang Chen would have regarded the woman in front of him even more lightly. Sun Jingya clearly understood this dynamic. So she continued, "A handsome, wealthy, and witty man like you, I think any woman would want to be close to Mr. Yang, right? In the end, I'm the one who's winning." Giving Sun Jingya a deep look, Yang Chen was very satisfied with her. Moreover, since she had given herself to him for the first time, Yang Chen naturally wouldn't mistreat her. "As long as you behave, you can have everything you want. But you should keep this money. Let's abide by the bet." My integrity can't match your charm. A dignified chairman can't default on a bet, right? There's a saying, a bet can be lost, but there must be a stake. Seeing Yang Chen's persistence, Sun Jingya felt excited inside, hugged Yang Chen and kissed his cheek, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Yang." After receiving Sun Jingya's bank account, Yang Chen transferred the money through mobile banking. "You see, although my character isn't great, my stake is pretty good," Yang Chen joked. Sun Jingya chuckled softly, looked proudly at Yang Chen, and said, "Mr. Yang, your stake is indeed good, but my charm is also great. So in the future, Mr. Yang, don't casually bet with me, or you'll lose miserably." The two bantered back and forth, occasionally bursting into laughter. After resting for another half an hour, Yang Chen's energy had recovered. "I'll be leaving now, rest well." Yang Chen stood up, getting dressed and saying. Seeing Yang Chen about to leave, Sun Jingya showed a reluctant expression, instinctively wrapped her arms around Yang Chen's waist, and said with reluctance, "Can you stay a little longer with me?" "I can't. You are too charming. I'm worried I won't be able to resist staying longer. It's your first time, you need to rest well." Yang Chen held Sun Jingya's chin, giving her a seductive glance. "Take care of yourself so I can come to accompany you often." Sun Jingya blushed. Although she wanted to keep the man in front of her, considering her own physical condition, she had to let Yang Chen go. Walking downstairs to the front desk, Yang Chen asked a petite beauty, "Can you help me buy some medicine and deliver it to the room?" "Of course, sir. What medicine do you need?" "I'll send it up shortly," the petite beauty politely replied with a smile. They did their best to meet the needs of guests staying in the presidential suite. "Come closer," Yang Chen beckoned. The petite beauty approached him. Yang Chen lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "Buy a box of contraceptive pills and a box of antiseptic and anti-inflammatory medication the antiseptic is used for." Yang Chen explained to the beauty the medicines he needed. After the embarrassment he faced last time, Yang Chen now had a thicker skin when it came to such matters. Last time it was facing an older lady at the pharmacy, this time it was a beauty. It felt completely different. He felt a sense of excitement in teasing the beauty, and she blushed upon hearing what he asked for. "Is that okay?" Yang Chen smiled mischievously at the beauty. "Of course," the blushing beauty replied. After she agreed, Yang Chen teased her a bit more before leaving. Standing at the hotel entrance, Yang Chen stopped, frowning. Now that he had successfully taken over Shangshi Entertainment, he had a legitimate identity. For Yang Chen, there were only two important matters at hand. First, to win over the daughter of the richest man, to fulfill his lie and have an explanation for Yang Ning. Second, to deal with Zhang Haochen properly. After some thought, Yang Chen took out his phone and searched on the map. Seeing that Jinxiang building was nearby, he decided to first deal with his girlfriend's matter. Shortly after Yang Chen left the hotel, in the presidential suite, Sun Jingya received the medicine sent by the front desk. "Hello, Miss Su, these are the medicines Mr. Yang asked me to buy before he left." The front desk beauty smiled at Sun Jingya. Facing the woman, the front desk beauty no longer felt the embarrassment she had with Yang Chen. Instead, she discreetly sized up Sun Jingya with curious eyes. "Thank you," Sun Jingya said to the front desk beauty. After the beauty left, Sun Jingya held the bag of medicine in her hand. Seeing the names of the medicines, Sun Jingya instantly understood their purpose. When her gaze fell on the contraceptive pills, Sun Jingya hesitated for a moment. "I can't take this medicine." Sun Jingya's face showed a hint of struggle, but she made up her mind. For her, having a child with Yang Chen could potentially secure her future in the Yang family. It was a shortcut to reaching the peak of her life. With that in mind, Sun Jingya threw the box of contraceptive pills into the trash can. As she looked at the bottle of antiseptic and anti-inflammatory medication, Sun Jingya blushed, feeling touched. At least that man was considerate, thinking of her, which was one of the reasons she decided not to take the contraceptive pills. Tianhai Martial Arts Hall. This martial arts hall named after Tianhai was well known throughout the city. The owner was a renowned master, and anyone who had met this owner respectfully called him master. In the secret room of the martial arts hall, Zhang Haochen looked solemnly at the middle-aged man in front of him and said, "Master Wu, I want you to help me disable someone." Wu Runfeng was not tall, standing at around 1.6 meters. Beneath the gray practice suit was a physique that could not be considered robust, but Zhang Haochen did not dare underestimate the man in front of him. The prominently bulging temple clearly indicated that the man before him was a martial arts expert. His sharp gaze was like a knife, causing Zhang Haochen's eyes to sting with just one glance from the man's piercing eyes. Moreover, he had insider information that Wu Runfeng was a cultivator. "Boss Zhang," Wu Runfeng chuckled, shaking his head. "I haven't been involved in such matters for a long time. The money I've made from running the martial arts school over the years is enough, and with my disciples being filial, I don't lack money." Glancing deeply at Zhang Haochen, Wu Runfeng continued, "To be honest, if it weren't for the recommendation of my new disciple, I wouldn't want to deal with wealthy people like you, Boss Zhang." Hearing these words, Zhang Haochen's expression soured. The other party had politely declined him, but Zhang Haochen was not willing to give up. "Master Wu, I know you don't lack money, but we all live in this city seeking respect. Now that several of your martial arts students have been beaten up, don't you feel ashamed?" Zhang Haochen squinted at Wu Runfeng, trying to weaken the sharpness of his gaze. "If this matter spreads, what will become of the reputation of your martial arts school in the future? I came to find Master not only for personal reasons but also for the consideration of your reputation and that of the martial arts school. Master, do you really feel indifferent seeing the shoe prints on your disciple's face?" Zhang Haochen continued. At this point, Wu Runfeng's eyes instantly shot out two sharp rays, staring straight at Zhang Haochen, sending shivers down his spine. However, Zhang Haochen was secretly delighted. The change in Wu Runfeng's demeanor indicated that he had already seen the sorry state of those people, and now that he had brought it up again, he was truly angry. It's their lack of skill that led to being bullied, they deserve it. A dozen people can't beat someone their age, they're useless. Wu Runfeng slapped the table in front of him, leaving a clear handprint on the solid wood table in an instant. This powerful force, seen through Zhang Haochen's eyes, only strengthened his resolve. "Master Wu, although that may be the case, your disciples may not see it that way, right?" Zhang Haochen cautiously assessed Wu Runfeng and continued, "I know you don't lack money, but as long as you help me, I'm willing to pay a high price that absolutely befits your status as a martial arts master." Wu Runfeng remained silent, his face dark and unresponsive. "If Master is willing to help me, I'm willing to pay 2 million. Wu Runfeng remained unmoved, so Zhang Haochen had to keep increasing the offer. 3 million? 4 million? Seeing Wu Runfeng still not budging, Zhang Haochen's expression began to waver. The Zhang family owned a publicly traded company worth nearly $1 billion, with net assets in the tens of billions. In the chaotic Tianhai city, they were considered a second-rate family with a significant reputation. However, he was just a second young master of a concubine, without real power in the family, and naturally couldn't control many resources. Now, offering up to 4 million was quite a burden for him. After staring at Wu Runfeng's expression for tens of seconds, Zhang Haochen gritted his teeth and said, 5 million. As long as you help me disable him, I'll give you 5 million. Seeing Wu Runfeng still silent, Zhang Haochen hesitated and said, "Master, this is the highest price I can offer, I really can't offer more." Anxiously looking at Wu Runfeng in front of him, Zhang Haochen suddenly began to hate his own identity. If he wasn't born of a concubine, then a few million would mean nothing to him now. After a long time, just as an unnamed anger began to rise uncontrollably in Zhang Haochen's heart, Wu Runfeng finally spoke. "All right, but I have one condition, pay a deposit of 3 million first, that's the rule." Hearing this, Zhang Haochen finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, then I'll leave it to Master Wu, the money will be transferred to the master's account later." Yang Chen arrived at Jinshan building and easily found Kai Kuan's office. Seeing Yang Chen entering, Kai Kuan was first surprised, then got up from his chair respectfully and said to Yang Chen, "Mr. Yang, why are you here? Is there something wrong with Shangshur Entertainment?" "No, everything is normal," Yang Chen shook his head. After chatting casually with Kai Kuan for a while, Yang Chen casually asked, "You mentioned before that your daughter works in the company, why haven't I met her the 2 times I came?" Hearing this, Kai Kuan's face lit up, saying, "She's not on this floor, so it's normal that Mr. Yang didn't see her." Looking at the clock on the wall, Kai Kuan tentatively suggested, "Mr. Yang, it's almost time for lunch, how about we go eat something? I'll also call my daughter to join us, so everyone can get to know each other?" "Okay," Yang Chen agreed. After Yang Chen agreed, Kai Kuan excitedly made a call to his daughter next to him and asked her to book a hotel first. After chatting for a while, Kai Kuan received a call and then went downstairs. In a luxurious private room at the hotel, Yang Chen and Kai Kuan walked in one after the other. As soon as they entered the room, Yang Chen's eyes lit up when he saw the beautiful woman sitting at the table. "Dad, Mr. Yang," Kai Jinlin stood up, warmly greeting the two. Kai Jinlin was not wearing professional attire. A tight mud-yellow dress accentuated her tall figure. Under slightly curled waves of hair was a delicate fair face, wearing a heart-shaped necklace on her slender neck, with a warm smile on her face, exuding an air of elegance with every move. "Mr. Yang, please have a seat." Kai Kuan took a step forward, pulled out a chair next to Kai Jinlin, indicating for Yang Chen to sit down. Then he sat down opposite Yang Chen and Kai Jinlin. Seeing Kai Kuan's arrangement, both Yang Chen and Kai Jinlin were speechless, especially Kai Jinlin. She had been instructed by Kai Kuan earlier to try to match herself with this young man named Yang Chen, but to have him sit next to her like this was a bit too much. Lin, let me introduce Mr. Yang to you. Kai Koen's face was full of smiles as he said, don't be fooled by Mr. Yang's young age, his talent and strength are outstanding, and he is now the second largest shareholder of our Jinshan group. Mr. Yang, this is the daughter I mentioned before, Kai Jinlin, you can just call her Lin. After the introduction, Kai Koen looked seriously at his daughter and said, Lin, you should get close to Mr. Yang in the future. Hello, Mr. Yang. Kai Jinlin reached out her hand to Yang Chen. Seeing her father's obsequious smile, she became even more curious about Yang Chen's identity. After all, with Kai Koen's status, even if the mayor came, he wouldn't be so humble, and Yang Chen was just a young man of her age. Most importantly, why did her father transfer so many shares to him? Hello, Lin. Yang Chen shook the slender fingers extended to him like spring onions and said with a smile. The silky feeling when holding hands made Yang Chen reluctant to let go. He held on for a while until Kai Jinlin cleared her throat, then Yang Chen realized. I'm sorry. Yang Chen looked at Kai Jinlin awkwardly and joked, meeting you for the first time, I was dazzled by your stunning beauty, so I lost my composure. It's okay, it's my pleasure. Kai Jinlin showed no sign of displeasure and smiled as she withdrew her hand. After Yang Chen casually ordered 2 dishes, he handed the menu to Kai Jinlin. As for Kai Koen beside them, he remained silent, just gazing at Yang Chen and his daughter with a cheerful expression. After a while, Kai Koen stood up. Apologetically, he looked at Yang Chen and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, I just remembered there are some things at the company that need my immediate attention, so I'll take my leave. Yang Chen nodded. Kai Koen then turned to Kai Jinlin and instructed her, Lilin, please take good care of Mr. Yang on my behalf, remember not to neglect him. After saying that, Kai Koen left the private room, leaving Yang Chen and Kai Jinlin in a sudden quietness. What industry were you in before, Mr. Yang? With your talent, you shouldn't be unknown. Why haven't I seen any reports about you before? Kai Jinlin asked Yang Chen in confusion. Isn't it normal if you haven't heard of me? I'm not a celebrity who needs to rely on popularity every day, Yang Chen replied playfully, looking at Kai Jinlin with a hint of amusement. Just like how I haven't heard of you before, he added. Do you have to be well known to be considered a celebrity? Yang Chen teased. Kai Jinlin was amused by Yang Chen's words and laughed along with him. As they ate and chatted, they enjoyed each other's company. When they were almost done eating, Yang Chen put down his chopsticks, his expression suddenly serious as he looked into Kai Jinlin's eyes and said, Lilin, be my girlfriend. At that moment, Kai Jinlin, who was drinking soup, almost choked and sprayed it out. Cough. Kai Jinlin covered her chest, coughing continuously. Seeing this, Yang Chen quickly handed her a glass of water and patted her back. No need, thank you, Kai Jinlin soon recovered. When she looked at Yang Chen again, her expression turned awkward. She knew her father wanted to matchmake her with Yang Chen, but she never expected Yang Chen to be so direct. No romance, no preparation, just a confession at their first meeting over a meal. Wasn't that too casual? How about it? Be my girlfriend, I think your dad would agree, Yang Chen said again. No, Kai Jinlin took a deep breath and directly rejected Yang Chen. Why? Yang Chen frowned. Looking at Yang Chen's serious expression, Kai Jinlin felt an urge to hit him out of helplessness. Calming her emotions, she rolled her eyes at Yang Chen and said, Mr. Yang, do you even realize what you just said? Are you confessing to me and asking me to date you? She continued, even if we fell in love at first sight, I think it's too hasty. After hearing Kai Jinlin's words, Yang Chen nodded. Indeed, he was too hasty. Asking to be in a relationship at the first meeting, most normal girls would refuse. He hadn't thought of that. But he didn't have time to slowly pursue her. What he needed now was to quickly get her to agree to be his girlfriend, to appease his sister and give her an explanation. Even if it was fake. That's why he was so straightforward. How about we pretend to be a couple first? I need you to be my girlfriend for some social events, Yang Chen suggested again. Pretend? Kai Jinlin exclaimed. Yes, pretend, Yang Chen maintained his serious expression. On the side, Kai Jinlin felt like she was about to be infuriated to the point of spitting blood by the man in front of her. No. Kai Jinlin's tone was much firmer compared to the first time she refused. Looking into Yang Chen's eyes, there was a hint of imperceptible disgust and anger. She, the young lady of the Jinshan group, was actually asked to pretend to be someone else's girlfriend for social events. Was her reputation so worthless? As she was rejected once again, Yang Chen's expression changed as well. After a moment of silence, Yang Chen said to Kai Jinlin, since you are unwilling, let's discuss in a simpler way, let's make a deal. A deal? Hearing Yang Chen's words, Kai Jinlin sneered. She couldn't imagine what kind of deal would require her to exchange her reputation. Seeing Kai Jinlin's expression, Yang Chen said, "You should know that I currently hold 13% of the company's shares, and the next board of directors election is coming up, right?" Hearing this, Kai Jinlin nodded. Yang Chen continued, "I can vote to let your father continue as the chairman, or I can choose not to vote, or vote for someone else. I believe you understand how important my vote is. As long as you become my girlfriend, or pretend to be my girlfriend, it's fine. Then your father can continue as the chairman, and you will still be the heiress of the Jinshan Group, a socialite. How about it?" After saying this, Yang Chen smiled at Kai Jinlin, a look of certainty on his face. This was one of his reasons for being so direct and confident. Because he had the upper hand and didn't necessarily need the other party to be a real girlfriend, he believed she would agree. "You." Faced with Yang Chen's blatant threat, Kai Jinlin's face turned pale with anger. After a moment, she sneered and said, "Do you really think you have the ability to influence the Jinshan Group's board of directors election? Whether I have that ability or not, ask your father when you go back." After giving Kai Jinlin a deep look, Yang Chen stood up. Then he left with the words, "Give me an answer as soon as possible." Watching his figure leave the private room, Kai Jinlin's expression turned extremely ugly. By now, it was getting late, and Yang Chen was walking on the street when he received a call from Yang Ning. "Bro, when will you finish work? I've prepared dinner and I'm waiting for you to come back," Yang Ning asked on the phone. Originally planning to seek revenge on Zhao Manman and Zhang Haochen, upon hearing this, Yang Chen thought for a moment and decided to temporarily cancel his plan. After all, he couldn't disappoint his sister who had specially prepared the meal. "I'll be home soon." After saying this, Yang Chen hung up the phone and hailed a taxi. 20 minutes later, Yang Chen arrived at the residential area, took the elevator upstairs. Just as Yang Chen stepped out of the elevator and turned the corner into the hallway, suddenly a dark figure rushed out and threw a punch at him. This punch was as fast as lightning, catching Yang Chen off guard as he was heading home, and he was instantly hit hard. A huge force struck his chest, sending Yang Chen flying several meters and crashing heavily to the ground. With a dull thud, Yang Chen's body hit the ground hard. He felt dizzy and disoriented, with a tumultuous sensation in his body. After the dark figure landed a successful blow, he swiftly moved and appeared next to Yang Chen again. System, pause time. At a critical moment, Yang Chen gave the command to the system in his mind. Ding! System prompt, current time has been paused. The dark figure stood in front of Yang Chen, lifting his foot, frozen in place. Yang Chen endured the discomfort in his body and struggled to stand up. Looking at the middle-aged man of short stature in front of him, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. It was obvious that the man was a martial arts expert. If it weren't for the system by his side, this time he might be in serious trouble. Damn it! Yang Chen glared at the motionless middle-aged man in front of him, cursed, and kicked towards him. "Ah, it hurts." In the moment of lifting his leg, Yang Chen felt a wave of pain spreading throughout his body, and the strength he had just gathered dissipated instantly. Yang Chen took a solid punch from the opponent, feeling like he had lost half of his strength. Even though the opponent was standing still, inviting him to strike, Yang Chen felt unable to bring him down. Keeping his composure, Yang Chen, with a grim expression, pondered on how to escape the current predicament. If he were alone, Yang Chen could have taken advantage of the paused time to leave the scene. But what about his sister, Yang Ning? With his sister at home and the opponent already aware of their whereabouts, escaping was not a solution. He had to deal with him. Scanning the surroundings, Yang Chen soon had an idea. If I rewind time to before exiting the elevator, I wouldn't have been hurt, and the pain should be gone, right? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Yang Chen found it feasible. After making up his mind, Yang Chen stepped back to a safe distance, silently saying, "Release the time pause." Ding, the system has released the paused time. With the system's prompt, time began to flow again. As time resumed, the opponent moved. But as soon as he moved, Yang Chen quickly rewound time, back to just before exiting the elevator. Indeed, my guess was correct. After rewinding time, I wasn't attacked, and the pain disappeared. Feeling relieved at his condition, Yang Chen discreetly glanced at a nearby corner from outside the elevator. A martial arts expert was lurking there, waiting for him to come closer. "Humph, do you think you still have a chance now?" Yang Chen sneered and walked towards the corner. Simultaneously, he silently commanded, "Pause time." Arriving at the corner, Yang Chen saw a middle-aged man preparing to strike as soon as he appeared. "Damn, so powerful yet resorting to sneak attacks. I'll show you," Yang Chen exclaimed as he launched a series of punches and kicks. "Ouch, that hurts. Are you made of stone? So tough?" After a round of attacks, Yang Chen stopped, shaking his hands in pain. He wasn't sure if the opponent was hurt, but his hands and feet were in agony. Ultimately, Yang Chen was just an ordinary person, far inferior in physique compared to the martial arts expert. To assess the effects of his attacks, Yang Chen took a few steps back for safety before resuming time. As time resumed, the martial arts expert recoiled in pain. Looking at Yang Chen in front of him, he was astonished. How did Yang Chen suddenly appear in front of him? What happened to him? It seemed like he had been severely beaten up. By whom? Yang Chen. Perplexed, the martial arts expert quickly composed himself, his gaze turning sinister as he looked at Yang Chen. If Yang Chen had indeed struck him, it meant his skills were inadequate. It was just his unusual speed that caught him off guard. To find out the truth, he needed to strike again. Staring at Yang Chen, the martial arts expert's mouth curved into a cruel smile. In the next moment, he vanished from the spot. Pause time. Yang Chen kept a close eye on the martial arts expert. The instant he moved, Yang Chen decisively ordered to pause time. With time paused, Yang Chen saw the martial arts expert standing right in front of him, his hand poised to strike at his throat, just a centimeter away. Startled, Yang Chen quickly retreated, his heart pounding. The opponent was too strong. If he hesitated even slightly, he could be done for. Feeling a mix of fear and anger, Yang Chen threw a punch at the martial arts expert's head. Instead of venting his anger, the punch only hurt his hand. This won't work, I need a tool, Yang Chen muttered with a furrowed brow. With these thoughts in mind, Yang Chen opened the door and entered the house. Inside, his sister came out of the kitchen with a plate of food, frozen in time. Yang Chen didn't linger and quickly searched the house, finding an iron rod. He picked it up, walked out, closed the door, and proceeded to give Wu Runfeng a good beating, avoiding hitting any fatal areas like the head. After a while, Yang Chen stepped back, restoring time. A cry of pain escaped Wu Runfeng's mouth as he couldn't control his body and slumped to the ground. Seeing an extra iron rod in Yang Chen's hand and realizing his injuries, Wu Runfeng's expression turned ghostly. He was in a sorry state, covered in bruises, with 2 broken ribs. Did you hit me? Where did you get the rod from? Wu Runfeng asked in horror. Yang Chen's actions seemed inexplicable to him. Who's outside? Yang Ning's voice suddenly echoed in the house. Hearing this, Yang Chen's expression changed instantly. Pause time, Yang Chen commanded the system. Time stopped flowing, and Yang Chen carried Wu Runfeng to the underground parking lot. He then threw him into the car and drove straight to the outskirts. In the deserted outskirts, Yang Chen could act without restraint. Resume time, Yang Chen instructed, and after a dazzling display of mysterious light, time resumed flowing. Wu Runfeng, finding himself in a desolate place, was filled with fear. After receiving a hard slap and feeling the burning pain on his face, he realized it wasn't a dream. How is this possible? I was just in the building, Wu Runfeng exclaimed in shock. Facing the unbelievable scene before him, Wu Runfeng felt a sudden sense of dread. Nothing is impossible, Yang Chen's voice rang out. Wu Runfeng then noticed Yang Chen holding the iron rod, standing a few meters away with a cold gaze fixed on him. It's you? How did you do it? I'm not interested in small talk. Who sent you? Yang Chen impatiently demanded. Wu Runfeng hesitated at the sudden turn of events, unsure of what to do. Yang Chen, losing patience, paused time and struck Wu Runfeng's leg with the iron rod. He showed no mercy to someone who had targeted him. After time resumed, a cry of pain filled the air as Wu Runfeng collapsed to the ground. Who are you? Wu Runfeng looked at the young man in terror, retreating with his hands supporting his body. In that moment, Wu Runfeng no longer displayed his former arrogance. To him now, Yang Chen was more terrifying than a demon. Who am I? Yang Chen taunted. You already know, don't you? Who are you again? Who sent you to deal with me? Yang Chen looked down at Wu Runfeng, his tone turning icy. You can choose not to tell me, but your other leg will be broken in the next moment. Wu Runfeng's face turned ashen as he gazed at Yang Chen, unable to muster any resistance. Struggling to stand, he knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Please spare my life, I beg you to spare me. I was blind and offended you, please spare me, spare my life. As long as you spare me, I'll tell you everything, I'll do anything you ask. Yang Chen showed no mercy towards the man kneeling before him. In this world of survival of the fittest, without his time system, he might have already been killed by Wu Runfeng. Coldly observing the man begging for mercy, Yang Chen asked in a chilling tone, Who are you? Who sent you to deal with me? My name is Wu Runfeng, the owner of the Tianhai Martial Arts Hall. Zhang Haochen, that bastard, paid me 5 million to come and take you out. Facing Yang Chen's eerie and formidable strength, Wu Runfeng no longer displayed any trace of a master's arrogance. There was no sense of secrecy either, as he promptly sold out Zhang Haochen. Upon hearing Wu Runfeng's words, Yang Chen's face instantly darkened. He hadn't even gone to find Zhang Haochen yet, and Zhang Haochen had already sent someone to him. Interesting. Call Zhang Haochen and ask where he is now, Yang Chen said. Wu Runfeng immediately took out his phone, dialed Zhang Haochen's number, spoke a few words, and then hung up. He's in Huan Apartments now, Wu Runfeng said with a pale face to Yang Chen. Looking at Wu Runfeng in front of him, Yang Chen began to hesitate. How should he handle this? Kill him? Yang Chen was not a bloodthirsty person, and as someone who had never killed before, he couldn't bring himself to do it. But letting Wu Runfeng go like this left Yang Chen feeling dissatisfied. Squinting at Wu Runfeng, Yang Chen's eyes occasionally flashed with a coldness. Brother, I've done what you asked me to do. I won't dare to come after you again. Please let me go, Wu Runfeng pleaded when he saw the icy look in Yang Chen's eyes. Suddenly, Yang Chen's eyes lit up, a thought forming in his mind. Want to live? Yang Chen asked coldly, looking at Wu Runfeng. Yes, Wu Runfeng immediately replied. Feeling relieved, it seemed there was hope for survival. I can give you a chance. Go do something for me, and once it's done, I'll let you go. Brother, just give me your orders, Wu Runfeng said. Go and take out Zhang Haochen for me, Yang Chen said directly. Since Zhang Haochen hired you to deal with me, it's only fair that you finish it, right? I'll go right away, the terrified Wu Runfeng said, not daring to utter a word of dissent. Right away? Yang Chen looked at Wu Runfeng's leg. With one of Wu Runfeng's legs already broken, in Yang Chen's eyes, even walking would be difficult, let alone taking out Zhang Haochen. Seeing Yang Chen's doubt, Wu Runfeng gritted his teeth, tore off a piece of cloth from his clothes, picked up a stick, broke it, and then used it to tie up his broken leg. It's fine, just taking out Zhang Haochen, Wu Runfeng said, pale-faced and unsteady as he stood up. Seeing this, Yang Chen chuckled and paused time once again. Placing Wu Runfeng in the car, Yang Chen drove the car not far from Zhang Haochen's apartment, then took Wu Runfeng out of the car. System, release the time pause, Yang Chen commanded the system after making preparations. Where is this? The scene before his eyes instantly changed from the wilderness to a bustling urban area, a teleportation that felt like a dream to Wu Runfeng. He pinched his broken leg hard. The sharp pain that followed made Wu Runfeng realize this was reality. Although he had experienced it once before, going through it again now still left him in shock. Zhang Haochen's apartment is just ahead. I'll be waiting here for you. Don't try anything funny, Yang Chen said coldly, his voice stern. After you're done, take a photo with your phone and show me. Yes, please wait a moment, brother, Wu Runfeng said respectfully, not daring to show any disagreement to Yang Chen. Then, he limped forward. Inside the apartment, Zhang Haochen and Gao Mano were anxiously waiting on the sofa. At that moment, a knock on the door was heard. Zhang Haochen, open the door, Wu Runfeng's voice came from outside after the knock. Zhang Haochen's face lit up. It seems the martial arts hall master has already taken care of Yang Chen and has come to bring us good news. Zhang Haochen laughed heartily. Excitedly, he walked to the door, opened it, and saw the battered Wu Runfeng standing there. Martial arts hall master? What's going on here? Zhang Haochen looked at Wu Runfeng in astonishment. It seems that Yang Chen's skills are not simple. He actually inflicted such a serious injury on the martial arts master. I bet Yang Chen's fate will be even worse, right? Zhang Haochen approached warmly, about to help Wu Runfeng inside. Bang! Suddenly, Wu Runfeng raised his hand and slapped Zhang Haochen. Caught off guard, Zhang Haochen was sent flying by the slap, crashing onto the floor. Wu Runfeng entered with a dark face, glaring coldly at Zhang Haochen, whose half of the face was swollen high. Why did you hit my husband? Gao Mano, seeing Zhang Haochen on the ground, immediately looked angrily at Wu Runfeng. Get lost. Say one more word, and I'll kill you. Wu Runfeng glared fiercely at Gao Mano. Gao Mano turned pale and cowered on the sofa, not daring to move. Master Wu, what are you doing? Is there some misunderstanding? Zhang Haochen regained his senses, got up holding his face, and asked Wu Runfeng with an unpleasant expression. Misunderstanding? Wu Runfeng revealed an extremely cruel smile, walked up to Zhang Haochen, grabbed his collar, and lifted him up. There is indeed a misunderstanding. Smack! Before the words fell, Wu Runfeng slapped the other side of Zhang Haochen's face. Blood mixed with teeth sprayed from Zhang Haochen's mouth, his face now swollen like a pig's head. Master Wu, there must be some misunderstanding between us. Can we communicate properly? Zhang Haochen, holding his swollen face, felt extremely angry but dared not resist. Who was Wu Runfeng? A renowned martial arts expert in Tianhai. If Wu Runfeng wanted to deal with him, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. Explain? Wu Runfeng was holding back a surge of anger and frustration. If it weren't for Zhang Haochen finding him, how could he have ended up in such a situation? It was all because of Zhang Haochen. With a cold look in his eyes, Wu Runfeng slapped Zhang Haochen again and then threw him to the ground. Zhang Haochen, you deserve to die. Wu Runfeng stared coldly at Zhang Haochen. If it weren't for you, How could I have my leg broken by Yang Chen and be threatened by him? So you deserve to die. By now, Zhang Haochen had stood up, continuously backing away, looking at Wu Runfeng in horror. Even if he was foolish, he now knew that Wu Runfeng had not dealt with Yang Chen but had been dealt with by him. Now, trouble was coming his way. No, you can't treat me like this. Zhang Haochen felt the overwhelming murderous intent from Wu Runfeng and trembled, saying, I am from the Zhang family. If you touch me, the Zhang family will not let you off, even if you are the master of the Tianhai Martial Arts Hall. Once you touch me, there will be no place for you in Tianhai. At this moment, Zhang Haochen could only mention the Zhang family, hoping to make Wu Runfeng reconsider. The Zhang family? Wu Runfeng hesitated for a moment, looking at Zhang Haochen with a complex expression. The Zhang family was also a well-known family in Tianhai. Even if he provoked the Zhang family, he would not have a good time. But at the thought of Yang Chen's terror, Wu Runfeng's face turned cold again. The Zhang family is impressive, but I can still hide. Grabbing Zhang Haochen, Wu Runfeng said coldly, blame yourself for provoking someone you can't afford to provoke. Accept your fate. With those words, Wu Runfeng grabbed one of Zhang Haochen's arms and with a strong twist, Zhang Haochen let out a piercing scream. As Wu Runfeng released his grip, Zhang Haochen's arm hung limply, easily broken by Wu Runfeng's mere grasp. Husband! Seeing Zhang Haochen's face contorted in pain and fear, Gao Mano, with no color in her face, screamed and rushed towards Wu Runfeng. You just want money, right? Let go of my husband. I'll give you however much you want. Gao Mano grabbed Wu Runfeng's arm, pleading. Get lost. Wu Runfeng slapped her, and Gao Mano fainted. His hand reached out again, grabbing the remaining arm of Zhang Haochen and twisting it harshly. Accompanied by Zhang Haochen's terrified scream, his arm was directly twisted with a crack. I was wrong, please spare me, I have money. Zhang Haochen trembled as he spoke. Spare me? Who will spare me? Wu Runfeng looked at Zhang Haochen expressionlessly and kicked towards him. With a crack, one of Zhang Haochen's legs instantly broke. Releasing his grip, Zhang Haochen collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, trembling in horror as he looked at Wu Runfeng. Wu Runfeng, with a cold gaze, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, turned and fetched a kitchen knife from the kitchen. After stopping, Wu Runfeng took out his phone, took a few photos, and hurriedly left the building. Outside the apartment, Wu Runfeng handed the phone to Yang Chen, saying, I've done as you said, this kid is completely finished, he can't even be considered a man. Looking at the gruesome scene in the photos, even Yang Chen felt a bit nauseous. You're ruthless enough, Yang Chen said in a deep voice. According to Yang Chen, disabling Zhang Haochen's hands and feet would be enough. Who knew Wu Runfeng would be so cruel, almost completely ruining Zhang Haochen? Even if Zhang Haochen managed to survive, he would only be a useless waste of life. If I'm not ruthless, will you spare me? Wu Runfeng stared into Yang Chen's eyes. Yang Chen chuckled but didn't answer. I've done what I needed to do. If you plan to let me go, then I'll be on my way to save my life. With things reaching this point, the anger in Yang Chen's heart had dissipated. Let's go, Yang Chen said to Wu Runfeng. If I hear even a hint of my involvement in anything in the future, I guarantee you will have a worse fate than Zhang Haochen. After Wu Runfeng left, Yang Chen drove back to the residential area. Upon entering, Yang Ning had already prepared the meal. Seeing Yang Chen return, she asked, Didn't you say you'd be back soon? Why did it take so long? The food is cold. Some things came up unexpectedly, Yang Chen replied casually, offering a few explanations. The siblings sat down at the table, with Yang Ning serving food to Yang Chen and asking, Is everything going smoothly at the company? Any troubles? No, Yang Chen shook his head, smiling at Yang Ning, and said, Sis, I'm now the future son-in-law of the richest man. Who dares to give me a hard time? Yang Ning chuckled, agreeing. Being entrusted to manage a company directly indicated how highly they regarded Yang Chen, ensuring his younger brother wouldn't be at a disadvantage. While Yang Chen and Yang Ning discussed the business of opening a store, the atmosphere outside an operating room in a hospital in the city was extremely tense. Shortly after Wu Runfeng left, Gao Mano woke up. Seeing Zhang Haochen, who was maimed and on the brink of death, Gao Mano screamed in terror. In a panic, she called for an ambulance. When the ambulance arrived, Gao Mano went to the hospital with them. She then called Zhang Haochen's father, Zhang Tianlan, to inform him of Zhang Haochen's condition. Zhang Tianlan rushed to the hospital immediately. Upon learning the specifics of Zhang Haochen's situation from Gao Mano, his face darkened to the extreme. Gao Mano, what's going on? Zhang Tianlan glared at the woman in front of him, his tone harsh. I don't know either. Gao Mano shivered in front of Zhang Tianlan, not daring to meet his eyes. Although Zhang Haochen was born from an affair, that affair was with the woman Zhang Tianlan loved the most, so Zhang Haochen held a significant place in Zhang Tianlan's heart. Now that Zhang Haochen had been disabled, Zhao Manman couldn't fathom the rage brewing inside the man before her. Speak, Zhang Tianlan growled when Zhao Manman remained silent. I only know that Haoren invited Wu Runfeng from Tianhai Martial Arts Hall to deal with Yang Chen, but I don't know why. After Wu Runfeng came back, he cruelly attacked Haoren. I was knocked unconscious by Wu Runfeng's slap at that time, Zhao Manman cried in fear, choking up. Wu Runfeng. Zhang Tianlan's brow furrowed at the mention of Tianhai Martial Arts Hall. Annoyed, he glanced at Zhao Manman and continued, why did Haoren ask Wu Runfeng to deal with Yang Chen? Who is Yang Chen? Sensing that things were not simple, Zhang Tianlan stared intensely into Zhao Manman's eyes. Coldly, he said, tell me everything you know. If you hide even half a word, I guarantee your life will be worse than death. Hearing that emotionless voice, Zhao Manman looked at the man in a suit before her, filled with fear. Zhang Haoren had mentioned some things about Zhang Tianlan to Zhao Manman in private. As the head of the Zhang family, Zhang Tianlan had a powerful background and was not someone with a soft heart. According to Zhang Haoren, once Zhang Tianlan took a liking to a minor celebrity. The celebrity refused his advances and even sued Zhang Tianlan. The day after receiving the lawsuit, the celebrity jumped naked from a high floor of a hotel, ending the matter. Although there were various rumors about the cause of her death, after a drunken episode, Zhang Haoren had affirmed to Zhao Manman that it was all Zhang Tianlan's doing. Knowing Zhang Tianlan's true nature, Zhao Manman became even more fearful of him. Because one time Haoren and I ran into Yang Chen at the mall and got into a conflict, Zhao Manman nervously looked at Zhang Tianlan, stammering, Yang Chen is my ex-boyfriend. Haoren stood up for me and had someone deal with Yang Chen. However, Yang Chen was skilled. Not only was he unharmed, but he also threatened Haoren in return, and then, cautiously watching Zhang Tianlan's expression, Zhao Manman continued. After Zhao Manman explained the situation, Zhang Tianlan's face was filled with anger. Wretched woman! Zhang Tianlan slapped Zhao Manman across the face. Glaring coldly at her, he shouted, it's all because of you. If it weren't for you, Haoren wouldn't be in this state. Faced with Zhang Tianlan's fury, Zhao Manman was at a loss for words. His icy gaze sent shivers down her spine. At that moment, Zhang Tianlan's phone rang. Annoyed, he glanced at Zhao Manman, then turned to answer the call, discussing Zhang Haoren's matters. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Manman quietly moved aside and, out of Zhang Tianlan's sight, ran as fast as she could. From the chilling look in Zhang Tianlan's eyes just now, Zhao Manman knew that Haoren was doomed, and she wouldn't fare any better. I must leave this place, the farther, the better, Zhao Manman muttered to herself as she ran. Zhang Tianlan noticed Zhao Manman's departure. After the call, Zhang Tianlan dialed a number. Have someone follow Zhao Manman. If she tries to leave Tianhai City, create a car accident and give her a ride. After speaking, Zhang Tianlan stared in the direction Zhao Manman had left. A cold smirk crossed his lips. If it weren't for you, this wretched woman, Haoren wouldn't have ended up like this. If you want to abandon Haoren now, then just go and die. After casually dining with his sister Yang Ning and chatting for a while, Yang Chen returned to his bedroom. Earlier, his phone had rung several times during the meal, but he refrained from checking it in front of Yang Ning. Now, as he opened WeChat, he found multiple messages from Sun Jingya. Thank you, Director Yang, for your concern. I've received your kindness. Director Yang, I've realized I truly like you. What should I do? But I know I'm not worthy. Sun Jingya's messages were straightforward, expressing her feelings for Yang Chen. After reading the messages, a playful smile appeared on Yang Chen's lips. After exchanging a few messages, Yang Chen's gaze fell on Gao Mano's WeChat profile picture. These days, it seemed like this woman had completely forgotten about herself, not sending a single message. With this in mind, Yang Chen opened the chat box, typed a line, and sent it over. Beauty, feeling better? Don't tell me you don't recognize people when you pull up your pants? Aren't we still friends? He stared at the screen for a long time. Seeing no response from the other party, Yang Chen decided to play games instead. After parting ways with Kai Jinlin, Yang Chen returned to Jinshan Group. After finishing up his work, Kai Jinlin went to Kai Kuan's office. Looking at her father with a complicated expression, she said, Dad, who exactly is Yang Chen? Not only is he arrogant, but he also looks down on everyone, even using your position as chairman to threaten me. Clang! Kai Kuan's coffee cup fell directly on the desk, spilling coffee all over. With a shocked expression, Kai Kuan looked at Kai Jinlin in disbelief. He asked, What did you just say? Seeing her father's astonishment, Kai Jinlin furrowed her brows. As she cleaned up the desk with tissues, she said, Yang Chen threatened me. He said if I didn't become his girlfriend, he wouldn't let you remain as chairman. This time, Kai Kuan heard her loud and clear. His face instantly turned grim. He stared heavily at his daughter and said in a deep voice, Lilin, honestly tell Dad, What exactly happened between you and Mr. Yang to make him so angry? Seeing her father's serious expression, Kai Jinlin's demeanor also became serious. After recalling all the details of her interactions with Yang Chen, Kai Jinlin recounted everything to her father. After listening, Kai Koan looked at his daughter with a mix of anger and regret. Li Lin, do you know what a great opportunity you missed? You know that Yang Chen is now the second largest shareholder in the group, but does that mean I should bow down to him? If I had agreed, where would my dignity have gone? He even wanted me to pretend to be in a romantic relationship with him for social events. Even if I, Kai Jinlin, were to lower myself, I wouldn't stoop to being a man's accessory. Facing her father, Kai Jinlin was truly angry. After giving his daughter a deep look, Kai Koan wanted to reveal Yang Chen's identity outright. But due to Yang Chen's warning, he dared not speak directly and had to find a more tactful way. Li Lin, I know you are proud, but in terms of status and position, we are not on the same level as him. Do you know that if Mr. Yang were to reveal his identity, how many people would flock to him, just to earn his favor? Do you know the benefits it would bring to you and Jinshan Group if you and Mr. Yang truly became a couple? By then, you could compete not only for the richest in the province but also for the richest in the country or even the world. Imagine the glory of your status at that time. Kai Koan sighed, looking at his daughter with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Dad, is that considered an opportunity? Kai Jinlin's expression turned ugly, retorting, I know Yang Chen is now the second largest shareholder in the group, but that doesn't mean I should chase after him, right? If I had agreed, where would my dignity have gone? He even wanted me to pretend to be in a romantic relationship with him for social events. Even if I, Kai Jinlin, were to lower myself, I wouldn't stoop to being a man's accessory. Deeply looking at her daughter, Kai Koan was tempted to reveal Yang Chen's identity and background. But constrained by Yang Chen's warning, he couldn't speak directly and had to find a more tactful way. Li Lin, I know you are proud, but in terms of status and position, we are not on the same level as him. Do you know that if Mr. Yang were to reveal his identity, how many people would flock to him, just to earn his favor? Do you know the benefits it would bring to you and Jinshan Group if you and Mr. Yang truly became a couple? By then, you could compete not only for the richest in the province but also for the richest in the country or even the world. Imagine the glory of your status at that time. Kai Koan sighed, looking at his daughter with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Dad, is that considered an opportunity? Kai Jinlin's expression turned ugly, retorting, I know Yang Chen is now the second largest shareholder in the group, but that doesn't mean I should chase after him, right? If I had agreed, where would my dignity have gone? He even wanted me to pretend to be in a romantic relationship with him for social events. Even if I, Kai Jinlin, were to lower myself, I wouldn't stoop to being a man's accessory. Deeply looking at her daughter, Kai Koan was tempted to reveal Yang Chen's identity and background. But constrained by Yang Chen's warning, he couldn't speak directly and had to find a more tactful way. Li Lin, I know you are proud, but in terms of status and position, we are not on the same level as him. Do you know that if Mr. Yang were to reveal his identity, how many people would flock to him, just to earn his favor? Do you know the benefits it would bring to you and Jinshan Group if you and Mr. Yang truly became a couple? By then, you could compete not only for the richest in the province but also for the richest in the country or even the world. Imagine the glory of your status at that time. Kai Koan sighed, looking at his daughter with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Dad, is that considered an opportunity? Kai Jinlin's expression turned ugly, retorting, I know Yang Chen is now the second largest shareholder in the group, but that doesn't mean I should chase after him, right? If I had agreed, where would my dignity have gone? He even wanted me to pretend to be in a romantic relationship with him for social events. Even if I, Kai Jinlin, were to lower myself, I wouldn't stoop to being a man's accessory. Deeply looking at her daughter, Kai Koan was tempted to reveal Yang Chen's identity and background. But constrained by Yang Chen's warning, he couldn't speak directly and had to find a more tactful way. Li Lin, I know you are proud, but in terms of status and position, we are not on the same level as him. Do you know that if Mr. Yang were to reveal his identity, how many people would flock to him, just to earn his favor? Do you know the benefits it would bring to you and Jinshan Group if you and Mr. Yang truly became a couple? By then, you could compete not only for the richest in the province but also for the richest in the country or even the world. Imagine the glory of your status at that time. Kai Koan sighed, looking at his daughter with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Dad, is that considered an opportunity? Kai Jinlin's expression turned ugly, retorting, I know Yang Chen is now the second largest shareholder in the group, but that doesn't mean I should chase after him, right? If I had agreed, where would my dignity have gone? He even wanted me to pretend to be in a romantic relationship with him for social events. Even if I, Kai Jinlin, were to lower myself, I wouldn't stoop to being a man's accessory. Deeply looking at her daughter, Kai Koan was tempted to reveal Yang Chen's identity and background. But constrained by Yang Chen's warning, he couldn't speak directly and had to find a more tactful way. Lilin, I know you are proud, but in terms of status and position, we are not on the same level as him. Do you know that if Mr. Yang were to reveal his identity, how many people would flock to him, just to earn his favor? Do you know the benefits it would bring to you and Jinshan Group if you and Mr. Yang truly became a couple? By then, you could compete not only for the richest in the province but also for the richest in the country or even the world. Imagine the glory of your status at that time. Kai Koan sighed, looking at his daughter with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Dad, is that considered an opportunity? Kai Jinlin's expression turned ugly, retorting, I know Yang Chen is now the second largest shareholder in the group, but that doesn't mean I should chase after him, right? If I had agreed, where would my dignity have gone? He even wanted me to pretend to be in a romantic relationship with him for social events. Even if I, Kai Jinlin, were to lower myself, I wouldn't stoop to being a man's accessory. Deeply looking at her daughter, Kai Koan was tempted to reveal Yang Chen's identity and background. But constrained by Yang Chen's warning, he couldn't speak directly and had to find a more tactful way. Lilin, I know you are proud, but in terms of status and position, we are not on the same level as him. Do you know that if Mr. Yang were to reveal his identity, how many people would flock to him, just to earn his favor? Do you know the benefits it would bring to you and Jinshan Group if you and Mr. Yang truly became a couple? By then, you could compete not only for the richest in the province but also for the richest in the country or even the world. Imagine the glory of your status at that time. Kai Koan sighed, looking at his daughter with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Dad, is that considered an opportunity? Kai Jinlin's expression turned ugly, retorting, I know Yang Chen is now the second largest shareholder in the group, but that doesn't mean I should chase after him, right? If I had agreed, where would my dignity have gone? He even wanted me to pretend to be in a romantic relationship with him for social events. Even if I, Kai Jinlin, were to lower myself, I wouldn't stoop to being a man's accessory. Deeply looking at her daughter, Kai Koan was tempted to reveal Yang Chen's identity and background. But constrained by Yang Chen's warning, he couldn't speak directly and had to find a more tactful way. Lilin, I know you are proud, but in terms of status and position, we are not on the same level as him. Do you know that if Mr. Yang were to reveal his identity, how many people would flock to him, just to earn his favor? Do you know the benefits it would bring to you and Jinshan Group if you and Mr. Yang truly became a couple? By then, you could compete not only for the richest in the province but also for the richest in the country or even the world. Imagine the glory of your status at that time. Kai Koan sighed, looking at his daughter with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Dad, is that considered an opportunity? Kai Jinlin's expression turned ugly, retorting, I know Yang Chen is now the second largest shareholder in the group, but that doesn't mean I should chase after him, right? If I had agreed, where would my dignity have gone? He even wanted me to pretend to be in a romantic relationship with him for social events. Even if I, Kai Jinlin, were to lower myself, I wouldn't stoop to being a man's accessory. Deeply looking at her daughter, Kai Koan was tempted to reveal Yang Chen's identity and background. But constrained by Yang Chen's warning, he couldn't speak directly and had to find a more tactful way. Lilin, I know you are proud, but in terms of status and position, we are not on the same level as him. Do you know that if Mr. Yang were to reveal his identity, how many people would flock to him, just to earn his favor? Do you know the benefits it would bring to you and Jinshan Group if you and Mr. Yang truly became a couple? By then, you could compete not only for the richest in the province but also for the richest in the country or even the world. Imagine the glory of your status at that time. Kai Koan sighed, looking at his daughter with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Dad, is that considered an opportunity? Kai Jinlin's expression turned ugly, retorting, I know Yang Chen is now the second largest shareholder in the group, but that doesn't mean I should chase after him, right? If I had agreed, where would my dignity have gone? He even wanted me to pretend to be in a romantic relationship with him for social events. Even if I, Kai Jinlin, were to lower myself, I wouldn't stoop to being a man's accessory. Deeply looking at her daughter, Kai Koan was tempted to reveal Yang Chen's identity and background. But constrained by Yang Chen's warning, he couldn't speak directly and had to find a more tactful way. Lilin, I know you are proud, but in terms of status and position, we are not on the same level as him. Do you know that if Mr. Yang were to reveal his identity, how many people would flock to him, just to earn his favor? Do you know the benefits it would bring to you and Jinshan Group if you and Mr. Yang truly became a couple? By then, you could compete not only for the richest in the province but also for the richest in the country or even the world. Imagine the glory of your status at that time. Kai Koen sighed, looking at his daughter with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Dad, is that considered an opportunity? Kai Jinlin's expression turned ugly, retorting, I know Yang Chen is now the second largest shareholder in the group, but that doesn't mean I should chase after him, right? If I had agreed, where would my dignity have gone? He even wanted me to pretend to be in a romantic relationship with him for social events. Even if I, Kai Jinlin, were to lower myself, I wouldn't stoop to being a man's accessory. Deeply looking at her daughter, Kai Koen was tempted to reveal Yang Chen's identity and background. But constrained by Yang Chen's warning, he couldn't speak directly and had to find a more tactful way. Lilin, I know you are proud, but in terms of status and position, we are not on the same level as him. Do you know that if Mr. Yang were to reveal his identity, how many people would flock to him, just to earn his favor? Do you know the benefits it would bring to you and Jinshan Group if you and Mr. Yang truly became a couple? By then, you could compete not only for the richest in the province but also for the richest in the country or even the world. Imagine the glory of your status at that time. Kai Koen sighed, looking at his daughter with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Dad, is that considered an opportunity? Kai Jinlin's expression turned ugly, retorting, I know Yang Chen is now the second largest shareholder in the group, but that doesn't mean I should chase after him, right? If I had agreed, where would my dignity have gone? He even wanted me to pretend to be in a romantic relationship with him for social events. Even if I, Kai Jinlin, were to lower myself, I wouldn't stoop to being a man's accessory. Deeply looking at her daughter, Kai Koen was tempted to reveal Yang Chen's identity and background. But constrained by Yang Chen's warning, he couldn't speak directly and had to find a more tactful way. Lilin, I know you are proud, but in terms of status and position, we are not on the same level as him. Do you know that if Mr. Yang were to reveal his identity, how many people would flock to him, just to earn his favor? Do you know the benefits it would bring to you and Jinshan Group if you and Mr. Yang truly became a couple? By then, you could compete not only for the richest in the province but also for the richest in the country or even the world. Imagine the glory of your status at that time. Kai Koen sighed, looking at his daughter with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Dad, is that considered an opportunity? Kai Jinlin's expression turned ugly, retorting, I know Yang Chen is now the second largest shareholder in the group, but that doesn't mean I should chase after him, right? If I had agreed, where would my dignity have gone? He even wanted me to pretend to be in a romantic relationship with him for social events. Even if I, Kai Jinlin, were to lower myself, I wouldn't stoop to being a man's accessory. Deeply looking at her daughter, Kai Koen was tempted to reveal Yang Chen's identity and background. But constrained by Yang Chen's warning, he couldn't speak directly and had to find a more tactful way. Lilin, I know you are proud, but in terms of status and position, we are not on the same level as him. Do you know that if Mr. Yang were to reveal his identity, how many people would flock to him, just to earn his favor? Do you know the benefits it would bring to you and Jinshan Group if you and Mr. Yang truly became a couple? By then, you could compete not only for the richest in the province but also for the richest in the country or even the world. Imagine the glory of your status at that time. Kai Koen sighed, looking at his daughter with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Dad, is that considered an opportunity? Kai Jinlin's expression turned ugly, retorting, I know Yang Chen is now the second largest shareholder in the group, but that doesn't mean I should chase after him, right? If I had agreed, where would my dignity have gone? He even wanted me to pretend to be in a romantic relationship with him for social events. Even if I, Kai Jinlin, were to lower myself, I wouldn't stoop to being a man's accessory. Deeply looking at her daughter, Kai Koen was tempted to reveal Yang Chen's identity and background. But constrained by Yang Chen's warning, he couldn't speak directly and had to find a more tactful way. Lilin, I know you are proud, but in terms of status and position, we are not on the same level as him. Do you know that if Mr. Kai Koen glanced deeply at Kai Jinlin, his expression extremely serious? This world is too vast, with too many powerful things beyond our understanding, and Yang Chen is one of those people. Being with Yang Chen, for you, is all gain and no harm. Besides, Yang Chen is around your age, handsome, what reason do you have to refuse? Kai Koen advised in a low voice. After listening to Kai Koen's words, Kai Jinlin's heart was in turmoil. After a long time, Kai Jinlin suppressed the shock in her heart, hesitated for a long time, and said, Dad, in that case, I will try to get along with him. A weight was lifted off Kai Koen's heart. The news of Zhao Manman's death quickly made it to the newspapers, and a wanted order for Wu Runfeng was also issued. Sitting in the office, Yang Chen frowned slightly. Zhao Manman's death left him with mixed emotions. He realized that his involvement with Zhang Haochen must have been known to the Zhang family, and they would likely come after him soon. After some thought, Yang Chen left Shengshi Entertainment and went straight to Kai Koen's office. Seeing Yang Chen in his office, Kai Koen felt uneasy. Not long ago, Kai Jin-lin had told him that she had rejected Yang Chen, so Kai Kun instinctively thought that Yang Chen must be there to cause trouble. He stood up immediately, looking at Yang Chen with a forced smile. Mr. Yang, I'm really sorry. My daughter is young and doesn't understand the ways of the world. If there's anything offensive, please forgive her, Kai Kun said uneasily. Seeing Kai Kun's uneasy expression, Yang Chen was puzzled. Soon, Yang Chen realized that Kai Jin-lin must have come to Kai Kun to confirm things. Yang Chen sat directly in Kai Kun's seat. It's okay. I came today to discuss other matters with you. Yang Chen didn't want to talk about Kai Jin-lin, so he changed the subject directly. Please go ahead, Mr. Yang. Kai Kun's expression became serious when he heard that Yang Chen had come for a legitimate reason. What do you think of the Jang family? Yang Chen asked. Zhang family? Which Zhang family? Kai Kun was puzzled. How many Zhang families in Tianhai do you think I would remember? Yang Chen hinted. In an instant, Kai Kun understood, cautiously observed Yang Chen's expression, and looked embarrassed. After a moment, Kai Kun said directly, the Zhang family does have some background in Tianhai. Although their assets are not on the same level as the Jinshan group, their connections are extensive. Seeing no obvious change in Yang Chen's expression, Kai Kun gritted his teeth and spoke his mind. Mr. Yang, to be honest, I have had my eye on the Zhang family's market for a long time, but due to the Zhang family's background, I have always been cautiously probing. I have a rough plan. If the Zhang family is related to you, I will stop immediately. Kai Kun was unwilling in his heart, but he dared not show any defiance in front of Yang Chen. After Kai Kun finished speaking, Yang Chen smiled. You don't need to be nervous. I came to you today to discuss the acquisition of the Zhang family. Yang Chen stared into Kai Kun's eyes and said lightly, now that I hear you have a plan, I don't have to worry. Do you really agree for me to target the Zhang family? Kai Kun was overjoyed to hear Yang Chen's words. May I ask why you want to deal with the Zhang family? Kai Kun cautiously probed. Seeing Yang Chen's somewhat unnatural expression, he quickly said, if it's inconvenient for Mr. Yang, forget it. There's nothing inconvenient. It's just that the Zhang family accidentally crossed me, and I naturally won't allow the Zhang family to continue to exist. Do you know about Zhang Haochen being crippled? Yang Chen asked. Kai Kun nodded and said, of course, it's currently the headline of our Tianhai. Although Zhang Haochen is just a product of an affair, he is still a member of the Zhang family. Now he has been completely crippled. This slap must have hurt Zhang Tianlan quite a bit. Kai Kun smiled, his face full of schadenfreude. However, soon Kai Kun thought of something and looked at Yang Chen in horror. Meeting Kai Kun's gaze, Yang Chen said in a deep voice, this matter has nothing to do with me. I just have some grudges with Zhang Haochen, and it was Wu Runfeng who crippled Zhang Haochen. With one sentence, Yang Chen distanced himself. But what Kai Kun heard was a completely different meaning. Since Yang Chen didn't admit it, he naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to expose it. In that case, I will follow Mr. Yang's suggestion and start dealing with the Zhang family, Kai Kun said solemnly. It's just one Zhang family. I believe you can handle it. Suddenly, Yang Chen looked at Kai Kun with a sharp gaze, his voice turning colder. Consider it a test of your abilities. If you can't handle such a small matter, I suggest you put away your ambitions, as you will face much stronger enemies in the future than the Zhang family. Mr. Yang, please rest assured. Dealing with just one Zhang family will not disappoint you, Kai Kun said earnestly to Yang Chen. Leaving the Jinshan group, Yang Chen drove aimlessly on the road, occasionally glancing at the stylishly dressed beauties on the street. Although there were many beautiful women, none truly amazed Yang Chen. Suddenly, Yang Chen's eyes lit up. In a small square on the street, a sexy and aloof figure was dancing. It was Gao Mano. Today, Gao Mano was wearing a pleated skirt and a white t-shirt. Her stunning long legs seemed to be like a magnet, firmly capturing Yang Chen's gaze. Yang Chen found a place to park the car and walked into the square. By now, a crowd had gathered around Gao Mano, taking pictures with their phones, admiring her sexy figure with envy and excitement. Yang Chen squeezed to the front and also took out his phone to aim at Gao Mano. After taking the shot, Gao Mano packed up her tripod and prepared to leave. Beauty, leaving so soon? No goodbye? Yang Chen walked a few steps to Gao Mano, teasingly blocking her way. What are you doing here? Seeing Yang Chen in front of her, Gao Mano's aloof expression instantly turned to astonishment. Why can't it be me? Yang Chen looked at Gao Mano ambiguously, teasingly saying, you're so heartless. It's been days, and you haven't replied to any messages. Do you want to be irresponsible? Gao Mano's face turned red, involuntarily recalling the craziness with Yang Chen that day. Since that intimate encounter with Yang Chen, Gao Mano had been haunted by his image. But thinking about how unrestrained she was in front of Yang Chen, she felt embarrassed and dared not face him, naturally ignoring his messages. Meeting Yang Chen now, being mentioned in public, she wished she could tear the man in front of her apart. Nonsense! Gao Mano stomped her foot, blushing. As a social media influencer, Gao Mano naturally had many fans. Now, seeing her goddess being approached by a young man, a man stepped forward and stood in front of Yang Chen. Who are you? Why are you bothering Yao Yao? The man was casually dressed, about the same age as Yang Chen, looking quite handsome in his Armani outfit, indicating a good financial status. Yao Yao? Hearing the man's address to Gao Mano, Yang Chen squinted, observing the unfamiliar man in front of him. He had seen Gao Mano's Douyin account and knew that fans affectionately called her Yao Yao, as her ID was its Yao Yao. But now, in this situation, the term Yao Yao was enough for Yang Chen to sense some intimacy. And who are you? Yang Chen playfully asked the man in front of him. I'm Yao Yao's fan. A man stood tall, looking proudly at Yang Chen with a hint of disdain in his eyes. I see you're also a fan of Yao Yao, but I advise you not to have any unrealistic ideas and certainly not to try to entangle with Yao Yao. A goddess like Yao Yao is not someone you can fantasize about. He sneered at Yang Chen, then turned around with a smile towards Gao Mano, saying, Goddess, do you need my help? Hearing the man's words, Yang Chen suddenly felt amused, realizing he was facing another self-righteous flower protector. Goddess, do you need her help? Yang Chen looked at Gao Mano, asking, while provocatively glancing at the man. No need, Gao Mano said coldly. She glared fiercely at Yang Chen, then turned and walked away. Yang Chen shamelessly followed her, grabbing Gao Mano's hand. She tried to shake it off, but Yang Chen held on tightly, leaving her no choice. The man nearby became furious upon seeing this. Let her go. The man blocked their path, his face turning grim as he stared at Yang Chen. Are you out of your mind? Yang Chen looked at the man in front of him, his expression darkening as he retorted, I'm holding on to my woman, it's none of your business, so back off. Your woman? Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, the man looked incredulous for a moment, then sneered. You think you're worthy? The man looked down on Yang Chen contemptuously. As the conflict between the two escalated for her sake, Gao Mano prepared to intervene. However, just as she was about to speak up, Yang Chen tightened his grip on her hand, saying, Let men handle men's matters. With a hint of mockery on his lips, Yang Chen provocatively challenged the man, I'm not worthy? Then are you? How am I not worthy? I'm Yao Yao's top fan, the man proudly declared, exuding strong confidence as he looked at Gao Mano. Top fan? Hearing the man's words, Yang Chen's expression turned peculiar, while Gao Mano appeared shocked. Gao Mano didn't livestream often, but each time was highly popular with a continuous stream of gifts. However, the top fan, who had recently left a deep impression on her, stood out because he always donated over tens of thousands. Do you know him? Yang Chen asked Gao Mano, looking puzzled. I don't, Gao Mano shook her head, saying, the top fan who left a deep impression on me recently is someone I haven't had the chance to get to know yet. Amused by the man's proud expression, Yang Chen found it intriguing. Do you know how much I donated to Yao Yao? Over 500,000. Now do you still think I'm unworthy? The man looked smug, boasting proudly. Oh, top fan, over 500,000, is that supposed to be impressive? Yang Chen sneered at the man, then took out his phone. Opening the Douyin app, he turned to Gao Mano and said, Why don't you start a live broadcast now? Let me see the strength of this so-called top fan of yours. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Gao Mano looked at him in astonishment, realizing he was clearly provoking the man to settle the score in the live stream. I'm not in the mood today, Gao Mano declined directly. It wasn't that she looked down on Yang Chen, but she didn't want to make things too difficult for him. If the man was indeed the top fan, it would be troublesome. After all, the live streaming circle was filled with big shots, and someone who could casually donate tens of thousands couldn't be an ordinary person. Don't believe me? Yang Chen smiled at Gao Mano, then whispered in her ear, Start the live stream now, or I'll immediately shout out that you slept with me and that you're my woman. You. Faced with Yang Chen's threat, Gao Mano looked extremely uncomfortable. Go ahead and start, if you want to embarrass yourself, it's none of my business. Kindness is often mistaken for weakness. Glaring at Yang Chen, Gao Mano took out her makeup mirror, touched up her makeup, then notified her fans in the group and began a live broadcast. Yang Chen looked at the top-ranked list with a sneer, then started recharging. Just a first-ranked list? A few 100,000? Looking down on my woman? With that, Yang Chen pointed his finger, and a universe heart was sent out instantly. Gao Mano, watching the live broadcast, was also surprised. Humph, just a universe heart. The man glanced at Yang Chen, full of disdain. First, take down my ranking. As he spoke, the man directly sent out 10 universe hearts. Look, the first ranked is making a move again. 10 universe hearts, the first ranked is amazing. The newcomer, you can't use that title for Yao's man. The live broadcast room was instantly abuzz with discussions, and the heat soared rapidly. Suddenly, a sly smile appeared on Yang Chen's face as he looked at Gao Mano broadcasting live and said, "This is too boring. Why don't we make a bet?" "A bet?" Gao Mano was puzzled. "What do you want to bet on?" Before Gao Mano could answer, the man asked first. "Whoever wins between us two becomes the first ranked, and the goddess will have dinner with us, how about that?" Yang Chen winked at Gao Mano and then said to the man, "Goddess, since we both intend to make a big move, as the protagonist, offer some stakes, fair enough?" Hearing Yang Chen's words, Gao Mano glared fiercely at Yang Chen, unable to retort due to his threat. She could only acquiesce. "You've lost," the man said. Yang Chen sneered, disdainfully glanced at the man, and rapidly clicked his finger. Yao's man sends out one universe heart. Yao's man sends out a universe heart double hit. Yao's man sends out a universe heart 10-hit combo. Yao's man was naturally Yang Chen's ID name. Gao Mano's live broadcast room was instantly flooded with universe hearts on the screen. In just a minute, Yang Chen had sent out hundreds of universe hearts and showed no signs of stopping. One universe heart was worth 2888, and sending out over 100 universe hearts meant that Yang Chen had already gifted over 200,000 worth of gifts in a short time. The screen filled with gifts brought the atmosphere in the live broadcast room to a climax. Is he trying to surpass the first ranked? Definitely, it looks like the first ranked is going to become the second ranked. First ranked, so powerful, the goddess is about to be taken away. Fans started discussing in the live broadcast room, and a large number of onlookers flooded into the live broadcast room. Seeing the screen filled with universe hearts, they could only exclaim, "Wow, amazing." As Yang Chen's ID was about to catch up with the first ranked, the man's face turned ugly. "Dare the light of a grain of rice contend with the brilliance of the moon? Challenging me with your pocket money?" The man snorted coldly and started showering gifts. Gao Mano was already speechless from the shock of the gifts in the live broadcast room. With so many universe hearts, her popularity had soared to the first place in the live broadcast section, a treatment that many big anchors with millions of fans did not have. "Is that so?" Yang Chen also sneered and said to the stunned Gao Mano, "Broadcast well, today I'll let you witness your man's skills, and let certain people know how high the sky is and how thick the earth is." A few 100,000 in gifts, Yang Chen really didn't care. Now with his worth, even if he spent a few billion, he wouldn't feel a thing. Yao's man sends out a universe heart 300-hit combo. The prompts about Yao's man and the first-ranked showering gifts still dominated the entire screen. Yang Chen was getting closer to the first-ranked position. The man beside him had already turned ugly. From the beginning of the competition until now, he had also sent out hundreds of thousands in gifts. He thought he had enough to crush Yang Chen, only to find that the other party was not the least bit nervous, and even provocatively looked at him from time to time. "Want to compete with me? I'll fulfill your wish." The man gritted his teeth, directly sent out a universe heart *520, hundreds of thousands worth of gifts, pushing Yang Chen back again. "Wow, so rich." Yang Chen turned to look at the arrogant man and teased. With a press of his finger, the live broadcast room instantly stirred up a commotion. As Yao's man sends out the heart of the universe *999 dominated the screen, the entire live broadcast room was shocked. Before the fans could recover from their astonishment, another wave of surprises ignited the atmosphere completely. Yao's man sends out the heart of the universe *1314. Now that's a real big shot, even the top ranker is left in the dust. Envious and jealous, I wish I could be Yao's man's woman. Come on, top ranker, the goddess has left you. Watching the murmurs and discussions in the live broadcast room, the man's face darkened completely. "What? Feeling sorry now?" Yang Chen sneered at the man's unpleasant expression. "Daring to show off a few pocket change in front of me, are you out of your mind or just blind?" Provokingly glancing at the man, Yang Chen made another move with his finger, sending out another wave of heart of the universe *520. The big shot is invincible. The top ranker deserves the title. The second ranker is not cutting it. Don't be a coward, the goddess is waiting for you. When Yang Chen successfully pushed the man off the top rank and left him far behind, the live broadcast room exploded. Hai Mengyao's live broadcast popularity usually fluctuated around a few 100,000. Now, with Yang Chen's consecutive waves of the heart of the universe, she soared to the top of the platform's hot search list. Many viewers flocked in, and the popularity skyrocketed to over 10 million. The congestion in the live broadcast room caused the entire software's back-end servers to crash, plunging the live broadcast room into a state of lag. Watching the frozen live broadcast room, Hai Mengyao was extremely excited, and her heart was shaken to the core. Such a scene was rare in the entire live broadcast industry. It could be said that after this battle, Hai Mangyao would be recorded in the platform's history and become a top-tier anchor. This was a situation that Hai Mangyao had never dreamed of. Is your pocket change not enough? Yang Chen glanced sideways at the man's gloomy face and taunted, or should I go back and ask your dad for some more? Little boy? You're going too far. The man, being teased by Yang Chen, suddenly looked extremely unpleasant. He knew his own situation well, showering with millions of gifts was already his limit. Seeing the man's anger, Yang Chen sneered, then pointed his finger again, sending out another wave of Heart of the Universe *1314. Faced with the lavish spending of this man named Yao, the fans in the slightly lagging live broadcast room were not only shocked and envious but also envious. Want to keep up, buddy? Yang Chen dealt another blow to the man with his words. I can't be bothered to argue with a dandy like you. The man, unwilling to accept defeat, glared at Yang Chen, his face burning with humiliation, lacking even the courage to look at Hai Mangyao. In front of this man named Yao, he was utterly defeated, and could only find a way to save face for himself. Admitting defeat directly, the man looked at Yang Chen contemptuously, then typed a line on the public screen of the live broadcast room. The top rank is mine, Yao is mine, if you can't handle it, get lost, or else don't blame me for using money to crush you. Seeing Yang Chen's domineering words, the fans in the live broadcast room immediately started to cheer. A female fan typed, Yao goddess is yours, but you are mine. I'll give monkeys to the top rank. Take the goddess away, leave the top rank to me. Hai Mangyao looked at the cheering comments in the live broadcast room, feeling both amused and exasperated. Wasn't she the main anchor? But now, her limelight had been completely stolen by this guy Yang Chen. After bidding farewell to the fans, Hai Mangyao closed the live broadcast and approached the two men. She glared fiercely at Yang Chen, then apologetically looked at the man and said, I'm sorry, my friend, how about I return the money you gifted? But I only received half of it, so I can only give you half. Before the man could respond, Yang Chen teased, goddess, that was just pocket change for him. After all, he's a big man. Gifts given are like water poured out. Are you really going to accept it, let alone return the favor? Hearing Yang Chen's words, the man gritted his teeth and admitted, I lost. But there's no reason for me, Su Bin, to take back the gift I've given. Now, that's what a real man looks like. Yang Chen deliberately hooked his arm around Gao Manyao's shoulder and said with a smile. Seeing Yang Chen and Gao Manyao's intimacy, the man clenched his fist. Gao Mangyao impatiently moved Yang Chen's hand off her shoulder. Awkwardly facing the man, she said, Thank you for your attention all this time. I'm sorry for today. Stop dawdling and get going. Yang Chen, seeing Gao Mangyao still intending to chat with the man, became a bit impatient and urged, Don't forget, as part of the bet, you owe me a meal. I'm already hungry. After expressing her apologies to the man, Gao Mangyao began to pack up her equipment and then left with Yang Chen. Goodbye, buddy. See you in the live room if fate allows. I'll be waiting for your challenge. As they were leaving, Yang Chen winked at the man mischievously. Watching the two of them playfully interact, the man's eyes revealed a hint of fierceness. Thinking about how he had impulsively spent over $1 million just now, not only failing to earn the goddess's favor but also being humiliated, the man felt very uncomfortable. I will definitely win you over. You are mine. Staring at Gao Manyao's figure ahead, he muttered through gritted teeth. When they reached the parking lot, Gao Manyao's eyes immediately fell on the striking black supercar. Wow, a supercar. Gao Mangyao left Yang Chen behind and ran to the black supercar. Admiring the luxury vehicle in front of her, she exclaimed, This car must cost at least over 10 million. There are only a few in the whole Tianhai. I never expected to see one here today. With that, Gao Mangyao took out her phone, stood next to the supercar, and took a picture. Then she posted on her social media, encountered a black Lamborghini, hoping for good luck to come. After taking the photo, she saw Yang Chen approaching. Excitedly looking at Yang Chen, she asked, Do you want a picture? I can take it for you. No need. Yang Chen gave Gao Mangyao a strange look and took out the car keys. Gao Mangyao didn't see the car keys in Yang Chen's hand. Looking puzzled, she asked, Are you sure? Encountering such a luxury car is rare. Maybe you can share some luck with the owner. Luck? Yang Chen heard Gao Manyao's words, looked at her playfully, and a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Taking advantage of Gao Manyao's distraction, Yang Chen walked over and hugged her. Teasingly, he said, How much luck can you get from taking a picture of the car? Having a chance to meet the owner face to face might bring even more luck, don't you think? After saying that, Yang Chen held Gao Mangyao tighter. Let me go. Gao Mangyao struggled, pushing Yang Chen away with flushed cheeks. Soon, Gao Mangyao realized from Yang Chen's words and looked at him in astonishment, asking, Are you saying this car is yours? Yes. Yang Chen affirmed. He waved the car keys in front of Gao Mangyao, pulled her closer, almost touching her face with his. "You rascal." Blushing, Gao Mano looked at Yang Chen with a mix of embarrassment and surprise. When someone approached, Yang Chen finally let go of Gao Mano, opened the car door, and with a gentlemanly gesture, said, "Goddess, please get in the car." Shocked, Gao Mano said, "You're so extravagant. The lottery winnings will be gone sooner or later." Yang Chen took Gao Mano to a nearby upscale hotel. After ordering, Yang Chen told the waiter, "Bring a bottle of 1982 Lafite." After the dishes were served, Yang Chen poured red wine into 2 glasses and raised his glass, saying, "Let's celebrate our victory today. Cheers." Mentioning the scene of jealousy in the live broadcast room earlier, Gao Mano blushed. A sweet feeling flashed through her heart, and a happy smile appeared on her lips. Just from today's live broadcast, she earned over $1 million. It was obvious that her value on the platform had also increased. What's more important was that Gao Mano was very satisfied with Yang Chen's attitude towards her. With these thoughts in mind, Gao Mano's gaze towards Yang Chen softened. "Cheers?" Seeing Gao Mano just looking at him without raising her glass, Yang Chen spoke again. "I don't drink." Gao Mano playfully glanced at Yang Chen and refused. "I don't drink alcohol." "You don't drink?" Yang Chen was surprised, then teased. "Are you afraid to drink? You're a live streamer, yet you lack such courage. How can you handle yourself in front of your fans? Today you made a fortune and even created a miracle in the live broadcast room. Don't you think you should have a couple of drinks to celebrate? You're quite stingy for a streamer." Yang Chen looked at Gao Mano with disdain. Unable to resist Yang Chen's provocation, Gao Mano could only clink glasses with him. As the red wine went down, Gao Mano's cheeks flushed red. While Yang Chen and Gao Mano were celebrating in the restaurant, on the other side, Zhang Haochen, who had been unconscious for 2 days, had already woken up. Zhang Tianlan sat by the bedside, his face filled with extreme distress. "Dad, you must avenge me. You must cripple Wu Runfeng and Yang Chen, or else I can't swallow this humiliation." Although Zhang Haochen had narrowly escaped death, both his hands and feet were completely crippled. Even his manhood had been severed, leaving him bedridden and utterly useless. In front of Zhang Tianlan, he looked lifeless, crying incessantly, "Don't worry, I will avenge you. Whoever dares to harm my son will not have it easy." Zhang Tianlan's face showed a hint of fierceness, then softened as he comforted Zhang Haochen. "I've already sent someone to track down Wu Runfeng. As for that Yang Chen, I will soon find someone to deal with him and avenge you." Hearing Zhang Tianlan's words, Zhang Haochen's crying lessened. Through gritted teeth, he vowed, "I will make Yang Chen suffer, and anyone associated with him will not be spared." Mentioning Yang Chen, Zhang Haochen's eyes were filled with deep resentment. Suddenly, Zhang Haochen thought of something and said to Zhang Tianlan, "Dad, you need to be careful too. That bastard Yang Chen is quite sinister." "Sinister?" Zhang Tianlan looked at Zhang Haochen in confusion. "Very sinister, I only realized it now," Zhang Haochen affirmed. After hesitating for a moment, he revealed the incidents between him and Yang Chen, including the humiliation he suffered. When Zhang Tianlan heard that Zhang Haochen was inexplicably stripped in public and that even a dozen people failed to touch Yang Chen, his expression turned serious. "I suspected Yang Chen was a cultivator before, but now, even Wu Runfeng is no match for him. With those peculiarities, I doubt he's just an ordinary cultivator. Ordinary people might not be able to deal with him." Seeing Zhang Haochen's plight, Zhang Tianlan's expression became unusually grave. "Rest now, I will handle this matter," Zhang Tianlan said to Zhang Haochen. After leaving the ward, Zhang Tianlan walked to a secluded place and called out, "Elder Gua." Suddenly, a figure appeared before Zhang Tianlan like a ghost. It was an old man dressed in a gray robe, thin and hunched, with white hair but a ruddy complexion. "Master." Elder Gua respectfully greeted Zhang Tianlan, who also returned the gesture respectfully. As a guardian of the Zhang family, Gua Zhiming, who is at the peak of the qi refining realm, is one of Zhang family's hidden cards. Even Zhang Tianlan, as the head of the family, dare not show any negligence towards Guo Lao, who specifically handles the shady matters for the Zhang family. "Guo Lao, have you heard what Haochen said? I wonder how you view that Yang Chen," Zhang Tianlan asked Guo Lao. "Without meeting the person in question, I dare not speculate. However, based on the young master's description, I infer that Yang Chen should also be a practitioner. Only then could he possess such extraordinary skills," Guo Zhiming said in a deep voice. After giving Guo Zhiming a deep look, Zhang Tianlan tentatively asked, "If I were to have you confront Yang Chen, how confident are you?" "That kid?" Guo Zhiming suddenly laughed, exuding a sense of arrogance, his aura bursting forth and then instantly converging. In that moment, Zhang Tianlan, who was closest to him, was already covered in cold sweat. "Just a mere child, not worth mentioning," Guo Zhiming said. "If the head of the family commands, I can take action immediately and deal with this ignorant junior." Seeing Gua Jiming's confident expression, Zhang Tianlan felt relieved. No need, such a trivial matter doesn't require Gua Lao's intervention. I will first assess that kid's capabilities through the dark web. If necessary, then I will trouble Gua Lao to take action, Zhang Tianlan said after some thought. In that case, I will take my leave, Gua Jiming said, then his figure disappeared ghostly on the spot. Taking out his phone, Zhang Tianlan dialed a number. Then he said into the phone, post a task for me on the dark web. I will send you the details later. After hanging up, Zhang Tianlan smirked, dare to harm my son, I will make you taste the bitterness of life. Yang Chen, I will make your whole family pay. On the other side, under Yang Chen's instigation and persuasion, Gao Mano had already drunk several glasses of wine. Seeing Gao Mano's flushed face, Yang Chen couldn't help but have some wicked thoughts. However, Gao Mano was very rational. When she felt a bit dizzy from the alcohol, she resolutely refused to drink more. Despite Yang Chen's various attempts and coaxing, Gao Mano refused to raise her glass, so he had to give up. After escorting Gao Mano to the hotel entrance, Yang Chen considerately reached out to support her, saying, let me take you upstairs. No need, I'm perfectly sober, Gao Mano pushed away Yang Chen's hand. Shaking her head to clear her mind, she said, don't think I don't know you're just trying to take advantage of me. Yang Chen, whose ulterior motives were exposed, felt a bit embarrassed. However, he quickly put on a bold face and looked at Gao Mano indignantly, saying, what do you take me for? Am I that kind of person? I'm just worried that you might be targeted by some bad people on your way upstairs, Yang Chen said with a righteous tone. Gao Mano just tilted her head, teasingly looking at Yang Chen. From the way Yang Chen stared at her, Gao Mano could tell what he was thinking. Can't I go upstairs to get a drink of water? Yang Chen thought for a moment and said, there's a store over there, go buy it yourself. Gao Mano gestured with her lips to the side. Yang Chen followed her indication and saw a store open. No, I'd better escort you upstairs. I'm worried, Yang Chen said without making excuses. Seeing Yang Chen's stubborn expression, Gao Mano, feeling a bit dizzy, didn't want to continue arguing with him on the street, so she let him follow her upstairs. When they reached the door of the room and Yang Chen was still following closely behind her, Gao Mano turned around and glared at him, saying, I'm at the door now, there's no danger. Why don't you leave? Holding his stomach, Yang Chen suddenly looked like he was in urgent need to use the restroom, pacing back and forth, saying, I need to pee, I want to go in and use the bathroom. Humph, Gao Mano snorted and took out the key. In the instant the door opened, Gao Mano, who had been slow and unsteady, even swaying as she walked, suddenly darted into the room at an incredible speed the moment the door opened. With a bang, Yang Chen, who had just intended to follow her in, nearly got his nose hit by the door. Mengao, Yada, goddess, could you please open the door? I really just wanted to go to the bathroom. Yang Chen stood at the door, knocking and calling out. Seeing no response from inside the room, Yang Chen suddenly cried out in pain. He slammed his hand against the door. Ouch, my stomach hurts so much, I can't take it anymore. Despite Yang Chen's efforts at the door in front of him remained unmoved. On the other side of the door, Gao Mano was watching Yang Chen's performance outside through the peephole, blushing, her heart pounding. Yang Chen, stop knocking, I can see you. No matter what you say, I won't open the door. I won't let you, the big bad wolf, in. Gao Mano shouted at Yang Chen outside. Hearing Gao Mano's triumphant voice, Yang Chen was infuriated. It turned out that all his efforts outside had become a joke in the eyes of the woman inside. Hoof. Yang Chen squinted at the door. Do you think I'm helpless like this? Yang Chen sneered. Rewind the system time by 1 minute. With a silent thought in his mind, a colorful light flowed before his eyes. Time rewound to the moment when Gao Mano opened the door. Yang Chen, who was prepared, took the opportunity to slip in ahead of Gao Mano opening the door. Seeing Yang Chen barging into the room, Gao Mano was shocked. How did you get in? Get out quickly. Gao Mano said to Yang Chen. I'm not leaving. Yang Chen said shamelessly, walking inside casually, picking up a cute cup from the table, pouring a glass of water, and drinking it with a nonchalant expression. That's my cup. Seeing Yang Chen actually using her cup to drink water, Gao Mano screamed, ran to Yang Chen, snatched the cup away, and looked at Yang Chen with an unpleasant expression. Gao Mano was a woman with cleanliness habits. Although she had a relationship with Yang Chen, they had not reached the point of sharing a cup. Oh, I already used it. Yang Chen shrugged. Seeing Yang Chen's indifferent expression, Gao Mano became angry and her face turned ugly. Yang Chen, just because we had a relationship doesn't mean you can act recklessly. I, Gao Mano, am not that kind of woman. If you want to pursue me, that's fine, but we have to start as ordinary friends. During this period, you can't act recklessly. Gao Mano yelled at Yang Chen. Glancing at the angry Gao Mano, Yang Chen rolled his eyes. You're too slow. Such a beautiful moment, and you're wasting time talking nonsense. Before Gao Mano could react, Yang Chen paused time. 1 hour later, Yang Chen leisurely lit a cigarette. Comfortable? Yang Chen exhaled smoke, turning to look at Gao Mano beside him. Oof. Gao Mano snorted, giving Yang Chen a disdainful look. You haven't told me what happened just now. Gao Mano remembered something and looked at Yang Chen with confusion, asking, I clearly remember asking you to leave, how did you? Blushing, Gao Mano felt embarrassed to continue. It's a secret. Yang Chen revealed a mysterious smile and said to Gao Mano, this is my exclusive technique. Seeing Yang Chen's expression, Gao Mano coldly snorted, stop pretending. The more Yang Chen refused to say, the more curious Gao Mano became. Seeing Gao Mano's curiosity, Yang Chen suddenly said, how about being my girlfriend? I'll tell you then. Dream on. Gao Mano glared at Yang Chen. Whether you say it or not, forget it. After resting for a while, Gao Mano regained some strength and pulled the blanket over to cover her body. Aren't you leaving? Gao Mano said coldly. Why should I leave? Yang Chen looked at Gao Mano in astonishment. This is my room, you can't stay here. Gao Mano glared at Yang Chen again and continued, with someone like you here, who knows what you might do. Upon hearing Gao Mano's words, Yang Chen's eyes suddenly softened. Playfully looking at her, he teased, of course, I'll do. You. In an instant, Gao Mano's face turned bright red, a hint of embarrassment showing between her brows. You better leave, I don't want to see you. Gao Mano was quite angered by Yang Chen's words. I'm not leaving tonight. Yang Chen extinguished his cigarette but then said seriously, it's not easy to have a chance to be with you, so I'm not leaving. Embracing Gao Mano, ignoring her struggles, Yang Chen softly said, since the last time I realized I've fallen for you, you've been on my mind. Seeing the affection in Yang Chen's eyes, Gao Mano felt a warm feeling inside. Then why don't we make the most of this opportunity and have another round? Yang Chen suggested. The goodwill that had been building up was instantly ruined by Yang Chen's words, and Gao Mano's gaze towards him turned angry. Pushing Yang Chen away, Gao Mano grabbed a pillow and hit him with it. Are you an animal? Always thinking about that, you'll exhaust yourself sooner or later, Gao Mano scolded. The two of them started playfully fighting. Suddenly, a knocking sound was heard at the door. Sis, open the door, I forgot my room card in your room. Hearing the crisp voice of a girl outside, Gao Mano panicked instantly. It's Cici coming back. Gao Mano pushed Yang Chen away, putting on her clothes and said to him, what should we do? If Cici sees this, I'll be so embarrassed. Cici? Your cousin, the beautiful girl who helped you with the video last time? Yang Chen asked. Yes, it's her, she's been living with me, why did she have to come back at this time? Gao Mano said in a panic. After dressing herself, Gao Mano turned to see Yang Chen still sitting there carelessly, which made her furious. She threw Yang Chen's clothes at him and scolded, you blockhead, why aren't you hiding yet? With time running out, Gao Mano pushed Yang Chen into the bathroom. Hide well, don't come out, Gao Mano said sternly. After fixing her slightly messy hair, Gao Mano finally opened the door. What took you so long? Cici entered and looked at Gao Mano, who seemed a bit disheveled and red-faced, with confusion. Gao Mano's mind raced, she pretended to yawn and said, I was a bit sleepy, took a nap and didn't hear you. After Cici entered, her eyes scanned the room and she looked puzzled, then surprised, at Gao Mano, asking, sis, are you redecorating? It looks so messy. Not having had the chance to tidy up yet, Gao Mano didn't know how to explain now that Cici had seen the mess. Hey, Cici. Just then, Yang Chen, who should have been hiding in the bathroom, walked out and greeted Cici. Seeing Yang Chen come out, Gao Mano's eyes widened in shock. Why are you out? Gao Mano looked at Yang Chen, her voice trembling with astonishment. Cici saw Gao Mano's shocked expression, then looked at Yang Chen, seeming to understand something. Why can't I come out? Yang Chen looked at Gao Mano with a hint of grievance, then said, we are already together, isn't it normal for me to be here? After saying that, Yang Chen turned to Cici and asked, Cici, I hope I'm not unwelcome here, right? And no. Faced with such a shocking scene, Cici felt her mind turn to mush, answering in a daze. On the side, Gao Mano was furious when she heard Yang Chen claiming they were together. She walked up to Cici and explained, Cici, don't believe him. We are not together. This guy has been lying since the beginning. Cici gave Gao Mano a strange look and pointed to the mess around them. Especially on the sofa Cici pointed at, there was a bra carelessly thrown there, making Gao Mano wish she could disappear. Cici. Gao Mano tried to explain but was interrupted by Cici. Sis, explanations are just cover-ups. We are all adults, what's embarrassing about love and relationships? Cici said with a smirk. Cici then looked at Gao Mano with surprise and said, sis, you two haven't been together for long and already. I didn't expect this from you, sis, you're surprisingly open-minded. Exposed by Cece, Gao Mano felt ashamed and could only glare at Yang Chen in resentment. If it weren't for this guy's antics, how could this have happened? Being caught red-handed by her own cousin, there was no way to explain now. Yang Chen, watching Gao Mano's embarrassment, felt triumphant. He casually walked up to Cece and said, "Look how smart Cece is, she can see our relationship without explanations. Darling, you don't need to explain anymore." Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, Gao Mano was almost infuriated. Darling? Who is this shameless guy's darling? Ignoring Gao Mano's protest in her eyes, Yang Chen turned to Cece and said with a smile, "Cece, from now on, you have to call me brother-in-law." "Ha?" Cece looked at Yang Chen, her eyes suddenly mischievous, teasing, "Yang Chen, I can call you brother-in-law, but I can't do it for free, right?" "I understand." Yang Chen winked at Cece, "Feel free to make any requests, brother-in-law is in a good mood today. Can you clear my shopping cart?" Cece tentatively asked. Opening her phone app, she showed Yang Chen her cart filled with unpaid items. Yang Chen glanced at it casually and said, "No problem, why don't you pick a few more items you like, I'll clear them all for you." Upon hearing this, Cece smiled brightly. Without hesitation, she added some makeup items she had always wanted but never dared to buy. Yang Chen emptied the cart without a word. "Thank you, brother-in-law." As the cart was cleared, Cece's eyes formed crescent moons. Looking at Gao Mano and Yang Chen again, Cece teased, "Sis, brother-in-law, enjoy yourselves, I'll leave you to your own world." With that, Cece quickly grabbed her forgotten room key from the table and left. Seeing only herself and Yang Chen in the room, Gao Mano regretfully said, "That brat, wait until I get back at her." Jang family, Zhang Tianlan's study. A butler-like man stood beside him and said, "Master, I have successfully posted a $1,000 bounty on the dark web. Many have accepted the task, and now top assassins from around the world are heading to Tianhai City, while local assassins should already be in action. This time, to target Yang Chen, Zhang Tianlan had issued an open task. Assassins on the dark web interested in the task could accept it. However, the one who ultimately gets Yang Chen's head will be the one to claim the reward." Yang Chen's information had been shared on the dark web by Zhang Tianlan. He was just a young ordinary person, a trivial target for these assassins, hence the large number of applicants, a mix of all kinds of people. From the current situation, this Yang Chen is as good as dead, the butler chuckled. Seeing the butler's smile, Zhang Tianlan was not particularly pleased. In the information published on the dark web, he deliberately concealed Yang Chen's peculiarities. "I hope so. If he can just die quietly, then I'll have one less worry," Zhang Tianlan said in a deep voice. "Master, are you joking?" The butler observed Zhang Tianlan's serious expression and said, "He's just an ordinary person. Even if he's skilled, what can he do? Can he withstand so many professional killers? He's doomed," the butler affirmed. After a conversation with her father, Kai Kuan, Kai Jinlin became intensely interested in Yang Chen's identity. She privately arranged for a top private detective to investigate Yang Chen's information. Soon, the information about Yang Chen was delivered to Kai Jinlin. Frowning as she looked at the information, Kai Jinlin found that Yang Chen's life and background were clearly documented without any omissions. From the information, Yang Chen seemed like an ordinary person. The only difference was that his sister had incredibly good luck, winning a lottery and changing their family's poor situation. The data showed that his sister never bought lottery tickets, and it was actually him who frequently bought them, so the winning ticket should belong to him. Although this peculiar rags-to-riches story was surprising, it was not enough to support Yang Chen's esteemed position in Kai Kuan's eyes. "Are you sure this is all the information on Yang Chen?" After reviewing the information, Kai Jinlin asked the top private detective seriously. "Miss Kai, I can assure you that this information includes all records of Yang Chen from birth until now. Even with some gaps, we have also investigated in Yang Chen's hometown. Apart from winning the jackpot, his life is not as remarkable as the color of the coffee in front of you. Of course, I have also looked into the powerful background you mentioned. Yang Chen's ancestors for 3 generations were all ordinary people, nothing peculiar," the private detective said earnestly. Kai Jinlin tapped her slender fingers lightly on the table, making a clicking sound, her brow furrowed. It wasn't that she didn't want to believe the information in front of her. It was just that her father's attitude towards Yang Chen seemed overly obsequious. This shouldn't be. Kai Jinlin picked up the information again, carefully examining it but still found nothing outstanding. She knew very well what kind of person her father was, a proud and wealthy man. If it wasn't someone so powerful that even her father couldn't afford to offend, her father would never willingly submit. Closing the information, Kai Jinlin's eyes were filled with a strong sense of doubt. After the private detective left, Kai Jinlin called Yang Chen. "Mr. Yang, are you free? Can we meet and chat?" Kai Jinlin smiled. "Have you figured it out?" Yang Chen also smiled on the phone, but to Kai Jinlin, it sounded somewhat mocking. Suppressing her dissatisfaction, Kai Jinlin teased, "Mr. Yang, are men nowadays so direct in pursuing women? Don't you want to take it slow, at least give us a few more chances to meet? After all, I'm a beautiful woman. If you want to pursue me, shouldn't you give me a gift, like flowers or something?" Suddenly, Kai Jinlin remembered Yang Chen's domineering words from before, her face blushing involuntarily. 11 o'clock in the morning, at Azure Coffee. See you there. After saying that, Kai Jinlin hung up the phone directly. Kai Jinlin waited at the coffee shop for Yang Chen to arrive. Around 10:30, Yang Chen walked in holding a bunch of bright red roses. "This is for you, Lin." Yang Chen handed the roses to Kai Jinlin, smiling. "Looks like Mr. Yang, you've made progress," Kai Jinlin said with a smile as she took the roses, giving Yang Chen a sweet smile. Today, Kai Jinlin was wearing a white dress, her hair casually falling, a pair of large earrings showcasing her sexy and charming socialite aura. Yang Chen looked at Kai Jinlin up close, his eyes brightened. "You've also made progress, haven't you?" Yang Chen looked deeply at Kai Jinlin in front of him and said, "Being my girlfriend, you won't lose out. Your father will definitely agree, right?" Yang Chen said directly. Kai Jinlin felt a bit embarrassed. She had intended to ask Yang Chen out, chat for a while, and then gradually bring up the matter, preferably if Yang Chen took the initiative, so she could save face. After all, she had directly rejected Yang Chen last time, and now inviting him out herself was already a concession for Kai Jinlin. Being told so directly by Yang Chen now, Kai Jinlin felt her face burning. "I thought Mr. Yang would be a bit more understanding because of a woman's changes, but you're still so straightforward. It's really heartbreaking." Kai Jinlin looked at Yang Chen with a touch of grievance, feeling wronged. Yang Chen chuckled and said, "I fell in love with Miss Kai at first sight. When you love someone, you should say it early. Keeping it hidden isn't good. I'd regret it if someone else confessed first." Hearing Yang Chen's words, Kai Jinlin's embarrassed expression finally eased a bit. With the ice broken, the atmosphere between the two of them naturally became much more harmonious as they continued chatting. As the conversation went on, Kai Jinlin discovered that Yang Chen was not only a mystery all over but also quite interesting himself. "Mr. Yang, how about this? We've just met, so why don't we pretend to be a couple first? Whether you can successfully win me over in the future will depend on your efforts, okay?" Kai Jinlin smiled playfully, exuding charm. "You will fall in love with me." Yang Chen showed a strong confidence and teased. "Mr. Yang is so confident?" Kai Jinlin said with a smile. "Why wouldn't I be?" Yang Chen replied. "In that case, I wonder when Mr. Yang plans to introduce me to your parents. I also want to get to know Mr. Yang better." Kai Jinlin hesitated for a moment and said. When she looked at Yang Chen again, her eyes sparkled. Private detectives couldn't uncover Yang Chen's background, so Kai Jinlin decided to personally understand Yang Chen, and getting close to his family was the most direct way. "Let's do it in a couple of days. I'll take you to meet my sister," Yang Chen said. Kai Jinlin took the initiative to mention meeting the parents, and Yang Chen, who had this intention, readily agreed. "Yang Chen, I want to work at Shangshi Entertainment. What do you think?" Kai Jinlin changed her way of addressing Yang Chen and asked. Yang Chen frowned slightly, staring at Kai Jinlin with a puzzled expression. "Aren't you doing well at Jinshan Group?" Yang Chen asked in confusion. Kai Jinlin chuckled, lifted a cup of coffee, propped her chin with one hand, and looked at Yang Chen with interest, saying, "But I feel more interested in you than in work. I want to get to know you up close. Is that okay?" Yang Chen was momentarily stunned, not understanding what Kai Jinlin was up to. "I found out from my dad that you need someone for strategic planning, which happens to be my forte. So I thought of going to Shangshi Entertainment. This way, we'll have more time together, and we can understand each other faster." Listening to Kai Jinlin's words, Yang Chen fell silent. Although Yang Chen had taken over Shangshi Entertainment for some time, he didn't know how to manage an entertainment company. He usually delegated tasks to his subordinates, signing documents and chatting with some beautiful women, leading a leisurely life. As for the company's direction, Yang Chen really had no idea. Thinking about this, Yang Chen agreed. "Since you're willing, I'm happy. Just come to the company directly as the vice president," Yang Chen said with a smile. After discussing with Kai Jinlin, the two of them finished their meal, and Yang Chen took Kai Jinlin to Shangshi Entertainment. After announcing Kai Jinlin as the company's vice president, Yang Chen directly handed over all the company's affairs to Kai Jinlin and took on the role of a hands-off boss. Yang Chen sat leisurely in the office, looking at the screen in front of him. On the screen was a character profile for a web drama the company was preparing. The company needed this web drama to promote new talents, and the quality of this batch of newcomers was good, especially a few girls who were very suitable. Understanding Yang Chen's temperament, Lu Huani directly entrusted Yang Chen with the selection of the protagonist. As he looked at the selected candidates on the screen, a smile crept onto Yang Chen's lips, and in his mind, the figures of Sun Jingya and Yang Zishi appeared unconsciously. Just then, a knock on the door sounded. "Come in," Yang Chen said, looking towards the door. As the office door opened, a stunning figure walked in. Sun Jingya was wearing hot pants that accentuated her long legs. She wore a crop top that revealed her midriff, her long hair cascading naturally, exuding both sensuality and innocence. The moment Yang Chen saw Sun Jingya, a smile played on his lips, his eyes brightened. "What's up?" Yang Chen asked. "Director Yang," Sun Jingya's voice was soft and sweet, with a hint of coquettishness. "Director Yang, the female lead for our company's web drama has not been decided yet." Sun Jingya boldly walked up to Yang Chen, placed her hands on his shoulders, and started massaging. As Sun Jingya leaned in, a pleasant fragrance wafted into Yang Chen's nostrils. "Do you want to be the female lead?" Yang Chen held Sun Jingya's delicate hand and asked. "Of course, I do. This is the first opportunity for us newcomers in the company, and I've seen the pre-selected candidates. I fit all the criteria perfectly. Director Yang, can I?" Sun Jingya coquettishly pleaded. "Of course," Yang Chen said, squeezing Sun Jingya's hand. "I'll talk to manager Lu later to finalize it." Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, Sun Jingya was instantly thrilled. Taking advantage of the moment, Sun Jingya hugged Yang Chen and planted a kiss on him before sitting on his lap, hooking her arms around his neck, saying, "Thank you, Director Yang. Let me treat you to dinner tonight to show my gratitude." Sun Jingya gazed lovingly at Yang Chen, her face blushing. "Sure," Yang Chen readily agreed. Just as they were about to get cozy, the office door was pushed open. Without knocking, Kai Jinlin barged in. "Ah!" Seeing that the newcomer Vice President Kai Jinlin had entered, Sun Jingya exclaimed in surprise and quickly sprang up from Yang Chen. Looking at Kai Jinlin's flushed face, Sun Jingya awkwardly greeted, "Hello, Vice President Kai." Kai Jinlin, observing the awkward situation, looked at Yang Chen's composed demeanor and held back her frustration. Handing a document to Yang Chen, she said, "Director Yang, here's a document that requires your signature. Are you available now or busy?" "Of course, I'm available," Yang Chen said with a smile, then turned to Sun Jingya, "You can go now." Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, Sun Jingya, feeling intimidated, glanced at Kai Jinlin and quickly left the office. Kai Jinlin then sternly told Yang Chen, "Director Yang, this is a company, please be mindful of your image." After Yang Chen signed the document, Kai Jinlin left with a somber expression. Shortly after, there was another knock on the door. "Come in," Yang Chen said. "Director Yang, I've prepared some fruits for you." Dressed in professional attire, Ewing walked in with a fruit platter and said, "Young director, these are the freshest fruits I've selected for you." Ewing had a great figure, and her professional attire accentuated her curves. Yang Chen picked up an apple slice, tasted it, and found it sweet and delicious. "Director Yang, I specifically picked the freshest fruits for you." Ewing looked at Yang Chen's satisfied smile and proudly said, "Not bad. You should try it too." With that, Yang Chen skewered a piece of dragon fruit with a toothpick and offered it to Ewing. After hesitating for a moment, Ewing leaned forward and opened her mouth. Just as the dragon fruit was about to reach Ewing's lips, Yang Chen's hand suddenly trembled, causing the fruit on the toothpick to fall, staining Ewing's white shirt with a streak of red. I'm sorry, Yang Chen apologized, quickly getting up and grabbing a tissue to wipe the stain on Ewing's collar. "It's okay, Mr. Yang, I can handle it myself," Ewing declined, feeling both surprised and flattered. In the midst of her refusal, a button on her collar was accidentally undone by Yang Chen. Time seemed to freeze instantly. "What are you doing?" A cold voice suddenly rang out, prompting Yang Chen and Ewing to look towards the door simultaneously, only to see Kai Jinlin with a cold expression. Ewing felt extremely embarrassed on the spot, blushing as she quickly buttoned up her collar and nervously glanced at Kai Jinlin. Although Kai Jinlin was the company's vice president, everyone at Shengshire Entertainment knew her true identity. Yang Chen, in front of all the executives, had declared that he would leave all major and minor matters to Kai Jinlin, effectively making her the de facto president. Caught red-handed by Kai Jinlin, Yu Ying's heart pounded with unease. "President Kai, I." Ewing looked nervously at Kai Jinlin, wanting to explain. Yang Chen interjected, "What else can I do? Yu Ying's clothes got stained with dragon fruit juice, so I'm just helping to clean it." Kai Jinlin didn't believe a word of Yang Chen's nonsense. After scanning Yang Chen and Ewing with her eyes, she finally gave Ewing a meaningful look. Ewing instantly understood and hurriedly excused herself. Once Ewing closed the office door behind her, Kai Jinlin's expression turned dark as she looked at Yang Chen. "Yang Chen, Don't you think you've gone too far? Constantly being disturbed by Kai Jinlin had fueled Yang Chen's anger. Staring coldly at Kai Jinlin, he said, "You don't need to report to me about company matters anymore. Make your own decisions, and as for signing documents, handle it yourself. Furthermore, we are just pretending to be a couple. You shouldn't meddle in everything, let alone interfere with our private lives." Yang Chen's words were met with disbelief by Kai Jinlin. After glaring at Yang Chen for a while, Kai Jinlin suddenly chuckled, dissipating the anger on her face. When she looked at Yang Chen again, her gaze turned flirtatious. "Since that's the case, let's really become a couple." Surprised by Kai Jinlin's words, Yang Chen stared at her in astonishment. "What? Are you afraid?" Kai Jinlin threw him a challenging look. "Afraid?" Yang Chen burst into laughter, his eyes carrying a mischievous glint. "There's nothing I'm afraid of." Yang Chen teased, "I thought it would take some time for my charm to work on you, but it seems to be quite effective." With that, Yang Chen walked up to Kai Jinlin, suddenly reaching around her waist and pulling her close. Caught off guard by Yang Chen's bold move, Kai Jinlin let out a yelp. "Since we are a real couple now, shouldn't we do what couples do?" Looking mischievously at the startled Kai Jinlin, Yang Chen blew gently into her ear, teasingly saying, "You rascal, let me go." Blushing furiously, Kai Jinlin glared at Yang Chen, struggling and pushing him away with both hands. "Why let go?" Yang Chen grinned playfully. "Shouldn't we be doing what couples do?" Completely caught off guard by Yang Chen's audacity, Kai Jinlin found herself taken aback by his immediate response to her casual remark. "You scoundrel." Kai Jinlin couldn't break free, so she gritted her teeth and said, "You're so beautiful, how can I bear to let you go? There's no one around now, why don't we get closer?" With that, Yang Chen moved as if to kiss her. "Yang Chen, stop." Kai Jinlin's face changed instantly, she pushed hard and finally broke free from Yang Chen's grasp. Blushing with anger, she said, "You scoundrel, I can't be bothered with you." After saying that, Kai Jinlin fled in a hurry. Despite being interrupted in his plans, Yang Chen felt a bit better having taken advantage of Kai Jinlin. However, due to Kai Jinlin's involvement, no one came to see Yang Chen for some time. Feeling bored, Yang Chen wandered around the company aimlessly before leaving. Sitting in his car, Yang Chen was lost in thought, wondering where to go next. He thought about all the women he had been in contact with and realized that Gao Mano suited his taste the most, giving him a feeling of love. With this in mind, Yang Chen sent a message to Gao Mano, "Are you free? Want to hang out?" Ding! The moment the message was sent, Gao Mano replied instantly, "Are you that free?" Surprised by her quick response and playful expression, Yang Chen replied with a smile, "I'm always free to accompany a goddess like you." Gao Mano quickly retorted, "You old rascal, very bad." This banter amused Yang Chen. After chatting for a while, Gao Mano agreed to Yang Chen's invitation, and he went to pick her up. Near a square, Yang Chen saw Gao Mano, who had just finished a street shoot today. Wearing hot pants that almost reached her hips and a black camisole, Gao Mano's goddess aura was highlighted perfectly. "Where to?" Gao Mano asked directly after getting into the car. "Where do you want to go?" "Today, I'm willing to accompany a goddess at all costs," Yang Chen teased. Gao Mano seemed puzzled, clearly not having decided where to go. Yang Chen looked at the slightly sweaty Gao Mano, who had just finished the shoot, breathing heavily. After some thought, Yang Chen suggested, "How about we find a place to rest first? You seem tired after the shoot. Once you're rested, we can think about it slowly." Touched by Yang Chen's consideration, Gao Mano looked at him in surprise, feeling a warm sensation in her heart. "Okay," Gao Mano readily agreed, and Yang Chen took her to a tea restaurant, where they ordered some snacks. After Gao Mano rested, Yang Chen took her to a nearby amusement park. After a round of fun, Yang Chen accompanied Gao Mano to go shopping at the mall, then they found a nearby restaurant to eat and rest when they got tired. With Yang Chen's company, Gao Mano's mood noticeably improved, and Yang Chen was equally enjoying himself. Not far from the two, a stranger wearing a duckbill cap was discreetly observing them. If Yang Chen had paid a little more attention, he would have noticed that the man had been following him since he left the company. Where to next? Seeing Gao Mano full and refreshed, with fatigue erased from her face, Yang Chen asked playfully. Knowing Yang Chen's temperament well, Gao Mano could tell what he was thinking from his expression. She glared at Yang Chen and said, "I'm going back. Stop daydreaming. I still have to edit videos when I get back." Gao Mano's words shattered any budding thoughts in Yang Chen's mind. "How about I help you?" "You can't handle it alone," Yang Chen persisted. "No need. You wouldn't know how, and it wouldn't meet my standards. I have to send out today's material tonight," Gao Mano said seriously. Realizing he had no chance, Yang Chen had to give up. "Alright, let's go. I'll take you back," Yang Chen said, helping Gao Mano with her shopping bags. The two of them walked out of the store and headed towards the parking lot. As they chatted and laughed along the way, a man wearing a duckbill cap approached them. Yang Chen didn't pay much attention, but in the split second they passed each other, a cold light flashed from the man's hand and was suddenly at Yang Chen's neck. In an instant, Yang Chen's heart raced, a chill creeping up from within. System, pause time, Yang Chen hurriedly said to the system subconsciously. Ding dong, system prompt, current time paused, a clear system prompt sounded in Yang Chen's mind, with the cold blade just a centimeter away from his neck. Seeing the dagger almost touching his neck, Yang Chen was horrified. Amidst the fear, a surge of anger rose within him. With a fierce expression, Yang Chen dodged the dagger and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks at the frozen man. You're looking for death, daring to assassinate me? I think you've had enough of living. Surviving the ordeal, Yang Chen acted with madness until he felt his limbs ache, then he stopped. Seeing the distorted face of the man, Yang Chen was still not satisfied, kicking the man's groin a few more times. He then took the dagger and released the time pause. The pain left by Yang Chen instantly stimulated the man's nerves. Ah! A painful cry rang out as the man in the duckbill cap fell to the ground, clutching his groin, writhing in agony. Gao Mano saw the man who had approached them suddenly fall to the ground in pain, shocked and horrified. Recovering from the shock, Gao Mano looked at Yang Chen in confusion, silently questioning him. Did you do this? Let's go. Yang Chen didn't answer, just pulled Gao Mano away with a grim face. Gao Mano, following behind Yang Chen, was full of questions. Yang Chen led Gao Mano towards the parking lot. The Jang family is really seeking death. I haven't come for you yet, but you've come for me first, Yang Chen speculated with a dark expression as they walked. The only ones he held deep grudges against were the Zhang family, so Yang Chen knew that the assassin who had targeted him just now must have been sent by them. Thinking of the assassin from earlier, Yang Chen couldn't help but shudder. He had the time system, but he needed time to control it. If the opponent suddenly attacked, leaving him no time to manipulate the time system, then everything would be in vain. Soon, they arrived at the parking lot. Just as they were about to get into the car and leave, Yang Chen's tense string finally relaxed a bit. Yang Chen, what happened just now? Gao Mano couldn't help but ask about her doubts. And what about that man from earlier? Let's leave this place first. Yang Chen stuffed a bunch of shopping bags into the trunk, saying to Gao Mano. Just as Yang Chen was about to get into the car, he suddenly felt a chill in his heart. Before he could react, there was a muffled bang, and a bullet pierced through his chest. Yang Chen fell to the ground instantly. Yang Chen. Gao Mano saw Yang Chen suddenly fall to the ground, his chest pierced, blood gushing out, his face turning extremely pale. Crouching beside Yang Chen, Gao Mano was frantic, trying to help him up. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, a bullet grazing past Gao Mano's cheek, shattering the nearby glass. Ah! Gao Mano suddenly screamed, instinctively covering her ears, crouching against the car, shouting in terror. With his chest pierced, a large amount of blood flowing from his body, Yang Chen's consciousness gradually weakened. The screams of Gao Mano and her calls to him grew fainter, as he felt the whole world drifting away from him. Watching as Yang Chen's consciousness was about to sink into the endless darkness. Suddenly, a desperate cry awakened him from the brink of despair. I can't give up. I still have the system. I can reverse life and death. Yang Chen briefly regained consciousness and commanded with his last bit of strength, system, rewind time by 20 minutes. Just as Yang Chen was about to lose consciousness, the system responded to his call. Ding! System prompt, time is rewinding. With the sound of the system echoing in his mind, a colorful array of colors suddenly rose before Yang Chen's eyes, mysterious lights intertwining and pulling him out of the dark abyss. Ding! Time has rewound to 20 minutes ago. Yang Chen and Gao Mano appeared in the restaurant, seeing themselves unharmed, filling Yang Chen's heart with excitement. The fear of imminent death still lingered in Yang Chen's mind. Surviving the ordeal, Yang Chen was filled with lingering fear and realized one thing. Even though he now possessed a system that could control time, it didn't mean he was invincible. The fragility of the body posed a deadly threat. In this world, there were too many who could snatch his life away in an instant, even before he could manipulate the system. During the recent attack in the parking lot, if it weren't for Gao Mano's desperate cry that awakened him from sinking into unconsciousness, he might not have woken up. Various thoughts flashed through Yang Chen's mind, and as he looked at Gao Mano again, his gaze softened. This woman didn't abandon him and run away at a critical moment, which moved Yang Chen. Thank you. Yang Chen suddenly hugged Gao Mano and whispered affectionately in her ear. Startled by the sudden embrace, Gao Mano was puzzled, not understanding what had gotten into Yang Chen. After a moment, she pushed him away, her eyes strange, with a hint of caution. Yang Chen, I'm warning you, don't try to pull this on me. I have principles and won't fall for your tricks. Gao Mano cunningly warned Yang Chen. Finding her guarded expression amusing, Yang Chen said, let's go, I'll walk you home. As they walked out of the restaurant, Yang Chen's eyes flashed with determination as he looked at the path leading to the parking lot. He knew he wasn't invincible now, but as long as he was cautious enough, his life wouldn't be easily taken away by others. Walking towards the parking lot with Gao Mano, they saw a man wearing a duckbill cap approaching. Prepared in advance, Yang Chen paused time before the man could act. "You want to kill me? Then be prepared to pay a painful price." Yang Chen punched and kicked the man wearing the duckbill cap, shattering his manhood once again. Ignoring the man writhing on the ground in agony, under Gao Mano's puzzled gaze, Yang Chen held her hand and walked forward. "You go back first. I have something to attend to and can't accompany you." When they reached the elevator, Yang Chen suddenly said to Gao Mano. Seeing Yang Chen's serious expression, Gao Mano hesitated for a moment and said, "All right, take care of yourself then." Understanding that Yang Chen must have something important to do, Gao Mano didn't insist and went into the elevator directly. After seeing Gao Mano off, Yang Chen walked alone towards the parking lot. Recalling the scene of the previous attack, Yang Chen sneakily glanced at a corner of the parking lot. Based on his earlier deduction, the gunman should be hiding there. Since you've come to me, don't think about leaving." Yang Chen sneered. Pausing time, he walked towards the suspected direction and indeed found a man disguised and hiding beside a car, aiming a gun at his sports car. Seeing the man's stunned expression, a fierce look flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. He delivered a punch to the man's temple, followed by a brutal beating. Estimating that the man had no more strength to resist, Yang Chen kicked the gun in front of him. "System, release the time pause," Yang Chen commanded the system. The moment the time pause was lifted, the gunman who was ready to assassinate Yang Chen suddenly trembled all over, fell to the ground in pain, his face completely transformed into a pig's head, and one of his legs was broken by Yang Chen's foot. "Speak! Who sent you to assassinate me?" Yang Chen asked from a position of dominance, pressing his foot on the man's chest. The pain made the man's expression contorted. Looking at Yang Chen who appeared ghostly in front of him, the man's back tingled with fear. He was a professional killer, top-notch in both skill and reflexes. Yet now, he had been approached unnoticed and beaten up. The fear was evident. "How did you do it?" The man endured the intense pain, gritting his teeth in horror as he asked Yang Chen. "Who sent you to deal with me? Speak, or die," Yang Chen said coldly. "You won't make me talk. Even if I die, I won't tell you." The man's already contorted face carried a hint of ferocity as he sneered. Suddenly, the man's movements stiffened, then he struggled violently for a few moments before collapsing on the ground. "Suicide?" Yang Chen looked in astonishment at the man who was now barely breathing, puzzled. "Thinking of ending it all? Not possible in front of me." Yang Chen coldly stared at the man, then rewound time by a minute. Just before the man attempted to bite his tongue, Yang Chen knocked him unconscious with a punch. "You think of suicide before giving me what I want?" Simply dreaming, Yang Chen sneered at the man. Pausing time, Yang Chen dealt with the scene, took the man and headed to the outskirts. In an abandoned village on the outskirts, inside an undemolished adobe house, Yang Chen laid the man down, tied his hands and feet with a rope. Looking at the man before him, Yang Chen smoked a cigarette, recalling the events in the parking lot. After a while, Yang Chen showed a relieved look. A professional killer would not leave his traces in the parking lot, so Yang Chen was sure that the surveillance there had been taken care of by the man. He didn't have to worry about being tracked through the cameras. Shortly after, the man woke up. Yang Chen extinguished the cigarette in his hand, looked coldly at the man, and said, "There's no one else here now, we can have a good chat. Tell me, who sent you to kill me? I can give you a quick death," Yang Chen said in a deep voice. At that moment, the man's eyes suddenly revealed a resolute look. Just as he was about to end his life, Yang Chen chuckled mockingly and said, "Don't think about suicide, in front of me, even dying is difficult for you." Realizing his thoughts were exposed by Yang Chen, the man recalled the scenes of fear earlier, looked at Yang Chen with sudden horror, as if facing a devil. "Just kill me," the man spat out blood, saying to Yang Chen, "As a killer, I have failed, I am prepared to die." "You won't get any information from me," the man said firmly. Hearing the man's words, Yang Chen felt like he was dealing with a fool. Slowly lighting a cigarette, Yang Chen took a few puffs, then pressed the cigarette but directly on the man's face. "Ah!" A scream rang out, and soon a cigarette scar was burned on the man's face, causing him to tremble in pain. "Will you talk now?" Yang Chen asked again. "Pa," the man spat, gritting his teeth, "even if you kill me, I won't tell you. Consider me unlucky for taking the task to assassinate you." Seeing the man's stubborn demeanor, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel annoyed. Holding the gun he took from the man, he aimed it at the man's body. With a bang, the bullet pierced through the man's leg. Another shot rang out, and Yang Chen also shot through the man's other leg. The man curled up on the ground, his face pale even amidst the bruises, sweat beads covering his forehead, his body trembling. You don't have to speak, I have all the time to waste with you. Yang Chen looked at the man mockingly, a cruel smile on his face. I can break your bones inch by inch, then dislocate your fingers joint by joint. If you still don't speak, I will slowly peel off your skin. Rest assured, you won't die so easily. If I have to cut off every inch of your skin, and you still don't speak, I, Yang Chen, will salute you as a hero. Staring coldly at the man, Yang Chen squatted down, pinched one of the man's fingers in his hand, and ruthlessly snapped it. Amidst the piercing screams, the man's finger was already broken. This time, the man looked at Yang Chen with fear and horror in his eyes. I'll talk. Seeing Yang Chen pinching his other finger, the man finally couldn't bear the horror in his heart and begged for mercy. He wasn't afraid of death, but he feared the excruciating pain of suffering without being able to die, the dual torment of mind and body breaking down the man's last line of defense. I took the job on the dark web. I don't know who posted it, the man said tremblingly. You don't know? Are you kidding me? Yang Chen heard the man's words, sneered, and broke the man's other finger again. I really don't know. The tasks posted on the dark web are all anonymous, we have no idea who the employer behind it is, the man explained, enduring the excruciating pain in his body. Seeing the man's terror, Yang Chen, after confirming that the man in front of him was not lying, had no choice but to stop. You know nothing, so keeping you alive is pointless, go in peace. Yang Chen looked expressionless at the man, aimed the gun at him, and pulled the trigger. With a gunshot, the man's forehead was pierced, a look of relief on his face. Watching the killing in the pool of blood, the man felt no pity. These killers were all full of evil deeds, each with at least a few innocent lives on their hands. Yang Chen killing him could be considered just retribution. However, it was Yang Chen's first time killing, and he wasn't quite used to it. The pungent smell of blood made him nauseous. After smoking several cigarettes in a row, Yang Chen finally recovered from the discomfort. Yang Chen, you are no longer an ordinary person now, these things are unavoidable, and will only increase. The only thing you can do is adapt, or next time it will be you who dies. Yang Chen muttered to himself, looking at the corpse in front of him with icy eyes. Just as Yang Chen was about to clean up the scene and leave, his phone rang. Taking out the phone, he saw it was Kai Kun calling. Mr. Yang, it's not good. I just received news that there is a mission against you on the dark web. Just as the call connected, Kai Kun's anxious voice rang in Yang Chen's ear. Looking at the corpse in front of him, Yang Chen said in a deep voice, I already know, so far, I have encountered 2 waves of assassins, but they have all been dealt with. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Kai Kun also breathed a sigh of relief on the phone. As long as Mr. Yang is safe, that's all that matters, but you scared me. Then Kai Kun continued, of course, with Mr. Yang's abilities, how could a few mere assassins be able to deal with you? What specific information have you received on your end? Tell me, Yang Chen asked in a deep voice. I just found out that there is an assassination mission against you on the dark web, with a reward of $10 million. This price is enough to attract most assassins, and many have already taken on the task. Mr. Yang, you must be careful during this time, Kai Kun said solemnly. $10 million, quite a generous offer. It seems like someone behind this is eager to see me dead, Yang Chen sneered. He hung up the phone and pondered for a moment, murmuring to himself, judging by the current situation, only the Jang family could afford such a hefty sum. With that in mind, Yang Chen quickly erased his traces at the scene and drove straight to the Jang family. A ringtone sounded, Yang Chen answered the call, and immediately heard Gao Mano's worried voice, Yang Chen, where are you? Her delicate face appeared in his mind, and Yang Chen smiled, there's an urgent matter at the company that I need to attend to, so I had to leave. After Yang Chen finished speaking, Gao Mano fell silent for a moment before saying, alright, take care of yourself. After that, Gao Mano hung up. Meanwhile, Gao Mano sat on the sofa staring blankly at her phone, her brows furrowed. Yang Chen hadn't said anything, but Gao Mano sensed that he must have encountered something significant. Especially when she recalled the man who had suddenly wailed in front of her, Gao Mano's face turned pale. Having spent some time together, Gao Mano understood Yang Chen and knew he wasn't a man of senseless violence. Something must have happened that she was unaware of. Yang Chen arrived at the Zhang family villa and, after pausing time, casually barged in. Unfortunately, after searching the entire Zhang family residence, Yang Chen only encountered a few servants working, with no sign of Zhang Tianlun. He then went to the hospital, with the same result. Not only did he not find Zhang Tianlun, but even Zhang Haochen had been relocated. It seems Zhang Tianlun was well prepared, Yang Chen muttered, looking displeased. After some thought, Yang Chen dialed Kai Kun's number. Find out where Zhang Tianlun is, and inform me immediately if there's any news, Yang Chen instructed Kai Kun. I'll get on it right away, Kai Kun replied. Hesitating for a moment, Kai Kun still expressed his concern, Mr. Yang, why don't you come and stay at my place? We have excellent security measures. Even if there are assassins, they won't harm you. No need, Yang Chen refused directly. Mr. Yang, I know you're skilled, but as the saying goes, it's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to avoid an arrow in the dark, Kai Koen worriedly remarked. Rest assured, they won't take my life that easily. Instead of living in fear and hiding all day, it's better to lure them out and deal with them once and for all, Yang Chen said coldly. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, Kai Koen didn't insist further, only saying, in that case, please be careful, and let me know if you need anything. After hanging up with Kai Koen, Yang Chen pondered on how to make the other party come out voluntarily instead of hiding in the shadows. Just then, Yang Chen's phone rang again. Seeing it was Sun Jingya, he knew she must have recovered by now and wanted to meet him. Normally, Yang Chen would be happy to, but he wasn't in the mood now. Yang Chen ignored the call. After sitting in the car for a while, he decided he would openly lure them out. Yang Chen bought a fruit knife from a convenience store, packed some takeout, then drove to a remote area in the outskirts, rolled down the car window, ate his meal, and waited. The phone rang again. Yang Chen's brows furrowed. Call after call came in, clearly aggravating Yang Chen at this moment. But when he saw it was Yang Ning's call, Yang Chen's expression softened a bit. Xiaohao, where are you? Why haven't you come back yet? Yang Ning asked Yang Chen over the phone. Sis, I'm not coming back today. I'm staying at my girlfriend's place, Yang Chen lied. Things are moving fast. Yang Ning was surprised. Alright then, bring her over sometime for me to meet. Sure, Yang Chen replied. After chatting with Sui for a while, Yang Chen got off the car, leaned against the front, lit a cigarette, and surveyed the surroundings. This place was dozens of kilometers away from the city, located in a transformed area combining urban and rural elements. The nearby village had been relocated, leaving only scattered empty houses, far from the national highway, a perfect place for murder. Glancing at the time, it was already late, and Yang Chen looked around in confusion. These killers can't be this stupid, right? I've found a good spot for them, and they still haven't come? Just as Yang Chen was about to lose patience, a motorcycle roared towards them. The rider got off, took off the helmet, and looked at Yang Chen with a stunning face, leaving him stunned. Are you here to kill me? Yang Chen scrutinized the beautiful woman in front of him warily. The woman was dressed in a motorcycle suit, her light yellow wavy hair casually draped, exuding a cold yet wild beauty. Yang Chen? The woman carefully identified the man in front of her, confirmed his identity, and looked at Yang Chen mockingly, saying, It seems you've been waiting here specifically for me, quite bold. But you will undoubtedly die today, but seeing you puts my mind at ease, so I can make your death quick. The next moment, the woman's expression turned icy, and two sharp glints flashed in her eyes. In a swift motion, a dagger appeared in the woman's hand. Seeing the coldness in her eyes, Yang Chen shook his head, looking at the woman with regret. The next moment, time seemed to pause for Yang Chen. He walked up to the woman, took the weapon from her hand. Staring at the woman in front of him, Yang Chen suddenly found it hard to act. You're so beautiful, it would be a shame to kill you. How about enjoying ourselves first before we talk? Yang Chen looked at the woman with a wicked smile, his finger tracing her delicate cheek. After making up his mind, Yang Chen found some vines and an abandoned rope nearby, securely tied up the woman, and threw her aside. After releasing the time pause, the woman looked terrified, staring at Yang Chen in horror. In just a blink of an eye, she, who had been in control, was suddenly bound, which was simply unbelievable. What have you done to me? The woman felt strongly uneasy, looking at Yang Chen with dread. Squatting beside the woman, Yang Chen gently patted her cheek. With a wicked smile, he said, You, a beautiful woman, working as an assassin? Be good, wait for me to deal with the rest, and then we can have some fun. As he spoke, Yang Chen couldn't help but glance again at the woman's bound figure. Seeing Yang Chen's gaze, the woman felt a chill in her heart. Trying to break free from the restraints, she attempted several times but could only stare at Yang Chen with an unpleasant expression. Just as Yang Chen was about to tease the woman in front of him again, an astonishing aura suddenly rushed towards them. The person hadn't arrived yet, but the momentum had preceded them. The suffocating pressure approached Yang Chen instantly. An old man landed in front of Yang Chen at a speed surpassing human cognition. The old man had a youthful appearance with white hair, his robe fluttering without wind, making a rustling sound, and his eyes staring at Yang Chen were extremely cold, as if looking at a dead man. The moment this old man appeared, the woman on the ground exclaimed in horror, He's at the foundation building stage. Under the overwhelming pressure enveloping Yang Chen, his body felt heavy, and his expression became serious. This was the most threatening opponent he had encountered so far, far beyond what Wu Runfeng could compare to. He cautiously watched the old man, ready to pause time at any moment. Are you here to kill me too? Yang Chen stared at the old man, his voice deep. So, you're Yang Chen? The old man gave Yang Chen a cold look, then took out a photo and compared it with the person in front of him. Indeed, it's you. Then you can die now, the old man said coldly, his aura instantly exploding, turning into a remnant shadow pressing towards Yang Chen. Humph. In the moment when the life-threatening crisis emerged in his mind, Yang Chen whispered, "Time stops." Time stopped successfully, and everything around suddenly quieted down. Yang Chen finally relaxed. Holding a fruit knife, Yang Chen walked up to an old man with a cold expression on his face. Without much hesitation, he directly slashed the man's carotid artery. Release the time stop. Yang Chen stepped back a few paces before saying coldly. With a splutter, before the imposing old man could react, a gush of blood spurted from his neck, then his aura suddenly dissipated, staring in horror at Yang Chen standing not far away, the fruit knife in his hand still stained with a few drops of blood. You! The old man instinctively covered his neck, looking at Yang Chen in terror, then collapsed. The beautiful woman on the ground watched in horror at this bizarre scene, unable to believe her eyes. Do you feel lucky to be alive? Yang Chen glanced sideways at the woman, saying. Seeing Yang Chen's cold and mocking expression, the woman suddenly felt a chill all over. Powerful foundation establishment cultivators were fatally struck by Yang Chen's strange knife, so what chance did she stand? As time passed, more assassins appeared in front of Yang Chen one after another. Miyamoto Musashi, Yang Chen is mine, don't try to steal him from me. A tower-like man coldly stared at another man beside him holding a long knife and said in a deep voice, Jones, he's mine. The man spoke in slightly awkward Chinese. None of you should try to steal him. I've got this $10 million. A proud laughter rang out, followed by an off-road vehicle stopping, a lean man getting out, playing with several darts in his hand, saying, bang. A muffled sound was heard, as the lean man's dart shot out, intercepting a bullet accurately, then another dart flew out. A scream rang out, and a man attempting to snipe Yang Chen in the distance fell dead on the spot. Just then, more assassins arrived. The scene suddenly became lively. Faced with their peers, these formidable assassins ignored Yang Chen and began to fight over his fate. Who dares to compete with me? I'll kill them. Who's afraid of whom? Leave now, I owe you all a favor, vulture. Listening to the assassins arguing as if he didn't exist, Yang Chen's face turned ugly. Ah! A scream silenced the arguing assassins who were about to make a move, shocked to see a blood hole appearing in the heart of one of them, horrified. Do you all really think so little of me? Do you really think you have me figured out? Yang Chen's icy voice rang out, instantly drawing everyone's attention to the blood-stained fruit knife. Which one of the assassins here wasn't top-notch? To be killed in front of their eyes by a mere kid, they also saw the old man lying on the ground not far away, along with the bound assassin woman. This strangeness made their faces turn ugly. This kid is too sinister. Let's all attack together while there are fewer people now. We'll split the bounty together, how about it? A cold voice sounded. Several assassins exchanged glances, their expressions towards Yang Chen turning serious and cruel. You think you can kill me with just you guys? Yang Chen revealed a cruel smirk. Time stops. Release the time stop. In an instant, several piercing, terrified screams echoed. The assassins who had been discussing killing Yang Chen just moments ago now had long and deep wounds appearing on their chests, necks, and other vital areas. A large amount of blood sprayed out, filling the air with a pungent smell of blood. Several muffled sounds followed, and those assassins fell to the ground one after another, their faces filled with horror. After dealing with this group of assassins, Yang Chen had barely rested when another batch of assassins arrived. Foreign assassins, island ninjas, and various killers who couldn't even name the beautiful women on the ground rushed in. Faced with so many assassins, Yang Chen was clean and efficient with a deadly blow. This scene, seen by the beautiful women on the ground, was astonishing and shocking to the extreme. Several of the assassins who came to kill Yang Chen were well known on the dark web's hit list. Even the beautiful women on the ground could only look up to them, but now they were killed by Yang Chen with a single blow. The strength of the Yang Chen in front of them had already overturned the women's understanding. Yang Chen, who had been mentally tense all night, was now tired, and dawn was approaching. After waiting for a while and not seeing any more assassins coming, Yang Chen felt that no more would come. His gaze fell on the beautiful woman on the ground as he walked over. Seeing the bloodied fruit knife in Yang Chen's hand, a wave of fear rose from the depths of the woman's heart. Now that the troublemakers have been dealt with, shall we have some fun? Yang Chen said jokingly, looking at the woman. Staring at Yang Chen, the woman's eyes changed, then struggled to get up and knelt in front of Yang Chen with a thud. Boss, please take me as your disciple. The woman propped herself up with her elbows and kowtowed to Yang Chen. Yang Chen was dumbfounded in an instant. After a long time, he recovered and refused. No, I won't take on any disciples. I just want to have your body. Never thought of taking on a disciple. Yang Chen shook his head. Master, please accept me. I'm willing to do anything as long as you're willing to take me as your disciple. The woman persisted. Looking at the determined woman in front of him, Yang Chen looked strange. Then, with a serious expression, he stared at the woman and sneered, "Don't think I don't know what you're up to. If you become my disciple, we can't have any fun. I tell you, I never make a losing deal." Hearing Yang Chen's words, the woman was dumbfounded. After a moment of daze, the woman suddenly looked at Yang Chen shyly and said, "Actually, if you take me as your disciple, it's still okay." After saying that, the woman's face turned red. Yang Chen looked at the woman in front of him in amazement, then his eyes lit up suddenly. "Yes, what era is it now? Am I still so traditional?" Yang Chen's mind turned, looking at the woman in front of him with passion, murmuring, "Master and disciple? Wouldn't that be more exciting?" Yang Chen was suddenly excited. Then, he restrained his lewd expression a bit and said to the woman, "But there's nothing worth teaching you here. As long as I can stay by Master's side, Shui Xian will be satisfied." The woman, named Shui Xian, finally saw Yang Chen relent and said immediately. Shui Xian had only obtained a broken ancient book by chance and had managed to practice on her own. Just witnessing the mysterious power of Yang Chen, she had already recognized him as a successful practitioner. Being able to follow such a person, not to mention learning from him, even catching a glimpse occasionally, was a great blessing. With such an opportunity in front of her, Shui Xian was not willing to let it go. "In that case, I'll reluctantly accept you." Yang Chen propped his chin and said with a pretense of profundity, "Disciple Shui Xian pays respects to master." As soon as Yang Chen finished speaking, Shui Xian knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily 3 times. After the ceremony of apprenticeship, the two became master and disciple. Yang Chen contemplated for a moment, sure that the woman in front of him wouldn't cause any trouble, and then released Shui Xian from her restraints. "The ceremony is over, can I start now? So that master can carefully consider teaching according to the disciple's aptitude?" "Master." Shui Xian looked at Yang Chen's eager appearance, blushed, and rolled her eyes. "Can't you, as a Taoist expert, show a little bit of immortal demeanor?" Looking at her new master with a touch of resentment, Shui Xian felt a headache. Even experts need to eat and sleep. Isn't it necessary to meet their needs? Yang Chen looked at Chao Shuoxin awkwardly, glanced at the pale sky, and urged, "Hurry up, the light is just right now, don't waste this beautiful moment." Yang Chen walked towards Chao Shuoxin as he spoke. "Master." Chao Shuoxin subconsciously took a few steps back, skillfully avoiding him. Blushing, she said shyly, "Master, can you give me some time? I'm not ready yet. Besides, it's the first time, a bit embarrassing, we just met, no proper atmosphere, can you give me some time?" Chao Shuoxin's watery eyes stared at Yang Chen, coquettishly. "First time?" Yang Chen's heart suddenly raced with excitement, never expecting to strike gold. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Chen cleared his throat and said, "In that case, I'll give you some time to get acquainted." "Thank you, master." After Yang Chen agreed, Chao Shuoxin excitedly hugged Yang Chen's arm, kissed his cheek, and then quickly let go. Touching his kissed cheek, Yang Chen suddenly felt like he was being played. However, since he had agreed, as a master, Yang Chen felt it was inappropriate to back out. They chatted for a while, getting to know each other better. Yang Chen didn't seem like a boring old man, and Chao Shuoxin's courage grew. "Master, are you in the golden core stage or the nascent soul stage?" Chao Shuoxin sat on the cart, swinging her long legs back and forth, her eyes fixed on Yang Chen beside her. Hearing Chao Shuoxin's question, Yang Chen was stunned. He only knew a little about cultivation from novels and had no idea how to answer the beautiful woman in front of him. "Ha, golden core? Nascent soul? I'm much more powerful than that." Yang Chen laughed and boasted. "Really?" Chao Shuoxin's eyes lit up with admiration. "But I heard nascent soul cultivators can fly. Can you fly, master? How about I teach you how to fly, master? I've never experienced it before." Chao Shuoxin shook Yang Chen's arm, pleading with her eyes. "Flying? That's nothing. I can even teleport." Yang Chen put on a proud expression. "Then, master, please show me how to teleport, quickly." Chao Shuoxin's eyes sparkled as she held onto Yang Chen's arm, being playful. "Alright, I'll show you what teleportation is." Unable to resist his cute disciple, Yang Chen agreed. "Time pause." Yang Chen silently commanded. Time stopped flowing in an instant. Yang Chen glanced mischievously at Chao Shuoxin, took advantage of the moment, and then carried her into the cart. Driving back to the city, Yang Chen placed Chao Shuoxin back in the cart and released the time pause. Wow, that was really teleportation. Looking at the towering buildings and neon lights around her, Chao Shuoxin couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. "Master, you're amazing, please teach me." Jumping off the cart, Chao Shuoxin excitedly grabbed Yang Chen's arm, begging. "Ahem." Yang Chen coughed awkwardly, then said mysteriously, cultivation is a gradual process, you're not at that level yet. When you reach that level, I will teach you. Promise. Zhao Shuoxin looked at Yang Chen with a mischievous glint in her eyes, then hooked her finger with his, saying, promise not to change for 100 years. At that moment, Zhao Shuoxin was like a playful young girl. The dawn light rose from the horizon, gradually illuminating the entire city. Zhao Shuoxin yawned, and Yang Chen, infected by her, showed a hint of tiredness. Let's find a place to rest first, Yang Chen suggested. Wherever master goes, I go. Zhao Shuoxin held Yang Chen's arm and smiled. It seemed as if Yang Chen had left her behind. Yang Chen was also happy with this arrangement, so the two chose a nearby hotel and booked a suite. Master, please have a seat first. I need to take a shower. The smell of blood all over me is unbearable. Zhao Shuoxin sniffed herself, wrinkling her nose. The sound of rushing water came from the bathroom as Yang Chen sat on the sofa, reflecting on the events of last night. So many people had died in the suburbs overnight, all top assassins from various countries. When discovered, it would surely cause a sensation. Even if Yang Chen wanted to hide deliberately, he couldn't, as anyone with access to the dark web could easily find information about him. The people who would come next would probably be even stronger than the assassins from last night. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. Master? What are you thinking? Suddenly, a clear and pleasant voice sounded in Yang Chen's ear. When he came to his senses, he looked up and saw a delicate face right in front of him. Zhao Shuoxin, who had just finished bathing, was wrapped in a bathrobe, revealing her entire shoulder, very fair. Her wet hair was swept to one side, adding a touch of charm to her appearance. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Yang Chen's eyes burned with desire. Missed you? Yang Chen looked at Zhao Shuoxin provocatively, teasingly, wanting to pull off her towel. Just then, an untimely ringtone interrupted. Yang Chen saw it was a call from Kai Kuan and answered instantly. Mr. Yang, I have found the whereabouts of the Zhang family, Kai Kuan said over the phone. Where? Yang Chen's expression instantly turned cold and indifferent as he asked in a cold voice. After hanging up, Yang Chen told Zhao Shuoxin, I have something to attend to, I'll go ahead. Worried that Kai Kuan's call might alert the Zhang family, he paused time. Following the location provided by Kai Kuan, Yang Chen rushed to a club. In a private room, Yang Chen saw a middle-aged man in casual clothes with gold-rimmed glasses sitting on the sofa, looking like he had just arrived. After comparing him to the photo sent by Kai Kuan, Yang Chen confirmed that the man in front of him was Zhang Tianshang, the elder brother of Zhang Tianlan, the second most powerful figure in the Zhang family. System, resume time pause, Yang Chen commanded the system. Ding dong, time pause has been lifted. Who are you? Zhang Tianshang, who had recovered from the time pause, was shocked to see a strange man appear before him, and asked in a trembling voice, Who am I? Don't the Zhang family know? Yang Chen looked playfully at the man in front of him, moving his face closer. Adjusting his glasses, Zhang Tianshang finally recognized the unfamiliar face before him, looking extremely terrified. Wasn't this Yang Chen, who the Zhang family had put a $10 million bounty on? How? How did you get here? Zhang Tianshang instinctively tried to step back, but there was no way to retreat, so he could only look at Yang Chen in horror, incredulously asking. Seeing Zhang Tianxing's terrified pale face, Yang Chen sneered, You've hired incompetent people, or rather, the Zhang family is incompetent if they think they can kill me. But rest assured, soon you will meet those assassins. Hearing this, Zhang Tianshang gasped in horror. With a thud, Zhang Tianshang knelt directly in front of Yang Chen. Looking at the trembling Zhang Tianshang begging for mercy, Yang Chen did not hide his contempt. Where are Zhang Tianlan and the other Zhang family members? Yang Chen looked down at Zhang Tianshang and asked. I don't know. Feeling the killing intent in Yang Chen's eyes, Zhang Tianshang hesitated, cold sweat soaking his entire back. Yang Chen kicked Zhang Tianshang, who was kneeling in front of him, to the ground, then grabbed a bottle of red wine from the table and smashed it on his head. With a loud bang, Zhang Tianxing's head instantly split open and blood gushed out. Speak, where are they? Yang Chen stepped on Zhang Tianxing's body, stomped hard, and Zhang Tianxing screamed in pain. If you don't speak, I will use this glass to cut your skin inch by inch, letting you watch your blood drain until you die. Yang Chen held the broken bottle in his hand, stabbed it towards Zhang Tianxing's face, and then pulled it forcefully. Accompanied by a piercing scream, a 1-inch-long grimacing gash was pulled open on Zhang Tianxing's face, flesh turned out, looking extremely ferocious. I'll talk. Terrified by Yang Chen's ruthless methods, Zhang Tianshang immediately revealed the whereabouts of all the Zhang family members. Yang Chen, I've told you everything, please spare me, I won't dare to do it again. This whole thing was Zhang Tianlan acting on his own for that scoundrel Zhang Haochen, it has nothing to do with me, please, spare me. I'm willing to do anything. Faced with the extremely cruel threat of death, Zhang Tianqing no longer cared about his dignity, pleading with Yang Chen by all means. Cancel the dark web mission. Yang Chen dropped the half bottle of wine in his hand and said coldly, I'll do it right away, right away. Trembling, Zhang Tianqing said fearfully. In front of Yang Chen, Zhang Tianqing took a deep breath, dialed a number on the phone, and put it on speaker. Cancelled the assassination mission against Yang Chen immediately. Zhang Tianqing said in a deep voice. But, Mr. Jang, this was ordered by Second Master, it can't be cancelled unless Yang Chen is dead. The man on the other end of the phone hesitated. I'm telling you to cancel it, why are you talking back to me? If you don't believe me, I'll come back and wipe out your whole family right now. Faced with Yang Chen's threat and seeing his orders being defied, Zhang Tianqing looked at Yang Chen in horror and exploded in anger. You have 3 minutes, if you can't do it, I'll go back and bury your whole family in the sea. Zhang Tianqing said grimly. After speaking, Zhang Tianqing hung up the phone. Yang Chen, I promise, within 3 minutes, the bounty mission will be completely cancelled. Zhang Tianqing said tremblingly. Yang Chen gave Zhang Tianqing a deep look, then called Kai Kuan. He asked him to constantly monitor whether the dark web mission against him had been cancelled. To be safe, Yang Chen immediately took Zhang Tianqing to a villa on the outskirts of the city. On the way, Kai Kuan called to inform that the dark web assassination mission against Yang Chen had been cancelled. In front of the villa, Zhang Tianqing pointed inside and said, all the main members of the Zhang family are in there. Looking shocked at Yang Chen, Zhang Tianqing said, after the assassination mission was issued against you, Zhang Tianlan was worried about your retaliation, so he secretly brought all the main members of the Zhang family here. There are a lot of bodyguards guarding inside, and Guo Lao is also among them. You can die now. Yang Chen looked coldly at Zhang Tianqing, and a fruit knife had already stabbed into Zhang Tianqing's chest. Terrified, Zhang Tianqing looked at Yang Chen, unwillingly falling to the ground. At the same time, inside the villa, Zhang Tianlan was sitting in the living room with Guo Jiming, both of their faces grim. Guo Lao, my elder brother has forcibly cancelled the assassination against Yang Chen. I suspect he must have been threatened by someone. Zhang Tianlan said with a dark expression. Although Tianqing is arrogant, he still knows what's important. Suddenly making such an unwise move is suspicious. Guo Jiming said, his expression surprisingly relaxed. Looking calmly at the sullen Zhang Tianlan, Guo Jiming suddenly smiled. He continued, but master, you don't need to worry. It's just a mission, Tianqing cancelled it, we can issue it again. As for Yang Chen's retaliation, master, you don't need to worry at all. Not to mention whether he can escape the assassins who have already been dispatched, even if he miraculously survives and knows it was our mission, he will come knocking on our door. With me personally overseeing things here, I will make sure he never leaves alive. Hearing Guo Jiming's words, Zhang Tianlan's expression softened slightly, but at that moment, both of them suddenly froze in their tracks. Outside the villa, Yang Chen swaggered in, causing time to stand still. Along the way, he encountered several bodyguards with guns, sneering at the feeble attempt to stop him. Could they really hold him back with just that? Inside the villa, Yang Chen quickly spotted several unfamiliar men sitting in the living room, clearly skilled fighters. Yang Chen smirked coldly, swiftly slashing their throats before moving on. The villa was not large, so Yang Chen easily found Guo Jiming and Zhang Tianlan in the upstairs living room. Looking at the confidence and indifference on the old man's face, Yang Chen cut his throat, then swiftly ended Zhang Tianlan's life. After eliminating the main threats in the villa, Yang Chen continued his search for Zhang Haochen. In a bedroom, Yang Chen found Zhang Haochen wrapped up like a zongzi. System, release the time freeze, Yang Chen commanded the system. As the time freeze was lifted, the villa instantly echoed with several terrified screams. Guo Jiming, who had just been chatting with Zhang Tianlan, suddenly spurted blood from his throat, turning pale as he clutched his neck in agony. Guo Lao, you! Watching the terrified Guo Lao before him, Zhang Tianlan was filled with horror. Suddenly feeling a sharp pain in his chest, he discovered a knife wound gushing blood. Zhang Haochen was deep in slumber, completely unaware that death was approaching. With a cold laugh, Yang Chen casually stabbed Zhang Haochen. Ah! The intense pain jolted Zhang Haochen awake. Seeing the coldly smiling Yang Chen before him, Zhang Haochen was filled with overwhelming fear. Help! Someone help! Zhang Haochen instinctively screamed for help. Yang Chen made no move to stop him, simply pulling out the fruit knife from Zhang Haochen's body. Scream all you want, even if you shout until your throat bleeds, no one will come to save you because I have already killed the other Zhang family members. Yang Chen taunted Zhang Haochen, do you know why I didn't kill you right away? Because I don't want you to die so easily. I want you to die in fear, to watch every drop of blood drain from your body. Yang Chen stared coldly at Zhang Haochen, saying slowly, As he watched his chest gush blood, the pain and weakness filled Zhang Haochen with terror. Yang Chen, please spare me, Zhang Haochen pleaded continuously. Everything started because of you, and now it ends because of you. Keep your eyes open in your next life. Yang Chen coldly looked at Zhang Haochen, delivering another fatal blow before leaving. Zhang Haochen's screams instantly alarmed the others in the villa. After Yang Chen's cleansing, only the elderly and weak remained in the villa. Only a few key members of the Zhang family, including Zhang Tianlan, knew about the pursuit of Yang Chen. These elderly and weak individuals had been forcibly brought to the villa by Zhang Tianlan. Hearing the screams, they panicked and emerged from their rooms, only to be met with a stranger in the living room. Who are you? This is the Zhang family. Who gave you the right to barge in? A middle-aged woman rebuked, eyeing Yang Chen warily. They're all dead. Another trembling voice spoke, and all eyes turned to the bodyguards lying in a pool of blood on the living room sofa. When they looked back at the unfamiliar figure before them, fear gripped them. He's Yang Chen. A woman recognized Yang Chen's identity, her face turning pale. Yang Chen, what are you doing here? What have you done to my father? The woman asked in fear. Looking at the people appearing in the living room, Yang Chen frowned. Yang Chen understood the principle of cutting the grass and rooting out the roots, but facing these unarmed weaklings, Yang Chen couldn't bring himself to be ruthless. After a moment of silence, Yang Chen forcefully stabbed the fruit knife in his hand into the solid wood table in front of him, giving a cold glance to the crowd. The other members of the Zhang family have already been killed by me. I believe some of you understand the ins and outs of this matter. Yang Chen glanced deeply at the woman who had just called out his name, then continued, I can spare you this time, but I advise you to be smart and not seek revenge. The next moment, Yang Chen, who should have been in the center of the living room, mysteriously appeared in front of the woman who had just called his name. Ah! The woman almost instinctively let out a scream as she saw Yang Chen appear before her in the blink of an eye. She then hurriedly took a few steps back, looking at Yang Chen again with eyes full of horror. Before she could recover, Yang Chen once again appeared ghostly in the same spot. This scene made everyone present gasp in shock, their eyes filled with horror as they watched Yang Chen, sending shivers down their spines. Just based on Yang Chen's eerie speed moments ago, killing them would be a piece of cake. You've seen it yourselves, it's not that I can't kill you, but the person involved has already been dealt with. I don't want to involve the innocent. Think carefully about what should be said and what shouldn't be said in the future, Yang Chen said with a sharp look in his eyes, scanning each person in front of him. Whenever faced with Yang Chen's icy sharp gaze, everyone couldn't help but look away, afraid to meet his eyes. The woman who was frightened by Yang Chen had a pale face, biting her lip, staring at Yang Chen in horror. After a while, she stepped forward, trembling, and said to Yang Chen, as long as Mr. Yang is willing to give us a way out, I can assure you that the Zhang family will never oppose Mr. Yang again. We didn't see anything tonight, and we won't say anything. Understood? The stern woman suddenly turned her head, her face turning pale as she looked at the remaining members of the Zhang family. A few timid ones were already crying from fear. Some of you know how to read the situation, Yang Chen said, giving the woman in front of him a deep look and nodding. The next day, a piece of news that shocked the entire Tianhai city emerged, stirring up a storm. The main members of the Zhang family all met a tragic end, with dozens of killers' bodies exposed in the outskirts. For a while, all eyes in Tianhai city were on the surviving members of the Zhang family. However, the remaining Zhang family members remained tight-lipped about the incident. While people outside were discussing the Zhang family, Yang Chen was already sitting in Kai Kuan's office. The Zhang family is done for now. Inform your connections and relevant parties to suppress the public opinion about this matter as soon as possible. As for the Zhang family's assets, you can handle it yourself, Yang Chen told Kai Kuan. When Kai Kuan saw the news report, he couldn't believe it. Now hearing Yang Chen admit it in person, he was deeply shocked. At that moment, Kai Kuan was very grateful that he had chosen to align himself with Yang Chen from the beginning, rather than stand against him. I understand this very well, Mr. Yang. Please rest assured, Kai Kuan said, suppressing his inner shock. After hesitating for a moment, he said to Yang Chen, regarding the Zhang family's assets, I plan to divide them among several friendly major families. After all, the Zhang family is currently in a precarious situation. If I monopolize everything, I might be suspected. After speaking, Kai Kuan cautiously looked at Yang Chen, feeling uneasy. You make the decision, Yang Chen said. With the combined efforts of several major families, the Zhang family's assets were quickly divided. Following Yang Chen's hint, Kai Kuan still left a way out for the remaining Zhang family members, providing them with a sum of money for relocation before sending them all out of Tianhai city. As for Yang Chen, Kai Kuan was not stingy and transferred a considerable sum of money into Yang Chen's account. Overall, Yang Chen was quite satisfied with Kai Kuan's performance this time. With the cancellation of the dark web mission, Yang Chen's life once again became peaceful. Xiaohao, what's going on with you? Yang Chen, who was outside, heard Yang Ning's displeased questioning as soon as he answered the phone. What's wrong with me, sis? Faced with Yang Ning's questioning, Yang Chen instantly felt a bit confused. After thinking for a moment, he realized that he had been behaving properly recently and hadn't done anything to offend Yang Ning, making him even more puzzled. Have you forgotten? There was a hint of reproach in Yang Ning's voice as she said over the phone, you say I'm your only family, yet you haven't brought your girlfriend home for me to meet. At the very least, send me a photo of you two together, won't you? Is your girlfriend unable to meet people? Or am I embarrassing you? Upon hearing Yang Ning's question, Yang Chen couldn't help but smile wryly. With so much happening recently, he hadn't had time to think about these things. Knowing that Yang Ning still didn't quite believe he had a wealthy daughter as his girlfriend, Yang Chen had to dispel her doubts by saying, my mind has been preoccupied lately, and I forgot about this. Sis, wait for me a moment, I'll go find Lin Lin, show you the photos later, and bring her home for dinner, okay? Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, Yang Ning finally let him off the hook. Decide when you're coming home for dinner, let me know in advance so I can prepare. Yang Ning finally smiled over the phone. After hanging up, Yang Chen had to drive to Shengshi Entertainment. Ding dong! The phone notification sounded, and Yang Chen opened WeChat to find a caring message from Gao Mano. Yang Chen, are you okay? It's been a while since you last contacted me. Has something happened? I know you're busy, so I didn't want to bother you. If you have time, please reply to me so I can feel at ease. Looking at this heartwarming message, a smile crept onto Yang Chen's lips, and the image of that sexy and aloof face resurfaced in his mind. On the other side, Gao Mano was anxiously sitting on the edge of the bed, staring fixedly at her phone screen. Since their last parting at the mall, Gao Mano had been unable to relax, worrying about Yang Chen. It was during this time of no contact between them that Gao Mano suddenly realized that her relationship with Yang Chen had grown closer. During this period, she couldn't stop thinking about Yang Chen, worrying about him. Yang Chen, you jerk. Seeing that Yang Chen hadn't replied for a long time, Gao Mano sent another message in frustration. Just as Yang Chen parked his car in the company parking lot, he couldn't help but smile upon seeing Gao Mano's last message. He dialed Gao Mano's number and asked with a smile, what's up? Missing me? Oof. Gao Mano snorted on the phone, but her heart was pounding. Can you still remember me? Gao Mano asked with a hint of annoyance. Hearing the woman's coquettish words on the phone, Yang Chen chuckled and said, some things came up recently, and I couldn't free myself for a while. But everything's fine now, and I'm planning to go to the company to handle some matters. After I finish up, I'll come find you. Be good, you're my treasure, how could I forget you? Yang Chen said softly. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Gao Mano's mood improved slightly. Suddenly, Gao Mano asked in confusion, aren't you off work? What company are you talking about? Yang Chen was taken aback. He realized that he had never mentioned Shengshi Entertainment to Gao Mano. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Chen finally said, actually, I've been working at Shengshi Entertainment all along. Shengshi Entertainment? Gao Mano's voice suddenly became surprised. The largest entertainment company in Tianhai City? Shengshi Entertainment? Yes, Yang Chen replied. What do you do there? What's your position? Gao Mano continued to ask, with my outstanding qualities, of course, I should be the chairman. The whole company belongs to me, Yang Chen boasted, blowing hot air. Almost immediately after Yang Chen finished speaking, Gao Mano retorted, I know your background very well. Winning a big prize and then boasting about it, why don't you claim to be the richest man in Tianhai? Gao Mano mocked. She didn't believe a word of what Yang Chen said. Yang Chen didn't care either. After exchanging a few jokes with Gao Mano, they chatted for a while before hanging up the phone. The CEO of Shengshi Entertainment, worth billions? That's quite a tall tale, Gao Mano muttered to herself. Soon, Gao Mano's brows furrowed again as she recalled everything about Yang Chen. In her eyes, Yang Chen was enveloped in a mysterious aura, like a puzzle. Upon their first meeting, Yang Chen seemed like a loser who suddenly gained confidence after winning a big prize, but he later displayed astonishing abilities that left her in awe. Now, Yang Chen was claiming to be the chairman of a company worth billions. All these things combined piqued her curiosity about Yang Chen. I want to see if you're really just bragging, Gao Mano smirked mischievously, tidied up, and went straight to Shengshi Entertainment by taxi. Yang Chen entered the company and quickly found Kai Jinlin handling documents in the office. What's up? Kai Jinlin asked as she looked up at Yang Chen when he entered. Can't I come to see you if I don't have anything to do? You said it yourself, we're a couple, so it's normal for me to come and strengthen our relationship, right? Yang Chen teased Kai Jinlin with a playful look. Suddenly, Kai Jinlin remembered her hasty retreat last time, her cheeks flushing red. She glared at Yang Chen fiercely and warned, "Don't mess around. It's working hours, and many people come to my office." "What do you mean by messing around?" Looking at the embarrassed Kai Jinlin, Yang Chen's mind raced, planning to tease the woman in front of him. Walking up to Kai Jinlin, he lifted her chin with one hand, gazing directly into her eyes, and said, "Like this? Or like this?" Yang Chen then pulled Kai Jinlin into his arms, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Let me go." Kai Jinlin's face turned red as she struggled in Yang Chen's embrace, her eyes filled with panic. Seeing that it was enough, Yang Chen released Kai Jinlin. Kai Jinlin was right about one thing: this was her office, and many people usually came in. Continuing further wouldn't be appropriate, so Yang Chen let go of the woman in front of him for the time being. Sitting down, Yang Chen said seriously, "Let's talk business. My sister wants to see you, so let me take you home." Surprised, Kai Jinlin's heart suddenly raced with some confusion. After hesitating for a moment, she agreed, "Okay, you set the time." After that, Kai Jinlin's eyes lit up as she looked at Yang Chen and said, "But you have to agree to a request of mine. There's a party tonight, and I need a male companion. As my boyfriend, shouldn't you accompany me?" "A party?" Yang Chen looked at Kai Jinlin in astonishment. "Yes, a social gathering for young people," Kai Jinlin explained to Yang Chen. Suddenly, she smiled slyly, "But let me make it clear, Missy here has many suitors, all of them prominent figures in Tianhai City. Are you mentally prepared?" Looking at Yang Chen again, Kai Jinlin smiled foolishly. Yang Chen looked at Kai Jinlin strangely and immediately understood her intentions. She simply wanted to take him to meet those wealthy young men and see his capabilities. If he couldn't handle those playboys, their relationship would probably be over. Having understood Kai Jinlin's thoughts, Yang Chen smiled, "Sure, I'd love to meet your suitors and see who's so blind as to dare to compete with me for a woman." Looking at Yang Chen's strong confidence, Kai Jinlin smiled. After sizing up Yang Chen, Kai Jinlin furrowed her brows and asked, "Do you have formal attire?" "No," Yang Chen replied promptly. Rolling her eyes at Yang Chen, Kai Jinlin said, "I can't understand how you've made it this far without even a basic set of formal wear." "Forget it, I'll accompany you to buy one later." Checking the time, Kai Jinlin said, "Wait for me for half an hour, finish the documents in your hand, and then we'll leave." Kai Jinlin got busy, while Yang Chen returned to his office. Not long after he returned to his office, Ewing walked in carrying a fruit platter. "Director Yang," Ewing placed the fruit platter down and asked warmly, "It's been a while since you last came to the company." Seeing Ewing in the same outfit as last time, Yang Chen's eyes lit up, saying, "Yes, I missed you. Let me see if the stains from last time are cleaned." Yang Chen reached out and pulled Ewing closer, staring at her intently. "Director Yang, please don't stare at me like that. I'll get shy," Ewing said bashfully, lowering her head. "I'm just checking, don't be shy." Just as Yang Chen was about to continue, there was a knock on the office door. Startled, Ewing quickly freed herself from Yang Chen's grasp and took a few steps back. Clearly still shaken from the last time Kai Jinlin caught them, Ewing was on edge. Frowning, Yang Chen looked towards the door and said, "Come in." Soon, Sun Jingya walked in. Seeing Sun Jingya, Ewing breathed a sigh of relief. "Director Yang," Sun Jingya approached Yang Chen, smiling and greeting him. Glancing at Ewing, a hint of suspicion flashed in Sun Jingya's eyes. As women, Sun Jingya could tell from Ewing's blushing face that something had happened in the office just now. "Well, what's the matter?" Yang Chen asked with a smile. After hesitating for a moment, Sun Jingya looked at Ewing and said, "Could you ask assistant you to leave first? I have something important to discuss with Director Yang." Ewing frowned, looked at Yang Chen, and said, "In that case, I'll leave first." Reluctantly, Yang Chen told Ewing to leave. After Ewing left, Sun Jingya's expression turned sorrowful as she faced Yang Chen. "Director Yang, why hasn't the female lead for the new web series been decided yet? We're about to start filming. Are you just trying to make her happy?" Sun Jingya walked up to Yang Chen, hooked her arm around his neck, and coquettishly said, "Oh, about that." Yang Chen slapped his forehead, suddenly realizing. He pinched Sun Jingya's delicate cheeks with both hands and said, "I've been so busy these days, I really forgot. Don't worry, I'll take care of it soon. How could I deceive my beautiful lady?" Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, Sun Jingya finally smiled. Naturally, she sat in Yang Chen's lap. "Really? You're not lying to me again, are you? How could I? I always keep my word. Then why didn't you answer the phone or come that night?" Sun Jingya asked again. "I had already booked a restaurant, but you didn't show up." Seeing the hint of sorrow on Sun Jingya's face, Yang Chen hugged her and explained, "I'm sorry, I had an urgent matter that night and couldn't make it." Looking at Sun Jingya again, Yang Chen smirked mischievously and whispered in her ear, "Are you feeling so sad because you want something?" We can also do it in the office. Blushing, Sun Jingya immediately said to Yang Chen, I don't want that. Yang Chen smiled and said, that's what I thought. Come on, hurry up. After Yuing left the office, she didn't go far, thinking that she would continue to get closer to Yang Chen after Sun Jingya left. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out. Yuing frowned, feeling something was wrong. Unable to resist her curiosity, Yuing gently opened the office door a crack. Half an hour later. In the office, Sun Jingya tidied her clothes while looking at Yang Chen with resentment, saying, Director Yang, next time, can't you be a bit more considerate? Alright, I'll pay more attention next time, Yang Chen casually agreed. Director Yang, don't forget about my leading role, Sun Jingya finished packing, playfully looking at Yang Chen. Of course, I always keep my promises, Yang Chen said with a smile. Walking up to Yang Chen, Sun Jingya excitedly kissed him on the cheek and said, I'll leave now, waiting for your good news. Just as Sun Jingya reached the door, she saw Yuing also at the door, her heart skipping a beat. Assistant Yu, you're here too. You're busy, I'll leave first, Sun Jingya awkwardly greeted Yuing and quickly left. Yang Chen tidied up the messy desk and then called Yuing in. Yang. Director Yang, Yuing looked at Yang Chen, feeling a bit flustered. Seeing Yu Ying's expression, Yang Chen looked at her teasingly. Director Yang, is there something you need? Yuing avoided Yang Chen's gaze, feeling guilty. How was it just now? Did you enjoy watching? Yang Chen suddenly asked. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Yuing was shocked, looking at Yang Chen in disbelief. He actually knew she was peeking. I'm sorry, Director Yang, I didn't mean to, I just. After the shock, Yuing started to explain, but she didn't know how to. At that moment, Yuing suddenly realized that no matter how she explained, it sounded feeble and full of embarrassment and fear when she looked at Yang Chen. No need to explain, I understand. Yang Chen looked deeply at Yuing, his expression ambiguous. Soon, Yang Chen's expression turned serious, saying, only you know about this, you must not say a word to anyone in the future, understand? Director Yang, rest assured, I will keep it a secret, Yuing said awkwardly. Hearing this, Yang Chen's expression softened, and he kindly said, I trust you, this is our secret. At this moment, Kai Jinlin's call came in. Yang Chen, I'm done with my work, let's go out, Kai Jinlin said on the phone. Okay, I'll come to your office right away, Yang Chen said before hanging up. After bidding farewell to Yuing, Yang Chen headed to Kai Jinlin's office. Yang Chen watched Kai Jinlin tidying up her desk in silence for a moment before saying, Linlin, I see that the leading role for our new web series hasn't been decided yet. Why don't we give it to Sun Jingya? She fits the role in many aspects, and with the shooting time approaching, we can't delay it any longer. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, Kai Jinlin's hands paused. She stared at Yang Chen in surprise, saying, the competition for this role is quite intense now, several others also meet the requirements for the leading role, and you're just giving it to Sun Jingya like that? Do you two have a special relationship? Kai Jinlin's expression was somewhat unhappy. That's a secret, no comment. Yang Chen looked calmly at Kai Jinlin and said, now you're not my real girlfriend, Linlin, are you overstepping your boundaries a bit? Kai Jinlin was stunned for a moment, looking at Yang Chen with a complex gaze, sighed, fine, you're the chairman of Shengshire Entertainment, what you say goes, I'm just an employee. After finishing tidying up the desk, Kai Jinlin looked at Yang Chen again. The expression on her face turned serious as she said, how you handle the company's affairs is your business, but if you truly want me to be your girlfriend, then you need to clean up your personal life a bit. I have a cleanliness obsession. Facing the stern-faced Kai Jinlin, Yang Chen shrugged and said nothing. Kai Jinlin knew that their relationship hadn't reached that stage yet, so she tactfully didn't dwell on the matter. They left the office together, both wearing smiles. This scene of the two of them caught the eyes of their colleagues, who wore expressions of disbelief. Oh my, could our director Yang have caught the attention of the heiress? I think it's very likely. Otherwise, why wouldn't Ms. Kai suddenly hand over the company to director Yang? Are you blind? Isn't it obvious? They're already a couple, can't you see? The company's employees witnessed Yang Chen and Kai Jinlin leaving together and started gossiping. A taxi happened to stop by the side of Shengshire Entertainment at that moment. Sitting in the back seat, Gao Mano was the first to notice Yang Chen and was about to excitedly get out of the car. Suddenly, she saw Yang Chen turning to say something to the beautiful woman beside him, a smile on his face. Gao Mano's gaze instantly fell on the tall and elegant beauty. The woman was even taller than her by half a head, with a slender figure exuding elegance in every move, clearly not an ordinary person. In Gao Mano's despondent eyes, Yang Chen and the beautiful woman chatted as they got into his sports car and drove off, leaving dust in their wake. In that moment, Gao Mano felt her heart clench as if a sharp knife had stabbed it. Have you been lying to me all along? Have you never loved me? Gao Mano murmured. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she looked in the direction the sports car had disappeared, her eyes vacant. Every moment she had shared with Yang Chen replayed in her mind the tenderness, the recklessness, and that untamed hint of mischief, all vividly present. Is this the secret you couldn't tell me? Gao Mano thought of the stunning beauty who outshone her in both temperament and appearance, a bitter smile on her face. Perhaps only a woman like her can fulfill his dreams. Gao Mano muttered to herself. At that moment, she seemed to understand why Yang Chen could own a multi-million-dollar sports car and a company worth billions. It was all because of that woman. A pang of pain pierced her heart, and with a bitter smile, her face turned deathly pale. Miss, we've arrived at Shangshur Entertainment, the driver said, noticing Gao Mano hesitating to get out of the car. No need, please take me back, driver, Gao Mano said, wiping her eyes, her voice choked with emotion. Unaware of another woman crying for him in pain, Yang Chen called Yang Ning as soon as he got in the car, saying, Sis, I'll be bringing my girlfriend home for dinner shortly, so get ready. Now, Yang Ning asked in surprise over the phone, feeling nervous. Despite being Yang Chen's girlfriend, the other woman was after all the daughter of a wealthy family, while she was just an ordinary person. The stark contrast in their backgrounds made Yang Ning instantly uneasy. Should I quickly go and book a table at a high-end restaurant? Yang Ning tentatively asked. Sensing her sister's nervousness in her words, Yang Chen smiled and said, Sis, there's no need to worry. Just make some home-cooked dishes, she's not a stranger. After a few more questions from Yang Ning, they hung up the phone. Doesn't my sister know that you and I are pretending to be in a relationship? Kai Jinlin, sitting in the passenger seat, asked with a sly glint in her eyes. Then why do you think I'm taking you home to meet my sister? Yang Chen frowned and glanced at Kai Jinlin, saying, My sister is the closest person to me. Please don't give yourself away later. Yang Chen warned Kai Jinlin. Kai Jinlin just smiled at the corner of her mouth, showing a playful expression. After arriving at the mall, Kai Jinlin took Yang Chen directly to a famous suit store. Pick a formal suit for him, Kai Jinlin said to the approaching salesperson. The salesperson smiled at Kai Jinlin, then looked at Yang Chen. Please come this way, both of you, the salesperson politely said. In front of a set of sharp black suit, the salesperson introduced, This style should suit this gentleman's temperament very well. This suit is crafted by a top designer. Every design detail showcases the owner's temperament, handmade, and made from top-quality fabric. Give it a try, Kai Jinlin said. The salesperson took the suit off and handed it to Kai Jinlin. Kai Jinlin held the clothes against Yang Chen's body. Her eyes lit up instantly. The moment the suit touched Yang Chen's body, an indescribable temperament emanated from him. Even though she was used to seeing all kinds of young masters, she was still amazed at this moment. When Yang Chen came out in the formal suit, Kai Jinlin looked at him again as if seeing him for the first time. Under the setting of this top suit, the rebellious aura on Yang Chen completely faded away. In its place was a sense of calm and dignity, with a slightly refined face carrying a hint of elegance, yet also a touch of playfulness. Are you charmed by my handsomeness? Seeing Kai Jinlin's astonished expression, Yang Chen smirked and asked. Kai Jinlin instantly reacted, looking at Yang Chen again with a hint of panic in her eyes, her heart beating rapidly. Are you joking with me? Suppressing the odd feeling in her heart, Kai Jinlin rolled her eyes, mocking Yang Chen, but a blush involuntarily rose on her cheeks. Really? Seeing Kai Jinlin's embarrassment at the moment, Yang Chen smirked mischievously. He stared at Kai Jinlin with an ambiguous gaze, teasing, I'm so handsome, considerate, and charming. Do you dare say you haven't been moved by me? Listening to those shameless self-praises, Kai Jinlin felt embarrassed for Yang Chen. Yet the man in front of her was dead serious, as if stating the obvious. At this moment, Kai Jinlin gained a new understanding of Yang Chen's thick skin. Seeing Yang Chen's ambiguous gaze, Kai Jinlin's eyes dodged for a moment, and she defended, No, not at all. I must be blind to be attracted to you. Kai Jinlin shot Yang Chen a fierce look. Suddenly, Yang Chen placed a hand on the wall behind Kai Jinlin, pressing his body towards her. Thud! Kai Jinlin hurriedly stepped back, her body hitting the wall. Really not? Yang Chen raised a wicked smile, almost leaning towards Kai Jinlin, asking. Looking at the man in front of her at such a close distance, Kai Jinlin felt like her heart was about to burst out, her cheeks blushing all the way to her neck. You rascal! Kai Jinlin suddenly pushed Yang Chen away, adjusted her hair, and walked to the salesperson, saying in a deep voice, I'll take that suit, please. Beneath a private club in the city center, there was a large training ground, known to only a few as the underground base of an assassin organization in the city. A middle-aged man in a suit was sitting on a chair, playing with a folding knife in his hand, his face dark as he looked at a young man in front of him. Boss, our bronze medal assassin team we sent out before has all disappeared, and now the client has cancelled the assassination mission. the young man said to the man sitting in the chair, handing over a document. All dead? And the client cancelled the mission? The middle-aged man suddenly threw the folding knife in his hand, and the small folding knife flew past the young man's cheek and stuck into the wooden stake behind him. Feeling the chill, the young man's face turned pale instantly, filled with awe as he looked at the middle-aged man before him. Yes, we just received the information as well. The assassins we sent last time were completely wiped out, and we suffered heavy losses, the young man said with difficulty. Hee, the middle-aged man smirked coldly and said, when has our shadow ever suffered such a loss? So, boss, should we continue sending silver badge assassins to pursue him, or give a warning to the one who issued the task? The young man cautiously assessed the boss in front of him, asking tentatively. The middle-aged man looked at the information in his hand with a dark expression, his demeanor becoming extremely serious. After a long while, the middle-aged man said grimly, to have all our sent assassins wiped out, this Yang Chen seems extraordinary. But when has our shadow ever suffered such a huge loss? A cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as the middle-aged man coldly stated, continue, capture this Yang Chen for me, make him pay a hefty sum, and then kill him. The reputation of our shadow must not be tarnished, understand? Faced with his boss, the young man suddenly shivered, feeling a chill down his spine. Yang Chen drove the car to the underground parking lot of the residential area. After Kai Jinlin got out of the car and saw the surroundings, her brows furrowed, her expression turning unpleasant. Not only was the parking lot environment poor, with dim lighting, but there was also an indescribable foul smell in the air, causing Kai Jinlin to instinctively cover her nose and mouth. You live here? Kai Jinlin looked at Yang Chen in confusion. She couldn't imagine that someone of Yang Chen's current status would actually live in such a rundown residential area, completely mismatched with his identity. Is there a problem? Yang Chen, seeing Kai Jinlin's disdain, asked nonchalantly. Seeing Yang Chen's indifferent expression, Kai Jinlin could only endure the smell and suppress her emotions. Let's go. Although the environment here may be lacking for a pampered young lady like you, it's my home, Yang Chen said earnestly to Kai Jinlin. He raised his arm, indicating for Kai Jinlin to link hers with his. What's this for? Kai Jinlin looked at Yang Chen in confusion. You're my girlfriend now. If you don't get closer to me, won't my sister see through it at a glance? Why else would I bring you back? Yang Chen frowned, dissatisfied. Seeing Yang Chen's expression, Kai Jinlin hesitated for a long time before reluctantly linking her arm with his. Seeing that Kai Jinlin was still somewhat distant from him, Yang Chen pulled her closer to his side and said, which girlfriend stays so far away from her boyfriend? Beauty, play the part properly, understand? Grinding her teeth, Kai Jinlin could only move closer to Yang Chen. They took the elevator and arrived at the door, where Yang Ning was already waiting. Yang Ning had clearly dressed up for the occasion, wearing clothes she usually wouldn't, with a light makeup on her face. She looked excitedly in Yang Chen's direction, her body involuntarily tensing up. Seeing her sister's nervous excitement, Yang Chen smiled wryly, feeling a warm sensation in his heart. His sister had always been so solemn about his matters. Lin is here, please come in, Yang Ning warmly greeted Kai Jinlin. Hello, sister. Kai Jinlin let go of Yang Chen's arm, smiled at Yang Ning, and extended her hand, introducing herself. I'm Kai Jinlin, Yang Chen's girlfriend. Please take care of me in the future, sister. Hello. Facing the enthusiasm of the richest man's daughter, Yang Ning was pleasantly surprised and said in a trembling voice, Sis, you don't need to be so nervous. Lin is my girlfriend now, we are all family. Yang Chen said to Yang Ning, yes, we are family. Yang Ning said awkwardly, looking at Kai Jinlin in front of her, who was kind and not arrogant at all, feeling much more relaxed. Bringing Kai Jinlin warmly into the house, Yang Ning busied herself, placing the prepared fruits and snacks on the coffee table. She said, Lin, don't be polite, the house is messy, don't feel like a guest, just make yourself at home. Sister's place is quite nice. Kai Jinlin played the role of a qualified girlfriend completely, facing the ordinary decoration in the house without any displeasure. A warm smile hung on her face from beginning to end, making people feel very friendly. Standing aside, Yang Ning looked at Kai Jinlin, more and more satisfied as she looked. Tall and slender, with an invisible noble temperament all over her body, coupled with her stunningly beautiful face, she was more attractive than the stars on TV. Yang Ning felt that her luck was turning. She must go to the temple in the suburbs to burn some incense sticks another day. It was truly a turn for the better. Just then, a knocking sound suddenly came from the door. After opening the door, Yang Ning looked at the beautiful woman standing there and asked in confusion, May I ask who you are looking for? The beautiful woman in front of her was wearing a motorcycle suit, carrying a helmet in her hand, with a slender figure and a delicate face with a hint of coldness. In Yang Ning's memory, she did not remember this beautiful woman. Chao Shuoxin smiled sweetly at the woman standing at the door and said, "Hello, I'm looking for Yang Chen." With that, Chao Shuoxin walked in familiarly, and when she saw Yang Chen, a happy smile appeared on her face instantly. "How did you know about this place?" Yang Chen was astonished looking at Chao Shuoxin in front of him. "Have you forgotten what I do?" Seeing Yang Chen's astonishment, Chao Shuoxin's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning as she looked playfully at Yang Chen. In an instant, Yang Chen couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If Chao Shuoxin could easily find this place, it meant that other assassins could easily find it too. Fortunately, he had lured all the hidden assassins out into the open on the first day and dealt with them, otherwise his sister would definitely be threatened. Kai Jinlin looked at Chao Shuoxin and Yang Chen, sensing that the relationship between the two was extraordinary, her brows furrowed. Yang Ning, who had just entered and closed the door, looked deeply at Yang Chen, full of doubt in her eyes. "Xiaohao, who is this beautiful woman?" Yang Ning asked Yang Chen. Kai Jinlin also stared straight at Yang Chen's eyes. At the moment the beauty appeared, Kai Jinlin instinctively felt a sense of danger. "Hello, two sisters, I am." Chao Shuoxin smiled sweetly at the two women and began to introduce herself. However, she was interrupted by Yang Chen. "She is my personal bodyguard, Chao Shuoxin," Yang Chen said first. "Bodyguard?" Yang Ning and Kai Jinlin looked at Yang Chen with great surprise. Chao Shuoxin, on the other hand, looked at Yang Chen with a puzzled expression, not understanding how her good disciple had become a bodyguard. Yang Chen gave Chao Shuoxin a look and then explained, "Well, she is my bodyguard." Looking awkwardly at Kai Jinlin and sister Yang Ning, Yang Chen said, "Someone came looking for trouble last time, and I was worried that those people might not give up easily. Besides, I have a bit of status now, so I thought of hiring a bodyguard to protect myself. I met her by chance, and we get along well. Plus, she is skilled, so I hired her as my bodyguard." Kai Jinlin looked at Yang Chen strangely, feeling that the relationship between Yang Chen and Chao Shuoxin was not as simple as it seemed. Yang Ning also had her doubts. She said suspiciously, "Xiaohao, are you sure she can protect you?" Yang Chen chuckled and said to Yang Ning, "Sis, don't be fooled by her biker outfit and her rebellious appearance. She's actually quite skilled." Looking at Chao Shuoxin, Yang Chen continued, "See, they all doubt your abilities. Why not show them?" "Really?" Chao Shuoxin hesitated upon hearing Yang Chen's words. As an assassin trained in lethal techniques, she always looked down on flashy martial arts performances. Moreover, being a cultivator, her skills far surpassed ordinary people's understanding. Feeling conflicted about demonstrating her abilities at home, Chao Shuoxin was unsure. "It's okay, go ahead and show them what you're capable of," Yang Chen encouraged. Seeing Yang Chen's confident expression, Chao Shuoxin took a deep breath and, with a smile towards the two women, swiftly produced a delicate small knife. The knife, her personal weapon, was palm-sized but emitted a sharp, chilling light. Even from a distance, Yang Ning and Kai Jinlin could sense the fierceness emanating from the blade. "Shall I begin?" Chao Shuoxin sought Yang Chen's approval. With a nod from Yang Chen, Chao Shuoxin's gaze turned sharp, her aura suddenly changing, a faint pressure quietly filling the living room. Sensing the sudden chill in the air, both Kai Jinlin and Yang Ning couldn't help but shiver. "Watch out!" With a light command, a cold light shot out from Chao Shuoxin's hand, slicing through a table leg and cracking the floor tiles, leaving half of the blade vibrating with a buzzing sound. At that moment, not only were Yang Ning and Kai Jinlin dumbfounded, but even Yang Chen was left speechless. Clearly, Chao Shuoxin's performance exceeded everyone's expectations. Yang Chen, in particular, felt a sudden chill, realizing that if he hadn't subdued Chao Shuoxin first, things could have ended much worse than a broken table. "Is that enough?" Chao Shuoxin asked, looking at the stunned trio awkwardly. Yes, that's enough." Yang Ning regained her composure, looking at Chao Shuoxin with awe and embarrassment. "You wanted to show off a bit, and you ended up breaking my table," Yang Chen scolded Chao Shuoxin sternly, feeling annoyed. "I didn't mean to." Chao Shuoxin looked at Yang Chen with a hint of grievance, sticking out her tongue playfully. Seeing the tilted table, Yang Ning glared at Yang Chen reproachfully. "Alright, that's enough. We know you're skilled," Yang Ning said to Chao Shuoxin, then exchanged a glance with Yang Chen. Together, they propped up the broken table leg and placed something underneath for support. When Chao Shuoxin tried to help, Yang Ning politely declined. "Guests are here, my brother and I can handle this small matter," Yang Ning said amiably, making Chao Shuoxin and Kai Jinlin feel a sense of warmth. After tidying up the living room, Yang Ning went to the kitchen, where Yang Chen attempted to help but was promptly pushed out by Yang Ning. "You stay with Jinlin and Shuoxin, I'll take care of this," Yang Ning said before closing the kitchen door. Back in the living room, Yang Chen sat next to Kai Jinlin, and when Chao Shuoxin tried to sit next to him, she was met with a stern look and had to settle for another spot, pouting in dissatisfaction. "Are you really just Yang Chen's bodyguard?" Kai Jinlin scrutinized Chao Shuoxin for a while, questioning her. Chao Shuoxin glanced at Yang Chen and nodded, emphasizing, "Yes, I'm his bodyguard, a personal one." She stressed the last 4 words, giving Yang Chen a sly look. Observing Chao Shuoxin's expression, Kai Jinlin furrowed her brows, studying the two of them, sensing that their relationship was not as simple as it seemed. Half an hour later, Yang Ning served the meal, and the 4 of them sat around the table, enjoying a home-cooked dinner. After dinner, the 4 of them sat on the sofa chatting until late into the night. Glancing at the time, Kai Jinlin said to Yang Ning, "Sister, we should go now. Yang Chen and I have an important gathering tonight." "Alright, I won't keep you then. Come over to play when you have time," Yang Ning said as she escorted the 3 out to the door, reluctant to part ways. In the parking lot, Kai Jinlin frowned at Chao Shuoxin following behind them and said, "Why are you following us? We're going to a gathering now, you don't need to come." "No way, I am his personal bodyguard, of course, I have to stick close," Chao Shuoxin said matter-of-factly. "What do you say?" Kai Jinlin looked at Yang Chen and asked sternly. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Chen said, "Let her come along. After all, she is my bodyguard. What if someone at the gathering has ill intentions towards me because of my beauty? Shameless." Seeing Yang Chen's self-absorbed expression, both Chao Shuoxin and Kai Jinlin couldn't help but feel disdain. Since the sports car could only accommodate 2 people, Chao Shuoxin had to ride her own motorcycle behind them. Through the rearview mirror, Kai Jinlin hesitated as she watched the cool Chao Shuoxin not far behind and asked Yang Chen, "Tell me the truth, do you have something going on with this Chao Shuoxin too?" "No," Yang Chen promptly denied. "Oof." Kai Jinlin clearly didn't believe him, her gaze towards Yang Chen becoming more serious. "I advise you to be more cautious, stop fooling around with women all the time, it's not good for you." Yang Chen glanced at Kai Jinlin, shrugged indifferently, showing a nonchalant expression. The social gathering was held at a top-notch club in the city center. When Yang Chen arrived at the parking lot, he saw numerous luxury cars already parked around. Lincolns, Maybachs, Bugatti Veyrons. A dazzling array. The brilliance of Yang Chen's supercar dimmed instantly. Today, the attendees are all the elite sons and daughters of Tianhai City, so be prepared, Kai Jinlin reminded Yang Chen as they got out of the car. "What's there to prepare for? Just a bunch of pampered rich kids, right? Don't worry, if anyone dares to have any ideas about you, I'll make sure to knock some sense into them." Yang Chen chuckled mischievously, looking at Kai Jinlin with affection. As Chao Shuoxin arrived, parked her motorcycle, and walked over to Yang Chen. "You're planning to go in like this?" Kai Jinlin looked disdainfully at Chao Shuoxin and asked, "Is there a problem?" Chao Shuoxin looked at Kai Jinlin carelessly and asked. "Of course, there's a problem," Kai Jinlin said sternly. "Do you think the gathering we're attending today is like those small park gatherings? Let me tell you, the people here today are not ordinary. With your current attire, you'll only be ridiculed when you go in. You'll lose face, and don't drag us down with you," Kai Jinlin taunted. "Oh, I see." Chao Shuoxin was stunned for a moment, then smiled at Kai Jinlin and Yang Chen, saying, "It's simple." With that, Chao Shuoxin took off her motorcycle gear in front of Yang Chen and Kai Jinlin, revealing a sexy black camisole underneath, almost like an evening gown. Chao Shuoxin's demeanor suddenly transformed, turning into a seductive lady. Yang Chen looked at the transformed Chao Shuoxin, his eyes gleaming. "Is it okay now?" Chao Shuoxin asked Kai Jinlin. "Humph," Kai Jinlin snorted, taking Yang Chen's hand and walking towards the club entrance, with Chao Shuoxin quickly following behind. The top floor of the club was a spacious hall, with a luxurious crystal chandelier hanging from the circular ceiling, illuminating the entire venue where elegantly dressed young men and women were mingling. Yang Chen and Kai Jinlin walked hand in hand into the hall, attracting countless admiring glances. Kai Jinlin was dressed in a pink evening gown, her graceful figure walking elegantly beside Yang Chen. Yang Chen, in his top-notch formal attire, exuded a calm and dignified air with a hint of elegance. As they approached the crowd, they appeared like a golden couple, instantly drawing everyone's attention. "Miss Kai is here. Wow, Miss Kai looks stunning today, truly outshining everyone. Hey, who is that guy? Why is he so intimate with Miss Kai? Could he be her boyfriend?" As the two entered the hall, it suddenly became lively, with all eyes shifting from Kai Jinlin to Yang Chen. Surprised, envious, jealous, mocking, icy. Various complex gazes were directed at Yang Chen, making him furrow his brows involuntarily. "Seems like your charm is no match for mine," Yang Chen teased, scratching his nose. "Indeed, you are the most dazzling presence here today, enjoy it." Kai Jinlin looked at Yang Chen, a hint of mischief in her eyes. As the daughter of the wealthiest man in the city, Kai Jinlin was already like a princess, aloof and superior. Moreover, being a top beauty in the city, Kai Lin had long been the target of pursuit for all the young talents in the city. Some had even considered her as their woman. Now, by boldly escorting Kai Lin into the venue, Yang Chen had become the enemy of all the men present. Kai Lin was well aware of Yang Chen's current situation but chose to remain silent, only acting more intimately with him. A young man in the hall, around 20 years old, wearing glasses with gold rims and a formal suit, looked dignified. Glancing at Yang Chen, he sneered and walked towards them with a cup of wine in hand. "Miss Kai, hello, I'm delighted to see you here." The young man smiled at Kai Lin and then looked disdainfully at Yang Chen, saying, "Is this Miss Kai's driver? For such an important gathering, Miss Kai actually brought you here, showing how much she values you. But you being so close to Miss Kai, seems like you've forgotten your place." With a mocking smile, the young man raised his glass towards Yang Chen and said, "Brother, I toast to you. After finishing the drink, please go downstairs and chat with my driver, you should have a lot in common." "Driver?" Yang Chen's gaze turned cold instantly as he looked at the man in front of him. Staring straight at him with sharp eyes, he said coldly, "Whose unchained dog is this? Can't your eyes see well, and even your nose doesn't work? You, with your dog eyes, can tell that I'm a driver. Get lost. Your standards are not worthy of drinking with me." The young man, who had intended to mock Yang Chen in front of Kai Lin, suddenly turned extremely ugly. How dare he call the distinguished Zhan family young master a dog? "You're asking for it." The young man's face turned livid instantly, glaring at Yang Chen fiercely. With the wine cup in hand, he splashed it towards Yang Chen and threw a punch at him. Seeing the man's anger, Yang Chen just smirked, making no move. Just as the wine was about to splash on Yang Chen, Zhao Shuoxin, who was following behind, swiftly intervened, grabbing the young man and shielding him from the wine, then forcefully twisting his arm. With a thud, the young man fell to the ground, wailing in pain. "Well done, go back and add a chicken leg." Yang Chen looked satisfied at Zhao Shuoxin's timely action, praising her. Zhao Shuoxin playfully stuck her tongue out at Yang Chen, then kicked the man on the ground a few meters away. "With this skill, you dare to lay a hand on me? Are you out of your mind?" Zhao Shuoxin looked at the man as if he were a fool, then continued standing by Yang Chen's side. "You." The young man on the ground looked at Yang Chen in horror, his eyes filled with resentment. "Who do you think you are? Do you even deserve to shout in front of me?" "Get lost," Yang Chen said coldly. "He doesn't deserve it, then what about me?" Just then, a proud voice rang out. Looking in the direction of the voice, a tall and slender young man in a swallowtail suit with a gloomy face walked over. "Young man, since you can enter here, we are all friends. But by resorting to such ruthless means, aren't you looking down on the young talents of Tianhai City?" The man looked coldly at Yang Chen, instantly turning him against the crowd. Kai Lin stood silently on the side, watching Yang Chen playfully. The reason she brought Yang Chen here today was simply to make things difficult for him and see if he had any abilities that could impress her father. Becoming her man was not that simple. Looking at the man in front of him, Yang Chen smiled disdainfully. "You deserve it? What are you? You think you're something just because you look like a human? Can you represent all the people in Tianhai City?" Yang Chen mocked the man in front of him, a cold smile playing on his lips. "I don't deserve it?" The man looked at Yang Chen and burst into laughter. At the same time, people around them looked at Yang Chen with pity and disdain, saying, "He doesn't even recognize Zhao Ji as young master, he's finished. Looks like you don't know me, that's good." The man looked at Yang Chen with a grim face and said, "Do you know Zhao Jia? The 7th-ranked big family in Tianhai City, with assets exceeding 40 billion. As long as Zhao Jia speaks, you will have no place in Tianhai City in the future. And I, Zhao Juinxiu, am the 3rd son of Zhao Jia. Now do you think I deserve it? Do you dare say I don't deserve it?" The man's voice resounded like a bell, attracting everyone's attention in the hall. Seeing the man's pride and arrogance, Yang Chen said, "You don't deserve it. Get rid of this annoying fly." Yang Chen said to Zhao Shuoxin. "Okay," Zhao Shuoxin said, then took a step forward and reached for Zhao Juinxiu's shoulder. Just as Zhao Shuoxin's hand was about to grab Zhao Juinxiu, a figure appeared ghostly in front of Zhao Juinxiu, with dry fingers tightly gripping Zhao Shuoxin's wrist. "Young man, isn't this too much?" An old voice sounded in his ear. The old man in front of him was wearing a gray robe, with white temples, but a ruddy complexion, looking frail but with great strength. The fingers gripping Zhao Shuoxin's wrist were like iron tongs, suppressing her no matter how hard she tried. Seeing Zhao Shuoxin being restrained, Zhao Juinxiu looked contemptuously at Yang Chen and said, "Do you think you're the only one with bodyguards? This Chen Lao is a cultivator at the 6th level of qi refinement. Do you think you can do whatever you want with just a bodyguard? You are underestimating Tianhai City." Yang Chen ignored Zhao Juinxiu's extremely smug smile. He stared coldly at the old man and said, "Let her go." "Just you?" Zhao Juanxiu laughed at Yang Chen's words, taunting, "Chen Lao only listens to me. Do you want me to let go of this little beauty? Well, beg me, as long as you kneel down and beg me, I'll let Chen Lao release her, how about that?" Ha ha ha. Zhao Juanxiu was extremely arrogant at that moment. The old man looked scornfully at Yang Chen, showing no intention of letting go. Seeing the situation escalate, Kai Jinlin instinctively felt that things were not going well, hesitating whether to intervene. Yang Chen looked coldly at Zhao Juanxiu and the old man in front of him, a cruel smile suddenly appearing on his lips. "Since you won't let go, then. System, pause time. Ding. System prompt, current time has been paused." At the moment time stopped, Yang Chen directly grabbed the chair next to him and viciously smashed it down on the old man's head. The wooden chair heavily hit the old man's head, instantly breaking apart, deforming his head in an instant. Release time pause, Yang Chen commanded the system after stopping. With a thud, the chair that had already fallen apart in Yang Chen's hand landed on the ground. The old man who had just been holding on to Chao Shuoxin had his head instantly covered in blood, falling to the ground with a thud. As the old man blinked, collapsed on the ground with blood flowing from his head, everyone was stunned, looking at the old man bleeding profusely as if they had seen a ghost. Many people hadn't even blinked, yet no one saw how Yang Chen made his move. "Anyone who dares to touch me must be prepared to be hit." Yang Chen coldly stared at the old man on the ground, mocking, "A fragile old man like you, whose bones would shatter with a single blow, should go home and play with your grandchildren early, or you might end up dead on the street at any moment." After speaking, Yang Chen gave a fierce look at Zhao Juanxiu. Facing Yang Chen's gaze, Zhao Juanxiu instantly felt like he was being stared at by a fierce beast, breaking out in a cold sweat. After a brief dizziness, the old man on the ground struggled to get up, attempting to attack Yang Chen. Seeing this scene, Yang Chen coldly looked at the old man and his servant, and instantly activated time pause. After a brief search on Chao Shuoxin's body, he finally found her weapon. Gripping the sharp little knife in his hand, Yang Chen pressed the blade against Zhao Juanxiu's chest. After releasing the time pause, Yang Chen exerted force, piercing Zhao Juanxiu's chest through his ceremonial robe. Ah! A piercing scream rang out. Zhao Juanxiu's face instantly turned extremely pale. He looked at Yang Chen in difficulty, not daring to move a muscle. "Let go of the young master." The old man, faced with Yang Chen's skillful movements, also felt his scalp tingle, looking at Yang Chen in horror, shouting angrily. The old man was already a master at the 6th level of chi refinement, and his reactions and eyes were not something an ordinary person could match. But at this moment, he couldn't even catch Yang Chen's movements, let alone protect Zhao Juanxiu. In the eyes of the old man, Yang Chen at this moment was clearly a demon-like star of calamity. The ensuing fear made the old man's whole body go cold. If it weren't for the intricate relationship with the Zhao family, the old man would have abandoned Zhao Juanxiu and run away long ago. "Don't provoke me," Yang Chen scanned the crowd coldly, then said icily, "If you want to provoke me, be prepared to die at any moment." Seeing the sharp blade embedded in Zhao Juanxiu's chest emitting a cold light, the crowd gasped in shock, no longer daring to underestimate Yang Chen. When many people looked at Yang Chen, there was a hint of fear in their pupils, and their bodies couldn't help but take a few steps back, afraid of getting into trouble. The pain in Zhao Juanxiu's chest stimulated his entire nervous system, the feeling of death lingering in his mind, his face extremely pale. Looking at Yang Chen with difficulty, he trembled. "Brother, it was my fault for not recognizing Mount Tai. Let me go, and we can forget about what happened today. Do you think you still have the qualifications to negotiate with me now?" Yang Chen sneered at Zhao Juanxiu, and pressed down with the hand holding the knife once again. In an instant, Zhao Juanxiu let out another piercing scream, his ceremonial robe soaked in blood, emanating a strong smell of blood. Seeing that the situation was about to get out of hand, Kai Jinlin looked at Yang Chen in horror and quickly stepped forward. She said, "Everyone, Yang Chen is my boyfriend. If you don't welcome us, we can leave at any time without resorting to these despicable means to trouble us." Hearing Kai Jinlin admit Yang Chen's identity, everyone looked incredulously at the cold-faced Yang Chen. Although they were dissatisfied, no one dared to speak out against them. "Let go of the young master. I promise the Zhao family won't cause you any trouble." The old man wiped the blood trickling down his cheek and spoke solemnly to Yang Chen. The entire hall fell into an extreme silence, with only Zhao Juanxiu's painful wails echoing. "Since we are all here as friends, is there a need for such violence? Brother, give me some face, release young Master Zhao." Just as the situation became awkward, laughter broke out, and a handsome young man walked over, smiling. Seeing this man approaching, a cold smile flashed across Yang Chen's lips. When he was targeted earlier, no one stepped in to mediate. Now that he had the upper hand, this man came forward to play peacemaker, thinking too highly of himself. "Are we acquainted?" Yang Chen mocked, looking at the man before him. Hearing Yang Chen's words, The man was momentarily stunned, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. The man awkwardly chuckled twice, then turned to Kai Jinlin beside him, saying, "Miss Kai, since we are all gathered here, we are all friends. Although young Master Zhao was at fault first, it doesn't warrant death. Besides, Miss Kai wouldn't want things to escalate, right?" Kai Jinlin nodded in agreement. She didn't want to make a big fuss and said to Yang Chen, let it go. You've had your moment today, overall, you haven't lost out. Forgive and forget. When Yang Chen remained unmoved, Kai Jinlin leaned in close to his ear, lowering her voice. The man in front of you is young Master Zhou Jianpain from the Zhou family. Although the Zhou family's wealth is average, not even reaching 100 billion, they are a legendary family of cultivation. Even my father wouldn't dare offend them easily. Give him a way out, and give yourself one too. There's no need to offend everyone to death. Don't forget, you have a sister. Kai Jinlin looked at Yang Chen sternly. Listening to Kai Jinlin's words, Yang Chen glanced at Zhou Jianpain in front of him, then back at Kai Jinlin. He smiled and said, "Since my wife says so, let's call it a day. Young Master Zhao, remember, don't provoke me in the future." With that, he suddenly retracted the knife in his hand. After a cry of pain, the old man quickly tore open his clothes, covering Zhao Juinxiu's chest wound. He then helped him leave in a sorry state. "Alright, the misunderstanding has been resolved. Let's continue. I hope everyone can enjoy themselves tonight." Zhou Jianpain smiled as he looked at Yang Chen and Kai Jinlin, then addressed everyone. "Miss Kai, I have some matters to attend to on my end, so I'll take my leave." After chatting with the two for a few moments, Zhou Jianpain apologized and blended into the crowd behind him. Watching Zhou Jianpain chatting happily with others not far away, a playful smile appeared on Yang Chen's lips. Although Zhou Jianpain is not simple, your Kai family in Tianhai City is not to be underestimated either. Logically, you shouldn't fear Zhou Jianpain so much. Yang Chen teased Kai Jinlin beside him. Although it was just a moment ago, Yang Chen noticed Kai Jinlin's fear when facing Zhou Jianpain, leaving him puzzled. As for Kai Jinlin's previous thoughts, Yang Chen naturally understood but was too lazy to delve into them. "You don't understand," Kai Jinlin said gravely to Yang Chen. "The Zhou family is different from other wealthy families in Tianhai City. Any wealthy individual in Tianhai City fears the Zhou family, and our Kai family is no exception. Not only because of the complex relationships the Zhou family has on the surface, but also because the Zhou family is a legendary family of cultivation." Kai Jinlin looked up at Zhou Jianpain in the crowd, her tone unusually serious. "According to the information my dad received, each generation of the Zhou family serves in the military, holding important positions, and this generation is Zhou Jianpain. He has already passed the National Special Forces selection and is now a key member, soon to depart. The intense relationship inside doesn't need me to say much, right?" Staring seriously at Yang Chen, Kai Jinlin reminded, "So, it's best not to provoke the Zhou family for no reason." Yang Chen remained non-committal. In the past, he revered and feared mysterious cultivators, let alone cultivation families. But now he had the time system. He didn't consider cultivation families, or even sects, a big deal anymore. As long as Zhou Jianpain provoked him like that Zhao young master, he would not hesitate to strike back. Although he now knew he had weaknesses, as long as he was cautious and took the initiative, he was still invincible. While Kai Jinlin and Yang Chen were discussing the Zhou family, in a private room at the club, Zhao Juinxiu lay down, a private doctor was bandaging his wounds. An old man sat beside him with a grim expression, solemnly saying to Zhao Juinxiu, "Young master, this Yang Chen is no ordinary person, his cultivation is even stronger than mine. If I guess correctly, he may have already built his foundation. Try not to provoke him as much as possible. A foundation-building cultivator going crazy can bring devastating blows to ordinary families." Mentioning Yang Chen, Zhao Juinxiu felt a shiver in his heart. The ghostly agility had already become a nightmare in his mind. But he, the dignified young master of the Zhao family, was actually slapped so harshly in front of everyone, making it hard for him to swallow his pride. "Chen Lao, I know my limits," Zhao Juinxiu said coldly. After the private doctor treated his wounds, which were just superficial, Zhao Juinxiu rested for a while before returning to the hall. Seeing Yang Chen from afar, a shadow crossed Zhao Juinxiu's face. The social gathering in the hall mainly revolved around Zhou Jianpain, with others merely as accessories. Originally, Kai Jinlin was also one of the main characters today, but due to Yang Chen's previous ruthless methods, no one dared to approach them as they saw Yang Chen sticking close to Kai Jinlin. As for Kai Jinlin, she didn't dare to leave Yang Chen alone. She had completely understood Yang Chen's lawlessness, fearing that any slip-up on her part might lead to a big mess caused by the arrogant Yang Chen. Along with Chao Shuexin, the three of them sat on chairs on the side. Chao Shuexin tightly held a small knife gleaming with a cold light, her eyes scanning the crowd with a cold gaze. clearly unhappy about being easily subdued by the old man. Just as the three of them felt bored and were about to leave, someone suddenly suggested, "Since we're all here, why don't we have a boxing bet?" Upon hearing this, everyone immediately agreed. Yang Chen looked at Kai Jinlin in confusion and asked, "What's a boxing bet?" "A boxing bet is where you guess the outcome of a match between boxers," Kai Jinlin said with a strange look in her eyes, quickly understanding, and added, "You haven't been here before, so it's normal not to know. There's a large underground boxing arena beneath this club, where many underground boxers hone their skills, naturally giving rise to boxing bets." Upon hearing Kai Jinlin's words, a look of astonishment flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. "Do all you rich people have such unique interests?" Yang Chen looked at Kai Jinlin in surprise and joked, "Yang Gongzi, with your exceptional skills, why not experience it?" At that moment, Zhou Jianping walked over, smiling at Yang Chen. "Alright, since you're bored, I'm also interested. Linlin, let's go and have a look together," Yang Chen said to Kai Jinlin. With that, Yang Chen took Kai Jinlin's hand and followed the others, leaving the scene. The elevator went straight to the underground boxing arena. As soon as they stepped out of the elevator, a noisy clamor and cheers could be heard. Before them was a vast square, illuminated as bright as day by dozens of strong lights. In the center of the square were several fighting arenas, where groups of fighters were continuing their matches. The breathtaking fight scenes were broadcasted in real time on several large screens around the square, eliciting cheers from the spectators from time to time. Walking beside Yang Chen, Kai Jinlin pointed to the hundreds of people sitting in the stands and said, "Everyone who can enter here is either wealthy or noble. This place can be considered another gathering spot for the upper class of Tianhai City." Yang Chen and Chao Shuexin followed Kai Jinlin and sat directly in the front row of the VIP seats. Located in the center of the square, this spot offered a close view of the fighters in action. The brutal bloodshed stirred up a primal instinct in people. Even Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement at the scene before him. Kai Jinlin had been here several times and was not shocked by the fights. As for Chao Shuexin, who was a killer accustomed to bloodshed, the fights seemed trivial to her, and she was not particularly interested. It was Yang Chen's first time witnessing such a scene, and his eyes were ablaze with excitement, every cell in his body cheering, eager to jump into the ring and have a good fight with the opponents. "Master, do you really want to spar with these kids at your level? Don't you think it's embarrassing?" Chao Shuexin saw the excitement on Yang Chen's face and spoke in a low voice, disdain evident in her tone. "What do you know? I just like to crush weak opponents." Yang Chen teased Chao Shuexin and shamelessly replied, "Remember, you are my bodyguard now." Yang Chen's expression turned serious, whispering to Chao Shuexin. "Got it," Chao Shuexin replied playfully. Zhou Jianping, who was sitting not far from Yang Chen, stared in his direction with a cold smile. Walking over to Yang Chen, he asked, "Yang Gongzi, how do you find the fighters in front of you?" "So, Yang Chen replied casually. "These fighters are naturally not up to Yang Gongzi's standards. I wonder if your judgment matches your skills." Zhou Jianping continued, provoking Yang Chen. "What do you mean?" Yang Chen looked at Zhou Jianping with interest. "Coming here, it's natural to bet on fights to make it more interesting. How about we choose a match, bet on our favorite fighters, and see whose judgment is better? Are you interested?" Yang Chen sensed Zhou Jianping's challenge and replied, "If Zhou Gongzi is interested, I'll play along." With that, Yang Chen scanned the fighters in front of him and placed a bet of 1 million. "Yang Gongzi, are you only betting 1 million? Doesn't quite match your status, does it?" Zhou Jianping sneered. "A small bet for fun, big bets can be harmful," Yang Chen replied nonchalantly. Seeing the fighter Yang Chen shows, Chao Shuexin rolled her eyes, realizing he had picked an unworthy opponent. Despite her master's high skills, his judgment seemed lacking. She could tell that the fighter was no match, yet Yang Chen foolishly bet 1 million. She couldn't help but think of what she could do with that money. However, playing the role of a bodyguard at that moment, Chao Shuexin refrained from commenting and could only wince on the side. Minutes passed, and as expected, Yang Chen lost. It seems Yang Gongzi's judgment of people is not as sharp as his skills. "Interested in another round?" Zhou Jianping smirked, a hint of satisfaction on his face. "Doesn't matter, just playing for fun." Yang Chen remained indifferent. This time, Yang Chen bet 5 million and lost again. He then bet 10 million. Zhou Jianping, seeing Yang Chen's indifferent expression, felt a bit displeased. He muttered to himself, just relying on Kai Jinlin for an easy life, pretending to be a big shot. Looking at Yang Chen, Zhou Jianping teased, "Yang Gongzi, if you want to recover your losses, you should bet at least 15 million. Running out of money, perhaps? Need me to lend you some?" Speaking of this, Zhou Jianping glanced at Kai Jinlin beside him. Suddenly enlightened, he said, "Right, Master Yang is Miss Kai's boyfriend, and the Kai family only has Miss Kai as the only daughter. In the future, the entire Kai family belongs to Master Yang, so how could they lack money? Kai Jinlin just gave Zhou Jianping, who was always looking for trouble, a cold glance without saying a word. Yang Chen also couldn't be bothered to respond. Seeing Yang Chen lose 2 rounds in a row and then bet 10 million this time, Zhao Shuoxin felt her heartache. In her opinion, Yang Chen was clearly a scatterbrained spendthrift. She glanced at Yang Chen with sorrow, and suddenly her eyes lit up. She gently pulled Kai Jinlin's arm and whispered, "Sister Kai, his judgment is off, he's definitely going to lose again this time. Do you want to make some money back?" Kai Jinlin looked at Zhao Shuoxin in astonishment. Seeing the hint of eagerness in her eyes, she was also moved. "Tell me, which one to bet on? I'll pay, and if we win, we split the winnings," Kai Jinlin joked. After some discussion, Kai Jinlin and Zhao Shuoxin directly chose the opponent opposite to Yang Chen. A few minutes later, as the boxer chosen by Yang Chen was knocked down, Kai Jinlin and Zhao Shuoxin high-fived excitedly. "Yes, we won. I told you his judgment was off, right?" Zhao Shuoxin teased Yang Chen, triumphantly saying to Kai Jinlin, "The boss has good skills, but there's a bit of a problem here." Zhao Shuoxin pointed to her head, jokingly. Kai Jinlin also laughed. "I agree." Hearing the two women's words, Yang Chen gave a bitter smile, glared at Zhao Shuoxin fiercely. With Kai Jinlin backing her up, Zhao Shuoxin's courage grew. She poked her cheek with slender fingers, stuck her tongue out at Yang Chen, "Naya naya naya." Seeing Zhao Shuoxin's playful and sunny demeanor at this moment, Kai Jinlin felt a bit less annoyed with her. There was only one boxing match left in the underground boxing arena. Zhou Jianping smiled and asked Yang Chen, "Master Yang has lost several rounds already, do you still want to play? If you want to recoup your losses, this is your only chance. Play, of course." Yang Chen looked coldly at Zhou Jianping and said. He glanced at the two boxers in the ring, then directly chose a boxer who was clearly inferior and placed a bet of 50 million. "This time, I must recoup my losses, win back everything I lost before," Yang Chen said confidently. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Zhao Shuoxin's face suddenly changed, looking at Yang Chen in disbelief. "I can't believe you're wasting money like this. Just by looking at that small guy, you can tell he's not a match, right?" Zhao Shuoxin pointed at the boxer chosen by Yang Chen, anxiously saying. The boxer was only 1.6 meters tall, looking frail and malnourished, but with a fierce glint in his eyes. His opponent, on the other hand, was a muscular 1.8-meter tall man, exuding explosive power. A quick glance was enough to tell who was stronger. "I dare say the person you chose won't be able to withstand a couple of punches from the opponent. Why don't you reconsider? 50 million is enough for me to earn for a long time," Zhao Shuoxin advised Yang Chen. Yang Chen remained silent, just sizing up the boxers in the ring. Unable to persuade Yang Chen, Zhao Shuoxin could only look at Kai Jinlin beside her. She said, "Sister, you should advise him quickly. He's your boyfriend, right? We can't waste money like this." Kai Jinlin hesitated for a moment. She earnestly said to Yang Chen, "You're new here and not very familiar with the arena. That boxer is very skilled, and so far, there are not many who can defeat him. The boxer you chose is just an unknown boxer. Leaving aside other factors, just look at their physique. Can he win?" Yang Chen surveyed the ring, and a smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Teasingly looking at Kai Jinlin, he said, "Why don't you trust my judgment?" Kai Jinlin rolled her eyes. Losing several rounds in a row, he still dared to mention judgment in front of her? If it weren't for the presence of others and the need to save Yang Chen's face, Kai Jinlin really wanted to mock Yang Chen. Seeing Kai Jinlin's indifferent expression, Yang Chen said, "How about we make a bet? As for the stakes, let's bet your kiss, shall we? Let's bet. What will you do if you lose?" Kai Jinlin, seeing Yang Chen getting excited, felt a little angry and coldly snorted. "If I lose, you can make any request," Yang Chen said in a deep voice. "All right, it's a deal, just don't renege on it when you lose." Kai Jinlin had a look of certainty on her face. "How could I possibly lose? Just wait to kiss me." Yang Chen smiled at Kai Jinlin. At this moment, Zhao Juanxiu came to Zhou Jianping's side. Hearing about this bet, the two of them suddenly brightened up. They exchanged a glance, and Zhao Juanxiu lowered his voice, saying to Zhou Jianping, "Young Master Zhou, it seems like the relationship between Yang Chen and Miss Kai hasn't reached that stage yet. Do you think we still have a chance?" "Not only do we have a chance, but it might be a big one." Zhou Jianping chuckled mischievously. Hearing Zhou Jianping's words, Zhao Juanxiu's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What do you think of that boxer?" Zhou Jianping asked Zhao Juanxiu. "He has a very high winning rate," Zhao Juanxiu said directly. Being a frequent visitor to the underground boxing arena, he was well aware of the main boxers in the ring and naturally knew the strength of that boxer. "Is that so?" Zhou Jianping looked at the two boxers with a scrutinizing gaze. Just as he turned around, he happened to see Yang Chen's confident expression and couldn't shake off the feeling that there might be a surprise in store. If Yang Chen wins this time, not only will he break even, but he will also win the bet. We can't afford to lose, Zhou Jianping said solemnly, giving Zhao Juinxiu a meaningful look. Zhao Juinxiu instantly understood, smiled at Zhou Jianping, and said, "Young Master Zhou, I'll excuse myself for a moment." Zhao Juinxiu made an excuse to go to the restroom and left the scene. In the backstage of the underground boxing arena, the staff were looking at the big screen in front of them. The screen displayed the odds and real-time betting amounts for the final match. Suddenly, when Zhao Juinxiu walked in, the staff greeted him with a smile. "Why have you come, Lord Zhao?" the staff member said with a smile. "I want Su Gang to win, no matter what methods you use," Zhao Juinxiu said directly. Hearing Zhao Juinxiu's words, the staff member looked uncomfortable and said, "Lord Zhao, the boxing arena upholds fairness and impartiality, and we never interfere with the outcome between boxers. Your actions seem to go against the rules, don't they?" "Rules?" Zhao Juinxiu looked coldly at the staff member and sneered, "This is not only my intention but also young Master Zhou's. Do you want to personally consult young Master Zhou's opinion?" In an instant, the staff member's face turned ugly. After hesitating for a while, the staff member said to Zhao Juinxiu, "I understand. Please inform young Master Zhou that there will be no surprises in this match." The staff member said to Zhao Juinxiu in a serious tone. The two boxers had already entered the ring. The towering boxer Su Gang looked arrogant, his eyes full of disdain for his opponent. The slender boxer looked coldly at his opponent, his gaze suddenly falling on the VIP box, with a hint of unwillingness in his expression. Yang Chen, who had been watching the boxer closely, noticed this hint of unwillingness and felt that something was amiss. "Has something happened?" Yang Chen muttered to himself. However, soon after, Yang Chen smirked. As the referee announced the start, the two boxers charged towards each other. Su Gang's movements were bold and aggressive, striking with great force in every punch. On the other hand, his opponent was cautious, only focusing on defense, and his occasional attacks seemed half-hearted to Yang Chen. How could this be? Yang Chen stared at the ring, his brows furrowed. The boxer he chose clearly had no intention of fighting, just dragging out the time. At this rate, he would undoubtedly lose. "Young Master Yang, it seems you're going to lose again," Zhou Jianping smirked at Yang Chen, confident in his words. "Is that so?" Yang Chen's lips curled into a cold smile, his eyes fixed on the ring, and suddenly, the boxer who had been evading and stalling finally threw a punch. At a critical moment, Yang Chen paused time. Then he stood up, walked to the ring, and kicked the towering boxer in the groin. Back in the VIP box, Yang Chen lifted the time pause. "Ah!" A cry echoed through the entire arena. Just as Su Gang saw his opponent attacking and tried to dodge, a sharp pain suddenly shot up from below, contorting his face in agony and causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Distracted, Su Gang was directly hit in the temple by his opponent's fist, falling to the ground instantly, hands clutching his groin, writhing in pain. The skinny boxer, witnessing the scene before him, was momentarily stunned. He hadn't taken that punch seriously at all and had even deliberately exposed a flaw to meet the management's requirements. He was waiting for his opponent to dodge his punch and knock him down, but to his surprise, this scene unfolded. Seeing his opponent grimacing in pain, curled up on the ground trembling, the skinny boxer was also at a loss. Standing next to his opponent, he was helpless. As time passed, many uninformed spectators began to comment, shouting at the ring, "Come on, give him the final blow. Are you a blockhead? You don't even want a victory that's within reach? He's not even attacking, clearly throwing fake punches." As time dragged on, Su Gang had not yet gotten up from the ground. The skinny boxer stood awkwardly in the ring, not making a move, and the dissatisfaction in the audience had reached its peak. Faced with the wave of criticism, the backstage staff were also at a loss. Finally, seeing Su Gang unable to continue, they had to announce the final result. After the match result was announced, Zhou Jianping's face turned extremely ugly. How is this possible? Zhao Juinxiu, who came over next, looked at the outcome of the match in disbelief, his face full of incredulity. "Sorry, I won," Yang Chen said with a smile to Zhao Juinxiu. Faced with Yang Chen's smug smile, Zhao Juinxiu's face turned extremely ugly. Ignoring the gloomy expressions of Zhou Jianping and Zhao Juinxiu, Yang Chen turned to look at Kai Jinlin and said, "I won. When do you plan to fulfill the bet?" "Humph." Kai Jinlin snorted, turned away, and ignored Yang Chen. As for Chao Shuexin, she was so angry that she pounded her chest and stomped her feet, cursing the heavens. She had bet on Su Gang to win, and the amount was not small, now feeling a pang of regret. "What? Are you planning not to honor the bet?" Yang Chen teased Kai Jinlin, looking at her slightly flushed face. "Everyone heard our bet. Are you trying to back out?" With that, Yang Chen turned his gaze to the uncomfortable faces of Zhou Jianping and Zhao Juanxiu, saying, I say, did you two hear the bet between me and Lin Lin just now? Speak up. Seeing Yang Chen's smug expression, Zhou Jianping and Zhao Juanxiu felt as uncomfortable as if they had swallowed a fly. Kai Jinlin was the goddess in their hearts, especially Zhou Jianping, who had long considered Kai Jinlin as his woman. Now, Yang Chen was making him testify and asking Kai Jinlin to kiss him? This was clearly a slap in his face. Faced with Yang Chen's persistence, Kai Jinlin could only kiss Yang Chen on the cheek in front of everyone. Are you satisfied now? Blushing, Kai Jinlin looked at Yang Chen and shot him a fierce glare. When Kai Jinlin took the initiative to kiss Yang Chen's cheek, in the eyes of everyone present, Yang Chen's identity as Kai Jinlin's boyfriend was already confirmed. As the final boxing match concluded, the entire underground arena emptied out. Zhou Jianping stared at Yang Chen, a hint of hostility in his eyes. Young Master Yang, shall we have a match? Zhou Jianping suddenly invited Yang Chen. I've seen young Master Yang's skills before. I'm curious and itching for a challenge. Why don't we have a match? Yang Chen looked at Zhou Jianping in surprise, seeing the provocative smile on his face. Master Zhou, we have other matters to attend to, so we won't spar. Before Yang Chen could respond, Kai Jinlin interjected. She pulled Yang Chen aside, lowered her voice, and said solemnly, Yang Chen, don't fight him, you are not his match. Zhou Jianping is highly skilled, once the undefeated boxing champion here, and now recruited by the Dragon Tooth, his skills have reached a formidable level. You will be at a disadvantage. Looking at the serious expression on Kai Jinlin's face and then at the taunting Zhou Jianping, Yang Chen smiled. Facing Zhou Jianping, he said, sorry, I never do things that are meaningless. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, Kai Jinlin breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Jianping's expression changed slightly, not expecting Yang Chen to back down in front of Kai Jinlin, which was beyond his expectations. Meaningless? I think you're just scared, aren't you? A disdainful voice came from a man beside Zhou Jianping. He was obviously one of Zhou Jianping's followers. Another person chimed in, young Master Yang, if you're afraid, just say so. Master Zhou is our top fighter here, it's natural for you to fear losing, but using such excuses is unmanly, isn't it? Yang Chen remained unruffled by their words. Instead, he smiled and said, I may have free time, but I'm not like you gentlemen who go around looking for fights when bored. If you're bored, find someone else to play with, I'm not interested. Are you saying we're troublemakers? You can interpret it that way. Yang Chen shrugged, showing a nonchalant expression. Let's go. Kai Jinlin timely stepped forward, taking Yang Chen's arm, intending to leave. Young Master Yang, if you think our match is a waste of time, why don't we make it more meaningful by placing a bet? Just as Yang Chen turned around, Zhou Jianping's voice rang out. Yang Chen's steps halted instantly. Let's bet $1 billion, how about it? Zhou Jianping said in a deep voice, if you win, you'll get $1 billion, it won't be a waste of time, right? A cold smile played on Yang Chen's lips as he turned to face Zhou Jianping. Mockingly, he said, Master Zhou, with your status, $1 billion seems too little, doesn't it? If you don't have the money, you can have others chip in, not too much. If we can gather 10 billion, I'll reluctantly play with you, how about that? His gaze swept over the wealthy young men standing behind Zhou Jianping, and Yang Chen looked mischievous. In an instant, Zhou Jianping's eyes turned icy. With a stern face, he said to Yang Chen, Young Master Yang, since you're so bold, I'll naturally accompany you, but if I gather 10 billion, you mustn't back out. I'll be waiting for you. Yang Chen replied, then returned to his seat, teasingly looking at Zhou Jianping and his group. These young gentlemen before him were extremely wealthy, but they didn't control their family's funds, so 10 billion was not a small amount for them. Under Zhou Jianping's lead, the young gentlemen began to gather together, discussing the matter of the 10 billion wager. Kai Jinlin watched Yang Chen, who appeared relaxed, with growing concern. She asked him seriously, what are you thinking? I've said it before, you are no match for Zhou Jianping. Why do you insist on staying? Are you looking to embarrass yourself? Zhao Xuexin, standing beside them, observed Kai Jinlin's solemn expression. She chuckled and said to Kai Jinlin, sis, don't worry. There are probably few people in this world who can beat him, but it's definitely not that pretty boy. Ignoring Zhao Xuexin's remark, Kai Jinlin couldn't understand where Zhao Xuexin's blind confidence in Yang Chen came from. After a while, Zhou Jianping finally gathered the 1 billion wager. He solemnly asked Yang Chen, Master Yang, the wager is ready. Shall we begin? Following Zhou Jianping's lead, a group of young masters provocatively stared at Yang Chen. Seeing Zhou Jianping's expression, Yang Chen stood up slowly and said with a smile, since someone is willing to give me money, I can't refuse. Daring to boast in front of Master Zhou, aren't you afraid of choking on your words? A young man sneered, mocking Yang Chen. Hope you can still laugh later. My money isn't easy to take, Zhou Jianping sneered. Then I won't trouble Master Zhou, Yang Chen said. But I have a request. Since Master Zhou is so confident, how about we have an unrestricted fight? No limits on weapon use, until one side voluntarily admits defeat. What do you say? Yang Chen provocatively challenged Zhou Jianping. As you wish, Zhou Jianping coldly replied, then stepped onto the arena after speaking. The entire underground arena buzzed as Zhou Jianping stepped onto the stage. The audience excitedly watched Zhou Jianping standing in the center. Is Master Zhou going to fight? Oh my, I'm so lucky to witness Master Zhou in action. Master Zhou will surely win. The crowd erupted in unprecedented cheers. Hearing the cheers, Yang Chen sneered inwardly. I'll turn your Master Zhou into a fool soon enough. Let's see if you can still laugh then. Holding Chao Shuoxin's small knife, Yang Chen walked slowly onto the stage and stood in front of Zhou Jianping. Zhou Jianping stared at Yang Chen, a hint of mockery flashing across his lips when he saw the small knife in Yang Chen's hand. Master Yang, do you really think you can beat me with that tiny knife? Before Yang Chen could respond, a powerful aura suddenly burst from Zhou Jianping, enveloping the entire arena. The overwhelming pressure made Yang Chen's face turn serious instantly. At that moment, Zhou Jianping seemed like a completely different person, his eyes sharp as knives fixed on Yang Chen. Under Zhou Jianping's imposing aura, the audience felt a heavy oppression in the air, almost suffocating. Yet, everyone excitedly cheered for Zhou Jianping, shouting, "Go, Master Zhou! Master Zhou will win!" As for Yang Chen, he was completely ignored by everyone. In the face of Zhou Jianping's strength, except for Chao Shuoxin, no one believed Yang Chen could match Zhou Jianping. A tiny knife? Yang Chen looked down at the small knife in his hand, a cold smile playing on his lips. It's enough to deal with you. Zhou Jianping's face turned extremely grim. With a low shout, he swiftly appeared in front of Yang Chen and threw a punch at his face. The force of the punch hit before the fist, a sharp force blowing against Yang Chen's cheek, making it sting. Facing Zhou Jianping, Yang Chen didn't dare to be careless. Though he appeared indifferent on the surface, his focus remained on Zhou Jianping. The moment Zhou Jianping disappeared from his original spot, Yang Chen immediately issued a command to the system. System, pause time. Ding! System prompt, current time has been paused. After the crisp voice of the system sounded in Yang Chen's mind, the whole world instantly became quiet, everything came to a halt. Zhou Jianping, with overwhelming momentum, was less than half a meter away from him, his fist almost touching his face. Yang Chen broke out in a cold sweat, feeling a chill down his spine. Judging from Zhou Jianping's imposing manner just now, if he hadn't activated the time pause at a critical moment, Zhou Jianping's blow just now might have taken his life. Taking a deep breath, Yang Chen suppressed the horror in his heart and his eyes turned cold. Approaching behind Zhou Jianping, Yang Chen stabbed a knife into Zhou Jianping's back, pulled it down, and instantly a 10-centimeter-long wound appeared on Zhou Jianping's back. System, release the time pause, Yang Chen silently prayed in his heart. Ding, the system has released the pause on time. Time began to flow again. Just as Zhou Jianping was about to punch Yang Chen away, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. His movements abruptly stopped. Zhou Jianping realized that Yang Chen had appeared behind him without him noticing. A look of horror flashed across Zhou Jianping's face, and in an instant, he turned around and threw another punch. Bang! With a powerful force, the surrounding air was compressed, creating a booming sound. Prepared in advance, Yang Chen used the time pause to appear again at Zhou Jianping's side. He skillfully avoided Zhou Jianping's attacks each time, appearing to move around him like teleportation. Every time Yang Chen appeared, a string of blood beads followed, and soon, the once imposing Zhou Jianping turned into a bloodied mess. In contrast, Yang Chen remained calm and composed, handling the situation with ease. This eerie scene, seen by the audience, immediately sparked a wave of astonishment. Is this person a devil? I can't even see his movements clearly. Can one person really be this fast? It must be fake. Oh no, my young Master Zhou is going to lose. Young Master Zhou, come on, you must win. After a series of incredulous exclamations, the audience began to cheer again. The atmosphere was even more intense than before the fight began. Hearing the cheers from the audience, Yang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Can't they see who's stronger and who's weaker now? These spectators must be blind. Kai Jinlin, witnessing Yang Chen's elusive maneuvers on the stage, completely outplaying Zhou Jianping, looked utterly incredulous. Is Yang Chen really this strong? Kai Jinlin exclaimed. Of course he is, Chao Shuoxin said excitedly, watching Yang Chen on the stage. Just based on that pretty boy, he thinks he can beat our master. Boss, it's just impossible. Congratulations, Sister Kai, you found the strongest man in the world to be your boyfriend. Chao Shuoxin glanced back at Kai Jinlin, smiling smugly. Zhou Jianping, after several consecutive attacks, hadn't even touched Yang Chen's clothes, while he himself had turned into a bloody mess. Roughly estimating, Zhou Jianping felt that he had been slashed by Yang Chen at least a dozen times, his whole body feeling as if it had been torn apart in pain. This was the first time he had been so humiliated since he started his career. Zhou Jianping was highly talented in cultivation, already reaching the 9th level of qi refinement at a young age, hailed as the first genius of the Zhou family. Now, being toyed with by Yang Chen like this, a surge of anger rose within him. Staring coldly at Yang Chen in front of him, a cruel madness appeared on Zhou Jianping's face. Yang Chen, I admit you are strong, but you have truly made me angry. Licking the blood on his lips, Zhou Jianping's expression turned ferocious. Boom! An earth-shattering momentum erupted from Zhou Jianping in an instant, even stronger than before. In a flash, the entire underground boxing arena seemed to be shrouded in a chilling aura. Everyone, including Yang Chen, couldn't help but shiver. Zhou Jianping stared at Yang Chen with crimson eyes, like a fierce beast hunting its prey. Suddenly, Yang Chen felt a chilling sensation down his spine, a sense of impending doom enveloping him. Pause time, Yang Chen commanded the system without hesitation. Although unsure of how Zhou Jianping would attack next, Yang Chen was certain that he wouldn't be able to withstand it, possibly even facing a life-threatening situation. Confronted by the ferocious Zhou Jianping, Yang Chen's eyes flashed with a cruel determination. Since you want me dead, don't blame me for being ruthless. With a cold snort, Yang Chen severed Zhou Jianping's tendons in his hands and feet. System, resume time. Only after confirming Zhou Jianping posed no threat did Yang Chen breathe a sigh of relief and issued the command to the system. As time resumed, Zhou Jianping, planning to use his trump card to defeat Yang Chen, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his limbs. Before he could react, weakness spread through his body. With a thud, Zhou Jianping collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, his face drained of color. What have you done to me? Feeling his limbs unresponsive, Zhou Jianping's heart filled with panic as he stared at Yang Chen in horror. Yang Chen coldly gazed at Zhou Jianping, crouching down with a small knife against his neck. I've cut your tendons. You pose no threat to me now. If you don't intend to surrender, I'll slit your throat next time. Yang Chen's icy voice and actions were broadcasted live on the big screen, stirring the audience into a frenzy. Young Master Zhou actually lost. How is that possible? Damn, appearances are deceiving. Yang Chen actually won. Yang Chen is in trouble. Although he won the match, offending the Zhou family means the Kai family won't protect him. Not necessarily. Yang Chen didn't even use his full strength. The Zhou family might not be able to touch him. And with such power at a young age, he must have terrifying backing. The clamor filled the underground arena. He actually won. Kai Jinlin stared in disbelief at the man on the stage, her mind blank. Despite witnessing Yang Chen's exceptional skills before, she never imagined that even Zhou Jianping, a quasi-Dragon Tooth member, was no match for him. Kai Jinlin wondered about Yang Chen's true strength. Dad, is this why you fear Yang Chen? Kai Jinlin murmured. Watching Yang Chen effortlessly defeat his opponent, especially with his elusive movements, filled Xiao Shuoxin with excitement. Admiring Yang Chen on stage, she almost couldn't contain herself due to her bodyguard status. Hearing the surrounding chatter, Zhou Jianping suddenly chuckled, admitting defeat to Yang Chen. The staff breathed a sigh of relief upon Zhou Jianping's surrender, only approaching to remove him after Yang Chen left the stage. Let's go get the money. Yang Chen returned to the VIP area, smiling at Kai Jinlin and Xiao Shuoxin. Okay, the two women nodded. After collecting the money, the three of them left the underground arena. At the club's entrance, they stood before a black supercar. Xiao Shuoxin instinctively put on her motorcycle gear, then sat on her bike, looking at Yang Chen. What about you? Are we going home directly, or somewhere else? Yang Chen asked Kai Jinlin. Home, Kai Jinlin replied decisively, then sat directly in the passenger seat. What about you? Yang Chen turned to look at Xiao Shuoxin and asked. Aren't I your personal bodyguard? Wherever you go, I go, Xiao Shuoxin said playfully. Yang Chen drove Kai Jinlin to the Kai family villa, while Xiao Shuoxin waited nearby. After Kai Jinlin got out of the car, her expression suddenly turned serious as she said to Yang Chen, you nearly crippled Zhou Jianping today. Based on my understanding of Zhou Jianping and the Zhou family, they won't let this go easily. I know you're strong, but the Zhou family is not to be underestimated. Be careful in the future, Kai Jinlin said sternly. Yang Chen paused for a moment, then nonchalantly replied, let them be. If the Zhou family doesn't provoke me, I'll let it go. But if they dare to mess with me, don't blame me for being ruthless. Seeing Kai Jinlin's worried expression, Yang Chen smirked mischievously. What? Are you worried about me? Don't tell me you're conquered by my charm. Otherwise, don't go back tonight. Let's find a place to bond and let you further understand my strength and charm. How about that? With that, Yang Chen suddenly pulled Kai Jinlin into his arms. Kai Jinlin's body trembled, her face instantly blushing. Rogue, Kai Jinlin pushed Yang Chen away, looking embarrassed. Is this what you call being a rogue? Yang Chen chuckled, then asked, do you want to see me truly act like a rogue? I can't be bothered with you. Kai Jinlin stomped her foot and ran into the villa. Inside the villa, Kai Kuan was sitting in the living room. When he saw Kai Jinlin come in, a smile appeared on his face. Linlin, how was your time with Mr. Yang? Kai Kuan asked with a smile. Kai Jinlin's brows furrowed at his question, her expression turning unnatural. Seeing his daughter's reaction, Kai Kuan's heart skipped a beat. Linlin, you're not having a quarrel with Mr. Yang, are you? Kai Kuan asked in a serious tone. Seeing her father's cautious expression, Kai Jinlin forced a smile and shook her head. We got along fine, but today Yang Chen nearly crippled Zhou Jia in pain. Dad, who exactly is this Yang Chen? Kai Kuan was also shocked to hear Kai Jinlin's words. Mr. Yang crippled Zhou Jia in pain? Almost, today. Kai Jinlin recounted the events at the underground boxing ring. Even mentioning today's events at the underground boxing ring, Kai Jinlin still felt a lingering fear. Seeing his daughter's lingering fear, Kai Kuan comforted her. Linlin, don't be afraid. As long as we stand by Mr. Yang's side, everything will be fine. Today you also witnessed Mr. Yang's extraordinary abilities. I'm sure you understand that Mr. Yang is no ordinary person. Listen to your dad. Being with Mr. Yang is a great honor for you and for the Kai family. Kai Kuan said solemnly. Shouldn't we do something in secret? After all, he beat Zhou Jia in pain so badly, the Zhou family won't let it go easily. As strong as Yang Chen is, he's still alone. Kai Jinlin thought seriously and asked Kai Kuan. No need. Kai Kuan directly rejected Kai Jinlin's suggestion. If we make a move now, it might backfire. It could bring disaster to our family. Mr. Yang and us are not on the same level. Since he hasn't taken the initiative, it means he doesn't care about the Zhou family. Rest assured, with Mr. Yang around, the Zhou family won't cause any trouble. Let's just wait peacefully. Kai Kuan patted his daughter's shoulder and said in a deep voice. Hearing her father's almost blind trust in Yang Chen, Kai Jinlin became even more curious about Yang Chen's true identity. After witnessing Yang Chen's elusive skills, Kai Jinlin didn't believe the information she had about Yang Chen's background. Dad, who exactly is Yang Chen? Kai Jinlin couldn't help but ask again. Giving Kai Jinlin a deep look, Kai Kuan said, I can't tell you about Mr. Yang's identity for now because he specifically instructed me not to disclose it to anyone. After seeing off Kai Jinlin, Yang Chen and Chao Shuoxin went to a hotel. Yang Chen, looking at Chao Shuoxin lounging lazily on the sofa, furrowed his brows and said, Isn't it inconvenient for you to live in hotels every day without a fixed place? Why don't you rent a house instead? Chao Shuoxin changed her posture, crossed her arms on her chest, and rolled her eyes at Yang Chen. Master, have you forgotten what I do? Chao Shuoxin looked at Yang Chen and asked. I'm an assassin, running around every day, taking on tasks everywhere. If you ask me to rent a place, won't that just be waiting to be caught? Seeing Chao Shuoxin's disdainful look, Yang Chen felt embarrassed. You're not taking on tasks now, you could easily settle down somewhere. It would make it easier for me to find you, Yang Chen said after a moment of silence. Suddenly, an idea popped into Yang Chen's mind as he looked at Chao Shuoxin. He could let Chao Shuoxin stay at his place. This way, it would be convenient for him to find her, and Chao Shuoxin could also protect Yang Ning. However, Yang Chen quickly dismissed the idea. He had only recently met Chao Shuoxin, didn't know her well, lacked trust, and couldn't feel at ease having an unfamiliar assassin around his sister. That's true. Chao Shuoxin's eyes lit up, and she looked at Yang Chen with a suddenly fiery gaze. Master, how about I stay at your place so I can see you every day? Chao Shuoxin's eyes formed crescent moons as she slightly smiled. Stay at my place? Yang Chen was taken aback by Chao Shuoxin's words. Then, his eyes twinkled, a mysterious smile playing on his lips as he looked at Chao Shuoxin with an affectionate gaze. Feeling uneasy under his sudden intense gaze, Chao Shuoxin instinctively protected herself, watching Yang Chen warily. Master, what are you up to? Chao Shuoxin asked nervously. Yang Chen walked slowly towards Chao Shuoxin, looking down at her, and said, Are you starting to have feelings for me by sticking so close? Well, I've been wanting to sleep with you for days now. We've gotten to know each other, so why wait? Let's do it today. With a burning gaze fixed on Chao Shuoxin, Yang Chen smirked mischievously. In an instant, Chao Shuoxin's face turned awkward, wishing she could slap herself. She had been following Yang Chen around these past few days and almost forgot about this matter. Master, Chao Shuoxin looked at Yang Chen's eyes spinning around and suddenly pouted, looking at him with a grievance. Master, you're just bullying me. Your disciple is so lovely, so beautiful, so understanding. Can you bear to destroy such a flower? A flower is meant to be picked, isn't it? Master, this is your own field. Yang Chen said solemnly. Master, I haven't been feeling well these past 2 days. Chao Shuoxin's face instantly showed a hint of pain as she looked at Yang Chen pleadingly. Master, I'm on my period. Yang Chen frowned at the slightly pale-faced Chao Shuoxin. Really? Yang Chen scrutinized Chao Shuoxin, feeling like she might be deceiving him. Really? Chao Shuoxin nodded her head rapidly like a pecking chicken. After hesitating for a moment, Chao Shuoxin reached out, grabbed Yang Chen's arm, and pitifully said, Master, can you not be in such a hurry? Anyway, I can't run away from you by my side. Can I have a little liking for you, please? Suddenly, tears welled up in Chao Shuoxin's eyes, choked up. I don't want my first time to be so casual. Seeing Chao Shuoxin's pitiful expression, Yang Chen's heart softened, saying, if that's the case, then I'll wait for you a little longer. Upon hearing this, Chao Shuoxin instantly felt happy. But Yang Chen felt frustrated, he had a feeling of being deceived. Yang Chen signaled to Chao Shuoxin, who understood and made room for him to sit beside her. Staring at Chao Shuoxin for a long time, until she felt uneasy and was about to move away from Yang Chen, he asked in a deep voice, you are a cultivator, right? Can you tell me about the cultivation world? Chao Shuoxin's eyes instantly became puzzled. She looked at Yang Chen strangely and asked, Master, aren't you a cultivator too? Don't you understand? Yang Chen, who was prepared, said, my way of cultivation is different from yours in this world, so I'm not very clear about your so-called cultivation methods. Your world? Chao Shuoxin was astonished. Master, the way you speak makes it seem like you're not from this world. Chao Shuoxin rolled her eyes at Yang Chen and said. Ignoring her eye roll, Yang Chen continued, strictly speaking, my way of cultivation is different from yours, so I can't be considered a person of this world. Have you ever sensed even a hint of a cultivator's aura on me during our time together? Chao Shuoxin was instantly stunned. Images of several events where Yang Chen intervened flashed through her mind. Yang Chen's skills were strong, elusive, leaving her puzzled. But every time Yang Chen acted, Chao Shuoxin indeed did not sense any trace of a cultivator's aura on him. I always felt that you, Master, are different from other cultivators. So that's how it is, Chao Shuoxin exclaimed in realization. Adjusting her posture, Chao Shuoxin sat upright on the sofa. Placing her hands on her lap, she assumed a senior tone and said, the cultivation methods of this world may be a bit complicated for you, Master. It can generally be divided into several realms like chi refining, foundation building, golden core, nascent soul, each realm further divided into 9 subrealms. Currently, the majority are in the chi refining realm. For example, Zhou Jianpain, whom you fought before, is at the 9th level of chi refining. Chao Shuoxin slowly explained what she knew about the cultivation world to Yang Chen. The immortal strokes my head, my hair receives eternal life. Cultivation emphasizes the 2 words fate and method, both indispensable. For instance, Chao Shuoxin unexpectedly obtained a cultivation manual and embarked on the path of cultivation, a stroke of fate. Most people embarking on the path of cultivation require great opportunities to unlock the inheritance method. Those like Chao Shuoxin, who cultivate by unexpectedly obtaining a cultivation manual, are seen as independent cultivators by those with inherited methods. Apart from independent cultivators, other forces are mainly divided into clans, small sects, and the 8 great sects. To maintain world stability, the country has established warrior forces like the Dragon Tooth to suppress unruly cultivators. In short, the world of cultivators is intricate and far more complex than the mundane world. After listening to Chao Shuoxin's introduction, Yang Chen's eyes lit up. Do you know how to get to those sects? Yang Chen asked Chao Shuoxin. I'm very interested in the cultivation methods of this world now, and I plan to borrow some manuals to take a look. Borrow? Chao Shuoxin was stunned for a moment, then looked at Yang Chen as if he were a fool. Master, is your brain not working properly today? Each manual is invaluable to the sects and clans. How could they possibly lend them to you? Chao Shuoxin sneered. Suddenly, she caught a glimpse of the playful look at the corner of Yang Chen's mouth, and her eyes lit up. Master, are you planning to steal? Chao Shuoxin asked excitedly. She had witnessed Yang Chen's skills, especially his teleportation technique, which was truly extraordinary. If Yang Chen really intended to do so, there were probably few sects that could stop him. Chao Shuoxin, who unexpectedly obtained a secret manual and embarked on the path of cultivation, always wanted to reach higher levels. However, the larger cultivation families or sects showed no interest in her as a small independent cultivator. If Yang Chen could steal those manuals, she would naturally benefit as well. These thoughts flashed through her mind, and Chao Shuoxin's eyes curved into a crescent moon shape. Steal, don't make it sound so harsh, okay? Yang Chen flicked Chao Shuoxin's forehead and stated, do you think your master is that kind of person? I just planned to borrow them for a look. Covering her head, Chao Shuoxin suddenly felt wronged. You are the master, so whatever you say goes. But, master, I don't know where the 8 great sects are, but I do know some other sects, Chao Shuoxin said earnestly. Alright, get ready, choose a sect, and in a couple of days, I'll take you to pay them a visit, Yang Chen said with a smile. In the hospital, Zhou Jianping was brought in for treatment. Thanks to timely medical care and Yang Chen's decision not to go to extremes, Zhou Jianping's tendons were reattached, but he was advised not to make any movements for a short period. Zhou Tai rushed to the hospital upon learning that his son's tendons had been severed. Jianping, what happened? Zhou Tai asked in a deep voice, looking at Zhou Jianping lying on the hospital bed wrapped in bandages. Zhou Tai, dressed casually, had one button on his shirt obviously misaligned, showing his concern for Zhou Jianping. When the incident on the arena was mentioned, Zhou Jianping's face darkened, and cold sweat broke out on his back involuntarily. Dad, Yang Chen is very mysterious, unlike any cultivator I've ever encountered, Zhou Jianping said solemnly. When I fought him, I couldn't sense any spiritual energy fluctuations from him, nor could I determine his specific realm. It's as if he's just an ordinary person. But his body techniques are extremely strange, like teleportation. He can silently appear by my side every time. Zhou Jianping's eyes were filled with deep puzzlement and fear. The extraordinary body technique had clearly left a serious shadow in his mind. Are you sure you can't sense any of his spiritual energy or realm? Zhou Tai's face instantly became unusually serious upon hearing Zhou Jianping's words. Zhou Jianping was the top among the younger generation of the Zhou family, surpassing even some of the older generation in cultivation. Yang Chen's ability to silently appear behind Zhou Jianping could only mean one thing: Yang Chen's cultivation level far exceeded Zhou Jianping's. Foundation building? Or golden core? Regardless of which realm Yang Chen was in, it posed significant pressure on the Zhou family. Tang Lao. Zhou Tai's voice suddenly rang out. Master. An old man's figure appeared abruptly in front of Zhou Tai, respectfully looking at him. Please investigate Yang Chen's background, and make sure to find out everything about him, Zhou Tai ordered. Yes. After acknowledging, the old man's figure disappeared once again in the ward. With his gaze back on his son, Zhou Tai's expression softened slightly. He said to Zhou Jianping, focus on recovering from your injuries, I will take care of the rest. After sitting in Chao Shuoxin's hotel for a while, Yang Chen left directly. Sitting in the car, Yang Chen was momentarily unsure of where to go, staring blankly ahead. After a moment of daze, Yang Chen took out his phone and opened his social media account. Suddenly, a post appeared in his friend's circle. Yesterday's love, today's pain, devoted heart flowing like water, no debts in the future, each living well. Seeing Gao Manyao's heartbreaking post in the friend circle, Yang Chen's brows furrowed instantly. Mangyao, what happened? Why are you so sad? Yang Chen sent a message to Gao Mangyao. After waiting for a while with no response from Gao Mangyao, Yang Chen continued to send several messages, still receiving no reply. In an instant, Yang Chen started to worry. He drove straight to the hotel where Gao Mangyao was staying. After knocking on the door of her room, Gao Mangyao quickly opened the door and appeared. Since seeing Yang Chen and Kai Jinlin together, Gao Mangyao's heart had shattered completely. She had hidden in the hotel, crying countless times. The Gao Mangyao in front of him was wearing a robe, her face pale, the fair complexion without makeup revealing a tired look, her hair messy, and 2 swollen dark circles under her eyes as she looked at Yang Chen. Seeing the exhausted woman in front of him, Yang Chen felt a sudden inexplicable pain in his heart. What's wrong? Did something happen? Yang Chen embraced Gao Mangyao, asking with concern. In the moment of being held by Yang Chen, a flicker of confusion passed through Gao Mangyao's eyes, and soon her expression turned extremely cold. Suddenly pushed away by Yang Chen, Gao Mangyao looked at him with a stern face and said, "Please stay away from me. We are not familiar." Hearing Gao Mangyao's words, Yang Chen was instantly stunned, not understanding what had gotten into the woman in front of him. They had already been intimate twice, and she still claimed they were not familiar? Awkwardly looking at Gao Mangyao, Yang Chen said sheepishly, "I'm sorry, Mangyao, I've been busy these past few days, that's why I didn't come to see you." Thinking that Gao Mangyao was upset because he had neglected her, Yang Chen hurriedly explained. Just as Yang Chen was about to enter the room, the grim-faced Gao Mangyao directly stopped him. "Please leave." Gao Mangyao looked at Yang Chen with cold eyes and said in a low voice, "Please don't bother me again in the future, or I will notify security. I know you are different from ordinary people. If you dare to use force, I will definitely report you later. I don't believe that you can go against the laws of the whole country even if you are stronger." Those swollen eyes looked at Yang Chen with icy determination, as if he were a complete stranger. Seeing Gao Manyao's resolute attitude, Yang Chen was puzzled. Why? What happened? Weren't we fine before? Yang Chen's expression also turned cold, questioning in confusion. Gao Mangyao just looked at Yang Chen with a cold expression, not saying a word. As the two stood facing each other, Gao Manyao's phone rang. Hello, Su Bin, what's up? Gao Mangyao turned and picked up the phone, asking quietly. Yao Yao, I just saw your post in the friend circle. You seem so sad, did something happen? Su Bin asked with concern over the phone. Su Bin? Yang Chen's brows furrowed instantly upon hearing these two words. After a while, Yang Chen finally remembered who Su Bin was, the one who had lost miserably in the live broadcast room before. In an instant, Yang Chen's expression turned extremely unpleasant. Seeing Yang Chen's icy expression, Gao Mangyao felt a bit relieved in her heart. It's nothing, I was just bitten by a dog, but I'm fine now. Gao Mangyao suddenly smiled and said. In front of Yang Chen, Gao Mangyao chatted happily with Su Bin on the phone, teasing each other from time to time, as if they were lovers bantering. As for Yang Chen's cold expression, Gao Mangyao simply ignored it. Okay, I'll come find you after I tidy up. Gao Mangyao replied and hung up the phone. Without thinking, Yang Chen would also know that Su Bin had asked Gao Mangyao out to play, and surprisingly, Gao Mangyao agreed. You can leave now, I'm going out. If you don't leave, I'll call security. Gao Mangyao's eyes fell on Yang Chen, her face expressionless. It's already past midnight, and you're going out with him? Yang Chen asked Gao Mangyao with a grim face. Mocking Yang Chen, Gao Mangyao said, Where I go, what does it have to do with you? Yang Chen, do you really think that just because you slept with me twice, I would like you? How you sleep with me, don't you have any self-respect? Compared to Su Bin, you are just a despicable and shameless scum. I would rather like Su Bin than like a scoundrel who takes advantage of others. Gao Mangyao stared into Yang Chen's eyes, saying coldly. Hearing Gao Mangyao's words, Yang Chen's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Do you really think so poorly of me? Yang Chen's voice carried a hint of anger. Seeing Yang Chen's angry expression, Gao Mangyao suddenly smiled. Looking disdainfully at Yang Chen, she said, Then how noble do you think your place is in my heart? Seeing the hint of sarcasm at the corner of Gao Mangyao's mouth, Yang Chen's face turned grim with anger. Coldly looking at the woman in front of him, Yang Chen snorted and turned to leave. Seeing Yang Chen's departing figure, Gao Mangyao's heart suddenly clenched, tears uncontrollably falling from her eyes. After leaving the hotel, Yang Chen drove wildly, unable to shake off Gao Mangyao's cold words from his mind. Half an hour later, Yang Chen's mood slightly calmed down, and he slowed down the car. Suddenly, he saw a woman waving at him by the roadside. Is there something wrong? Yang Chen stopped the car and asked the woman beside the car. The woman in front of him was dressed lightly, tall, but plain-looking. Hello, sir, can you give me a ride? The woman leaned against the car window and asked affectionately. After glancing at the woman, Yang Chen said, I'm sorry, I'm in a hurry. After that, Yang Chen drove away, leaving the woman stomping her feet in place in anger. Driving through several streets, Yang Chen's mood finally improved. Suddenly, Yang Chen's eyes lit up as he saw something ahead, slowing down and stopping by the roadside. Hey, beauty, want to go for a ride? Yang Chen rolled down the window, smiling at the beautiful woman in front of him, initiating a conversation. The beauty was wearing harem pants, a white top accentuating her curves, with a flat abdomen and long, straight legs that shimmered under the light. Her exquisite oval face with phoenix eyes seemed to hold countless stars. Yang Chen couldn't take his eyes off her after just one glance. Seeing a luxury car stopping in front of her, the beautiful woman looked surprised at the fairly handsome man in the car. After a moment, the woman blushed, tucked her slightly curled hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate features, and said, Since the handsome guy invited me, I have no reason to refuse, right? Yang Chen opened the car door, and the beauty naturally sat in the passenger seat. Sitting close to the beauty now, Yang Chen felt a fragrant breeze that made him take a deep breath involuntarily. Then, Yang Chen drove the car to a deserted beach. In a bar in the city, Gao Mangyao saw Su Bin sitting at the bar. At that moment, a hint of regret flashed through Gao Mangyao's heart upon seeing Su Bin. She hesitated, standing still, unsure whether to approach. Just then, Su Bin turned around and happened to see Gao Mangyao standing there lost in thought. Goddess Mangyao, over here. Thinking that Gao Mangyao hadn't noticed him, Su Bin stood up and walked towards her, waving and calling out loudly. Su Bin dressed all in black, with his slim-fit trousers and shirt accentuating his tall figure, his gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose adding a touch of elegance to his handsome face, giving him a scholarly appearance. Approaching Gao Mangyao, Su Bin smiled excitedly and said, I thought you were joking with me. I can't believe you actually came. I'm truly delighted. Leading Gao Mangyao to the bar, Su Bin smiled and asked, Goddess Mangyao, do you prefer to drink at the bar or at a table on the side? Observing Su Bin's behavior, Gao Mano found him appropriate and considerate, dispelling her initial doubts. Glancing around, Gao Mano felt the bar was too noisy and said, "Let's go over there. I'd like some quiet time." Su Bin ordered some drinks at the bar and then accompanied Gao Mano to the table in the far corner. The waiter soon brought the drinks over. Su Bin filled 2 glasses, pushed one towards Gao Mano, and said, "Goddess Mano, I don't insist on drinking. Feel free to drink as you like." Seeing Su Bin's smile, Gao Mano's heart finally relaxed. After finishing her drink, Gao Mano's expression turned despondent. Looking at Su Bin with red eyes, she asked, "Su Bin, tell me, do men always want to have it all, focusing on money rather than true happiness? Is being faithful not good enough?" Gao Mano fired a series of questions, looking angrily at Su Bin. Seeing Gao Mano's expression, Su Bin refilled her glass and advised, "Take it easy. Drinking too fast can lead to intoxication and harm your health. As for your questions, I find it hard to answer." Su Bin awkwardly smiled, exuding confidence as he continued, "Firstly, I have a solid financial foundation and don't need to sacrifice my happiness for money. Secondly," Su Bin's gaze softened as he looked at Gao Mano, speaking gently, "Perhaps you won't believe it, but so far, I've only had feelings for you, the goddess. That's why I can't answer your questions for now." Hearing Su Bin's words, Gao Mano paused, then smiled with a complex expression. Contrasting Su Bin's devotion with Yang Chen's indifference, Gao Mano felt even more aggrieved, her eyes welling up with tears. "I'm beautiful, why does he have to pursue other women?" Gao Mano emptied her glass again. Under the influence of alcohol, her face flushed, and she became less restrained. While drinking, Gao Mano recounted past events to Su Bin, expressing her grievances and frustration. Su Bin listened silently, refilling her glass when it was empty. After a while, Gao Mano had consumed quite a bit of alcohol and felt a bit dizzy. With a misty gaze and a face full of sorrow, she said, "I may not be a beauty, but I'm unique, right? Why does that jerk Yang Chen have to chase other women? Just for money?" Gao Mano downed another glass, speaking with a thick tongue. Observing Gao Mano, Su Bin's lips curved into a playful smile. "Mano, you're drunk," he said, covering her hand as she reached for the bottle. "I'm not drunk." Gao Mano pushed away Su Bin's hand holding hers. As they argued, a glass on the table fell to the ground with a loud crash. "Mano, you're drunk. Let me take you back to the hotel to rest." Su Bin stood up, supporting Gao Mano. Gao Mano resisted being helped by other men, but at this moment, her head was heavy and throbbing, almost splitting open. She had very little strength left in her body, only able to struggle weakly, mumbling, "Who are you? Don't touch me, let me go." Gao Mano pushed Su Bin away, trying to get up. However, as soon as she stood up, her balance faltered, and she fell back onto the sofa. Seeing Gao Mano's current state, Su Bin's lips curled into a mocking smile. Now that she was in his hands, did she think she could escape? It was impossible. Since losing a bet to Yang Chen last time, Su Bin had sworn to himself that he would have Gao Mano. Finally seizing this opportunity, Su Bin was not going to let Gao Mano get away. He approached her, embraced her, and said with a smile, "Mano, you're drunk, let's go back." With a bit more force, Su Bin helped Gao Mano up from the sofa, almost forcibly leading her away. At this moment, Gao Mano, partly sober from the fall, realized the danger and began to panic. Quickly, she had an idea. "Ugh!" Gao Mano made a vomiting gesture, spitting out some alcohol onto Su Bin. "No, I need to go to the bathroom," she kept struggling. Smelling the alcohol on himself, Su Bin's face showed disgust. "I'll accompany you," Su Bin said, supporting Gao Mano towards the bar's restroom. At the restroom's entrance, Gao Mano immediately broke free from Su Bin, slipped inside, entered a stall, and slammed the door shut. Sitting on the toilet, Gao Mano thought of Su Bin waiting outside and felt a wave of helplessness, bursting into tears. Suddenly, a sentence Yang Chen had once said to her flashed through Gao Mano's mind. It was about contacting him in case of danger, and he would come instantly. "If I call him now, will he come?" Gao Mano wiped her tears, choked up, and took out her phone. Hesitating when she found Yang Chen's number, she finally opened WeChat and sent a message, "Yang Chen, save me." By the seaside, after enjoying the sea breeze with a beautiful woman, Yang Chen said to her, "Beauty, shall I take you home?" The woman's expression turned sad as she replied, "I have no home, so why don't you take me in? You're a clever and obedient girl, won't cause you any trouble," the woman said humorously. Just as Yang Chen was about to respond, his phone beeped with several message notifications. Taking out his phone and seeing the message from Gao Mano, Yang Chen's expression darkened. "You dare touch my woman, you're asking for death." Yang Chen's face turned cold, his eyes revealing a hint of ruthlessness. "I'm sorry, beauty, I have something urgent to attend to now, I must go, apologies," Yang Chen said apologetically to the woman. Seeing Yang Chen's expression, the woman became displeased and said, "Hey handsome, you're being too heartless. Are you going to forget about me once you're done? I really have something to deal with, just received a message, I have to leave," Yang Chen said seriously. The woman looked at Yang Chen's unpleasant expression, fell silent for a moment, then smiled again, saying, "Alright, I'll trust you today. But you have to give me your WeChat, so we can stay in touch in the future." The woman flirted with Yang Chen, looking at him with affection. In a hurry to save Gao Mano, Yang Chen didn't hesitate and directly gave her his WeChat. The woman kissed Yang Chen on the cheek and said, "Remember, handsome, my name is Li Xintong." Waving her phone, indicating Yang Chen to contact her when he had time, the woman got out of the car. Yang Chen drove away. System, pause time. After driving a distance, Yang Chen commanded the system directly. Ding. System prompt, current time paused. Worrying about Gao Mano, Yang Chen drove wildly and stopped directly in front of the bar address given by Gao Mano. At the restroom door, Yang Chen saw Su Bin guarding the entrance. Su Bin leaned against the restroom door, holding a cigarette in his hand, his eyes burning with intensity. Bastard! The moment Yang Chen saw Su Bin, a surge of anger exploded from the depths of his heart. He punched and kicked Su Bin, then ruthlessly kicked his crotch several times. System, release the time pause, Yang Chen commanded. As the time pause was lifted, while still fantasizing about how to enjoy Gao Mano, a sudden intense pain spread throughout his body. Especially in his crotch, the pain almost made him faint. Ah! Su Bin involuntarily screamed, clutching his groin, squatting on the ground, his face pale, sweating profusely. "Get out of my way!" Yang Chen kicked Su Bin, who was blocking the door, coldly ordering him to move. Su Bin, trembling in pain, only then saw that Yang Chen had appeared in front of him at some point, glaring at him menacingly. "When did you arrive?" Su Bin gritted his teeth, asking in agony. "You dare to touch my woman?" Yang Chen kicked him again, looking down at Su Bin, coldly saying, "I'll spare your life this time, so you remember, and next time, I'll kill you." After threatening Su Bin, Yang Chen took out his phone and called Gao Mano. "Come out, I've taken care of Su Bin." Gao Mano, pale-faced in the restroom, received the call and joyfully opened the door. Coming to the door, she saw Yang Chen smiling at her, and Gao Mano rushed forward, embracing Yang Chen, bursting into tears. "You jerk, you're such a bastard," Gao Mano cried, pounding on Yang Chen's back. Feeling Gao Mano's body trembling uncontrollably, Yang Chen gave a cold glance at Su Bin beside him, then softened his gaze as he comforted Gao Mano. "Don't be afraid, I'm here." "Why did you take so long to come?" "I was so scared, afraid I wouldn't see you again," Gao Mano cried. Sensing Gao Mano's emotional breakdown, smelling the strong scent of alcohol beside her, Yang Chen furrowed his brow slightly. "Let me take you back first." Yang Chen patted Gao Mano's back gently. System, pause the time, Yang Chen commanded. In an instant, time paused once again. Yang Chen silently carried the dazed Gao Mano out of the bar. After taking Gao Mano back to the hotel, Yang Chen lifted the time pause. At this moment, Gao Mano had not realized that she had returned from the bar to the hotel room, still crying and clinging to Yang Chen. "Okay, we're at the hotel now, rest for a bit, I'll get you a glass of water." Yang Chen gently pushed Gao Mano away from him, saying softly. In an instant, Gao Mano snapped out of it, staring at Yang Chen in a daze, looking around the scene before her. Everything was familiar, clearly the hotel she stayed in. In a moment, Gao Mano was horrified, wearing an expression as if she had seen a ghost. "How is this possible? Wasn't I just at the bar?" Gao Mano exclaimed in shock. Looking at Yang Chen with a skeptical gaze, she tentatively asked, "Did you do this?" "And if I did?" Yang Chen shrugged, smirking. "Alright, don't dwell on it, I'm not like ordinary people." Seeing the shock on Gao Mano's face, Yang Chen comforted her, saying, "You already know I'm not ordinary, right? Now I'm coming clean." Yang Chen teased. Although she had long suspected that Yang Chen was not an ordinary person, belonging to the legendary cultivators, seeing him now bringing her from the bar to the hotel room in an instant left Gao Mano deeply shocked. After a long while, Gao Mano finally recovered from the shock. Yang Chen didn't want to dwell too much on this topic. The topic quickly shifted, blaming Gao Mano, saying, "I told you a long time ago not to go out so late with others casually, especially with men. Do you really think all men in the world are good people? Did someone send you so much money in the live broadcast just to admire you from afar?" With a serious face, Yang Chen looked at Gao Mano, his expression extremely solemn. Listening to Yang Chen's reproach, Gao Mano wiped away her still wet tears. Staring at Yang Chen, she said, "If it weren't for you, would I go out? Me?" Yang Chen looked at Gao Mano in astonishment. Pointing to himself, he asked, "Mano, you have to be honest in your words. I haven't contacted you for several days, but I didn't offend you. At that moment, Yang Chen felt very wronged. I sent you messages before, and you ignored me. I even found you at your door, but you coldly sent me away. You insisted on going out for a date, and now it has become my fault. If it weren't for you provoking me, would I be angry? Would I go out on a date with someone else? Gao Mano instantly got angry, staring at Yang Chen and questioning him one after another. Seeing her angry expression, Yang Chen became even more puzzled. Alright, then tell me how I provoked you. Yang Chen asked unwillingly. I went all the way to Shangshur Entertainment to find you, but you were with another woman, isn't that provoking me? And you feel wronged? Gao Mano directly brought up the incident when she saw Yang Chen and Kai Jinlin chatting and getting into a car together at the company's entrance. Hearing Gao Mano's words, Yang Chen was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Gao Mano strangely and asked, Are you jealous? Yes, I am jealous. So what? Gao Mano straightened her neck, looked at Yang Chen confidently, and said. Suddenly, Yang Chen smiled. Seeing Yang Chen still able to smile at this moment, Gao Mano's face instantly turned ugly. Just as she was about to explode, Yang Chen explained, Is this enough to make you angry? I am the vice president of my company, responsible for the overall strategic management and operation. Is it not normal for a chairman to chat and travel with his vice president? Yang Chen teased Gao Mano, feeling fortunate that he didn't do anything excessive with Kai Jinlin at that time, otherwise, it would be really hard to explain now. Really? You don't like her? Gao Mano stared at Yang Chen for a long time before questioning, seeming to believe Yang Chen's words. I don't like her. Yang Chen answered decisively. What about other women? Gao Mano persisted, looking at Yang Chen with a slightly furrowed brow. Yang Chen looked at Gao Mano, then hugged her, kissed her forehead, and said, Silly, I only like you. In my heart, no matter how beautiful other women are, they are not even 1,000th of what you mean to me. With this affectionate declaration, all of Gao Mano's doubts vanished instantly. Facing each other closely, under the influence of alcohol, Gao Mano took the initiative to hug Yang Chen's neck and kissed him. Over an hour later, Yang Chen lit a cigarette, smoking contentedly. Gao Mano, on the side, gazed lovingly at the man beside her. Suddenly, Gao Mano remembered something and bit Yang Chen's neck fiercely. The sudden pain made Yang Chen grimace. Looking at the deep mark, he glared at Gao Mano and said, Are you a dog? I'm leaving a mark on you to remember that you are mine from now on. You are not allowed to provoke other women again. Gao Mano said arrogantly. Seeing Gao Mano's triumphant expression, Yang Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. He is currently not just with Gao Mano alone. He knows he can't devote himself solely to Gao Mano and avoid other women. Yang Chen believes he can't do it. But after their intimate moment, Yang Chen couldn't bear to dampen Gao Mano's spirits, so he forced a smile. Yang Chen remained silent, which Gao Mano interpreted as agreement, and a smile finally appeared on her face. Yang Chen, do you know? When Subin blocked me at the door before, I was really scared. I really wished you were by my side at that moment. Gao Mano's eyes showed regret as she confessed to Yang Chen, I thought you wouldn't care about me anymore. But you actually showed up. You didn't lie to me after all. She kissed Yang Chen on the forehead, and he extinguished his cigarette, then embraced the woman beside him, saying, How could I ever lie to you? Just relax and be my little woman from now on. Don't sulk all the time. Even if you see me with other women, I have my reasons. I am now the boss of Shangshur Entertainment. Socializing and relationships are inevitable in my daily life, or else this company won't survive. Yang Chen stroked her silky hair and said slowly. Gao Mano playfully smiled at Yang Chen, stuck out her tongue, and said mischievously, Okay, I got it. They hardly slept that night. The next morning, before Yang Chen woke up, he felt someone pinching his nose in a daze, and a sweet voice said, The sun is shining, lazybones, get up. Reluctantly opening his eyes, Yang Chen saw Gao Mano teasingly looking at him. Get up, it's time for breakfast. While Yang Chen was still asleep, Gao Mano had already ordered breakfast. When Gao Mano opened the food container, a tempting aroma wafted out, and Yang Chen's stomach immediately growled. He was forced to get up. After breakfast, they continued to linger in the hotel. Although they didn't say anything, and Yang Chen didn't explicitly state that Gao Mano was his girlfriend, she already considered him her boyfriend. They spent the morning at the hotel, and just before lunchtime, Cici knocked on the door. Seeing Yang Chen there too, Cici looked at him with affectionate eyes and asked, Brother-in-law? When did you arrive? After Cici's question, she teasingly glanced at Gao Mano beside him. Seeing the mischievous look in her younger sister's eyes, Gao Mano glared at her fiercely. What's so strange about him being here if you call him brother-in-law? Gao Mano said. Yes, you're right, sis. Cici chuckled and sat down. Seeing Gao Mano's slightly embarrassed expression and feeling hungry himself, Yang Chen suggested, Mano, Cici, let's go eat. What do you want to eat? My treat, choose whatever you like. Yang Chen said generously. Yay, long live brother-in-law. Cece's eyes lit up, and she jumped up excitedly, expressing her joy. Seeing Cece's excited eyes, Gao Mano rolled her eyes. Do I starve you normally? Although she complained to Cece, shortly after, they began discussing where to eat, seizing the opportunity to have a good meal at Yang Chen's expense. Watching the two women discussing, Yang Chen couldn't help but smile, finding them both adorable. In the end, Gao Mano and Cece chose a nearby upscale Japanese restaurant. When the seafood sashimi was served, Cece's eyes sparkled with excitement, and Gao Mano was also thrilled. Although Gao Mano had a good income, she was usually frugal and rarely splurged on food. This lavish Japanese meal was a rare luxury for both of them. Just as Gao Mano was about to reach for the seafood sashimi with her chopsticks, Yang Chen frowned slightly and reminded Gao Mano, you drank so much last night, maybe you should eat less seafood or something, it's not good for your health. Drank? She heard Yang Chen's words, put down her chopsticks again, and looked at the two of them with a mischievous curiosity in her eyes. After a moment, she teased them, brother-in-law, sister, I always feel like you're hiding something from me. Come on, did you go out on a date behind my back last night? Yang Chen rolled his eyes at Shishi. Why would he need to hide if he wanted to go on a date? Gao Mano patted Shishi's head, her face instantly embarrassed. Under Shishi's questioning, Gao Mano finally told Shishi what happened last night. This Su Bin is such a jerk, actually daring to have ideas about you, sister. Shishi was indignant when she heard about Gao Mano being cornered by Su Bin at the restroom door. But sister, you're also at fault. Do you not understand the intentions of those men asking you out online? Shishi complained, frowning. Luckily, brother-in-law was there this time, otherwise I wonder how you would have handled it? After Shishi's scolding, Gao Mano lowered her head in silence, surprisingly not retorting. Yang Chen, watching the scene unfold, remained silent. Gao Mano needed to change her ways, or she would get into trouble sooner or later. After lecturing Gao Mano, Shishi's expression softened. Sister, it's okay, it's in the past, don't be sad. Anyway, that Su Bin didn't succeed, and your relationship with brother-in-law has progressed further. Shishi grinned at Yang Chen. Forget it, let's not dwell on it. Yang Chen saw that Gao Mano was truly regretful, so he tried to smooth things over. Gao Mano's expression improved slightly. In the hospital, Su Bin was transferred to the ward after surgery. When he woke up, his face was extremely grim. He had already booked a hotel, ready to have a good time with Gao Mano, but Yang Chen showed up out of nowhere, not only disrupting his plans but also almost ruining him. Fortunately, he called 120 in time and was taken to the hospital. Although one of his eggs was shattered and removed by Yang Chen, the doctor said the other one was still functional, and after a period of rest, he could still perform. Upon hearing the doctor's words, Su Bin's hanging heart finally dropped. Feeling the intense pain in his body, a fierce look flashed across Su Bin's face. Yang Chen, I won't let you off the hook, Su Bin said harshly. Soon after, two police officers arrived at Su Bin's ward. One of the officers, holding a notebook, sat in front of the bed and said to Su Bin, Mr. Su, could you please tell us in detail about what happened last night? Su Bin not only called 120 last night but also reported to the police, and now that he was awake, the police came to take his statement. Su Bin's face filled with intense hatred upon hearing this. Last night, my friend and I were drinking. When my friend went to the restroom, I was waiting outside, and then Yang Chen suddenly appeared and beat me up. Su Bin exaggeratedly told the police. However, he had no idea about the scene where he was beaten last night. He only knew that he was already seriously injured when he saw Yang Chen. In his opinion, besides Yang Chen, no one else in the bar had a reason to attack him. The police officer frowned as he recorded, looking at Su Bin with suspicion. When Su Bin paused, the officer asked in confusion, But Mr. Su, there's something strange about what you said. We have checked all the bar's surveillance footage, but we didn't see Yang Chen anywhere. Are you sure it was Yang Chen who beat you? The officer asked Su Bin seriously. In an instant, Su Bin's face turned extremely ugly, his expression dark as he said to the officer, Do you think I would mistake who beat me? Are you accusing me of lying? Su Bin's emotions suddenly became agitated, and he exclaimed loudly. Seeing the angry Su Bin, the police officer closed the record book. He sighed deeply and said, Mr. Su, I am not questioning you, but we also need to consider the evidence. After you called the police, we checked all the surveillance cameras in the bar, whether it was at the entrance or inside, we did not see Yang Chen appear. I believe you know what this means. Seeing the expression on the police officer's face, Su Bin's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but cough. Witnessing this, a solemn expression flashed across the police officer's face. Mr. Su, I think you should rest well. As for this case, rest assured, We will investigate it seriously and will not let any bad guys go," the police officer said sternly to Su Bin, then left the hospital room. Just as the police officer reached the door, Su Bin suddenly said to him, "If you don't believe me, you can ask Gao Mano. I was with her last night." "I will." The police officer turned back and said to Su Bin. After Yang Chen and the others had dinner, they hurried back to the hotel. Gao Mano, who had eaten a full meal, was rubbing her belly contentedly, sitting on the sofa playing with her phone. Yang Chen was smoking on the side. At that moment, there was a knock on the hotel door. Soon, the voice of the hotel staff came from outside. "Hello, Miss Gao, I am the hotel manager. There are 2 police officers who want to speak with you to confirm some things. Could you please open the door?" Hearing the voice at the door, Gao Mano suddenly sat up from the sofa, a hint of panic flashing across her face. "What should we do? The police are actually here," Gao Mano said nervously. Cici beside her also looked serious. Seeing the expressions of the 2 women, Yang Chen chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I'll handle it. Don't worry, the police won't do anything to me." But Gao Mano wanted to say something more, but seeing Yang Chen's confident expression and thinking of his unusual nature, she couldn't help but feel somewhat reassured. After calming the emotions of the 2 women, Yang Chen opened the door. After letting the police officer into the room, Yang Chen sat on the sofa and smiled at the police officer, saying, "Officer, what can I do for you? Who are you?" The police officer looked at Yang Chen in confusion, then his gaze fell on the 2 women next to him, unsure who Gao Mano was. "I am Yang Chen, this is my girlfriend Gao Mano, and this is her cousin Cici. What can I help you with, officer?" Yang Chen cooperated proactively. "So you are Yang Chen?" The police officer's eyes lit up and he asked. "Exactly," Yang Chen nodded. After confirming Yang Chen's identity, the police officer took out his notebook. "Well, Mr. Yang, Miss Gao," the police officer looked at the 3 of them with a serious expression and said, "There is a Mr. Su Bin, do you happen to know him?" Upon hearing the police officer's words, Gao Mano's expression immediately turned dark. She spoke before Yang Chen, gritting her teeth and saying angrily, "Of course I know that bastard." A flash of anger crossed Gao Mano's face. She complained to the police officer, "Officer, Su Bin is a scumbag. He actually drugged me and tried to take me away forcibly. Such scum should be dealt with properly by you." The police officer looked surprised at Gao Mano. His gaze shifted to Yang Chen and suddenly said, "So your boyfriend, Mr. Yang, intervened for you and beat up Su Bin?" The atmosphere in the room instantly quieted down, and Gao Mano stopped abruptly. Seeing Gao Mano's worried expression, Yang Chen gave her a reassuring look. He turned to the police officer and said with a smile, "Officer, you can mess with many things, but you can't just say anything. I can't afford the charge of assaulting someone." "Isn't that so?" The police officer stared into Yang Chen's eyes, his brow furrowed. At this moment, he was also full of doubts. It was an ironclad fact that Su Bin was beaten. After all, he was still lying in the hospital, and no one could deny that. However, the events of last night had already been investigated once, and there was simply no evidence to support Su Bin's accusation that Yang Chen had assaulted him. At one point, it seemed like Su Bin was lying, slandering Yang Chen. But none of the people present at the bar that night admitted to hitting Su Bin. There was no apparent motive, and the final suspicion could only fall on Yang Chen as mentioned by Su Bin. Yet, staring into Yang Chen's eyes now, there was not a hint of nervousness or fear, something that a criminal should not possess. "Officer, could you please tell me how Su Bin accused me?" Yang Chen looked playfully at the police officer in front of him and asked. "Mr. Su insists that you hit him. If he says so, then so be it, but I did not hit him." Yang Chen directly denied. "If you don't believe me, you can check the bar's surveillance footage. If I hit him, there would definitely be a record." The police officer chuckled, finding the young man in front of him quite difficult. Normally, even if one is innocent, facing police questioning would make them nervous. Yet, Yang Chen remained calm, clear-headed, with no sign of tension on his face. To them, he was almost too composed. "We checked the bar's surveillance footage, and indeed, there is no record of you," the police officer said. In an instant, Yang Chen smiled, then his face turned extremely grim. "We haven't pressed charges against him, yet Su Bin dares to play the victim." Yang Chen showed a look of indignation, saying, "Clearly, it was Su Bin, that bastard, who had ill intentions towards my girlfriend, trying to insult her forcibly. My girlfriend, in her excitement, kicked his balls. This was self-defense. Are women not allowed to resist when being humiliated by men, officer? I would like to ask, what kind of logic is this?" Yang Chen's expression was extremely serious, with 2 sharp glints in his eyes. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Gao Mano was suddenly filled with questions. When did she ever kick someone's balls? But soon, Gao Mano realized. A look of anger appeared on her face, echoing Yang Chen's words. She said to the police officer, "Officer, my boyfriend is right. Why should Su Bin be allowed to bully me, and I can't fight back? Not to mention, even if I accidentally killed him last night, it would still be self-defense. That bastard, I should have killed him last night." Gao Mano clenched her fists, full of anger. Seeing Gao Mano's angry expression and considering the evidence in hand, the police officer was almost convinced. However, he still looked at Gao Mano with doubt and asked, "Miss Gao, when did you leave last night? Why didn't we find a record of your departure in the surveillance footage?" Suddenly, Gao Mano's heart was in a panic. Last night, Yang Chen had teleported her directly to the hotel, so it would be strange if the police could find a record of her leaving. I don't know, I was extremely scared at the time. I didn't know anything, I just wanted to escape from that demon, so I kept running, and ran out of the bar. Seemingly thinking of something terrifying, Gao Mano's expression became panicked, a look of fear appeared on her face, and she burst into tears. Seeing this, Yang Chen walked over to Gao Mano, hugged her, and comforted her. "Don't be afraid, it's all in the past, with me here, no one can harm you." Turning to the police officer, Yang Chen's voice also became angry and cold. "I say, officer, why aren't you investigating the incident where my girlfriend was humiliated? Instead, you are holding on to the victim. What's the meaning of this? Just because you couldn't find the surveillance footage, are you trying to pin the blame on me forcibly? Are you trying to erase Su Bin's crimes by doing this?" Yang Chen said coldly to the police officer. Upon hearing this, the police officer apologized. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, Miss Gao, for disturbing you. We are just following procedures, no other intentions. If Miss Gao wants to press charges against Su Bin, you can do so anytime. I have finished questioning, so I won't disturb you anymore. However, Miss Gao, since you are a key figure in this case, please do not leave the city recently. If we need you, we will summon you for questioning, please cooperate." After another police officer had Gao Mano sign the statement he had just made, they both left the room. Once they were gone, Gao Mano stopped crying. Worried, she asked Yang Chen, "Yang Chen, what should we do now? Will the police arrest you?" "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have gotten involved in this matter." Gao Mano blamed herself. Yang Chen comforted Gao Mano, wiping away her tears with a tissue. "Don't worry, there's no evidence now. As long as you stick to your story, they won't be able to do anything to you. As for other matters, I will handle them." Shishi on the side also said, "Sis, don't worry, the police said they couldn't find any surveillance evidence. Without evidence, it's just empty talk, who's afraid of whom?" Hearing Shishi's blunt words, Gao Mano felt a little better. "But brother-in-law, you're really lucky. Luckily, the bar's surveillance didn't catch you, or it would have been really troublesome," Shishi said thankfully. Then she looked at Yang Chen in surprise and teased, "I didn't expect, brother-in-law, you're quite skilled, even managing to avoid the bar's surveillance, impressive." Yang Chen chuckled, offering no further explanation. Shishi stayed for a while before returning to her room. When there were only two people left, Gao Mano asked, "Yang Chen, can you tell me how you did it last night?" She read the distress message she had sent to Yang Chen last night. Gao Mano realized that from the moment she sent the distress message to Yang Chen until he beat up Su Bin, it was only a matter of minutes. Although she knew Yang Chen was not an ordinary person, this speed still shocked her, feeling incredulous. Even if Yang Chen happened to be near the bar last night, finding her in such a short time and beating up Su Bin was beyond reason. And the scene of Yang Chen instantly appearing at the hotel with her last night. Even legendary immortals couldn't achieve such stealth, right? Seeing Gao Mano's doubts, Yang Chen fell silent for a moment and said, "I'll tell you later, it's not the right time now." Sensing Yang Chen's reluctance to speak, Gao Mano didn't press further. After spending some time in the hotel, Shishi's call came in. After a brief conversation with Shishi, Gao Mano apologized to Yang Chen. "Yang Chen, I have to go to work now." "Go ahead, I need to get busy too." Yang Chen smiled at Gao Mano. Outside the hotel, Yang Chen pondered where to go next when Chao Shuoxin's call came in. "Master," Chao Shuoxin exclaimed excitedly over the phone. "Master, I've chosen a target. When shall we depart?" Chao Shuoxin's enthusiastic voice echoed through the phone. Yang Chen paused for a moment, then a smile crept onto his lips as he asked Chao Shuoxin, "Which one?" "Not far, within our province, it's a major sect. I believe you'll be satisfied, Master," Chao Shuoxin said with a smile. "All right, get ready, we'll leave tomorrow morning," Yang Chen told Chao Shuoxin. After chatting for a while, Yang Chen instructed Chao Shuoxin, "By the way, do me a favor, go find someone named Su Bin. I don't have relevant information, but I can provide you with a photo. He's still in the hospital. Let him change his statement himself, say that last night he attempted to assault but was met with self-defense by Gao Mano." Chao Shuoxin fell silent on the phone for a moment, then suddenly said cunningly, "Master, this Gao Mano sounds like a girl's name. Could it be another woman of the master?" Enough of that, Yang Chen shouted at Xiao Shuoxin. "Don't worry, master, I promise to complete the mission," Xiao Shuoxin said over the phone. After hanging up, Yang Chen drove while thinking about the trip. According to what Xiao Shuoxin had just said, along with some unknown variables, Yang Chen felt that this time away would probably be 2 or 3 days, or even longer. He had to come up with a reason to tell his sister, Yang Ning, so she wouldn't worry. Thinking about this, Yang Chen drove back to the residential area. Just as he arrived outside the community, when Yang Chen looked ahead, his eyes suddenly lit up. Not far ahead, a slender, long-haired beauty was walking leisurely towards the community carrying a bag. Shorts and a tank top, her alluring long legs filled with temptation. Judging from her back and skin tone, she was most likely a beauty. Yang Chen immediately slowed down the car, and when he saw the beauty's face clearly, he was surprised. He hadn't expected to encounter Yang Zishi here. The impression left on Yang Chen from the previous talent show at Shengshire Entertainment was profound. Seeing Yang Zishi at this moment, scenes from the audition venue involuntarily replayed in his mind. The refreshing fragrance seemed to linger in his nostrils. Yang Zishi? Yang Chen parked the car next to the beauty and greeted tentatively. Hearing the voice beside her, Yang Zishi turned her head and, seeing a luxury car worth millions, a look of disbelief flashed in her eyes. But when she saw her boss, Yang Chen, sitting in the car, she was even more surprised. This community was as ordinary as it could be. In Yang Zishi's opinion, someone like Yang Chen with status should live in villas or upscale communities. It was indeed unbelievable to meet Yang Chen here. "Director Yang?" Yang Zishi greeted Yang Chen in astonishment. "Director Yang, what are you doing here?" "I live here," Yang Chen smiled at Yang Zishi and said. "Director Yang, you live here?" Yang Zishi looked at Yang Chen's expression, and seeing that Yang Chen didn't seem to be joking, she became excited. She said to Yang Chen, "What a coincidence, Director Yang, I also live here." With a blush on her cheeks, Yang Zishi added shyly, "I just moved in." Yang Chen asked, "Which unit do you live in?" "Unit 601, Director Yang, and you?" Yang Zishi asked Yang Chen. Hearing Yang Zishi's words, a look of surprise appeared on Yang Chen's face. Looking at Yang Zishi in astonishment, he said, "It can't be this coincidental, I live in 602. "Really?" Yang Zishi's eyes lit up as she asked. After Yang Chen confirmed, both of them looked at each other with surprise, finding it quite unbelievable. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Chen opened the car door and said to Yang Zishi, "Since we're neighbors, come up, let's go together." A blush appeared on Yang Zishi's face. She hesitated for a moment, then was about to get in the car. Just at that moment, a motorcycle suddenly sped towards them. Seeing the motorcycle heading straight towards them, Yang Chen's face changed in shock. "Be careful!" Like lightning, he rushed out of the car and pushed Yang Zishi to the ground. Yang Chen thought he had avoided the danger. But when he turned around, he saw a shiny long knife in the rider's hand, coming straight at him. "Assassin!" Yang Chen thought to himself. This was targeted at him. Immediately, Yang Chen shouted in his mind, "System, pause time." Ding! System prompt, current time paused. With the system's prompt, the whole world suddenly stopped. Looking at the knife right in front of him, Yang Chen's face turned extremely grim. He didn't expect that after the last assassination attempt was called off by the Jang family, there would still be an assassin coming after him. He stood up and walked towards the assassin. Yang Chen's face darkened as he kicked the assassin out of the car and started beating him. With a grim expression, Yang Chen searched the assassin thoroughly but found nothing to prove his identity, so he just threw him into the trunk. After quickly handling the scene, only a motorcycle lying on the ground remained. Yang Chen approached Yang Zishi, restored her to the position before time froze, and then released the time freeze. "Ah!" Yang Zishi immediately cried out in pain. But as soon as she saw Yang Chen beside her, her voice gradually quieted down. "Oh my, did the chairman just tackle me?" Yang Zishi's face blushed for a moment, her heart pounding. Seeing Yang Zishi suddenly change like this, Yang Chen was a bit surprised. But he had no intention of teasing her now, so he stood up directly. When Yang Chen got up, Yang Zishi regained her senses. What just happened? Yang Zishi also got up, looked around, and asked Yang Chen in confusion. "Just now, someone riding a motorcycle almost hit you. Luckily, I pushed you away in time, so you escaped unharmed." Yang Chen pointed to the motorcycle lying on the ground and explained. Rubbing her slightly sore back from hitting the ground, Yang Zishi looked at the motorcycle, a hint of fear flashing across her face. She had also heard the sound of a speeding motorcycle just now. "Where is that person?" Yang Zishi looked around again but didn't see anyone besides the two of them, so she asked in confusion. Probably afraid of taking responsibility, they ran away while we were on the ground. Yang Chen fabricated a reason. Yang Zishi didn't doubt it, as she had seen Yang Chen lost in thought just now. Maybe that was when the person escaped. Looking at the motorcycle right in front of her with lingering fear, Yang Zishi's back tingled. "Thank you, Director Yang," Yang Zishi said earnestly to Yang Chen. "It's nothing," Yang Chen replied indifferently. "Let's go, I'll take you back." After Yang Zishi got into the car, Yang Chen drove to the underground parking lot and then went upstairs with Yang Zishi. After sending Yang Zishi to her room and seeing her pale face, Yang Chen fell silent for a moment and comforted her. "It's all over now, don't dwell on it too much. These reckless drivers are everywhere, just be careful in the future. Director Yang, if it weren't for you today, I'd probably be in the hospital by now." Yang Zishi expressed her gratitude. Handing a cup of warm water to Yang Chen, Yang Zishi sat next to him, looking at him with complex eyes. There was a moment of silence between them, and Yang Zishi slowly leaned closer. A faint fragrance emanated from Yang Zishi, reaching Yang Chen's nostrils, stirring his heart. Since missing the opportunity with Yang Chen at the audition, Yang Zishi had regretted it and wanted to mend their relationship, but she never found the right moment. The current situation was like a gift from heaven for Yang Zishi. Now, her colleague Sun Jingya, who joined Shengshi Entertainment with her, had successfully secured the leading role in a web drama. She was no less talented than Sun Jingya, yet things were not going well for her in the company. Yang Zishi's first thought was that Sun Jingya must have prioritized getting close to Yang Chen after their last dinner together. Thinking of this, Yang Zishi's eyes lit up as she looked at Yang Chen. "Director Yang, I didn't expect you to be not only young and handsome but also so agile. It's really surprising," Yang Zishi smiled and said to Yang Chen. "It's all right," Yang Chen modestly replied, but his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the assassin. It had been a long time since the incident occurred, and now all the Zhang family members had left Tianhai City, but these assassins had resurfaced once again. The crisis, like maggots gnawing at his bones, lingered in his mind, leaving him no peace. So much so that he didn't even notice Yang Zishi's attempts to please him. Hearing Yang Chen's indifferent tone, Yang Zishi felt a wave of defeat wash over her. Seeing Yang Chen's expression, Yang Zishi persisted, "Mr. Yang, you saved me, let me treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude for saving my life." Yang Chen was absent-minded and did not reply. It was only when Yang Zishi tugged at his sleeve that he snapped out of it. Awkwardly looking at Yang Zishi, he said, "I'm sorry, I was lost in thought." Seeing that Yang Zishi had calmed down, Yang Chen stood up and said, "I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave." Observing Yang Chen's distracted expression as he left, Yang Zishi couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. However, she didn't force him to stay. She forced a smile and said, "Since you're busy, I won't keep you. But I will always remember today's life-saving grace, and I'll thank you when you have time." The thought of Yang Chen living right across from her sparked a new idea in Yang Zishi's mind. This was clearly an opportunity handed to her by fate. There would be plenty of time for private contact with Yang Chen in the future, so Yang Zishi didn't feel the need to rush. Seeing Yang Chen not heading straight home but towards the elevator after leaving, Yang Zishi was reassured that he indeed had something to attend to and wasn't avoiding her intentionally. After Yang Chen left, Yang Zishi's expression turned puzzled again, curiosity filling her eyes. The chairman of Shengshi Entertainment living in such an old residential area. In the parking lot, Yang Chen quietly checked the condition of the assassins in the trunk. Seeing that they were still unconscious, he delivered a punch to one of their foreheads, causing time to freeze momentarily. He then drove to a desolate area on the outskirts of the city. Opening the trunk, Yang Chen threw the unconscious assassin to the ground. As time resumed, the assassin remained unconscious. Yang Chen took out a bottle of mineral water, took a sip, and then sprayed it on the assassin's face. In an instant, the assassin woke up. Still disoriented, the assassin, remembering that he was about to harm Yang Chen, instinctively swung his hand forward. Still dreaming? Yang Chen narrowly avoided the assassin's hand and kicked him hard. With a dull thud, the assassin felt intense pain all over his body, as if he was falling apart. When he saw Yang Chen in front of him, a cold gleam flashed in the assassin's eyes. "You're dreaming." Yang Chen snorted coldly and slapped the assassin hard across the face. "I ask, you answer. Cooperate or die," Yang Chen's icy voice echoed in the assassin's ears. The bewildered assassin's mind finally returned to reality after being struck. Surveying the desolate surroundings and feeling the pain all over his body, the assassin's face instantly turned pale with fear. "Did you bring me here?" the terrified assassin asked. There was a strong sense of astonishment deep in his eyes. Shaking his head vigorously, the assassin had no idea what had happened. How did he blink and end up in the outskirts? And why was he covered in injuries? Suddenly, a glint appeared in the assassin's eyes. This was the countryside, and Yang Chen was alone. It was a perfect opportunity. Mocking Yang Chen, the assassin sneered, "Kid, do you think you can be arrogant and lawless just because you used some cheap trick to knock me out?" The assassin suddenly launched an attack, sweeping his leg towards Yang Chen's legs. However, a cold smile flickered across Yang Chen's lips. "Time freeze," he silently commanded in his mind. Ding! System prompt, current time has been frozen. The assassin's attack came to a halt once again. Yang Chen took out the long knife he had confiscated from the assassin earlier and stabbed directly at the leg of the killer. "Release the time pause," Yang Chen silently recited in his mind. Ah! A painful cry rang out as the killer's legs, which had not yet kicked Yang Chen, swiftly retracted like lightning. He then trembled while holding onto his leg, his face contorted in agony. A wound on his calf had flesh and skin protruding, blood oozing out steadily. When the killer looked at Yang Chen again, he was instantly shocked to the core, wearing an expression as if he had seen a ghost. In Yang Chen's hands, which were empty just moments ago, there was suddenly a long knife, the very one he had intended to use against Yang Chen. The tip of the blade was stained with a few drops of crimson blood, a chilling sight. Yang Chen had actually managed to stab him without him noticing. "Do you think I brought you to this deserted place just to let you butcher me? Are the minds of you assassins not functioning properly? Or are you just too arrogant?" Yang Chen sneered disdainfully at the killer writhing in pain on the ground. In an instant, the killer's mood plummeted to the depths, a cold shiver running down his spine. Yang Chen's extraordinary skills had petrified him. "Who sent you to kill me?" Yang Chen hoisted the long knife on his shoulder, towering over the killer, and asked in a chilling tone. Seeing the killer hesitating, Yang Chen continued, "You can choose not to speak, but I can't guarantee that the next strike won't land on your leg, arm, or even between your legs. Let me remind you, in my hands, if you don't cooperate, death will be a luxury." With that, a cruel smile played on Yang Chen's lips. The tormented killer shuddered instantly, feeling that the sight of Yang Chen before him was more terrifying than a demon. "I'll talk," the killer finally said after a moment of hesitation. He then spilled everything he knew like a spilled jar of beans. "Our Shadow Sect's bronze medal assassins were all defeated by you last time, so the boss sent us, the silver medal assassins, to deal with you, hoping to make you pay a hefty sum before killing you. I know you've said everything, please give me a quick death." Yang Chen's expression turned extremely grim as he looked at the killer before him. He had not expected that this so-called Shadow Sect would seek revenge on him for such a reason. Isn't it a matter of course for a killer to be killed for failing a mission? With a cold gaze fixed on the killer, Yang Chen said, "Take me to your headquarters." In that split second just now, Yang Chen had already figured out how to handle the situation. Since the Shadow Sect had set their sights on him, trouble would only escalate in the future. Yang Chen believed that facing it head-on and wiping out those assassins would be the best choice. Allowing these shady characters to continue plotting against him from behind would only lead to endless annoyance, if not disaster. "You want to go to our headquarters?" The killer's face turned incredibly astonished upon hearing Yang Chen's words. The Shadow Sect was the largest assassin organization in the city, with experts in their ranks. He acknowledged Yang Chen's skills were not ordinary, but attempting to take on the Shadow Sect alone was overestimating himself. Suddenly, an idea popped into the killer's mind, and he sneered inwardly. "Are you planning to challenge our headquarters single-handedly? Let me tell you, our boss is very powerful, you are no match for him at all." Using provocation to incite Yang Chen, the killer taunted. Gazing mockingly at the killer before him, Yang Chen let out a cold laugh. "You may seem strong in your eyes, but in mine, you are nothing but trash lurking in the shadows." His icy voice resounded instantly. Faced with Yang Chen's threat, the killer readily agreed to Yang Chen's request. Following the address provided by the killer, Yang Chen arrived at a nightclub. "There is a large training ground beneath the club, which is our headquarters. Enter through the club and take a special elevator to reach the headquarters." The killer pointed at the nightclub and informed Yang Chen. Looking at the top-notch club in the city in front of him, Yang Chen's eyes were filled with astonishment. No matter how he imagined it, he never thought that beneath this seemingly magnificent private club would be the headquarters of a killer organization. Amidst his shock, naturally, Yang Chen's mind drifted to that underground boxing arena. This metropolis, which appeared harmonious and peaceful on the surface, concealed such unknown secrets. This thought flashed through his mind, and as Yang Chen looked at the city before him, a sense of curiosity arose within him. How much more was there that he didn't know? Yang Chen got out of the car, dragging the killer out with him. He then ordered the system to pause time, but despite Yang Chen's deliberate actions, the killer's time did not stop. As everything around him abruptly froze in place, the killer's face was filled with disbelief. "What's going on? Why has everything stopped?" The killer surveyed the motionless world before him, shocked. "Lead the way," Yang Chen coldly instructed the killer. In an instant, the killer's eyes met Yang Chen's, and suddenly, they were filled with horror. Could all of this be related to the man before him? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the killer felt a chilling sensation envelop his entire body. Looking at Yang Chen at that moment, the killer could no longer muster any sense of luck, his heart turning cold, realizing that with such extraordinary abilities, what was an assassin to him? In his eyes, Yang Chen could easily be considered a god in this world. Led by the killer, Yang Chen arrived at the underground assassin training ground. The dim lighting made it slightly obscure, but the scene before him was still visible. Several young kids, not yet of age, were facing wooden stakes with a cold demeanor. Their pupils devoid of emotion, their hands wrapped in bandages with traces of blood seeping through. A scruffy man beside them sternly watched over the youngsters. Are they also assassins? Yang Chen pointed at the children in front of him and inquired. The killer, looking at Yang Chen's grim expression, felt a sense of fear. After hesitating, he explained, "These are fresh blood recruited by our shadow organization, still in training, so." Glancing at Yang Chen awkwardly, the killer was at a loss for words. By now, he had somewhat grasped Yang Chen's character. He was a ruthless and cold-blooded demon compared to them assassins. The killer was unsure of how Yang Chen would react if he revealed the truth. However, as he gazed fearfully at Yang Chen, the latter continued to question, "Recruited? Which family would send their children to an assassin organization? Yours? Tell the truth." Yang Chen's voice was chilling, filled with a strong intent to kill. Faced with Yang Chen at that moment, the killer suddenly shivered, a cold sensation running from the soles of his feet to his head. "These are orphans we've collected. They were unwanted since childhood, no one cared for them. With just a few methods, we can make them disappear from this world and become assassins." Under the oppressive killing intent emanating from Yang Chen, the killer confessed. Hearing this, Yang Chen furrowed his brows, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He had not expected the shadow to be so despicable. Staring coldly at the assassin instructor before him, Yang Chen's eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. Suddenly, Yang Chen's blade slashed directly at the instructor. A fierce gash instantly tore through the instructor's throat, but due to the time freeze, there was no perception of it. Witnessing this scene, the killer's heart raced, his whole body tingling with fear. Guided by the killer, Yang Chen continued forward. As they passed by a secluded room, Yang Chen was struck by a sudden impulse. Before the killer could stop him, Yang Chen pushed the door open. Upon seeing the scene inside, Yang Chen's eyes widened in fury. In the room, a man was pinning down a girl who appeared to be barely in her teens on a sofa. Several naked girls stood nearby, their faces filled with fear and dread. "You scoundrel!" Yang Chen was burning with anger as he rushed forward and pulled the man off the girl. With a swift slash, he cut the man's throat. Then, he draped the scattered clothes over the girls. Yang Chen turned to the assassin coldly and asked, "What's going on? Aren't you all assassins? Since when did you start these despicable acts? They are not even adults yet, beasts." Yang Chen's face twisted into a fierce expression, condemning the shadow to death in his heart. The assassin, looking at the doomed man, was engulfed in a shadow of death. He wanted to run away at the sight of Yang Chen, but the thought of Yang Chen's incredible methods made him stay put. These girls are exceptionally beautiful, so the shadow planned to train them into special assassins. To make a woman obedient to the organization, you have to crush their confidence from a young age, break their psychological defenses. "This is the best way," the boss said. "Only by making a woman shed all shame can she become a cold-blooded killer." The assassin's forehead beaded with cold sweat as he spoke shakily. "It's all the boss's orders, we just follow commands, it's not my business." The assassin quickly defended himself. Yang Chen looked coldly at the assassin, a hint of mocking smile playing on his lips. Exiting the room, Yang Chen arrived at the training ground. "System, resume time." Yang Chen silently commanded in his mind. "Ding, the system has resumed time." The crisp voice of the system echoed in Yang Chen's mind. With a splutter, blood gushed from the neck wound of the assassin instructor in front of him. A scream filled the air as the instructor, horrified, clutched his neck in fear. Seeing the stranger and the assassin in front of him, he uttered in shock, "You." Before he could finish, he collapsed on the ground. Faced with the gruesome death of the instructor, the children in training remained cold and composed, sending shivers down one's spine. A boy took a defensive stance, staring guardedly at Yang Chen, asking, "Who are you?" Seeing the indifference on the boy's young face, Yang Chen's heart sank. Just then, a stern shout rang out. A man who had just entered and witnessed the blood in the fallen instructor, his expression changed drastically upon seeing Yang Chen. This man was a high-ranking member of the assassin organization and recognized Yang Chen immediately. "Oh no, enemy invasion, enemy invasion." The man shouted in panic, then quickly stepped back and pressed an alarm bell on the wall. A piercing alarm echoed through the underground square. The children, who had been expressionless, now showed fear on their faces, instinctively stepping back and staring coldly at Yang Chen. Soon, several agile figures appeared in the square, surrounding Yang Chen. "Eagle, what are you waiting for? Kill him." A man glared at the assassin standing next to Yang Chen, roaring in anger. The assassin known as Eagle looked at his companion, then at Yang Chen, and forced a bitter smile. After witnessing Yang Chen's terror, he knew the shadow was finished, his own life was at stake, and whether he could survive depended on Yang Chen's mood. Would he strike at Yang Chen? He had no courage at all. Eagle must have brought him in, otherwise, how could an outsider find our headquarters, so secretive? Another man with long hair said angrily. Upon hearing the man's words, the assassins surrounding Yang Chen and the others immediately glared at the Eagle with anger, their icy killing intent locking onto Yang Chen and his companion in an instant. Faced with his comrades' questioning gazes, the Eagle could only force a bitter smile. He stood obediently by Yang Chen's side, not daring to make a move. "Weren't you all trying to assassinate me everywhere? Now that I've come to you myself, go ahead and kill me to your heart's content. Wouldn't that be more convenient for you?" A cold smile flickered across Yang Chen's lips as he mocked. "Did you kill the instructor?" someone asked. "Yes, I did." Yang Chen disdainfully glanced at the body lying in a pool of blood, then turned his cold eyes towards the assassins before him, devoid of any emotion. "You beasts will soon meet your end. Scum like you don't deserve to live in this world." A chilling and angry voice suddenly emanated from Yang Chen's lips. "Go, seize him. I want him to suffer." The man standing at the forefront coldly ordered. With a command given, the assassins surrounding Yang Chen immediately charged towards him. "Time freeze," a sneer appeared on Yang Chen's lips. In an instant, everyone present except for Yang Chen froze in place. Gripping the long knife in his hand tightly, Yang Chen thrust it towards the assassin who had charged at him. The blade pierced through the abdomen, swiftly pulled out by Yang Chen, then another strike severed a head. Moving among the assassins, each swing of Yang Chen's blade claimed a life. Swift and merciless, devoid of any pity. After delivering fatal blows to all the assassins before him, Yang Chen's cold voice rang out, "Release the time freeze." Ah! At the moment the time freeze was lifted, several terrified screams echoed. Thud! A head rolled to the ground, blood spurting from the neck splattering the ceiling. Following that, one after another, the assassins either fell to the ground, succumbing to their wounds, or stared in horror at Yang Chen, struggling in their final moments. The Eagle witnessed the scene before him, a sense of unprecedented horror engulfing him. Although he had anticipated this outcome, seeing these shadowy assassins fall to the ground in an instant still filled the Eagle with immense shock. "You scum don't deserve to live in this world," Yang Chen said coldly. At the same time, Yang Chen's gaze fell upon the children who were staring at him like deer caught in headlights. Witnessing the seemingly invincible assassins perish in an instant, panic and fear etched on their faces, some couldn't contain their terror and let out a scream before turning to flee. After the first child fled in terror, soon the rest followed suit, disappearing from Yang Chen's sight in the blink of an eye. However, not long after the children ran off, they suddenly turned back in fear, their faces pale as they looked behind them. Behind the children stood another group of assassins. "This is our leader, codenamed Dark God. Following him are the top assassins in the shadows." It seems that almost all the shadow assassins are here now. The Eagle's expression turned grave upon seeing the assassins before him. Yang Chen showed no signs of panic on his face, only coldly staring at the man before him. The man was tall and lean, with a fierce gaze, holding a folding knife in his hand, his face grim as he looked at Yang Chen. Upon seeing the fallen assassins on the ground, a look of shock and deep sorrow crossed the man's face. These assassins, while not top tier, were pillars of the Shadow Organization, and now they had all perished at a single glance. "Boss, look, that's Tiger," a man pointed at the dead assassin lying on the ground, his voice filled with horror. Dark God also noticed the man and his expression turned grim. Tiger, codenamed Assassin, was one of the top assassins in the shadows. Even among the few elite assassins, he was considered top tier, yet now his head had been severed with a single strike. The detached head was filled with terror, as if it had encountered something horrifying before death. As the gaze swept over the bodies one by one, the Dark God discovered 2 gold metal killers and a group of silver and bronze metal killers. When looking at Yang Chen again, the Dark God was shocked to the core. Facing so many killers at once, even if he personally took action, there was no certainty of surviving a direct confrontation, yet Yang Chen not only killed the opponents but also emerged unscathed. One could only imagine how powerful Yang Chen's strength was. The Dark God's heart sank heavily, his gaze towards Yang Chen complex. Stepping forward with a grim expression, the Dark God said to Yang Chen, "I admit that continuing to hunt you down was not honorable on our part. Now that you have also killed many of us, the score should be settled. How about we call it even?" "Call it even?" Yang Chen burst into laughter upon hearing the dark god's words, as if he had heard a joke. You hired people to assassinate me, and now that I've killed them, you want to make peace? The ones provoking and wanting to stop are you. Do you think of yourselves as gods? Mocking the man before him, Yang Chen's expression turned cold as he said, Don't want to play anymore? Sorry, I'm just getting started, and I plan to continue. You wanted to kill me, right? Well, here I am standing in front of you. Come on. Yang Chen took a step forward instantly. Seeing Yang Chen suddenly rushing towards him, the dark god subconsciously took a few steps back, feeling a mix of shame and anger at Yang Chen's mockery. Yang Chen, don't push things too far. Looking deeply at Yang Chen, the dark god said in a low voice, You are safe now, but many of my people are dead. If you agree to stop, we will pretend this never happened. We will compensate you generously for your losses and owe you a favor in the future. How about it? The dark god proposed to Yang Chen once again. Having guessed the terrifying skills of Yang Chen, the dark god really didn't want to go to war with him unless absolutely necessary. Deep down, a voice was telling him that engaging in a battle with Yang Chen now would be a certain death sentence. A favor? Are you beasts even worthy? Yang Chen sneered. Seeing Yang Chen's determined look, the dark god's expression turned extremely ugly. Boss, why waste time with him? Just kill him and avenge our brothers. A killer stood behind the dark god, looking at his hesitation with growing anger. Shut your mouth. The already irritated dark god lashed out upon hearing this, delivering a slap that sent the man flying into a nearby stake, spitting out blood. Boss, you. The man looked at the dark god unwillingly, rebuking him. If you want to die, just say it. With a grim face, the dark god said to the man. At the same time, an astonishing aura erupted from him, shrouding the entire underground training ground. The people present felt the heavy and icy pressure surrounding them, as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe. Yang Chen, enveloped by the pressure, also had a grim expression. However, he forced himself to appear indifferent, mocking the dark god before him. Seeing Yang Chen's indifference, the dark god inwardly sighed and retracted his imposing aura. Yang Chen was completely unaffected by his aura, confirming the dark god's suspicion that the young man before him was indeed an extraordinary figure who kept a low profile. To cultivate such outstanding juniors, the force behind him couldn't be simple. Yang Chen, if you're still not satisfied, I can offer you 2 killers, the dark god said seriously to Yang Chen. Xiu Yu, Dong Shui. The dark god called out 2 names. Instantly, 2 scantily clad beautiful women appeared before Yang Chen. These 2 women had exquisite features and graceful figures. The 2 long and straight legs swayed with each step, exuding a captivating allure. They were a few notches above the beauties Kai Jinlin and Gao Mano. What stood out were the enchanting eyes of these 2 beauties, seemingly possessing a soul-stirring charm. Just one glance made Yang Chen feel a sudden surge of heat in his lower abdomen. Seeing Yang Chen momentarily lost in thought, and Shin chuckled softly. These 2 beauties are our Shadow's most outstanding elite assassins, skilled and obedient. You can command them to do anything. The crucial point is that their seductive skills are impeccable, and indulging with them is pure bliss, like reveling with immortals. Hearing Shin reveal the identities of these 2 women, Yang Chen's mind instantly conjured up the bestial scene witnessed in that secluded room. Without a doubt, the humiliation endured by a beauty to become a top assassin for the Shadow far exceeded his comprehension. The minds of these 2 beauties had already twisted into tools for killing, slaves of the Shadow's higher-ups. Do you need me to explain how Shadow nurtures assassins? Do you think I, Yang Chen, would be interested in riding the crowded bus of 1,000 and 10,000 people? Yang Chen retorted sarcastically, looking at Shin coldly. In an instant, the faces of the 2 beauties turned cold, a hint of humiliation flashing in their pupils. Yang Chen, you're going too far. Shin roared angrily upon hearing Yang Chen's disrespectful words. With a grim expression, he stared at Yang Chen and said, Don't think Shadow fears you. This is Shadow's headquarters. Just you alone are not qualified to trample on us, Shadow. I'm giving you face now. You better behave, or things won't end well if we fall out in the future. You're strong, no doubt, but I don't believe everyone around you is as strong. Shin spoke solemnly, looking directly at Yang Chen. Even a tiger takes a nap. Can you guarantee you'll stay by their side forever? In an instant, Yang Chen's face turned icy cold. The thing he detested most in his life was hearing someone threaten his family. Staring at Shin, Yang Chen seemed to be looking at a dead man. In that case, I can't let you off today. Yang Chen licked his lips wickedly, his expression turning extremely chilling. Come at me. Enough talk. Face your death. With that, Yang Chen took a sudden step forward. Shin's face changed, about to retreat. But Yang Chen had already activated time pause. Looking at the pale-faced Shin, Yang Chen's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Dare to threaten me? Are you qualified? With that, Yang Chen swiftly severed one of Shin's arms and then thrust into his abdomen. After dealing with Shin, Yang Chen moved among the assassins. Fatal wounds appeared on each of them one by one. System, release time pause, Yang Chen said softly. Ding, time pause has been released by the system. Time resumed its flow, and Yang Chen was back in his original position. The sound of screams filled Yang Chen's ears, and Shin's arm fell to the ground, a gruesome wound on his abdomen gushing blood, staining his clothes red. No matter how he tried to cover it, he couldn't stop the ebbing of life. How is this possible? Who are you? And Shin asked in horror, suppressing the unprecedented fear in his heart, as he looked at Yang Chen. Who am I? I'm the one who sends trash like you to die. Yang Chen sneered coldly, and Shin turned around and saw the assassins behind him in a similar state. In an instant, they were fatally struck down, letting out a piercing scream before collapsing to the ground. Shadow is finished, and Shin regretfully muttered as he looked at Yang Chen, then collapsed to the ground with a thud. If time could be rewound, he would never have provoked Yang Chen, this star of ill omen. Watching all the killers lying on the ground before him, Yang Chen's eyes were icy cold, devoid of any emotion. This scene made the man beside him, Eagle Fong, tremble uncontrollably, shivering as he looked at Yang Chen, his voice quivering. Master Yang, what about me? Yang Chen glanced at the children standing still as if carved from wood, then looked at Eagle Fong. Keep an eye on the online tasks targeting me. If anyone posts tasks against me, inform me immediately, Yang Chen said. Tidy up here yourself, don't let the police find me. After saying this, Yang Chen walked towards the exit. Eagle Fong, who had narrowly escaped death, took a deep breath, his gaze suddenly falling on the children nearby. After hesitating for a moment, a fierce glint appeared in Eagle Fong's eyes. I don't want to die, nor do I want to be caught, so I can only rest easy by dying. Eagle Fong said coldly, picking up the long knife thrown by Yang Chen at the scene and charging towards the children. Those children still in training stood no chance against Eagle Fong. As the blades flashed, screams of terror rang out, and all the children fell to the ground. Only Eagle Fong stood in the square, blood dripping from the blade in his hand. Just as Eagle Fong was about to head towards a secluded room, a cold voice sounded in his ear. You have disappointed me too much. Yang Chen, who should have left, appeared ghost-like in front of him again. With the cold voice echoing in his ears, Eagle Fong trembled all over, looking at Yang Chen in fear. Mr. Yang, how did you come back? Eagle Fong's voice trembled. With the high-ranking members of the Dark Shadows dead, they were essentially expelled. With so many bodies lying on the ground, it would surely attract the attention of the police. When Yang Chen asked him to handle the scene, Eagle Fong understood. He had to silence everyone who had seen him at the scene so that he could be safe. However, he misunderstood Yang Chen's intentions. Yang Chen was not a murderer. He still had a hint of mercy towards the abducted children. Seeing those children die tragically under the knife, he was furious. If I hadn't come back, were you planning to kill all those children? Yang Chen asked coldly. But if I don't kill them, they will expose us, and we will be hunted by both sides of the law. Eagle Fong, sweating profusely, defended himself. I did as you instructed, Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang, have you ever thought that if we spare those children today, they will become our enemies in the future, a blade to be used against us? Once killers, forever bloodthirsty. Although they are young, they have already lost their reason. Keeping them alive will only bring endless trouble, Eagle Fong said solemnly. Listening to Eagle Fong's words, Yang Chen furrowed his brow. After much hesitation, seeing the figures lying in pools of blood, a sense of reluctance flashed through Yang Chen's heart. System, rewind time back 3 minutes, Yang Chen silently prayed in his heart. Ding! System prompt, time is rewinding. The crisp voice of the system rang in Yang Chen's mind, and suddenly, a colorful light filled his vision, intertwining mysteriously. The scene before him kept rewinding until it froze 3 minutes earlier. Ding! It has been rewound to 3 minutes ago, the system's voice sounded. Yang Chen looked at Eagle Fong, who was now filled with awe, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. The long knife in his hand suddenly slashed across Eagle Fong's neck. You! Eagle Fong covered his neck in disbelief, blood gushing out. Compared to them, I find your existence more threatening, so I have to ask you to die, Yang Chen said coldly. As Eagle Fong fell, only Yang Chen and the children remained. Faced with the ruthless and eerie Yang Chen, the children were all terrified, unable to even run away. I won't kill you, but when you see the police, think carefully about what to say and what not to say. Yang Chen stared coldly at the children in front of him and said solemnly, I hope you can start anew in the future, rather than continue down this path of cold-blooded cruelty. If I ever find you doing evil in the future, I will personally send you to your death. After speaking, Yang Chen ignored the children, searched the bodies in front of him, found a cell phone, and dialed the emergency number. Hello, police station? I need to report a crime. There's a killer training ground under the Golden City Club, and there has been a fight resulting in many deaths. After briefly stating the time, Yang Chen wiped the fingerprints off the phone and the knife with his clothes before throwing the phone on the ground. While waiting for them to arrive, Yang Chen found the surveillance footage and took it with him. Hearing hurried footsteps approaching, Yang Chen knew the police were coming. He activated time pause instantly and left the underground training ground. Back home, Yang Chen took a shower, then sat on the sofa and chatted with his sister, Yang Ning. After some casual conversation, Yang Chen looked at Yang Ning seriously and said, "Sis, there are some matters at work that require me to go on a trip, probably for a few days." "A few days? That long?" Yang Ning frowned, staring into Yang Chen's eyes. "It's work-related, can't be helped," Yang Chen said with a smile. After a moment of silence, Yang Ning sighed and said, "Forget it, now that you've grown up, I can't always watch over you. Besides, you have your own career now and a girlfriend, you're not the same kid as before. Sis, I have one request, take care of yourself while you're away," Yang Ning said sternly to Yang Chen. Hearing Yang Ning's concern, Yang Chen felt a warm surge in his heart. He said earnestly to Yang Ning, "Sis, don't worry about me all the time, you should also think about your own matters. I don't need you to worry about my matters." Sensing Yang Chen's implication, Yang Ning's face turned red instantly, glaring at Yang Chen. "I'm also getting busy with my own things lately, no time for that." Yang Ning changed the subject. Looking at his sister seriously, Yang Chen hesitated for a moment and said, "But sis, it's not a good idea for you to remain single like this, you're still young." "Xiao Hao." Yang Ning's face turned stern, staring at Yang Chen with a severe look. Yang Chen quickly stopped, smiling awkwardly. Since Yang Ning's divorce, Yang Chen had been urging her to find someone new. After all, women need care. However, Yang Ning insisted on being single, no matter how much Yang Chen persuaded her. In the past, with poor family conditions and him being a burden, Yang Ning's reluctance to remarry was understandable. But now that conditions had improved, Yang Chen found her persistence somewhat unsettling. Before he could say more, Yang Ning got angry. Yang Chen had to give up. Seeing Yang Chen's awkward smile, Yang Ning softened her tone a bit and said, "If you want me to feel at ease, hurry up and marry Lin Lin, then have a chubby little boy. That way, our Yang family will have a future. When the time comes, you can talk to me about your matters." Yang Chen dared not say anything. Just as Yang Chen felt a bit embarrassed, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at it, he saw it was a call from Kai Jinlin. "Sis, I'll take this call inside," Yang Chen said to Yang Ning, then went into his bedroom with the phone. "What's up?" After answering the call, Yang Chen asked directly. "Yang Chen, you're really irresponsible, aren't you?" As soon as the call connected, Yang Chen heard Kai Jinlin's complaining voice. "You, the grand chairman, not even showing up for work all day is one thing, but now you don't even ask about the company's affairs, leaving everything to me. Don't you think you're going too far?" Kai Jinlin complained to Yang Chen. "Aren't you the company's vice president? I've already handed over all the company's major and minor matters to you. Isn't that your job?" Yang Chen replied confidently. Kai Jinlin on the other end of the phone was so angry at his words that she stomped her foot but couldn't find any words to retort. "If you want the horse to run, don't you have to let the horse eat grass? I may be the company's vice president, but the company is not mine. Why should I worry about this and that?" Kai Jinlin said irritably. Hearing Kai Jinlin's somewhat angry words, Yang Chen was suddenly taken aback. Yang Chen was not good at managing the company and didn't have the mindset for it, which Kai Jinlin happened to compliment. Under Kai Jinlin's management, Shengshi Entertainment had been running smoothly during this period, launching several projects that received praise, something Yang Chen could never achieve. From a profit perspective, Yang Chen felt he really couldn't do without Kai Jinlin. Although he could pressure Kai Kuan to make Kai Jinlin comply, Yang Chen didn't like to force others, especially since he needed Kai Jinlin's cooperation to deceive Yang Ning. Thinking about this, Yang Chen asked, "What do you want then?" "Come pick me up." Kai Jinlin heard Yang Chen's words over the phone and instantly chuckled mischievously, saying, "I'm not going." Yang Chen directly refused. "We're just pretending to be a couple, not really, and besides, I don't feel like going out now," Yang Chen said. "Yang Chen, have you never been in love with a woman? Girlfriends need to be pursued. With your attitude, how could I possibly be your girlfriend?" Kai Jinlin said angrily. "I've been busy lately, don't have the energy, don't have the leisure," Yang Chen sneered, then a hint of teasing flashed in his eyes as he joked, "Are you starting to like me? If you really like me, then pursue me. Maybe I'll really agree." Kai Jinlin's voice on the phone trembled with anger at Yang Chen's words. "You're dreaming," Kai Jinlin roared. Hearing the almost roaring voice on the phone, Yang Chen chuckled and hung up. From the current situation, Yang Chen was quite sure that Kai Jinlin had developed some feelings for him. This thought made Yang Chen's face show a hint of satisfaction. In the office of Shengshi Entertainment's vice president, Kai Jinlin's face was livid. Damn Yang Chen, bastard, son of Ibi *tch, Kai Jinlin gritted her teeth, clearly not taking well to Yang Chen's self-absorbed words. However, as she calmed down, Kai Jinlin had to admit that what Yang Chen said seemed true. She seemed to have really fallen for him. When they first met, Kai Jinlin didn't particularly like Yang Chen, finding his arrogance somewhat annoying. But as they spent more time together, Kai Jinlin discovered that Yang Chen was not simple. He was like a puzzle that deeply attracted her. Moreover, through her father, Kai Jinlin knew the importance of Yang Chen to the Kai family, and she began to hope to become Yang Chen's real girlfriend, not just pretend. Thinking of this, a blush spread across Kai Jinlin's cheeks. After finishing her work, Kai Jinlin went out to buy some things and went straight to Yang Chen's house that evening. Seeing Kai Jinlin taking the initiative to visit, Yang Ning was extremely excited and warmly welcomed her in. Seeing the gift box in Kai Jinlin's hand, Yang Ning smiled and said, "Linlin, it's great that you're here. Next time, don't bring gifts. We're all family, no need to be polite." "Okay, sister," Kai Jinlin replied without being polite, accepting Yang Ning's words. Yang Chen was filled with astonishment at seeing Kai Jinlin showing up at his door on her own. After placing the fruits on the coffee table, Yang Ning chatted with Kai Jinlin for a while, then asked Yang Chen to accompany her while she went to the kitchen to prepare the food. In the living room, only Yang Chen and Kai Jinlin were left, and the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat awkward. "Why are you here?" Yang Chen looked at Kai Jinlin provocatively and said, "Could it be that you've really fallen for me? Long time no see, feels like ages?" Seeing Yang Chen's self-loving expression, Kai Jinlin rolled her eyes. "You're overthinking it. I just get along well with your sister, so I came to see her. What's it to you?" Kai Jinlin mocked. "Is that so?" Yang Chen stared into Kai Jinlin's eyes, half smiling as he asked. Caught under Yang Chen's gaze, Kai Jinlin's face turned red, her heart pounding. "What do you think? With your self-loving attitude, could I possibly like you? Are you blind?" Kai Jinlin glared at Yang Chen fiercely, speaking irritably. Yang Chen grinned as he observed Kai Jinlin. After a moment, teasingly, he said to her, "Look at you, all flushed, sweating on your forehead." Suddenly, Yang Chen leaned in close to Kai Jinlin's ear, startling her almost to the point of screaming. Heart still pounding. Just as Kai Jinlin blushed and was on the verge of losing her temper, Yang Chen straightened up. Playfully looking at Kai Jinlin, he said, "You're clearly lying. You must have been captivated by my charm, unable to resist falling for me." Yang Chen flashed a charming smile, affirming. Realizing that Yang Chen had guessed her thoughts, Kai Jinlin became nervous, looking at him with embarrassment. "You don't have to go through all this trouble. Pursuing me is actually quite simple." Yang Chen chuckled at Kai Jinlin. Curiously, Kai Jinlin appraised Yang Chen. "All you need to do is sneak into my room at night, and then we can engage in an adult battle. Rest assured, for a beauty like you, I definitely won't resist. The next day, we'll be perfectly justified, won't we?" After saying this, Yang Chen provocatively looked at Kai Jinlin, unable to stop laughing. "You scoundrel!" Kai Jinlin glared angrily at the shameless Yang Chen, disdainfully saying, "You have quite the imagination. I'm not that kind of shameless woman." Suddenly, Kai Jinlin's gaze towards Yang Chen turned serious. She said, "Even if I do like you, I will use my charm to conquer you, make you kneel under my pomegranate skirt, fall in love with me, rather than me actively pursuing you, understand?" Heh, Yang Chen rolled his eyes, looking Kai Jinlin up and down. Clearly, Kai Jinlin had just come from the company, still dressed in professional attire. Her tight skirt revealed two long, snow-white legs, while she wore a white blouse on top, exposing a large area of fair skin at the neckline. Compared to her usual elegant demeanor, she now exuded a captivating executive aura, making one unable to resist the desire to conquer. Kai Jinlin spat, her cheeks turning extremely red. As the two bantered, Yang Ning emerged from the kitchen with the prepared dishes, witnessing their playful scene and couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Yang Ning appear, Kai Jinlin seemed to have found a savior. She stood up, took the dish from Yang Ning's hands, and complained to her, "Sis, Yang Chen bullied me." Yang Chen was instantly stunned. This woman actually went to tattle? Yang Ning's expression turned serious instantly, comforting Kai Jinlin, saying, "It's okay, sis will help you." After that, Yang Ning walked over to Yang Chen. In front of Kai Jinlin, she grabbed Yang Chen's ear, threatening, "Xiaoao, you've become bold, daring to bully Linlin at home?" With his ear being twisted painfully, Yang Chen pleaded for mercy, explaining, "Sis, I was wrong. How could I dare to bully Linlin? Clearly, she was the one bullying me." "Humph, I don't know your temper yet." Letting go of Yang Chen's ear, Yang Ning smiled at Kai Jinlin and said, "From now on, in our house, Linlin is our precious one. Dare to bully her and try?" Seeing her sister always siding with Kai Jinlin, Yang Chen could only look at her sister helplessly. Kai Jinlin looked smugly at Yang Chen, a hint of a smile on her lips. Humph, want to challenge me? The three of them gathered around the dining table, enjoying themselves. In front of her sister, the two portrayed their relationship vividly. Yang Ning looked satisfied at the two in front of her, feeling very happy. After dinner, Yang Chen, who had been suppressed by Kai Jinlin all evening, looked a bit unhappy and said, "Don't you have to work tomorrow? Shall I take you back?" "No, I'm not leaving tonight," Kai Jinlin said with a smile to Yang Chen. "Then where will you sleep?" Yang Chen asked, his eyes suddenly lighting up as he looked at Kai Jinlin with affection. "Lin will sleep with me tonight," Yang Ning said fiercely, glaring at Kai Jinlin and speaking first. Although Yang Ning loved Yang Chen, she was still a conservative woman at heart. She genuinely liked Kai Jinlin, so she naturally considered Kai Jinlin's reputation. Regardless of how intimate the two were in private, as long as she was at home, and considering that the two were not married, Yang Ning would not allow Kai Jinlin and Yang Chen to openly share a bed. "Thank you, sister." Kai Jinlin hugged Yang Ning's arm and said with a smile. Yang Chen looked at his sister with a sense of grievance, glaring fiercely at Kai Jinlin. "After you two get married, I won't interfere with you," Yang Ning said to Yang Chen. Hearing her sister's words, Yang Chen awkwardly touched his nose, suppressing the evil thoughts in his heart. Looking at Yang Ning, Kai Jinlin felt the deep care Yang Ning had for her and made up her mind. She wanted to be friends with Yang Ning, become best friends. As long as she got along well with Yang Ning, what could Yang Chen do? Thinking of this, Kai Jinlin looked mischievously at Yang Chen, her eyes revealing a playful glint. The next morning, after the three finished breakfast, Kai Jinlin asked Yang Chen, "Are you going to the company today?" "Not going," Yang Chen said directly. "I have something to do and can't go today." Kai Jinlin really wanted to ask Yang Chen what was going on. But knowing that Yang Chen was different from ordinary people, Kai Jinlin didn't want to ask directly in front of Yang Ning, so she could only disappointingly say, "Oh." Yang Ning saw Kai Jinlin's disappointed expression on the side. She knew Yang Chen was about to go far away. "However," she said, "you're not going to the company, but Lin is. So, you can take Lin to the company and then go about your business." Yang Ning spoke, and Yang Chen naturally couldn't argue. Watching the two off downstairs, Yang Ning waited until Yang Chen's car left the community before going back. On the way, Yang Chen drove while shamelessly eyeing the proud Kai Jinlin. He said, "You're quite something now, always using my sister to your advantage." "Yang Chen, you've got it wrong." Kai Jinlin smiled at Yang Chen and said, "Your sister likes me, actively helping me. What can I do?" Suddenly, Kai Jinlin revealed a sly smile and said, "If you bully me again in the future, I'll tell your sister. Let's see how she deals with you." "Don't forget, we're just pretending to be a couple," Yang Chen reminded her. "But in front of your sister, we are real. If you dare, go tell your sister," Kai Jinlin retorted. Yang Chen was speechless for a moment. He really didn't dare to reveal the truth in front of Yang Ning. After dropping Kai Jinlin off at the company, Yang Chen went straight to the hotel to meet Chao Shuoxin. As soon as he entered, Chao Shuoxin sweetly called out, "Master! Master, I've taken care of what you entrusted to me." "Subin won't dare to talk nonsense anymore," Chao Shuoxin said with a smile. "You're quite efficient. What did you say? Didn't leave any handle behind, did you?" Yang Chen looked at Chao Shuoxin, somewhat surprised, and said, "Master, rest assured, your disciple can handle things, one word, steady." Chao Shuoxin patted her own chest proudly and said to Yang Chen, "It's actually quite simple, I just directly threatened Su Bin." Chao Shuoxin gestured, imitating the threatening tone she used with Su Bin, saying, "If you don't obey, I'll cut off your last bit and turn you into a real waste." After listening to Chao Shuoxin's account, Yang Chen looked at her admiringly, giving her a thumbs up and saying, "Well done." Getting back on track, Yang Chen and Chao Shuoxin chatted for a while about visiting the sect, then set off directly. Meanwhile, at the top of the Jinshan building, an old man entered Kai Kuan's office. The old man was dressed in training clothes, with white hair at his temples and a slightly stooped figure. However, his deeply embedded eyes in his skull were sharp and emitted a fierce light that made it hard to look directly at. The moment this old man stepped into the office, Kai Kuan, who was sitting in a chair, felt a tingling sensation in his scalp and a sense of crisis surged in his heart. Just then, a sharp aura rose outside the office, enveloping the old man, and Kai Kuan's expression eased a bit. He glanced deeply at a corner of the office before nodding. "Kai Kuan, I came here today uninvited mainly because there is a matter unclear to me. I hope Kai Kuan can enlighten me." The old man clasped his fists and said to Kai Kuan, "Please go ahead," Kai Kuan said solemnly, looking at the old man in front of him. "May I ask, what is the relationship between Kai Kuan and Yang Chen? Why did Kai Kuan transfer a large portion of your shares to Yang Chen? I wonder if Kai Kuan did so voluntarily or was forced." The old man's gaze on Kai Kuan was serious, and he asked in a deep voice, Upon hearing the old man's words, Kai Kuan's eyes narrowed instantly, exuding a sharpness. I'm sorry, no comment, Kai Kuan said coldly after a moment. The old man's face instantly turned grim, with a hint of danger in his eyes. What? Thinking of making a move? Kai Kuan saw the old man's expression and sneered, saying, even if you were the head of the Zhou family, I would say the same. It seems that due to our usual cooperation between our families, I'll give you a piece of advice, it's best not to provoke Yang Chen, otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. The old man stared at Kai Kuan for a long time, finally snorting coldly. Today, he was just here to inquire about Kai Kuan's intentions and didn't want to confront him head-on. After giving Kai Kuan a deep look, the old man suppressed his inner resentment, clasped his fists, and said, apologies for the disturbance, Kai Kuan. Watching the old man leave his office, Kai Kuan's face showed a hint of seriousness. After hesitating for a moment, Kai Kuan called Yang Chen, saying, Mr. Yang, the Zhou family sent someone to inquire about me just now, you better be careful recently. Yang Chen, who was driving, received Kai Kuan's call, snorted coldly, and said, understood. Seeing Yang Chen hang up after just one sentence, Kai Kuan knew Yang Chen had things to do and didn't want to disturb him further. Just a Zhou family, and they want to mess with Mr. Yang? Kai Kuan sneered contemptuously, speaking coldly. In the Zhou family villa, the old man who had left Kai Kuan's office came to Zhou Tai and recounted his conversation with Kai Kuan. Master, it seems that this Kai Kuan definitely knows Yang Chen's background and is devoted to him, what should we do? The old man said in a deep voice. Zhou Tai remained silent for a moment, then said to the old man, just a Kai family, not a concern in the face of absolute power, it's just that this Yang Chen is troublesome. With his son's injuries flashing in his mind, Zhou Tai's expression became extremely serious. In that case, trouble Tang Lao to test this Yang Chen's skills, Zhou Tai said to the old man in front of him. Yang Chen and Chao Shuoxin drove for half a day before stopping in front of a high mountain. Donglin Mountain was located hundreds of kilometers away from Tianhai City, with an altitude of 4,000 meters, making it one of the highest mountains in the province. As it had not been developed yet, there were not many people visiting. Yang Chen and Chao Shuoxin stood in front of a small village at the foot of the mountain. Pointing at the towering green mountain forest in front of them, Yang Chen frowned and said, are you sure there is a sect here? Master, this is definitely the location of the Heavenly Dao sect, I can guarantee it, Chao Shuoxin affirmed. Despite being remote and sparsely populated, cultivators like these famous mountains and rivers. The more remote, the better. It is said that the more secluded the mountain forest, the less polluted it is, and the more abundant the spiritual energy, Chao Shuoxin explained. Listening to Chao Shuoxin's explanation, Yang Chen furrowed his brows slightly. In that case, let's go. Yang Chen said to Chao Shuoxin. They were already at the foot of the mountain, with no road leading directly to the mountaintop. Yang Chen and Chao Shuoxin had to change into the hiking boots they had prepared in advance and walk up the mountain. Meanwhile, as Yang Chen and Chao Shuoxin were searching for the entrance to the Heavenly Dao sect, in another remote mountain area, a fragrant ancient-style building was scattered among the deep jungle. A middle-aged man in loose practice clothes was leaning against a corridor, with cliffs and clouds below, and a waterfall cascading down the cliff, creating a rainbow in the mountains. Suddenly, a shadowy figure appeared in front of the middle-aged man. It was a young woman with a curvaceous figure, dressed provocatively. Master, the dark shadow has been eliminated. The woman knelt in front of the middle-aged man and said, what? A powerful pressure suddenly erupted from the middle-aged man, causing his practice clothes to billow without wind. With a fierce look in his eyes, he coldly snorted at the woman. The young woman felt as if struck by lightning, her throat went dry, and she spat out a mouthful of blood, her face turning extremely pale. Master, I only received this information recently, but fortunately, the funds in the Dark Shadows account are intact, and I have retrieved them, the young woman said with difficulty, suppressing her fear. Upon hearing that the funds had been recovered, the middle-aged man's expression softened slightly. Go find out who did this for me. The Dark Shadow is the sect's financial source and the foundation of the sect's development. No matter who did it, they cannot be let off easily, the middle-aged man said coldly to the young woman. Yang Chen and Chao Shuoxin walked on a rugged path leading straight to the mountaintop. The path was steep and lined with thorns, posing a huge challenge for Yang Chen, an ordinary person who had never practiced cultivation. Even with Chao Shuoxin leading the way, after some time, Yang Chen's stamina could not keep up. Every now and then, Yang Chen had to stop and rest. Master, you are a great master after all. Can't you even walk this path? You've rested 3 times already. At this rate, we won't reach our destination before nightfall, Chao Shuoxin said disapprovingly, looking at Yang Chen's somewhat pale face. I'm old, unlike you young people, Yang Chen said shamelessly to Chao Shuoxin. Humph, Chao Shuoxin rolled her eyes. We're about the same age, why are you acting so high and mighty? Xiao Shuoxin couldn't help but suspect that her master might be a fraud when she saw how exhausted he was. However, recalling the terrifying scene of Yang Chen fighting the assassin, Xiao Shuoxin pushed aside her doubts. Just looking at Yang Chen in confusion, she asked, "Master, could it be that you've encountered some problems in your cultivation?" "What do you mean?" Yang Chen looked at Xiao Shuoxin's puzzled expression and asked. "I heard that if cultivators encounter any problems in their practice, they will fluctuate between strength and weakness. You seem to lack energy even climbing the mountain. Could it be that something went wrong in your cultivation?" Xiao Shuoxin turned around in front of Yang Chen, scrutinizing him with a serious look. "Get lost." Yang Chen directly tapped Xiao Shuoxin's head and jokingly scolded her. "I'm just showing weakness to the enemy. After all, we are here to break through the mountain gate. In case someone discovers my strength prematurely, it's good to be prepared when we go to borrow things, right?" Yang Chen's eyes lit up, teasing. Hearing Yang Chen's words, Xiao Shuoxin looked at him in confusion, her eyes gradually becoming excited. "Master, it seems like you are quite experienced in this aspect," Xiao Shuoxin teased. "Otherwise, why would I be your master?" Yang Chen tapped Xiao Shuoxin's head again. After bantering for a while, Yang Chen's strength had almost recovered, and he continued walking towards the mountaintop. After a few hours of walking, the two had already passed halfway up the mountain. Ancient trees towered, cliffs loomed, and faintly visible in the surrounding mist was a pavilion appearing amidst the fog. "Master, it's right ahead." Xiao Shuoxin pointed to the area with towering ancient trees ahead, excitedly saying, "We just need to cross the bridge ahead, pass through that cliff, and we will reach the location of the Heavenly Tao sect." Xiao Shuoxin said to Yang Chen, her face suddenly turning grim. "But there are people from the Heavenly Tao sect guarding ahead, and their strength is not weak. I can't get through alone." Yang Chen glanced ahead and said, "Don't worry, with me here, no one can stop me." Led by Xiao Shuoxin, the two arrived at the side of the suspension bridge ahead. Four thick iron chains were firmly embedded in the mountains on both sides of the cliff, forming the main body of the bridge. Wooden planks were laid on top, making the simple suspension bridge the only passage connecting the two sides of the cliff. Not far from them, there was a pavilion, the entrance to the suspension bridge, where two men in training clothes were sitting cross-legged, like two wooden statues. "It's you again?" Before Yang Chen and Xiao Shuoxin could approach the pavilion, one of the men who was meditating opened his eyes, and his figure disappeared in an instant, reappearing in front of Yang Chen and Xiao Shuoxin, staring unfriendly at Xiao Shuoxin. The sudden appearance of the ghostly man startled both Yang Chen and Xiao Shuoxin. Looking at the man in front of her, Xiao Shuoxin instinctively showed a hint of timidity, but soon realized that Yang Chen was by her side, straightening her back confidently. "It's me, your aunt." Seeing Xiao Shuoxin's arrogant demeanor, Yang Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Then he lowered his voice and asked, "Are you familiar with them?" "Master, it's him and his junior brother who always stop me every time." Xiao Shuoxin explained, "They are both at the 4th level of qi refinement. I couldn't beat them before, but now with you, master, here, why should I be afraid of them?" Xiao Shuoxin proudly glanced at the man in front of her. "Stubborn and ignorant." The man snorted coldly, exuding a dangerous aura, his eyes coldly fixed on Xiao Shuoxin and Yang Chen, saying, "You've escaped several times, but today you won't be so lucky. Stay and have some fun with us." The sinister man looked at Xiao Shuoxin and said with a smile. As for Yang Chen, who looked no different from an ordinary person beside them, he was completely ignored. Seeing that the man was about to make a move, Xiao Shuoxin suddenly felt a little flustered. Involuntarily, she moved closer to Yang Chen. "Master, take them down. The Heavenly Tao sect is just ahead," Xiao Shuoxin said to Yang Chen. Yang Chen glanced mischievously at the man in front of him and said to Xiao Shuoxin, "Give me your hand." "What?" Xiao Shuoxin thought she misheard, looking at Yang Chen in confusion and asking, "What do you mean?" "I said, give me your hand," Yang Chen repeated. "Master, it's so late, and you still want to take advantage of me." Xiao Shuoxin couldn't help but roll her eyes, feeling that Yang Chen was trying to take advantage of her. "If you don't want to die, give me your hand." Quickly, Yang Chen's gaze remained fixed on the man in front of him as he spoke solemnly to Xiao Shuoxin. Seeing the seriousness in Yang Chen's face, Xiao Shuoxin reluctantly handed her hand to Yang Chen. Almost instantly as Xiao Shuoxin held Yang Chen's hand, the man in front of them moved. At that moment, Yang Chen coincidentally commanded the system, pause time. Ding! System prompt, current time paused. With the crisp sound of the system's prompt in Yang Chen's ear, everything around them instantly stopped. Xiao Shuoxin, holding Yang Chen's hand, was unaffected by the time pause. Seeing the man in front of her frozen in place with a bewildered expression, while everything around them stood still, she was filled with astonishment. "Master, what is this?" Xiao Shuoxin pointed at the frozen world before her, trembling as she spoke. "I just paused time, that's all. Let's go, Yang Chen said casually, as if it was a trivial matter. Observing Yang Chen's nonchalant demeanor, Chao Shuoxin was left speechless, gazing at the frozen world before her. After a moment, she regained her composure. Admiring Yang Chen, she excitedly asked, "Master, you are truly powerful. Even immortals probably can't do what you just did, right?" In an instant, Yang Chen's strength in Chao Shuoxin's eyes soared, and she dared not question him anymore. "Of course, your master is a more powerful immortal than immortals themselves," Yang Chen said shamelessly, observing Chao Shuoxin's excited expression. Facing Yang Chen's arrogance, Chao Shuoxin did not retort. With a look of hatred in her eyes towards the motionless man in front of her, she said to Yang Chen, "Master, wait for me. This guy used to bully me all the time. Today, I must teach him a lesson." With that, Chao Shuoxin dragged Yang Chen along and proceeded to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks on the man before finally drawing a line on his crotch with her small knife. "Dare to mess with your aunt, humph." Witnessing this familiar scene before him, Yang Chen's gaze towards Chao Shuoxin turned peculiar. Indeed, master and disciple shared a similar style in their actions. Later, under the pause time, Yang Chen led Chao Shuoxin confidently across the chain bridge and into the depths of the Tian Daomen. A magnificent grand hall appeared before Yang Chen and Chao Shuoxin. Built of giant stones, supplemented with solid wood and bronze, it exuded a profound and ancient aura, clearly a relic of great antiquity. If it were in the outside world, it would have long been protected by relevant authorities. Several slightly smaller halls surrounded the main hall, forming a pattern akin to stars surrounding the moon. According to Chao Shuoxin, although Tian Daomen was not one of the strongest sects, it had the most ancient heritage surpassing any other sect. It was said that Tian Daomen could be traced back to the Zhou dynasty. However, with the passage of time and changes in the laws of heaven and earth, Tian Daomen had lost many of its scriptures, leading to its decline. "Master, you are truly incredible. Now, no one in Tian Daomen can move. Does that mean we can take whatever we want?" Chao Shuoxin exclaimed excitedly as she gazed at the Tian Daomen before her. "Do you know where those things are?" Yang Chen frowned as he gazed at the grand halls before them. Seeing the grandeur of the buildings for the first time, Yang Chen was equally overwhelmed. Even in the technologically advanced modern world, the architectural marvel before them would still be considered a wonder. Moreover, this place is located in the deep mountains and old forests, making it extremely difficult to transport building materials here, especially with a sheer cliff blocking the way. Yang Chen could hardly imagine that the magnificent buildings before him were actually built during the Zhou dynasty. "The methods of cultivators are truly extraordinary," Yang Chen murmured as he stared at the buildings in front of him. Chao Shuoxin, whose eyes were shining as she gazed at the buildings, did not notice the astonishment on Yang Chen's face. She awkwardly said, "Master, this is my first time here too. I don't know where things are placed. It is said that important things in these sects are protected by some kind of barrier. Can you open it?" Yang Chen suppressed his shock and asked Chao Shuoxin. "No," Chao Shuoxin decisively replied, "I am just a beginner in cultivation. I don't understand these things." Seeing the aggrieved expression on Chao Shuoxin's face, Yang Chen sighed inwardly. "Forget it, let's go in and see. Take whatever we can find, prioritize the important ones," Yang Chen instructed Chao Shuoxin. Currently, they were both hiking up the mountain, carrying only 2 travel bags each, unable to carry more. They exchanged a glance and headed straight towards the central main hall. Taihao Hall. A huge plaque hung in front of the main hall, with calligraphy exuding a powerful and awe-inspiring aura. The hall doors were wide open, and upon entering, they saw several elders and young people sitting cross-legged in the main hall, eyes closed in a peaceful manner. They are cultivating, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to refine themselves, Chao Shuoxin explained to Yang Chen. After wandering around the main hall, they did not find anything valuable, so they decided to head towards a side hall. "Master, look at this." Chao Shuoxin's eyes lit up as they entered a spacious room with rows of bookshelves filled with yellowed books and bamboo slips stacked on top. Yang Chen's eyes also lit up. Looking at the various books in the room, Yang Chen confirmed that this was likely the library of the Heavenly Tao sect. Yang Chen had no understanding of these cultivation manuals, especially since many of the books were written in ancient seal script, making them difficult to comprehend. Fortunately, Chao Shuoxin was there to help explain things to Yang Chen. "Take a look and see if there are any powerful cultivation techniques." "I can't understand these words," Yang Chen said as he opened a book filled with obscure text. "Don't worry, leave it to me," Chao Shuoxin said with a smile. When she obtained that tattered ancient book before, Chao Shuoxin had specifically studied that language, so it wasn't too difficult for her. Time stood still, and the two of them were not in a hurry. Yang Chen casually browsed through the library while Chao Shuoxin focused her attention on the ancient texts. After a while, Xiao Shui Xian walked over to Yang Chen, looking indignant. Master, this doesn't seem to be the core area of the Heavenly Tao sect. Although these ancient texts are rare, they are not very useful for cultivators. I just randomly picked 1 or 2 books that might be useful to us, the rest are of no use. Yang Chen looked around and didn't find anything valuable, so they had to leave. Just as they were about to leave the room, Xiao Shui Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Wait! With that, Xiao Shui Xian began circulating her spiritual energy throughout her body, her eyes tightly closed. I got it, Master, it's here. After a long while, Xiao Shui Xian opened her eyes, grabbed Yang Chen, and rushed to the gatekeeper of the library. After searching for a while, she pulled out a palm-sized wooden token. The token was dark and emitted a faint fragrance. Xiao Shui Xian looked at the token for a while, then tightly held it and infused it with her spiritual energy. The dark token immediately emitted a faint glow, then became bright. Buzz. Just as the token was completely enveloped in that sparkling light, the air suddenly began to tremble. The next moment, the light from the token shot out in a certain direction in the room, spreading out like ripples on water. A door appeared out of thin air right in front of the two. Above the door, the words Treasure Pavilion exuded a sense of age and wear. It's really here, Xiao Shuixin said excitedly as she looked at the door of the Treasure Pavilion appearing before her. Yang Chen, looking at the scene before him, was deeply shocked. What's going on? Yang Chen asked. Master, my ancient book records some basic knowledge of cultivators. In ancient sects, there are always barriers that are usually invisible to people, only accessible through special objects or techniques. I sensed a slight spiritual fluctuation on the old man just now, so I guess there must be something hidden, and I tried it, never expected it to work, Xiao Shuixin said excitedly, pulling Yang Chen's arm. I see, Yang Chen nodded, becoming even more curious about the world of cultivators. The door of the treasure pavilion was pushed open by the two, and suddenly a bright light shone before them. The treasure pavilion in front of them was not large, but it exuded a strong ancient and heavy atmosphere. Yang Chen and Xiao Shuixin entered the treasure pavilion and saw various elixirs and cultivation methods piled inside, their eyes filled with excitement. Master, pack up those elixirs, we'll only choose the ones that suit us in terms of cultivation methods, having too many is useless, Xiao Shuixin reminded Yang Chen, then ran straight towards the elixirs. Following closely behind, Yang Chen picked up a bottle of elixir, and upon opening it, a fragrant scent wafted out. The elixir was crystal clear, with a strong medicinal fragrance, clearly not ordinary. The elixirs that can be left here must be treasures. Nowadays, with the thin spiritual energy of the world, besides powerful cultivation methods, elixirs also play an important role. With these elixirs, our cultivation can reach a higher level. Heavens, I never expected that I, Xiao Shuixin, would have such great luck, Xiao Shuixin exclaimed as she packed the elixirs into her bag. As her gaze slid past Yang Chen's face, Xiao Shuixin felt that her cheap master was truly her lucky star. Seeing Xiao Shuixin busy with her hands, Yang Chen was not idle either. The two of them, like locusts passing through, looted all the elixirs. Master, what's that? It's placed so high, it must be something good, Xiao Shuixin, after packing several manuals into her backpack, suddenly noticed the highest point of the treasure pavilion. There was a platform with an exquisite wooden box on top. Yang Chen's eyes also lit up, and upon opening the box, he saw an ancient yellowed book lying quietly inside. Beside the ancient book was a piece of white paper with some annotations written in modern characters. Blood fusion technique. Yang Chen's eyes lit up instantly after reading the annotations. It was evident from the annotations that this was a powerful dual cultivation technique. This one suits me better, so I'll keep it, Yang Chen said to Xiao Shuixin. Xiao Shuixin also knew that this was a dual cultivation technique, and just thinking about the cultivation method mentioned in the annotations made her face blush. This kind of technique suits you best, Master, Xiao Shuixin said disdainfully, giving Yang Chen a glance. After looting all the valuable items in the treasure pavilion, the two left. Their backpacks were now heavy, but not yet full. The two decided to search around some more. As they recklessly looted in the Tian Dao sect, the two unknowingly entered a small palace. The layout of the palace was quite cozy, with a main hall displaying a blue screen, behind which was a large bed surrounded by phoenix carvings, clearly a woman's boudoir. Could this be the room of the head of the Tian Dao sect? Xiao Shuixin assessed the scene before her with a strange look in her eyes. The head is a woman? Yang Chen understood Xiao Shuixin's words and asked. Yes, Xiao Shuixin explained to Yang Chen, it is rumored that the head of the Tian Dao sect is named Dong Lanji, with outstanding talent inheriting her master's mantle, leading the Tian Dao sect. However, I have not met her in person. The head? Then wouldn't there be more treasures on her? Yang Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of excitement. Let's go take a look, Yang Chen said eagerly. Chao Xuexin was equally excited. The two bypassed the screen and saw the scene inside, instantly stunned. Between the screen and the bed was a pool about 2 meters long, where a woman in her early 30s was bathing. Standing in front of the pool, Yang Chen could see the woman's body clearly. After a while, ahem. Yang Chen cleared his throat and said to Chao Xuexin, "You should leave first. Master needs to check if the head has any treasures on her, and it's not convenient with you here." Seeing the desire in Yang Chen's eyes, Chao Xuexin couldn't help but sneer. "Master, are you eyeing her body? Let me warn you, this woman is likely the head of the Tian Dao sect. If you dare to touch her, be prepared to die a miserable death. Enough talk, please leave and check if there are any treasures nearby. I can't control time for too long. After I've looted the treasures here, we'll meet in front of the main hall." Yang Chen glared at Chao Xuexin and said. Hearing about looting treasures, Chao Xuexin looked at Yang Chen unwillingly. It was the head's room, after all, and there were quite a few treasures. Reluctantly, she had to leave as per Yang Chen's insistence and angrily rushed into other side halls. After Chao Xuexin left, Yang Chen became excited and quickly took off his clothes, jumping directly into the pool. Half an hour later, Yang Chen dressed and looked reluctantly at the woman before him, saying, "Beauty, we will definitely meet again in the future." Later, in the woman's room, Yang Chen searched for a long time but found nothing useful, so he had to leave. When he reached the entrance of the main hall, Chao Xuexin was already sitting on the steps with a bulging travel bag on her back, waiting for him. Seeing Yang Chen, Chao Xuexin ran to his side, looking him up and down with a strange expression. "Master, be honest, did you have your way with that woman?" Chao Xuexin looked at Yang Chen in confusion and asked. Yang Chen looked at Chao Xuexin, his gaze stopping at her impressive figure, and suddenly said, "Compared to that woman, Master would rather taste your flavor. Otherwise, why not seize the day and enjoy the beautiful scenery together?" Feeling uncomfortable under Yang Chen's gaze, Chao Xuexin shivered and quickly moved a few meters away. Awkwardly, she said to Yang Chen, "Master, I think that woman inside matches your temperament perfectly. If you really can't resist, you can go have some fun, and I'll keep watch here for you." At that moment, Chao Xuexin wished she could slap herself. She had brought up a sensitive topic. Seeing Chao Xuexin's fearful expression, Yang Chen teasingly said, "My good disciple, you can't escape. Sooner or later, I will devour you." Chao Xuexin's eyes rolled around. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she said, "Master, controlling time must also consume a lot of energy. I've heard that the more advanced the spell, the harder it is to control, and over time, there may be side effects that could harm your body. Although you may not feel it now, it will definitely affect you in the future. Why don't we leave quickly?" Hearing Chao Xuexin's words, for some reason, Yang Chen felt a sudden unease deep down. After a rough estimate of the time, he decided it was time to leave. They should have stayed at Tiandao Gate for more than 4 or 5 hours. It was the first time Yang Chen had used such a long pause. Thinking of this, Yang Chen suppressed the distractions in his mind. He said to Chao Xuexin, "All right, let's hurry up and leave. Otherwise, if my spell fails later, we'll both be in trouble." The two immediately quickened their pace and left Tiandao Gate. It wasn't until they descended the mountain that Yang Chen and Chao Xuexin sat in the car, and only then did Yang Chen release the time stop. They exchanged a glance, both seeing satisfaction in each other's eyes. Yang Chen stepped on the gas pedal and started the return journey. At the moment the time stop was released, Dong Lanji suddenly felt a strange sensation in her body. After checking her body, Dong Lanji's face instantly turned extremely ugly. A horrifying aura erupted from her body, shrouding the entire Tiandao Gate. As the Grand Master of Tiandao Gate, she had been unknowingly violated, which was a great humiliation. "Whoever you are, when I catch you, I will make you beg for life and death." Dong Lanji gritted her teeth fiercely. "Bad news, Master, our sect has been robbed. All the treasures in the treasure pavilion are gone." Just then, a panicked voice came from outside. As the words fell, a young woman dressed in Tiandao Gate attire rushed into the room. Seeing the maid in front of her, Dong Lanji's face instantly became awkward. With a wave of her hand, the clothes hanging nearby flew into her hands, and she put them on. Suppressing her embarrassment and anger, Dong Lanji coldly looked at the young woman before her. "Lanner, what did you say?" Dong Lanji said darkly. Recovering from a brief daze, the woman known as Lanner knelt in front of Dong Lanji, almost in tears. "Master, just now the elder from the library sent a message that the restrictions in the treasure pavilion were lifted, and all the ancient books and various elixirs were looted. At the same time, news came from the medicinal field that several rare spirit herbs were also taken." Lanner's voice trembled as she spoke, not daring to meet Dong Lanji's eyes. In an instant, a heavy aura erupted from Dong Lanji's body, quickly enveloping the entire area of Tiandao Gate, causing the once azure sky to be covered by thick dark clouds. Under the immense pressure, the entire Tiandao gate was filled with anxiety. Dong Lanji was exceptionally talented and had already formed her golden core at a young age, making her a rare expert in the cultivation world. Now, in her rage, her beautiful face was covered in frost, sending shivers down Lanner's spine. The surging aura erupted and then quickly subsided, leaving Dong Lanji standing by the pool with an extremely unpleasant expression on her face. A sense of inexplicable horror suddenly emanated from her heart. Although Tiandao sect was not a top-tier sect, it had a long-standing heritage and was renowned throughout the Huaxia region. Yet someone had managed to sneak in unnoticed, plundering both wealth and dignity, and she, a golden core cultivator, had been completely unaware. Obviously, the opponent's strength far exceeded her expectations. "Master, what should we do now?" Lanner looked nervously at Dong Lanji and asked. Hearing Lanner's question, Dong Lanji's expression darkened. The fact that someone had targeted Tiandao Gate was a clear sign of extraordinary strength. With such significant losses and her own humiliation, she couldn't swallow this insult. "What should we do? Someone has set their sights on Tiandao Gate. What do you think we should do?" Dong Lanji's face was extremely cold, biting her silver teeth, and said, "No matter who the other party is, I cannot let down the reputation of my Tiandao sect. Otherwise, how can I, Dong Lanji, face the past sect masters of Tiandao sect? Pass the order, investigate for me, monitor the area within 100 miles of Tiandao sect, and report immediately if there is any suspicion," Dong Lanji said with a dark face. "Yes." Lanner took the order and left. Dong Lanji lowered her head to examine her body, a touch of indignation flashing across her face. Looking at the messy room in front of her, Dong Lanji wished to catch the culprit and bring them to justice. Not only did the culprit violate her body, but they also ransacked her room, clearly showing disrespect to Tiandao sect. When Dong Lanji appeared in front of the main hall of Tiandao sect, several elders of Tiandao sect successively came to her, reporting the losses of Tiandao sect. Reporting to the sect master, "This time our Tiandao sect suffered heavy losses. Various precious elixirs were looted, and our forbidden techniques, the blood fusion scripture, have also disappeared," the elder from the treasure pavilion said to Dong Lanji with an unpleasant expression. Hearing the words of the elders, Dong Lanji's face became even darker. Such losses had never occurred even during the turbulent times of Tiandao sect. Suddenly, a figure swiftly arrived and landed in front of Dong Lanji, a disciple responsible for patrolling the mountain. Reporting to the sect master, "A car has just left the foot of the mountain, which may be related to our recent theft," the disciple reported. Two fierce lights flashed in Dong Lanji's pupils. "Spread my order, thoroughly inspect and guard Tiandao sect. Without my command, no outsider dares to leave Tiandao sect without permission, and disobedience will be punished." Dong Lanji glanced at the elders around her and shouted, "I will go and capture the thief now." "Sect master, you can't." An elder stopped Dong Lanji and said, "The opponent's strength should not be underestimated. It would be better for all the elders to go together and descend the mountain. The sect master has suffered great losses, shaking the foundation. Even if I have to risk my life, I must capture the opponent, or how can I face the past sect masters of Tiandao sect?" After speaking, a powerful aura erupted, and Dong Lanji's figure suddenly soared into the air, turning into a stream of light heading straight down the mountain. Yang Chen and Chao Shuoxin, who had just robbed Tiandao sect, were extremely excited. Yang Chen was driving, while Chao Shuoxin held her backpack close, her eyes filled with contented happiness. "Master, this time we almost emptied all the rare treasures of Tiandao sect. They will surely be furious when they find out," Chao Shuoxin said gleefully, her eyes once again falling on the treasures in her backpack. The backpack contained various elixirs, herbs, and several ancient texts with complete inheritances, enough to make her cultivation smooth sailing. "Check my bag too, see if there's anything useful." Yang Chen brought his bag in front of Chao Shuoxin and said, "Sure." Chao Shuoxin gladly took the bag. Then came a series of exclamations and sighs from Chao Shuoxin. Meanwhile, Yang Chen drove swiftly, feeling that they were far from Tiandao sect. They stopped the car on the side of the road, then opened the packages and started dividing the loot. Yang Chen didn't understand much about the cultivation world, so he relied on Chao Shuoxin to identify the items. The main credit for this time's successful robbery of Tiandao sect belonged to Yang Chen, who paused time to carry out the theft smoothly. Following Yang Chen, Chao Shuoxin had tasted great benefits and did not deceive him, giving a simple introduction to all the items. "Master, you choose first," Chao Shuoxin said tactfully to Yang Chen. Yang Chen also didn't stand on ceremony, keeping the most valuable items that were useful to him and splitting the rest with Chao Shuoxin. Seeing Yang Chen's generosity, a look of astonishment appeared in Chao Shuoxin's eyes. "Thank you, master." In the midst of excitement, Chao Shuoxin hugged Yang Chen's neck and planted a kiss on his cheek. Alright, Yang Chen looked into Chao Shuoxin's excited eyes and said, you don't need to thank me. Although I don't quite understand your cultivation world, I do understand the principle of not biting off more than you can chew. Even though I have many things, they are not suitable for me to keep. They are of no use to me, but they might be useful to you, so just take whatever you need. However, suddenly, Yang Chen gave Chao Shuoxin a mischievous look and teasingly said, if you really want to thank me, why not offer something more substantial, like yourself? Master. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, Chao Shuoxin's face instantly turned red as she looked at him in embarrassment. She couldn't understand why such a powerful master would constantly have such lewd thoughts in his mind, which didn't match her impression of a respected expert. Master, I am your most beloved disciple, why do you always have such vulgar thoughts in your mind? If others find out, they might think you are a disciple of the demonic path. I never claimed to be a good person. Yang Chen rolled his eyes, moved closer to Chao Shuoxin, and mischievously said, you see, following me will bring you endless resources and benefits. If you join me, I will take care of you whenever we engage in such activities. I'm afraid that if I join you, you won't treat me as well in the future. Men like you are fickle and always desire what they can't have. Chao Shuoxin retorted. I am not that kind of person, Yang Chen said, picking up the book of the blood fusion technique and flipping through it. After a while, Yang Chen closed the book. He then looked at Chao Shuoxin with a serious expression and said, I want to cultivate this technique now, but I can't do it alone. I need your help. Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, Chao Shuoxin stopped what she was doing. Yang Chen continued, we are so familiar with each other, I don't want to force you, so I have made a decision to give you a choice. If you agree, stay by my side, and we will cultivate together. If you don't agree, then you can leave, I really have nothing more to teach you. After Yang Chen finished speaking, Chao Shuoxin's initially happy expression disappeared as she looked at him. Seeing Yang Chen's serious expression, she was shocked. Master, are you serious? Chao Shuoxin asked nervously. I am serious, Yang Chen nodded. Upon hearing this, Chao Shuoxin fell silent. She began to ponder, feeling conflicted, her face changing color constantly. Her fists clenched and relaxed repeatedly. Yang Chen remained silent. After a while, Chao Shuoxin made a decision. Blushing, she said to Yang Chen, well then. But, just as Chao Shuoxin agreed, she shyly stared at Yang Chen. But apart from cultivation, master, you can't touch me casually. After saying this, Chao Shuoxin's cheeks remained red all the way to her neck, unable to meet Yang Chen's eyes. Seeing Chao Shuoxin agree, Yang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, feeling happy again. He looked at Chao Shuoxin and said, am I really seen that way in your eyes? Yes, Chao Shuoxin's answer almost made Yang Chen spit blood. After teasing each other for a while, Yang Chen handed the blood fusion technique manual to Chao Shuoxin. He said, although this manual has some modern language annotations, I still can't understand it. I'm clueless about the acupoints, circulation, and other mentioned details. Can you help me with it? Chao Shuoxin took the manual, browsed through it, her expression turning serious. Master, upon careful examination of this technique, it surpasses any cultivation method I have ever known. It might even be considered a top-tier technique in the heavenly Tao sect, Chao Shuoxin said to Yang Chen. Otherwise, why would it be kept in the treasure trove and held in such high regard? Yang Chen smiled. Chao Shuoxin fell silent, then she earnestly studied the manual, explaining its contents to Yang Chen as she read. The secret manual was obscure and difficult to understand. The two of them studied it seriously, forgetting about time, and just parked the car by the roadside. Suddenly, a tremendous aura swept towards them at an extreme speed from afar. Both of them in the car were shocked by this powerful aura, their faces filled with astonishment. Not good, it must be people from the Tian Dao sect catching up, we need to go. Yang Chen's face changed as he said to Chao Shuoxin, about to start the car and leave. However, the next moment, a stunning figure suddenly appeared in front of the car. Seeing the woman in front of her, Chao Shuoxin's face instantly turned pale. After a moment of surprise, Yang Chen quickly calmed down. Master, it's the sect leader of the Tian Dao sect, Dong Lanji. Chao Shuoxin stared at the woman in front of her, her voice trembling, and said to Yang Chen in horror, what are you afraid of? Yang Chen said indifferently, hey, beautiful lady, why are you blocking the way? Are you attracted to my handsome face and want to take me up the mountain as your husband? Yang Chen opened the car window and teased Dong Lanji standing in front of the car. Dong Lanji, who was already embarrassed, upon hearing Yang Chen's words, instantly turned as cold as an eternal ice block. Even though separated by the car door, both Chao Shuoxin and Yang Chen couldn't help but feel a chill. Seeing Yang Chen, who seemed to be courting death, Chao Shuoxin quietly pulled his arm. She said, Master, if you want to die, don't drag me along. I heard that the sect leader of the Tian Dao sect has long achieved the golden core stage, mastering the ways of the world. Yang Chen was shocked and looked at Don Lanji in front of him with surprise. From Chao Shuoxin's previous explanation of his cultivation realm, Yang Chen understood that achieving the golden core stage was extremely difficult nowadays, requiring at least 100 years of effort. It was simply wishful thinking without such dedication. He had never expected that the woman in front of him, who looked to be in her 30s, was actually a golden core expert. What are you afraid of? I'm here. Yang Chen squeezed Chao Shuoxin's hand and comforted her. Get out of the car. Dong Lanji scrutinized the two young people in front of her, frowned, then with a cold face, said to the two in the car. Just now, through her spiritual sense, she had already sensed a familiar fluctuation in the car, confirming that these two were the thieves who had raided the Tian Dao sect. However, in such close observation, Dong Lanji only felt a slight spiritual fluctuation on the young girl beside her, while the young man was just an ordinary person. Such strength was nothing compared to the feat of raiding the Tian Dao sect. It was simply a delusion. Based on what? Yang Chen looked at Dong Lanji brazenly and said, just because you're a beauty doesn't mean you can order people around. Yang Chen's frivolous words made Dong Lanji frown directly. Suppressing the urge to kill, she said to Yang Chen, I suspect that there are items stolen from my sect in your car. After I check and confirm your innocence, I will let you leave. Stolen items? There are only 2 people in my car. If you want to take me back as your husband, just say so. I would be delighted to have a beauty like you, but to be honest, you look even more beautiful in clothes, ethereal and graceful, like a celestial being descending to earth. Just as he finished speaking, Yang Chen realized he had spoken too much and quickly covered his mouth. As expected, after Yang Chen's words, Dong Lanji's expression changed drastically. It's you! Dong Lanji looked at Yang Chen, her eyes filled with killing intent, gritting her teeth. In an instant, Yang Chen felt the sky darken, and a bone-chilling cold enveloped him, making him shiver involuntarily. Shocked and frightened, Yang Chen quickly commanded the system, pause time. Ding! System prompt, current time has been paused. The system quickly responded to Yang Chen's command, and suddenly the whole world fell silent again. Yang Chen then returned to normal. Calming down, Yang Chen got out of the car and looked at the enraged beauty in front of him. Truly worthy of being the sect leader of beauties, even your anger has a unique charm. Yang Chen touched the cold and elegant cheek, clicking his tongue. After taking advantage of the slender waist, Yang Chen found himself in a dilemma as he gazed at the beauty in front of him. Despite their past relationship, Yang Chen couldn't bring himself to act ruthlessly. With a mischievous smile on his lips, Yang Chen kissed her and said, Beauty, if you lose your temper like this again, I won't be so polite next time. After getting into the car, Yang Chen drove away. Without any rest along the way, he returned to the city area and then released the time pause. At the moment Yang Chen released the time pause, Dong Lanji, hundreds of kilometers away, also resumed her actions. Just as she was about to make a move, she suddenly realized that the 2 young people in front of her were nowhere to be seen. Where are they? Did they run away? Dong Lanji's face showed a hint of confusion, then she followed the direction of the tire tracks. She chased all the way to the side of the national highway, but still couldn't find any trace of Yang Chen, her expression becoming extremely serious. As a dignified golden core realm cultivator, she let 2 people slip away without a sound right under her nose, a sense of horror that only she could understand. Back in the city area, Yang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Shuixan, seeing herself suddenly appearing in the city area, looked at Yang Chen in shock, knowing that Yang Chen must have used the laws of time again. Thank goodness you were here, or I would have been in big trouble today. Xiao Shuixan patted her chest, still trembling. Look at you, so timid, daring to rob the Heaven's Gate, TSK. Yang Chen looked disdainfully at Xiao Shuixan, coldly snorting. Do you think everyone wants a master as twisted as you? Let alone me, I dare say that in the entire Tianhai city, few would dare challenge that sect leader. Can you blame them? Xiao Shuixan rolled her eyes, angrily retorting. After checking the contents of her backpack, seeing that everything was still there, Xiao Shuixan finally relaxed completely. This trip was full of surprises but ended safely, and she made a big profit. Yang Chen drove around looking for a place to eat. After spending so much time in the deep mountains and forests, both mentally and physically exhausted, returning to the city area was a relief. Master, I know a place that's especially delicious, let me take you there. Xiao Shuixan said to Yang Chen. Okay. Yang Chen smiled. Because the shop Xiao Shuixan mentioned wasn't far, but it was in an alley that was narrow and inconvenient for driving, Yang Chen parked the car at the intersection and the two walked there. As the two passed through a deserted alley, suddenly an inexplicable sense of death threat arose in Yang Chen's heart, his face turning pale in an instant. Be careful! Chao Shui-Xian also felt it and immediately warned Yang Chen. Almost as soon as Chao Shui-Xian's words fell, an old man suddenly appeared ghostly in front of them, striking towards them with a palm. Chao Shui-Xian instinctively raised her hand to meet the attack. In an instant, she felt a huge force penetrating her body through her palm, causing her internal organs to ache as if they were exploding. With a bang, Chao Shui-Xian's body flew out and hit the railing nearby. The old man who succeeded in his attack ignored Chao Shui-Xian and just stared at Yang Chen with sharp eyes. A strong aura emanated from the old man, making one's heart palpitate. Under this suffocating pressure, Yang Chen's face turned pale. Feeling as if a huge rock was pressing down on him, making it hard for him to breathe, his body involuntarily kept retreating under the pressure. Master, be careful, the opponent has definitely reached the foundation building realm. Chao Shui-Xian, lying on the side, spat out blood, shouting in alarm. The old man cast a sidelong glance at Chao Shuixin, a hint of appreciation in his icy gaze, and said, although the young girl's strength is humble, her insight is quite good. She actually saw through my realm in one go. Truly formidable. After speaking, the old man's gaze shifted back to Yang Chen, his expression extremely cold, tinged with mockery. Thought your cultivation was so high, only to find out you're just an ordinary person. How could you possibly defeat my young master? The old man looked down on Yang Chen contemptuously, his arrogance making him seem like he was looking at an ant. This old man was Tang Lao, sent by Zhou Tai to test Yang Chen, but the results of the test left him disappointed. Young master? Hearing the old man's words, Yang Chen's eyes turned cold. He never expected a foundation establishment cultivator to resort to such despicable sneak attacks, catching him off guard. Seeing Chao Shuixin lying pale and coughing blood beside him, a fierce glint flashed in Yang Chen's eyes. The young master you mentioned, is it Zhou Jianping? Yang Chen recalled the person he had fought with and concluded that only the Zhou family, known for cultivation, could produce such a skilled individual. Your memory serves you well, but have you ever considered that you might also face humiliation for insulting my young master in the past? The old man chuckled coldly, his aura growing stronger, locking onto Yang Chen firmly. In that moment, Yang Chen felt as though invisible shackles bound his entire body, unable to even take a simple step. Staring at the old man before him, a surge of anger flashed through Yang Chen as he said in a low voice, so, you're just a lapdog of the Zhou family. Are you here today to avenge that useless Zhou Jianping? Do you intend to kill me? A hint of sarcasm crossed Yang Chen's lips as his voice grew colder. Lapdog? A flash of killing intent passed over the old man's face, looking at Yang Chen as if he were already dead. No one had dared to insult him like this in all these years. Boy, your arrogance will cost you dearly. The old man's eyes gleamed with cold light, brimming with killing intent. Suddenly, Yang Chen smiled, casting a disdainful glance at the old man and asked, if I were truly just an ordinary person, would I be doomed today? Even if you have some skills, it's like an insect shaking a tree. No one can save you today. The old man spoke coldly. With a step forward, the earth trembled, and a heavy pressure descended upon Yang Chen like a mountain. Struggling, Yang Chen made his way to Chao Shuixin, taking her small hand in his. The old man saw this scene, but to him, Yang Chen was just struggling in vain, and he did not intervene. Remembering Yang Chen's insults earlier, the old man intended to make him suffer before ending his life. Master, please escape, don't mind me. Chao Shuixin, struggling to breathe under the oppressive force, coughed up blood again, weakly urging Yang Chen to leave. Have you forgotten your master's abilities? Yang Chen smirked mischievously at Chao Shuixin. System, rewind time by 10 minutes. Yang Chen's lips moved silently as he commanded. Ding! System prompt, time is rewinding. With the system's voice, a colorful and mysterious light intertwined in the world, and the scene began to rewind, stopping 10 minutes earlier. Ding! System prompt, time has been rewound by 10 minutes. The system's voice sounded, and time froze 10 minutes earlier. As time rewound successfully by 10 minutes, Chao Shuixin's previously severe injuries instantly reversed, leaving her unscathed. Chao Shuixin, held by Yang Chen, remained unaffected by the time reversal, the memories of the recent events still vivid in her mind. Master, is all of this real? Chao Shuixin touched her intact body, looking at the two standing at the alley entrance in horror, and asked, is it true? Yang Chen nodded seriously, of course it's true. We were indeed ambushed just now, and you were injured, but I used the rules of time to make time flow backward, so your injuries have returned to before you were hurt, but your memory is still intact due to my deliberate manipulation. Yang Chen patiently explained to Chao Shuixin. It took a while for Chao Shuixin to recover from the shock, her eyes staring at Yang Chen with a mix of horror and fervor. Yang Chen's ability once again deeply shook her soul. She knew what having this kind of control over time meant. It meant immortality. As long as she stayed by Yang Chen's side, her future achievements would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Thinking of this, Chao Shuoxin's eyes lit up with excitement. I must seize this opportunity firmly, or I will regret it for the rest of my life, Chao Shuoxin silently admonished herself, harboring no resentment towards Yang Chen's request for dual cultivation. Yang Chen glanced at Chao Shuoxin, pointed not far ahead at the alley entrance, and said coldly, "That old guy is just ahead. I'll go kill that old dog first." Chao Shuoxin hesitated for a moment, then earnestly reminded Yang Chen, "Master, be careful." After taking the sharp knife from Chao Shuoxin, Yang Chen gave her a reassuring look, then activated the time pause. Returning to the alley, Yang Chen searched around and indeed found the old man standing with his hands behind his back by a tree at the roadside. "No wonder I couldn't see anything just now, turns out you, old dog, were standing quite high up there." Yang Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Glancing coldly at the old man on the tree, Yang Chen kicked him down with one foot, then jumped down and stabbed the old man in the heart. After pulling out the knife, Yang Chen, still wary of the old man's strength, made another cut on his neck. After cleaning up the scene, Yang Chen appeared next to Chao Shuoxin. "Resume time pause," Yang Chen said to the system. Ding dong, system prompt, time pause has been lifted. Time began to flow again. Yang Chen glanced at Chao Shuoxin beside him and said, "Let's go." Looking at Yang Chen in astonishment, Chao Shuoxin tentatively asked, "Master, what about that old dog?" "Taken care of," Yang Chen said indifferently. A hint of shock appeared in Chao Shuoxin's eyes, increasingly aware of the power and strangeness of Yang Chen's time rules. The two drove away from the alley towards another location. On the way, Chao Shuoxin frowned and asked Yang Chen, "Master, leaving that old dog there like that, won't it raise suspicions?" Yang Chen thought for a moment and affirmed, "Don't worry, there's no surveillance around, and besides, I reversed time, so no one will know we were there. When I killed that old dog, it was done entirely in a time-stopped state, leaving no evidence of my presence." Hearing Yang Chen's words, Chao Shuoxin's suspended heart finally settled. The two chose a high-end hotel. In the private room, Yang Chen handed the menu to Chao Shuoxin, saying, "Order whatever you like. You've worked hard for so long, it's time to treat ourselves." "Then I won't hold back." Chao Shuoxin glanced provocatively at Yang Chen and proceeded to order all the signature dishes on the menu. She knew Yang Chen's identity and that he didn't lack money. Most importantly, Chao Shuoxin was in a very good mood at the moment, naturally having a big appetite. After Chao Shuoxin finished ordering, Yang Chen ordered a few more items. Before long, the large round table in front of them was filled with dishes. Chao Shuoxin opened a bottle of wine, filled both glasses, raised hers, and said to Yang Chen, "Master, I toast to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gained so many benefits, let alone access to the cultivation resources of the Tian Dao sect." Yang Chen chuckled, raised his glass and clinked it with Chao Shuoxin's, taking a sip, while Chao Shuoxin finished hers in one go. Just as she finished, Chao Shuoxin refilled her glass, then looked at Yang Chen, who still had more than half a glass left, with a pitiful expression. "I have to drive later, can't drink too much," Yang Chen explained. "Besides, I'm not like you, I can't handle much alcohol." Looking seriously at Yang Chen's expression, Chao Shuoxin didn't say anything, raised her glass again, and said to Yang Chen, "The second cup is to thank Master for saving my life. If it weren't for you, I would have died at the hands of that old dog." Chao Shuoxin finished her drink again. With 2 cups down, Chao Shuoxin's cheeks were already rosy, but her mind was clear. Yang Chen also took a small sip. Then Chao Shuoxin refilled her glass, clinked it with Yang Chen again. "This cup is to thank Master for sparing my life when we first met. Although Master, you were just lusting after my beauty, but since you've been nice to me, I forgive you," Chao Shuoxin said generously, finishing her drink once more. After 3 cups of wine, Chao Shuoxin loosened up and indulged in the feast. Yang Chen naturally didn't hold back either. After running around outside for so long, both of them had been surviving on fast food, their mouths long devoid of taste. Now faced with a variety of delicious dishes, there was no dignity left to speak of. "Master, try this, it's delicious." Chao Shuoxin handed a shelled crab to Yang Chen, flattering him. Yang Chen glanced deeply at Chao Shuoxin, took it, tasted it, and indeed it was good. Then Chao Shuoxin began to serve Yang Chen dishes actively, even removing the shells from some seafood before placing them in Yang Chen's plate. In return, Yang Chen also attentively handled some ingredients for Chao Shuoxin. "Master, meeting you is truly my great fortune. If it weren't for you, I'd probably still be a wandering killer." Chao Shuoxin gazed at Yang Chen affectionately. "Isn't it? Meeting a master like me, you've hit the jackpot." Yang Chen smirked shamelessly. Chao Shuoxin's cheeks suddenly blushed a bit. She glanced shyly at Yang Chen, refilled her glass. After finishing the full glass, her gaze towards Yang Chen became more affectionate. By now, Chao Shuoxin had already drunk quite a bit. Even though she had a good tolerance, she was feeling a bit dizzy now. Looking at Yang Chen's somewhat handsome face, the more she looked, the more pleasing it became. Suddenly, Chao Shuoxin's cheeks blushed a bit more. "Master, do you really want to sleep with me?" Chao Shuoxin lowered her voice suddenly and asked Yang Chen. Yang Chen paused, his eyes revealing a hint of mischief, teasing, "Why not? Your master never makes a losing deal." Hearing Yang Chen's words, Chao Shuoxin was stunned for a moment, took a deep breath, as if she had made a certain decision. Blushing, she looked at Yang Chen and said, "Master, take me tonight." Surprised by Chao Shuoxin's initiative on this matter, Yang Chen was taken aback. But after a moment's thought, he understood Chao Shuoxin's intentions. Chao Shuoxin had already agreed to assist him in practicing the blood fusion technique, and the two of them would inevitably engage in that during the practice. Having known Chao Shuoxin for so long, Yang Chen had a rough idea of her personality. On the surface, this woman was carefree, but she was still a bit shy about that matter. With a foundation in place, they would avoid many troubles during their practice. Thinking of this, Yang Chen lifted Chao Shuoxin's chin, looked at the shyness on her face, and said, "Alright, I couldn't ask for more." Being teased by Yang Chen like this, Chao Shuoxin instinctively moved her body away from him. After downing another glass of wine to bolster her courage, she approached Yang Chen again, with a hazy gaze, and said, "Actually, master, you're quite handsome. Although you are quite cunning and have a dirty mind, I still think you are a good person. It's not a loss to be with you." Hearing this, Yang Chen's expression instantly turned grim. Apparently, he was seen in such a despicable light in this woman's eyes. A hint of playfulness flashed in his eyes as Yang Chen suddenly pinched Chao Shuoxin's waist and wickedly said, "Dare to speak ill of your master? Watch how I'll deal with you later." Chao Shuoxin exclaimed in shock, looking at Yang Chen with embarrassment. Seeing Chao Shuoxin's tipsy and shy appearance before him, Yang Chen couldn't help but feel moved. They had almost finished eating. Yang Chen couldn't help but say to Chao Shuoxin, "Good disciple, let's go." Near the hotel where Gao Mano was staying, Gao Mano and Cici were eating barbecue at a street stall. "Sis, how far have you and Yang Chen progressed?" Cici teased as she held a skewer of barbecue, eating and teasing Gao Mano. Mentioning Yang Chen, Gao Mano's interest suddenly waned a bit. "Don't mention him. This guy hasn't contacted me first in these 2 days," Gao Mano said irritably. Taking a sip of beer in front of her, Gao Mano thought of Yang Chen and gritted her teeth in anger. "Really?" Cici probed. "I thought you two were getting along well before? The way you looked at each other, it made me a bit jealous." Seeing Gao Mano's angry expression, Cici chuckled and said, "Maybe your husband is just busy these days." "Busy with what?" Gao Mano retorted directly. Remembering the scene of seeing Yang Chen with Kai Jinlin before, her face darkened a bit. Even if he's busy, he should have time to reply to a message. "I sent him several messages today, and it's as if he didn't see any of them, not a single word in reply. I bet he's having a great time with that beauty right now." Seeing Gao Mano's resentful expression, Cici burst into laughter. Handing a plate of barbecue to Gao Mano, she said, "Come on, eat something to calm down. Pretend this barbecue is your husband, take a bite and vent your anger." Glancing at the plate of barbecue, Gao Mano picked it up directly and took a fierce bite, feeling somewhat relieved. At that moment, a young man with tattoos on his arm and red hair wrapped around a woman walked towards them, followed by 2 henchmen. "Brother Hu, this place is the best barbecue restaurant in the area." One of the henchmen following behind was introducing enthusiastically. "Is it?" Brother Hu, the tattooed man, glanced at the barbecue restaurant in front of him and walked towards a table. As the woman passed by Gao Mano's table, her arm accidentally knocked over the plate in front of Gao Mano. Bang! The plate of barbecue in front of Gao Mano, along with the uneaten pieces, fell to the ground. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Can't you walk properly?" Cici stood up instantly and shouted at the woman. But when she saw 3 men accompanying the woman, one of them looking shifty, Cici's momentum weakened. "Who can't walk properly?" The woman was scolded by Cici, her face instantly darkened, pointing at Cici sternly, a hint of anger flashing across her face. At the same time, Brother Hu, who was holding the woman, also turned cold. Gao Mano stood up, looking at the 4 people in front of her. The woman was dressed provocatively, with heavy makeup on her face, looking decent, while the other 3 men beside her clearly had a streetwise air about them. However, Gao Mano was feeling annoyed at the moment, too preoccupied to care about that. Seeing Cici being scolded, the anger in her heart flared up. Gao Mano looked at them and said, "Who knocked over my plate? Who can't see? Compensate." Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a burst of arrogant laughter rang out. Tiger Brother pulled the woman behind him and teasingly looked at the 2 younger brothers in front of him, saying, "Brothers, did you hear that? They actually want me to compensate?" The 2 younger brothers laughed upon hearing Tiger Brother's words. "Tiger Brother, are these 2 blind? Tiger Brother, how long have you been in this business? When have you ever compensated anyone? The two younger brothers chimed in. Clearly, you deliberately blocked the path for our sister-in-law, and now you have the audacity to ask Tiger Brother for compensation. Ladies, are you here to joke around? One of the younger brothers laughed as he looked at Gao Mano and Cici, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Gao Mano and Cici were both beauties on the outside, especially Gao Mano, a stunning beauty. Even Tiger Brother couldn't help but be amazed by the sight of the two. Yes, you deliberately blocked my way and scared me. It's your turn to compensate, the woman said, her eyes gleaming, as she arrogantly addressed Gao Mano and Cici. In an instant, Gao Mano and Cici were infuriated. Especially Cici, pointing at the four people who were twisting the facts. She was so angry that she couldn't speak for a while. Have you no shame? Gao Mano snorted coldly, glaring angrily at the four people in front of her who were looking smug, and said coldly, this is clearly the dining area, and you bumped into us, yet you demand compensation from us? With that, Gao Mano looked towards the owner nearby, hoping he would speak up for justice. However, the owner recognized Tiger Brother, who was well known in the area for his shady dealings, and being a small business owner, he didn't dare to get involved. Awkwardly looking at Gao Mano, the owner said, I'm sorry, miss, I was busy just now and didn't see anything. After that, the owner smiled apologetically and went to the table to clean up the mess on the floor. Then, taking the opportunity to lower his voice, he said to Gao Mano, Miss, listen to me, this Tiger Brother is not a good person, we can't afford to provoke him. Then the owner just left with the tray. The owner's fear made Tiger Brother and his companions even more smug. Don't waste my time, compensate my wife for the scare, 1,000 yuan. Tiger Brother glared menacingly at Gao Mano and Cici, saying, if you don't have the money, leave your phone number or WeChat, we'll talk about compensation later. Tiger Brother. The woman beside him saw Tiger Brother flirting with someone else and a hint of unease flashed across her face. She pinched Tiger Brother's waist hard, making him grimace in pain. No. Compensation must be made now. The woman looked at Gao Mano and Cici and said. Suddenly, she looked down at her clothes and saw an oil stain on them. Her eyes lit up, and she said, you've dirted my clothes, you have to compensate me for that too. Hearing the woman's words, Tiger Brother looked down at her clothes, his face turning cold, and echoed, you dirted my wife's clothes, you must compensate, or else no one is leaving today. With a cold snort from Tiger Brother, the two younger brothers immediately surrounded Gao Mano and Cici, looking malicious. Seeing the other side's aggressive stance, Cici furrowed her brows, feeling uneasy. Gao Mano also realized that the current situation was not in their favor. After all, they were two women, and if it came to a confrontation, they were no match for the others. But Gao Mano couldn't swallow this insult. Why should we? Gao Mano stubbornly said. Just because I have a big fist. What? You got a problem with that? Tiger Brother clenched his fist, waving it in front of Gao Mano, his eyes insolently sizing her up. Seeing the situation slipping out of their control, Cici's heart was in turmoil. She grabbed Gao Mano's hand and said, Sis, should we call my husband? Can he come? Gao Mano instinctively said, her face hesitant. Now is the time to call him. If he doesn't come, we'll just kick them out. What's the point of a man who doesn't come to the rescue at a critical moment like this? She snorted. Seeing Gao Mano still hesitating, she snatched Gao Mano's phone. Meanwhile, Yang Chen and Chao Shuoxin had already returned to the hotel. Facing each other, Chao Shuoxin nervously said, Master, I'm nervous. Although she had already made up her mind, Chao Shuoxin felt nervous and wanted to back out at the critical moment. Yang Chen chuckled, good disciple, no need to be nervous, master will be gentle. Chao Shuoxin didn't say anything more, just closed her eyes. Seeing this, Yang Chen was about to act. But at that moment, a phone rang. Master, your phone is ringing, Chao Shuoxin said without opening her eyes. Yang Chen frowned. He picked up the phone and saw it was Gao Mano calling. Brother-in-law, something bad happened, my sister and I are being bullied by hooligans, Shishi's anxious voice came through as soon as the call connected. In an instant, Yang Chen's face turned extremely grim. Where? Yang Chen asked directly. After she gave the location, Yang Chen hung up. Chao Shuoxin opened her eyes and seeing Yang Chen's cold expression, she knew something was wrong. She tentatively asked, what's wrong? A friend of mine is in trouble, I need to leave for a while, Yang Chen explained. Master, I'll go with you. Chao Shuoxin shook her head, clearing her mind a bit, and said to Yang Chen. Forget it, I'll go alone. You have trouble walking now, it would be a hindrance if you come with me, that I'll wait for you here, master. Chao Shuoxin looked shyly at Yang Chen. Our matter can wait, you take it easy for now, come back in a couple of days. Yang Chen comforted Chao Shuoxin, then walked towards the door. As he stepped out of the guest room, Yang Chen immediately activated time pause. Driving to the place where Gao Mano and Shishi were in trouble, Yang Chen lifted the time pause. Mano, Shishi. Getting out of the car, he walked a few steps to where Gao Mano and Shishi were, relieved to see the two women unharmed. Turning to the four who had troubled Gao Mano and Shishi, Yang Chen's expression instantly turned icy. You're the ones bullying my women? Yang Chen's eyes were sharp as knives, staring straight at Tiger. From the moment Yang Chen appeared, Tiger's eyes had been fixed on him without wavering. That black supercar was obviously an expensive luxury car, something that someone without status couldn't afford. Having been on the streets for so long, Tiger knew very well that those who could afford such a luxury car were not the kind of people he, a small-time thug, could mess with. But to back down in front of his woman and his men in front of Yang Chen was a blow to his pride. So Tiger earnestly said to Yang Chen, "Brother, your woman dirted my woman's clothes, we just want her to compensate, isn't that fair?" Ha! As Tiger's words fell, Shishi pointed at Tiger, angrily saying, "She clearly knocked over our plates, not only did she not admit it, she's turning the tables, do you have no shame?" Seeing Yang Chen arrive, Shishi's courage grew. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Yang Chen gave Gao Mano and Shishi a reassuring look, then walked up to Tiger, playfully chuckled. "So you say my woman's plate touched your woman's clothes, right?" "Yes," Tiger said in a deep voice. Staring at Tiger in front of him, a cold smile flashed across Yang Chen's lips. Suddenly, Yang Chen grabbed a plate of barbecue from the table and viciously smashed it on Tiger's head. With a loud bang, the barbecue in the plate covered Tiger's face. "You want us to compensate, right? Fine, then I'll compensate for your medical expenses too." Yang Chen's lips curled cruelly, his face icy as he looked at Tiger. No one expected Yang Chen to suddenly erupt. Not only were Hugo and the others caught off guard, even Gao Mano and Shishi were dumbfounded. Seeing their leader being hit, the woman beside them instinctively screamed and retreated to the back. After a brief moment of confusion, the two younger brothers charged towards Yang Chen. "How dare you hit our big brother, you're asking for death," one of them roared. As the two approached, Yang Chen sneered and silently said to himself, "System, pause time." In an instant, the whole world came to a halt. Staring at the two brothers charging towards him, Yang Chen grabbed a nearby chair and smashed it over one of their heads. Then, he grabbed another chair, appeared in front of the other brother, and repeated the action. "System, resume time pause," Yang Chen commanded. Ding, the system has resumed time pause. With the crisp sound of the system, two muffled thuds rang out simultaneously, and the two aggressive brothers instantly fell to the ground, clutching their heads in agony, looking at each other in horror. How is this possible? Hugo and the woman beside him watched the unbelievable scene in front of them, utterly shocked. Just moments ago, they had been staring intently at Yang Chen, with a hint of a cold smile on their lips, as if they had already envisioned the scene of the man coming forward being beaten down by their younger brothers. But now, their two brothers were lying on the ground, moaning in pain. "Hugo, what? What just happened?" The woman fearfully grabbed Hu Ji's arm, her voice trembling. At that moment, Hugo was equally horrified, staring in astonishment at the slender young man beside him. Although he didn't understand what had happened, Hugo was certain that the strangeness before him was related to the young man. "Was it you?" Hugo asked tentatively, his eyes revealing a hint of horror. "You wanted us to compensate, didn't you?" Yang Chen coldly faced Hugo, lifted another chair, and slowly walked towards him. "We'll compensate, including medical expenses or cremation costs, how about that?" Seeing the cold smile on Yang Chen's lips, Hugo suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Perhaps feeling embarrassed that their leader had retreated in front of the young man, Hugo was both terrified and filled with anger. As he looked at Yang Chen, his gaze turned fierce. "Kid, no matter how sinister you are, you have to die now." Hugo grinned wickedly, grabbed a nearby chair, and charged towards Yang Chen. At a critical moment, Yang Chen once again used the time system to dodge Hu Ji's attack. When time returned to normal, Hugo, like the previous brothers, was left bloodied and beaten. Feeling the dizzying pain in his head, Hugo was filled with horror. Just a moment ago, he hadn't even had time to react before being struck by the other party. This inexplicable and ghostly method had completely scared him. Trembling, he looked at Yang Chen, who was now smiling coldly, and said in a shaky voice, "I'm sorry, brother, it's my fault, we won't compensate, we won't." Giving Hugo a cold look, Yang Chen took a step forward, causing Hugo to instinctively step back, his face grim as he stared at Yang Chen, afraid that he would be beaten again without warning. "You say you don't want to, so you don't want to? I'm just getting started, you're done playing? Don't you think it's too late?" Yang Chen said coldly. Gao Mano and Shishi also recovered from the shocking scene. Seeing the three men who had been so arrogant before now bloodied and beaten, they looked at Yang Chen in horror. Shishi glanced at Yang Chen in confusion. Although Gao Mano was surprised, she wasn't overly shocked. She had long been familiar with Yang Chen's methods. Frowning at the three men whose faces were blurred by blood, Gao Mano walked up to Yang Chen and said, "Yang Chen, let it go, don't make a big fuss." Those three men, upon hearing Gao Mano's words, immediately began pleading with her and Shishi, "Two beautiful ladies, forgive us, we were wrong, please spare us. I'm willing to compensate, I'll cover all the losses, please spare us." After finishing his words, Brother Hu even dragged a woman in front of Gao Mano, shouting, "You caused all this trouble, if you two ladies don't let me go, you won't have a good life either. Apologize now." Brother Hu slapped the woman across the face, making her cry instantly. "Please, spare us, we won't dare to do it again." The woman was trembling all over, covering her face, pleading. Gao Mano and Shishi couldn't bear to see the scene before them. Despite their anger, seeing blood now shed and the other party having paid the price, Gao Mano felt the anger in her heart dissipate. "Yang Chen, let it go," Gao Mano said again. Staring coldly at the four people in front of her, Yang Chen said, "Next time you bully someone, be more careful, don't always act so arrogantly. Compensate the losses to the boss, and you can leave." "Yes." Brother Hu and his companions finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Boss, the bill," Gao Mano called out to the boss hiding inside. The boss nervously approached, his gaze shifting between Brother Hu and Yang Chen, his expression complex. Brother Hu was a local tough guy he couldn't afford to offend, and Yang Chen drove a luxury car worth at least several million, his identity definitely not simple either. Moreover, the boss, with his broad experience, naturally guessed that Yang Chen was no ordinary person. Caught in the middle of these two sides, the boss was in a dilemma. "No need, miss, consider this meal on me, my treat," the boss said awkwardly. "That won't do," Gao Mano said seriously to the boss. "We're not the kind of people who dine and dash, and tally up their losses, settle that too." Seeing the boss hesitating, Brother Hu beside him was getting impatient. He just wanted to quickly get away from Yang Chen, the jinx. He didn't dare to wait for the boss to drag things out. "I'll pay 4,000 for these chairs and barbecue, no need to look further," Brother Hu said, opening his phone and scanning the QR code at the door. Soon a message of 4,000 paid popped up. "Brother, can we go now?" After compensating, Brother Hu looked nervously at Yang Chen and asked. "You can leave," Yang Chen said coldly. Brother Hu, with the woman and his two companions, nodded and bowed to Yang Chen before quickly disappearing from his sight. "The matter is resolved, let's go," Yang Chen smiled at Gao Mano. "Wow, brother-in-law, you're amazing, was all that just now you're doing?" Shishi hesitated for a moment, grabbed Yang Chen's arm, admiration shining in her eyes, and asked. Facing Shishi's questioning, Yang Chen just smiled mysteriously and said, "Guess. Nothing special." Shishi pouted, feeling snubbed. With the matter settled, Yang Chen looked at Gao Mano and said, "Let's go." "But we haven't eaten enough yet," Gao Mano hesitated. Seeing this, the boss quickly said, "It's okay, you three keep eating, today's on me, let's consider it making new friends." Before the three could object, the boss shouted inside, and a waiter hurried out, tidying up outside, while Yang Chen and the others were invited inside the shop by the boss. Faced with the boss's hospitality, the three couldn't refuse. Soon, barbecue was served on the table, and Shishi and Gao Mano began to enjoy the meal. "Try this barbecue place is very famous around here." Gao Mano handed a skewer of barbecue to Yang Chen, saying. Yang Chen took it, tasted it, and indeed, the flavor was excellent. On the side, Shishi watched the two of them, silent for a moment, then asked Yang Chen, "Brother-in-law, why don't you get closer to my sister no matter what? I heard my sister say that you've been neglecting her lately. Do you have any ulterior motives?" Shishi looked at Yang Chen seriously, her brows furrowed, and warned, "Yang Chen, if you dare to hurt my sister, I won't let you off easily." Seeing Shishi's pretended fierceness, Yang Chen chuckled. Apologetically, he looked at Gao Mano and said, "I'm sorry, I've been really busy lately, just went on a trip again, so I didn't have time to contact you." "Really?" Gao Mano stared into Yang Chen's eyes and asked, "Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, ask at the company. I've been so busy these days that I haven't even been to the office." Seeing Yang Chen's sincere expression, Gao Mano quickly understood. Handing a few skewers of barbecue to Shishi, he said, "See, I told you Yang Chen must have had something going on, you were suspicious all day." "Sis, you didn't say that just now." Shishi looked at Gao Mano in surprise. Before she could say anything, Gao Mano quickly picked up a skewer of barbecue and stuffed it into Shishi's mouth. "Can't even shut your mouth while eating?" Gao Mano glared at Shishi, who felt wronged and could only vent all her grievances on the barbecue in front of her. Watching the two girls playfully, Yang Chen's mood was also good. After finishing the barbecue, Yang Chen sent the two back to the hotel. Yang Chen followed the two girls inside, then sat on the sofa. Gao Mano handed a bottle of fruit juice to Yang Chen, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Yang Chen, promise me, don't be so violent in the face of such situations in the future." You always resort to violence, it's not good. Sis, if it weren't for brother-in-law just now, we wouldn't have gotten away so easily. Evil must be met with evil. Dealing with scum like that doesn't require sympathy. She defended Yang Chen on the side. Shut up. Gao Mano scolded Shishi, then continued to say to Yang Chen, I know you're doing it for our own good. I know you're not an ordinary person, but give yourself less trouble, it's always better. Seeing Gao Mano's worried expression, Yang Chen embraced her and said softly, okay, I'll listen to you. Shishi, feeling uncomfortable watching the intimate scene between the two, took the initiative to say goodbye and slinked back to her room. Then, it was time for the two of them to enjoy their happy time together. With everything settled, Yang Chen also had some free time. Unable to resist the urging from Kai Jin Lin, Yang Chen had to come to the company. Chao Shuoxin, having nothing to do, also followed Yang Chen to the company in the guise of a personal bodyguard. As soon as they entered the company, Yang Chen heard a lot of discussions in the lobby. I didn't expect the female lead of the new online drama to be Sun Jingya. Why her? Exactly, we have plenty of people in our company with better qualifications than her. Even if the company wants to cultivate new talent, it shouldn't be her turn. I bet she got the lead role through some backstage dealings with the higher-ups. Hearing the surrounding discussions, Yang Chen frowned slightly and cleared his throat. At the sound of the cough, several people turned to look in Yang Chen's direction, and upon seeing the chairman, their faces instantly showed a hint of panic. Hello, chairman. The few people greeted Yang Chen, no longer daring to discuss Sun Jingya's matter. Just then, Sun Jingya appeared in the lobby. When she saw Yang Chen, she smiled brightly. Chairman Yang, it's been so long since I've seen you. You still look spirited as ever, and your figure is still great. Sun Jingya walked up to Yang Chen, smiling. Seeing Sun Jingya, the others' expressions turned sour again, but out of respect for Yang Chen, they didn't dare to show it too obviously. Taking in the gazes of the people around her, Sun Jingya didn't care at all. She glanced at Yang Chen lovingly, lowered her voice next to him, and said, Thank you, General Yang. Her beautiful eyes looked at Yang Chen affectionately. Your gratitude seems insincere. Are you planning to just thank me verbally? Yang Chen teased Sun Jingya, whispering. Sun Jingya chuckled and looked meaningfully at Yang Chen, saying, How about I treat General Yang to dinner that night and properly thank you then? It's a deal, Yang Chen agreed directly. After receiving Yang Chen's confirmation, Sun Jingya exchanged a few more words with him, then provocatively glanced at the people around her before leaving triumphantly. Sun Jingya's smug expression was noticed by others, making them feel uncomfortable. Watching Sun Jingya's graceful departure, jealousy filled the eyes of everyone. Yang Zishi stood in the corner, witnessing the ambiguous scene between Yang Chen and Sun Jingya, a hint of unwillingness flashing in her eyes. During that audition, she was the first to establish a connection with Yang Chen, yet Sun Jingya had beaten her to it. If given another chance, Yang Zishi would have unhesitatingly asked Yang Chen out before Sun Jingya. As she watched Yang Chen walking towards the elevator, two bright lights flickered in Yang Zishi's eyes. I now live next door to General Yang and have also met his sister. I still have a chance. Yang Zishi whispered to herself. Ever since she found out that Yang Chen lived next door, Yang Zishi had used various reasons to visit his home openly. With her sweet appearance and approachable demeanor, Yang Zishi and Yang Ning had a brief conversation, leaving a good impression on each other. Chao Shuoxin, who had been silent, entered the elevator with Yang Chen and rolled her eyes at him, asking, Master, do you have a thing with that woman just now? My personal matters are none of your concern, Yang Chen replied firmly. Chao Shuoxin just snorted, already labeling Yang Chen as a womanizer in her mind. Upon entering the office and seeing Yang Chen's spacious and luxurious office, Chao Shuoxin's eyes lit up. Master, your office is amazing, even more luxurious than the hotel I stayed in, Chao Shuoxin exclaimed in surprise. Having been in the industry for so long, Chao Shuoxin had a keen eye for luxury and immediately recognized the expensive decorations in Yang Chen's office. Not to mention the painting hanging on the wall, which was undoubtedly a masterpiece worth millions, and the ebony pen holder on the desk, which was priceless. As the chairman, how can I not display some items to showcase my status? Yang Chen straightened his back, exuding the aura of a successful person, and chuckled. Are you not afraid of spending money on these things? Chao Shuoxin retorted, rolling her eyes. Chao Shuoxin was well informed about Yang Chen's background and knew that this company was a gift from the Kai family to Yang Chen, so he didn't have to pay for the items in the office. It's also a kind of ability, one you still lack, Yang Chen said smugly. As the two bantered, a knock on the office door interrupted them. Chao Shuoxin immediately wiped the playful smile off her face and sat quietly on the sofa. Come in, Yang Chen said. Yuing entered the office and smiled at Yang Chen. Director Yang, you haven't been to the company for several days. When Yu Ying's gaze fell on the beautiful woman sitting on the sofa, a hint of confusion crossed her face. She looked at Yang Chen and asked tentatively, "Director Yang, who is this?" "She's my bodyguard, you don't need to mind her," Yang Chen explained, then smiled at Yu Ying. "I've been busy these past few days." Yang Chen looked at Yu Ying, his expression becoming ambiguous. Yu Ying was still dressed in professional attire but deliberately left one button unbuttoned on her shirt, revealing a hint of allure. As Yang Chen was sizing up Yu Ying, Xiao Shuoxin was also observing her. Seeing the slightly shy expression on the woman when she first entered and saw Yang Chen, Xiao Shuoxin instinctively furrowed her brows. Well, one downstairs, and now another one delivered to the door. Thinking back to how Yang Chen behaved when he first saw her, Xiao Shuoxin finally understood the reason. Her master was simply a philandering playboy who spared no one. "Is there something you need?" Yang Chen asked Yu Ying. "Mr. Yang, there are outsiders present, I can't speak freely." Yu Ying glanced at Xiao Shuoxin beside her and said. Yang Chen glanced at Xiao Shuoxin next to him, hesitated for a moment, and said to her, "You should step out for a while." "Mr. Yang, I am your personal bodyguard. If I'm too far away from you, I can't guarantee your safety." Xiao Shuoxin rolled her eyes at Yang Chen, unwillingly speaking. "We have some important company matters to discuss now, and it's not convenient for you to be present," Yang Chen said seriously. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuoxin could only pout and reluctantly leave the office. After Xiao Shuoxin left, Yang Chen moved closer to Yu Ying. Up close, Yang Chen smelled the faint perfume on Yu Ying and showed a mesmerized expression. "Miss me?" Yang Chen raised Yu Ying's chin with his hand and asked. Facing Yang Chen's unabashed teasing, Yu Ying's cheeks instantly turned red, but she whispered, "I did." Upon hearing this response, Yang Chen immediately chuckled smugly. Xiao Shuoxin, who was still standing near the door, heard the laughter coming from the office, grinding her teeth in frustration. "Humph, his mind is full of women all day long, he'll fall for a woman sooner or later." Xiao Shuoxin gritted her teeth, muttering under her breath. At that moment, an unnoticed jealousy and unwillingness arose in Xiao Shuoxin's heart. After eavesdropping for a while at the door, Xiao Shuoxin felt increasingly uncomfortable. Suddenly, Xiao Shuoxin's eyes lit up. "Isn't Kai Jinlin also at Shangshur Entertainment?" A thought popped into Xiao Shuoxin's mind, and a sly smile flashed across her lips. Glaring fiercely at the office, Xiao Shuoxin headed straight to the vice president's office. "Hello, Sister Kai." Xiao Shuoxin walked into Kai Jinlin's office, smiling sweetly. "Shuoxin, why are you here?" Kai Jinlin was extremely surprised to see Xiao Shuoxin in her office. "I followed Mr. Yang to the company, and I thought of Sister Kai, so I came to say hello," Xiao Shuoxin said with a smile. Kai Jinlin also smiled. Having interacted with Xiao Shuoxin a few times, Kai Jinlin had a good impression of her and knew her identity. Hearing that Yang Chen was also at the company, Kai Jinlin was not curious about Xiao Shuoxin's presence here. After chatting for a while, Kai Jinlin put aside her work and went to Yang Chen's office with Xiao Shuoxin. Xiao Shuoxin pushed open the office door directly and said, "Boss, General Manager Kai is here." Upon entering the office, Kai Jinlin's face turned extremely gloomy at the scene before her. She saw Yu Ying disheveled, blushing, and currently being embraced by Yang Chen. "Yang Chen!" Kai Jinlin's face darkened as she looked at Yang Chen and exclaimed loudly, "See, General Manager Kai." Yu Ying looked panicked and quickly moved away from Yang Chen's embrace, frantically adjusting her clothes. "Get out!" Kai Jinlin said sternly to Yu Ying, her face looking unpleasant. Seeing Kai Jinlin's angry expression, Yu Ying didn't dare to hesitate and left the office in a disheveled state. As the office door closed again, Yang Chen looked at Kai Jinlin, then shifted his gaze to Xiao Shuoxin. Facing Yang Chen's gaze, Xiao Shuoxin playfully stuck out her tongue, looking as if she had nothing to do with it. "Don't you think you should explain?" Kai Jinlin walked up to Yang Chen, her expression stern. Translation, explanation? How do you want me to explain? Yang Chen shrugged, looking at Kai Jinlin's grim face with an indifferent expression. "You've seen it all, haven't you? What else is there to explain?" "You." Upon hearing Yang Chen's words, Kai Jinlin trembled with anger. Although she and Yang Chen were only pretending to be in a relationship, in her heart, Yang Chen was inevitably her boyfriend sooner or later. That's why she had reminded Yang Chen to be cautious in their relationship. But Yang Chen completely ignored her words. When she caught Yang Chen and his assistant red-handed in the office, she thought Yang Chen would explain himself. She was even prepared to give him a way out considering their relationship with the Kai family, but Yang Chen showed no remorse or regret, wearing a nonchalant expression. Staring angrily at Yang Chen for a long time, a hint of disappointment appeared in Kai Jinlin's eyes. Is this the mysterious and noble Mr. Yang in her father's eyes? The one who dared to challenge Zhou Jianpain, the arrogant Yang Chen? At this moment, in Kai Jinlin's eyes, Yang Chen was no different from other unfaithful men. She couldn't accept a man with such a chaotic personal life. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, a Rolls-Royce Phantom drove into the Kai family villa. Kai Koen heard from the security at the door that Zhou Tai had personally come to visit, and a hint of seriousness flashed in his eyes. Could it be that Zhou Tai also came for Mr. Yang's matter? Kai Koen thought to himself, recalling the last time the elder of the Zhou family had asked him. After hesitating for a moment, Kai Koen quickly tidied himself up, went downstairs, and greeted Zhou Tai at the door. Master Zhou, it's a great honor for me, Kai Koen, to have you visit. Kai Koen greeted Zhou Tai warmly, acknowledging that the status of the head of the Zhou family with a cultivation background was much higher than his own as a wealthy businessman. Don't be so polite, General Kai. After warmly shaking hands with Kai Koen, Zhou Tai and Kai Koen entered the living room, chatting and laughing. Facing Zhou Tai, Kai Koen still felt a bit uneasy, but when he thought of Yang Chen, his heart calmed down. After exchanging pleasantries, Kai Koen asked, I wonder what brings Master Zhou to visit today? Giving Kai Koen a deep look, Zhou Tai's expression became serious. Brother Kai, we've known each other for a while now, so I won't beat around the bush. I've come this time to ask for your help in introducing Mr. Yang Chen. Mr. Yang? Kai Koen's expression instantly turned serious. Indeed, Zhou Tai had come for Yang Chen. Staring at Zhou Tai for a while, Kai Koen suddenly said, Master Zhou, considering our long-standing cooperation and decent relationship, I must advise you not to provoke Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang is not a simple person. I know there have been some misunderstandings between young Master Ling and Mr. Yang, but they are young and hot-blooded. One should not act recklessly and push oneself into irreparable consequences due to a moment of impulse. Hearing Kai Koen's words, Zhou Tai's expression showed a hint of shock. May I ask, Brother Kai, what is Mr. Yang's true identity that makes you so wary? Zhou Tai inquired. I cannot say much about Mr. Yang's identity. I'm just offering a word of advice to Master Zhou. Kai Koen replied tactfully. After staring at Kai Koen for a while and seeing that he had made up his mind not to discuss Yang Chen's identity, Zhou Tai couldn't help but feel a bit angry. As the head of the prestigious Zhou family with a cultivation background, he had come to Kai Koen humbly just to inquire about Yang Chen's identity, yet Kai Koen was evasive. Normally, Zhou Tai would have been furious, but now he forced himself to swallow his anger. Not long ago, news of Tang Lao's murder had reached the Zhou family, causing a great stir and leaving everyone in the Zhou family uneasy. Tang Lao was a guest official of the Zhou family, with a cultivation base already at the foundation establishment stage, ranking as one of the top experts of the Zhou family. Even in the entire Tianhai city, and even in the entire province, such experts were rare. However, he had inexplicably died outside. Zhou Tai had already sent people to investigate the place where Tang Lao had the accident several times. They found no trace of anything, and there were no signs of any fighting at the scene. It was obvious that the other party's skills far surpassed Tang Lao's, silently killing him. Tang Lao was sent to probe Yang Chen at his command, but ended up dead outside, indicating Yang Chen's formidable skills. As a family of cultivation, Zhou Tai was well aware of the high level of cultivation required to silently kill a foundation establishment cultivator, enough to make the entire Zhou family take it seriously. After weighing his options, Zhou Tai did not want to continue the enmity with Yang Chen, so he wanted Kai Koen to take the lead and invite Yang Chen out for reconciliation. After understanding his main purpose for coming, Zhou Tai suppressed his displeasure. Smiling at Kai Koen, he said, Brother Kai, you jest. How could we continue to be enemies with Yang Chen? It's just a dispute between two juniors, not enough to end in discord. My main purpose for coming this time is to ask Brother Kai to help me as an intermediary, invite Yang Chen out, have a good chat between us, bury the hatchet, make peace, and prosper together. Isn't that great? Reconciliation? Hearing this, Kai Koen looked at Zhou Tai in astonishment. The esteemed head of the Zhou family was actually taking such a humble stance, seeking reconciliation with an enemy who had almost crippled his son? Looking seriously at Zhou Tai's expression and seeing his sincere smile, Kai Koen finally breathed a sigh of relief. If the Zhou family could reconcile with Yang Chen, it would naturally be for the best. It would not only benefit Yang Chen but also be self-evident for the Kai family. During this time, due to the enmity between Yang Chen and the Zhou family, Kai Koen was afraid that the other party would involve the Kai family. Therefore, he was cautious in projects involving cooperation with the Zhou family. He even voluntarily gave up some benefits, just to avoid giving the Zhou family a handle to take advantage of. It could be said that during this time, Kai Koen had been very cautious. Now, upon hearing that the other party wanted to reconcile, he smiled and said, The head of the Zhou family understands righteousness, admirable. However, Kai Kuan quickly turned serious and said to Zhou Tai, "But Master Zhou, let me say this first, I can play the role of mediator, but I cannot guarantee whether Mr. Yang will come. As for whether reconciliation is possible in the end, it depends on how your conversation goes. After all, Mr. Yang's status is noble, and it's not something I can influence." Giving Kai Kuan a deep look, Zhou Tai's curiosity grew stronger, eager to know what kind of identity Yang Chen had that made the richest man in Tianhai act so humbly. "Then I'll thank Brother Kai in advance." After a moment, Zhou Tai clasped his hands. In front of Zhou Tai, Kai Kuan dialed Yang Chen's phone number. "Mr. Yang, are you free now? I have something to report to you," Kai Kuan said with a humble attitude. "Go ahead, what's the matter?" Yang Chen's calm voice came through the phone. "Well, the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Tai, is currently at my villa. He wishes to have a talk with you, hoping for reconciliation," Kai Kuan said, glancing at Zhou Tai. "Reconciliation?" Sitting in his office, Yang Chen suddenly laughed. Hearing the laughter on the phone, Kai Kuan's heart tensed instantly. "Sure, let's meet then," Yang Chen quickly replied. With Yang Chen's affirmative answer, Kai Kuan felt relieved, exchanged a few words with Yang Chen, and then hung up the phone. "Master Zhou, Mr. Yang has agreed to meet," Kai Kuan said with a smile. "Thank you for your trouble, Brother Kai. I will take care of the rest, but please accompany me. I hope Brother Kai can help mediate during the meeting." "I owe you a favor, Kai Kuan," Zhou Tai said after some thought. Listening to Zhou Tai's words, Kai Kuan's eyes suddenly lit up. It wasn't easy to owe a favor to Zhou Tai. "I will do my best, but I can't guarantee anything," Kai Kuan said awkwardly. Then his expression turned serious again. After hesitating for a moment, he said to Zhou Tai, "Master Zhou, forgive me for being meddlesome. When you and Mr. Yang meet tonight, please don't flaunt the superiority of your Zhou family. Mr. Yang dislikes it the most when someone uses power to oppress others in front of him. I know the Zhou family holds a significant position in Tianhai, but if Master Zhou truly intends to reconcile, please suppress any anger in your heart." As soon as Kai Kuan finished speaking, Zhou Tai's expression became unnatural. But thinking of Yang Chen's power and mysterious background, Zhou Tai took a deep breath and said, "Brother Kai, this time we are sincerely seeking reconciliation with Mr. Yang." Yang Chen sat in his office, feeling somewhat uneasy. Caught by Kai Jinlin on the spot and then interrogated by Kai Jinlin in front of Chao Shuoxin, Yang Chen felt frustrated. "Master, did I upset you?" Chao Shuoxin saw Yang Chen's gloomy expression and asked nervously. "So you know," Yang Chen glared at Chao Shuoxin fiercely and said in a deep voice, "Did you deliberately call Kai Jinlin over? Challenging me, huh?" In an instant, Yang Chen's expression turned cold. Chao Shuoxin became nervous instantly, smiling awkwardly and saying, "Master, I didn't. I was just bored and went to chat with Sister Kai, but when she found out you were here, she hurried over to see you. And then you." Chao Shuoxin's face turned slightly red. "Besides, I didn't know you were so good at in the office." Yang Chen was speechless. He gave Chao Shuoxin a stern look and said, "Be smarter in the future. Think before you speak, or else I'll have to discipline you." Faced with Yang Chen's threat, Chao Shuoxin just rolled her eyes. Could she admit that she did it on purpose? No. Then Yang Chen played games in the office to pass the time. Time flew by unnoticed, and as it approached the end of the workday, Kai Kuan called Yang Chen. "Mr. Yang, I discussed with Zhou Tai and we decided to meet at my place. Where are you? Do you need me to pick you up?" Kai Kuan respectfully asked Yang Chen over the phone. "No need, I'll drive over myself." Yang Chen declined Kai Kuan's offer. After hanging up, Yang Chen asked Chao Shuoxin to say hello to Kai Jinlin, then called Yang Ning to say he wouldn't be coming home for dinner. With everything arranged, Yang Chen and Chao Shuoxin hurried to Kai Kuan's villa. On the way, sitting in the passenger seat, Chao Shuoxin said to Yang Chen, "Master, the Zhou family wants to reconcile? Are they setting a trap for you?" "Setting a trap? Do you think there's a trap in this world that can catch your master?" Yang Chen sneered, saying disdainfully, "Injuring Zhou Jai in pain, killing an old dog, I reckon Zhou Tai is starting to get scared." Yang Chen had already guessed most of Zhou Tai's intentions when he decided to seek reconciliation. "True, with your strength, master, just one Zhou family is far from enough," Chao Shuoxin said, looking at Yang Chen's confident expression, her worries fading away. Upon arriving at Kai Kuan's villa, Yang Chen saw Kai Kuan waiting at the entrance. As Yang Chen's car approached, Kai Kuan hurried over, smiling and saying, "Mr. Yang, you're here." Yang Chen nodded lightly. He glanced around, furrowing his brows slightly, and asked, "Where is Zhou Tai?" Instantly, Kai Kuan looked somewhat embarrassed and said awkwardly to Yang Chen, "Master Zhou is already waiting for Mr. Yang inside." However, Zhou Tai is the head of the family after all, and the Zhou family's status in Tianhai City is not to be underestimated. There are many people outside, so it is inconvenient for the Zhou family head to come out to greet Mr. Yang. I hope Mr. Yang can understand. Upon hearing Kai Kuan's words, Yang Chen coldly snorted, instantly seeing through Kai Kuan's lie for Zhou Tai. It's not a matter of inconvenience, it's just that Zhou Tai probably never intended to come out to greet him. Without exposing Kai Kuan's ulterior motives, Yang Chen chuckled and then got out of the car with Chao Shuoxin. Once inside the villa, Yang Chen saw a pair of unfamiliar men and women already seated on the sofa. The man was around 50 years old, dressed sharply in a suit, with sharp, piercing eyes. He glanced over as Yang Chen entered, exuding an imposing aura. Sitting beside the man was a young woman with fair skin, delicate features, clear bright phoenix eyes, and long, slender legs crossed elegantly in front of the sofa, undeniably a top beauty. Mr. Yang, allow me to introduce you. This is the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Tai, and this is his daughter, Zhou Lianqing. After speaking, Kai Kuan looked towards Zhou Tai and his daughter, introducing, Zhou family head, this is Mr. Yang. Meeting for the first time, Zhou Tai frowned slightly as he stared at the young man before him. He couldn't sense any aura from this young man, as if he were just an ordinary person. Yet, it was this seemingly ordinary person who compelled him to come and reconcile. You are Yang Chen? Zhou Lianqing scrutinized the unremarkable Yang Chen, furrowing her brows. Before Zhou Tai could speak, she asked in a condescending manner, I am Yang Chen. Yang Chen's attitude towards beautiful women had always been good. Although he sensed that she didn't particularly like him, he still smiled and replied. Observing Zhou Lianqing's arrogance, Kai Kuan's expression soured slightly, but with Yang Chen present, he couldn't say anything. Nice to meet you. I didn't expect Mr. Yang to be even more outstanding than I imagined. It's truly impressive. Zhou Tai reached out his hand towards Yang Chen. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Chen shook it. Why not be friendly when extending a hand? After shaking hands, Yang Chen casually sat on the sofa and said directly, I heard you want to reconcile, so let's cut to the chase and show your sincerity. Yang Chen, what's with your attitude? My father is the honorable head of the Zhou family, and you dare to speak to him like this? Hearing Yang Chen's arrogant words, Zhou Lianqing's face turned red with anger and she rebuked. With a sneer, Yang Chen looked at Zhou Lianqing mockingly and said, How should I speak then? Kneel down? Can you handle it? Yang Chen glanced disdainfully at Zhou Lianqing and continued, I say, beauty, today you came to reconcile. If this is your attitude, I think we shouldn't talk further and waste everyone's time. You. Enraged by Yang Chen's words, Zhou Lianqing's face turned purple. She pointed at Yang Chen, about to retort, but Zhou Tai directly interrupted her. Xinger, be quiet. Zhou Tai lowly scolded his daughter. Then, apologetically, he said to Yang Chen, I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, my daughter is young and ignorant. Please forgive any offense. Hearing her father being so polite to a young man who appeared out of nowhere, Zhou Lianqing was immediately displeased, her face extremely ugly. Wanting to speak, she was silenced by Zhou Tai's words and could only sit aside, glaring at Yang Chen resentfully. It's okay, I'm always generous towards beautiful women. Yang Chen smirked mischievously at Zhou Lianqing. Feeling the brazen gaze upon her, Zhou Lianqing glared at Yang Chen instantly. She had always had a good relationship with her brother, Zhou Jianpain. Knowing that her brother had almost been crippled by Yang Chen, she wished she could skin him alive. Nowadays, not only does father not allow brother to vent his anger, but he also wants to reconcile. In her eyes, this is simply humiliating the Zhou family. So from the beginning, Zhou Lianqing never thought of reconciling with Yang Chen. Her purpose in coming here was to find an opportunity to cause trouble. Seeing Yang Chen's aggressive gaze now, Zhou Lianqing could no longer contain her anger. Standing up, she pointed down at Yang Chen and shouted, Look again, do you believe I will gouge your eyes out? Shut up. Seeing his daughter actually quarreling with Yang Chen, Zhou Tai's face instantly darkened. Sit down, Zhou Tai sternly ordered. After being scolded by her father and seeing the frosty expression on Zhou Tai's face, Zhou Lianqing could only grit her teeth and sit on the sofa, glaring at Yang Chen with eyes full of hatred, wishing she could swallow him whole. Mr. Yang, my daughter has been spoiled by me since she was young, please don't be angry, Zhou Tai said with a smile to Yang Chen. Although he was very displeased with Yang Chen's unabashed staring at his daughter, he had to temporarily endure it to avoid provoking this formidable enemy of the Zhou family. Seeing the atmosphere becoming tense, Kai Kuan hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward to mediate, saying, Master Zhou, Miss Zhou, we are here today to reconcile. Let's not dwell on minor details. Resolving the matter is what's important. Don't you agree, Master Zhou? Brother Kai is right, Zhou Tai could only smile and say, feeling unprecedentedly aggrieved. As for Yang Chen, he wore an indifferent expression, merely teasingly looking at Zhou Lianqing. Just then, the sound of footsteps suddenly approached. Soon, Kai Jinlin appeared before them. After exchanging greetings with Yang Chen, she received a call from Kai Kuan, informing her that Zhou Tai would be coming home tonight to negotiate with Yang Chen. However, when she chased after them, Yang Chen had already disappeared, making her angry and frustrated. Upon returning home, Kai Jinlin could sense a faint smell of gunpowder in the air, indicating that the discussion had not gone smoothly. "Hello, Uncle Zhou," Kai Jinlin greeted Zhou Tai with a smile, then smiled at Zhou Lianqing before sitting next to Kai Kuan. Kai Kuan gave Kai Jinlin a look, signaling her not to speak out of turn, then turned his attention to Yang Chen and the others. "Mr. Yang, I have investigated the conflict between you and Giant Pain. It was Giant Pain's fault for provoking you, and he deserved the injury. We were wrong to blame you for it before. I apologize," Zhou Tai said solemnly. Upon hearing this, both Kai Jinlin and Zhou Lianqing looked incredulous. Kai Jinlin glanced deeply at Yang Chen, extremely shocked. Although she had already greatly overestimated Yang Chen's identity, she never expected Zhou Tai to actually bow down to him. Zhou Lianqing, unwilling to accept this, looked at her father with a rising anger that was hard to contain. To compensate for the losses suffered by Mr. Yang, our Zhou family is willing to offer 100 million as a gesture of goodwill. Let's end our grievances here, Zhou Tai stated his terms, gazing at Yang Chen with a hint of unwilling pride. Why? Upon hearing Zhou Tai's conditions, Zhou Lianqing could no longer hold back. "Dad, it's my brother who was injured, he's still in the hospital, while he sits here unscathed. Why should we compensate him? What kind of logic is this? Even if we want to reconcile, he should be the one apologizing and compensating our Zhou family," Zhou Lianqing shouted directly. Hearing Zhou Lianqing's words, Kai Kuan, who was familiar with Yang Chen's style, knew that the situation was not going well. Yang Chen observed the expressions of the Zhou father and daughter, then suddenly sneered. "You've stated your terms, now I'll state mine. If you want to reconcile, in addition to that billion, tonight she must come to my room." With these words, Yang Chen pointed at Zhou Lianqing. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense, carrying an unprecedented pressure in the air. Zhou Tai and Zhou Lianqing's faces turned ugly. Kai Jinlin was stunned, staring at Yang Chen as if he were a madman. She knew about Yang Chen's loose private life, but she never expected him to have the audacity to this extent, especially against the Zhou family. Kai Kuan's face also showed a hint of panic, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Want to sleep with me? You?" Zhou Lianqing's face was filled with anger, mocking Yang Chen. "Have a look at yourself, a lazy toad wanting to eat swan meat, not even reflecting on yourself. Do you really think that defeating my brother makes you so arrogant that you can't be touched in the Zhou family?" Zhou Tai's face turned extremely cold in an instant, glaring sharply at Yang Chen. This time, in order not to create an unnecessary enemy for the Zhou family, Zhou Tai had already lowered his stance, enduring Yang Chen's arrogance. But when Yang Chen targeted his daughter, he couldn't bear it any longer. Looking at Yang Chen with resentment, he said, "Yang Chen, don't you think you've gone too far? We came here with sincerity, but it seems you have none." Seeing the furious expressions of the father and daughter, Yang Chen sneered and said, "Sincerity? Is this what you call sincerity? Since I arrived, your daughter has been hostile towards me, and you, Zhou Tai, on the surface, are polite to me, but in reality, you never considered me as an equal. Is this reconciliation? And you think 1 billion can reconcile us? Do you take me for a beggar? I, Yang Chen, don't need your 1 billion. Yang Chen mocked at the two. With the situation escalated, Yang Chen no longer held back, saying whatever he wanted, infuriating Zhou Tai and his daughter. "Yang Chen, you're good, my Zhou family will remember what happened today." Zhou Tai stared at Yang Chen with an unpleasant expression, his eyes filled with fierceness, then he left with his daughter towards the door. As for Kai Kuan, Zhou Tai didn't even acknowledge him. Kai Jinlin observed Yang Chen's arrogant behavior, her curiosity growing. Daring to treat the Zhou family like this, Yang Chen, I'm curious to see how you'll end up now, Kai Jinlin murmured. Seeing the reconciliation attempt fail, Kai Kuan looked helpless and glanced at Yang Chen with sorrow. "Mr. Yang, your demands earlier were a bit too much," Kai Kuan said uneasily. "Too much?" Yang Chen looked deeply at Kai Kuan and said, "I don't think so at all. Since they don't want to negotiate, what's the point of dragging it out? I hate those who are not sincere. They begged me to reconcile, and now they're showing me attitude. They really think of the Zhou family as nothing?" Yang Chen said disdainfully. Zhou Tai and Zhou Lianqing returned home with grim faces. As soon as they entered, they saw Zhou Jianpain wrapped in bandages, sitting in a wheelchair in the living room, waiting for them. Zhou Jianpain knew about the reconciliation attempt with Yang Chen today, so he deliberately had himself brought back from the hospital to get the news firsthand. Seeing his father and sister's angry expressions, he knew the outcome. Dad, I've said it before, Yang Chen is too arrogant, he doesn't care about anyone, reconciling with him is impossible. Zhou Jianping sighed and said, I never expected Yang Chen to be so outrageous, completely disregarding our Zhou family. Zhou Tai said coldly. Remembering Yang Chan's excessive demands earlier, Zhou Tai's face turned livid with anger. Dad, this Yang Chen is too arrogant, we absolutely cannot let him go, otherwise how can our Zhou family survive in Tianhai City in the future? Zhou Lianqing gritted her teeth. I know, but Yang Chen's skills are too strong. To deal with him, our Zhou family might have to suffer some losses. Zhou Tai said with a complex expression. Zhou Jianping frowned. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, Dad, it's actually not that difficult to deal with Yang Chen. Upon hearing Zhou Jianping's words, both Zhou Tai and Zhou Lianqing looked at Zhou Jianping with hope in their eyes. I have fought against Yang Chen before. I know best that behind his skills, he only relies on his elusive body movements, which are hard to defend against. As long as we can restrict his movements, he is as good as dead, Zhou Jianping affirmed. Brother, you said it yourself, his movements are elusive, you can't even touch him. How do we restrict him? Zhou Lianqing asked with a furrowed brow. Zhou Tai also looked serious. After giving his son a deep look, he said in a deep voice, Jianping, if you have any ideas, just say it. Smirking at the two, Zhou Jianping coldly said, Isn't he with family and friends? If we can't get to him now, can't we go after his family? Just control his family members, then lure him to a secluded place. What can his elusive movements do then? Like a turtle in a jar? Upon hearing Zhou Jianping's words, both Zhou Tai and Zhou Lianqing's eyes lit up. Zhou Lianqing looked fierce and gritted her teeth, saying, I want Yang Chen to have no place to be buried. After the Zhou family left, Yang Chen also took his leave, leading Kaiji as Chao Shuoxin, who had been silent the whole time, back home. As soon as they entered, they saw a beautiful woman sitting next to Yang Ning, which surprised Yang Chen. Why are you here? Yang Chen asked Yang Zishi. Seeing Yang Chen come in, Yang Zishi sweetly smiled and said, Aren't we neighbors with Manager Yang? Since I had nothing to do, I came over to chat with my sister. Yes, with Zishi here, time passes quickly when you're not at home, Yang Ning smiled, holding Yang Zishi's hand and patting it gently, then said to Yang Chen, Zishi is nice, articulate, and considerate. Xiao Hao, be good to Zishi at work in the future, got it? Yang Chen looked at Yang Ning in astonishment, curious in his heart. When did she become so close with Yang Zishi? But seeing someone keeping his sister company, and noticing the smile on Yang Ning's face, Yang Chen felt it was not bad. He was rarely at home and didn't have much time to talk to Yang Ning. Now with Yang Zishi around, it was good. Sitting down in front of the two, Yang Chen said to Yang Zishi, I appreciate it. Manager Yang, what are you saying? I should thank my sister. Being away from home, I have no friends, nowhere to go after work. If my sister didn't keep me company, I don't know how boring it would be, Yang Zishi said with a smile. Seeing Yang Zishi's expression, Yang Chen understood and remembered her kindness. Chao Shuoxin greeted Yang Ning and found a place to sit, smiling at Yang Zishi, but feeling uncomfortable inside. Yang Zishi's light makeup couldn't hide her stunning beauty. Even in loose home clothes, her curvaceous figure was evident. Especially her eyes, like talking peach blossoms, even she had to admit that Yang Zishi had a special charm. Yang Chen now had another top-tier beauty by his side. Counting on his fingers, Yang Chen had been close to 5 women, not including himself. Chao Shuoxin looked at Yang Chen with disdain. Facing his disciple's sudden disdain, Yang Chen was puzzled. The group chatted casually in the living room, the atmosphere harmonious. Just then, Yang Chen's phone vibrated. He took out his phone. Manager Yang, are you done? I've reserved a spot, waiting for you. Don't stand me up again, he read Sun Jingya's message, a smile playing on his lips. What's up? Yang Ning saw Yang Chen's eyes fixed on his phone and asked, What's up? Yang Chen put away his phone apologetically and looked at Yang Ning, saying, Sis, I suddenly have something urgent to attend to, you guys go ahead and chat. Now. Yang Ning frowned, glanced at the time, realizing it was already late. I have no choice, it's an urgent matter at the company, explained Yang Chen. Seeing Yang Chen's serious expression, Yang Ning fell silent for a moment and said, Then go ahead, take care of yourself. Upon hearing that Yang Chen was leaving, Chao Shuoxin also stood up, ready to follow him. Yang Chen then said to her, You don't need to come, stay here and keep your sister company. With that, he gave Chao Shuoxin a meaningful look. Chao Shuoxin immediately understood, pouted unhappily, and sat back down. After going downstairs, Yang Chen drove out of the neighborhood and quickly called Sun Jingya. Where are you? I'll be there soon, Yang Chen said excitedly to Sun Jingya. Blue Mountain Hotel, I'll be waiting for you, Sun Jingya replied with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Yang Chen headed straight to the Blue Mountain Hotel. As soon as Yang Chen arrived at the entrance of the Blue Mountain Hotel, he saw Sun Jingya already waiting for him. Today, Yang Zishi was wearing very short shorts, revealing a pair of charming long legs. She wore a black camisole on top, outlining her perfect figure. The belly button piercing on her flat stomach added a unique charm. Upon seeing Yang Chen, Sun Jingya greeted him with a big smile, walking over to him and affectionately linking her arm with his. Director Yang, you're finally here, I've been waiting for you for so long. I'm sorry for making you wait, I'll make it up to you later, Yang Chen said with a smile. How will you make it up to me? Sun Jingya asked playfully. Naturally, by feeding you until you're full. We're both adults, who needs to be fed. Director Yang, you're so naughty. Naughty. Halfway through her sentence, Sun Jingya realized and playfully punched Yang Chen with her small fists. Yang Chen chuckled and didn't say anything more. The two of them entered the reserved private room, and Sun Jingya asked the waiter to start serving the dishes. Soon, several signature dishes from the hotel were placed on the table. Seeing that Yang Chen had little appetite, Sun Jingya furrowed her brows and asked, Director Yang, are these dishes not to your liking? Looking at Sun Jingya, Yang Chen smirked and said, I'm not hungry, besides, compared to you, what do these delicacies matter? You are more appetizing than these dishes. Later, I will savor your taste properly. It was she who took the initiative to invite Yang Chen. Blushing, Sun Jingya nodded. That night, Sun Jingya was very proactive, using all her tricks to give Yang Chen a different experience. However, afterwards, Yang Chen thought of a question, why are you so enthusiastic? In an instant, Sun Jingya flashed a hint of panic, thinking that Yang Chen was suspecting something. She quickly explained, I did it all for you, you know? Blushing, Sun Jingya looked a bit embarrassed as she gazed at Yang Chen and whispered, although I've never had a boyfriend, I can learn, you know? To thank you, Director Yang, I deliberately watched many adult films to learn from them. They say a woman can sacrifice everything for the man she loves, and I did. Sun Jingya said with a red face. Suddenly, Sun Jingya's expression became serious. Leaning close to Yang Chen's ear, she murmured, by your side, I don't ask for anything, I just hope you treat me sincerely. Watching Sun Jingya at that moment, Yang Chen's mind drifted. After a while, a smile appeared on Yang Chen's lips. This was just a transaction, a mutual benefit situation, but Yang Chen quite liked Sun Jingya's initiative. Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly, Yang Chen said. The next morning, Yang Chen left the hotel, ready to go home. He had just sat in the car when his phone rang. Seeing it was his sister calling, Yang Chen answered, Sis. However, soon Yang Chen's expression turned puzzled. The voice on the phone was a man's. As far as he remembered, Yang Ning had not been close to any man since her divorce, let alone giving her phone to another man. Who are you? How come you're using my sister's phone? Yang Chen asked immediately. Yang Chen, it seems you still care about your sister, a familiar voice sounded on the phone, but Yang Chen couldn't recall where he had heard it before. Who are you? Where's my sister? Yang Chen continued to inquire. I'm Zhou Jianpain, have you forgotten? The man on the phone teased, with a hint of coldness, during my time in the hospital, I thought of you every day, wishing you a miserable life. Ha, a smug laughter came through the phone. Zhou Jianpain, where's my sister? Hearing that it was Zhou Jianpain on the other end, Yang Chen felt a strong sense of unease, his face instantly darkened to the extreme. I warn you, don't you dare harm my sister, or I'll make your whole Zhou family pay. Your sister is in my hands, and oh, your beautiful bodyguard too, she's truly a top beauty, I can hardly resist. Zhou Jianpain heard the anger in Yang Chen's voice and laughed triumphantly. Just then, Yang Chen's phone received a message notification. Have you received the message? Take a good look. Zhou Jianpain's voice suddenly turned cold. Yang Chen opened the message and as soon as he saw the picture inside, his face turned extremely cold. The photo showed Yang Ning and Chao Shuoxin tied up tightly, unconscious in a dim room. A circle of men stood around them, all wearing only shorts, their eyes burning with desire as they looked at the two women. Zhou Jianpain's voice rang out again, Yang Chen, are you angry? Do you want to kill me? Ha! Zhou Jianpain laughed recklessly, as if he could already see Yang Chen going crazy. If you dare touch a single hair on my sister or Shuoxin, I'll wipe out your entire Zhou family. Yang Chen roared in anger. Oh, getting angry now, huh? Zhou Jianpain sneered, his voice suddenly icy and ruthless. Since the moment you cut my tendons and ligaments, you should have anticipated this consequence. Don't worry, I won't touch them now, but in an hour, I'll have these men take turns with your sister and your bodyguard. You better hurry, or else, ha ha. Zhou Jianpain's triumphant laughter continued to echo, leaving Yang Chen's face ashen to the extreme. Before Yang Chen could say anything, Zhou Jianpain hung up. Soon, a message appeared on Yang Chen's phone, followed by a sentence, if you want to save them, come here. Zhou Jai in pain. Yang Chen slammed his fist on the steering wheel, a ruthless expression never seen before appearing on his face. Meanwhile, at the Zhou residence, Zhou Tai looked at Zhou Jai in pain, who was smiling smugly, and asked, Jai in pain, are you sure Yang Chen will come? Seeing Zhou Tai's concern, Zhou Jai in pain smiled and said, don't worry, Dad, Yang Chen will come. I've investigated Yang Chen thoroughly during this time. He was raised by his sister, and even shared half of his initial bonus with Yang Ning. Their sibling bond is strong. Even if he knows it's a trap, he won't just stand by and watch his sister fall into our hands. Yang Chen must come, Zhou Jai in pain said in a deep voice. Yang Chen opened the navigation system, roughly determined the location sent by Zhou Jai in pain's message, and let time stand still. Sister, Shui Xan, wait for me, I will rescue you both unharmed. Yang Chen gritted his teeth, his voice filled with hatred. Thinking of the scene in the photo, Yang Chen was filled with uncontrollable anger, wishing to wipe out the Zhou family completely. Driving near the Zhou family, Yang Chen surveyed the surroundings and finally parked the car in an area without surveillance. Following the information provided, Yang Chen entered a closed underground space. Zhou Jai in pain intended to trap Yang Chen in the basement, restricting his mysterious agility, like catching a turtle in a jar. When Yang Chen arrived at the entrance of the basement, the door was wide open. However, Zhou Jai in pain had no idea that Yang Chen's ability was not agility but time control. The entire basement was only about 10 square meters, dark and cramped, with Yang Ning and Cha Shui Xan tied up and lying on the ground. On both sides stood men wearing only shorts. These men were full of energy, with bulging muscles, clearly skilled fighters arranged to deal with Yang Chen. Dare to touch my sister? You're asking for death. Yang Chen found a palm-sized knife on Cha Shui Xan and ruthlessly stabbed each of the men. After dealing with them, Yang Chen didn't rush to untie the two women but carefully surveyed the environment. Indeed, near the two women, Yang Chen found many hidden weapons. Moreover, there were several crossbows hidden in inconspicuous corners near the entrance. As expected, it's an ambush, Yang Chen snorted coldly, a hint of mockery in his mouth. If he didn't have the time control system and came here hastily, he would have fallen into the enemy's trap. But now, time was paused, giving him enough time to rescue the two. Yang Chen then slowly led the two out to the car parked nearby. System, release the time pause. System prompt, the current time pause has been released. The system prompt sounded in Yang Chen's mind. Master. When the time was unfrozen, Cha Shui Xan saw Yang Chen in front of her and was overjoyed. It's all right. Yang Chen comforted Cha Shui Xan, untied her, and then turned his gaze to Yang Ning. Seeing Yang Ning still motionless, he became anxious. Sister, wake up, sister. Yang Chen untied Yang Ning's ropes, gently shaking her, but she remained motionless. What's wrong with my sister? Why isn't she waking up? Yang Chen asked Cha Shui Xan with a grim face. Master, Yang Ning's sister is fine, we were just drugged. I woke up earlier because of my inner strength, which is stronger than Yang Ning's sister's, allowing me to wake up in advance, Cha Shui Xan explained to Yang Chen. Hearing Cha Shui Xan's explanation, Yang Chen carefully examined Yang Ning and saw that although her clothes were a bit disheveled, she was unharmed, breathing evenly, which eased his mind. Master, you finally came. I thought I would never see you again. Suddenly, Cha Shui Xan burst into tears, clinging tightly to Yang Chen. When she woke up and saw herself and Yang Ning tied up, surrounded by several men, Cha Shui Xan seemed to foresee her tragic fate of being violated. She hoped every moment that Yang Chen would appear and save her from danger. But she knew it was a trap set up against Yang Chen. In addition to skilled fighters lurking in the secret room, there were hidden weapons and drugs, and snipers outside. Even with Yang Chen's time manipulation ability, if he was careless, he could fall into the trap. At that moment, she suddenly didn't want Yang Chen to rescue her. She couldn't bear the thought of seeing Yang Chen when she opened her eyes. Master, I've been thinking about you coming to save me all this time, and I didn't expect you to really come. You scared me. Cha Shui Xan hugged Yang Chen's neck, crying incessantly, tears streaming down. The two fists kept pounding on Yang Chen's back, as if trying to vent all the fear and resentment inside. Feeling the body in his arms trembling lightly, Yang Chen's eyes revealed a touch of heartache. It's okay, I will protect you. No one will bully you in the future. Yang Chen comforted Cai Shui Xan by patting her back. After Cai Shui Xan's emotions stabilized, Yang Chen gently pushed her away, wiped the tears from her cheeks, and his gaze turned cold. Wait here, I will destroy the Zhou family and avenge you and your sister, Yang Chen said fiercely. I want to go too, Cai Shui Xan gritted her teeth. The Zhou family dared to treat me and Yang Ning like this. If I don't destroy the Zhou family, I won't be called Cai Shui Xan. Alright, let's go together. Yang Chen hesitated for a moment and said to Cai Shui Xan. On the other side, the Zhou family members who had been monitoring the secret room closely suddenly discovered that the two women in the secret room were missing, showing a shocked expression. Boss, they're gone. The man in charge of monitoring the secret room turned around, pale-faced, and said to his boss. What? The man next to him, called the boss, instantly turned ugly, pulled the man in front of him aside, and stared at the video. The surveillance footage of the secret room was played back several times, but there was no trace of the two women, causing great fear in the man's heart. The entire video was smooth and complete, without a second missed or deviated, yet the two women disappeared under his nose as if evaporated into thin air. What are you standing there for? Go find them now. Do you all want to die? The man roared at his men. The two women were crucial in dealing with Yang Chen, and the Zhou family had given strict orders to control them and capture Yang Chen. Now that Yang Chen's whereabouts were unknown and the two women mysteriously disappeared, if the Zhou family found out, it would be difficult to escape death. Yes, boss, we'll go right away. The man also realized the dreadful consequences, breaking out in a cold sweat. However, just as these people were about to check the secret room and search for the two women, suddenly everyone on the scene froze in place. In front of the Zhou family villa, Yang Chen had already activated the time freeze, holding Saishua Xan's hand, and stormed in with great anger. As for the bodyguards lurking near the Zhou family, Yang Chen and Saishua Xan showed no mercy, directly slashing the carotid artery of the opponent. Dare to provoke your auntie, today no one from the Zhou family will be spared, Saishua Xan said fiercely. There were many experts lurking around the Zhou family villa, indicating that the Zhou family had spared no expense this time to deal with Yang Chen, including a foundation establishment expert. However, under the time freeze, these experts were like lambs to the slaughter, easily dealt with by Yang Chen and Saishua Xan. After dealing with the people outside, they swaggered into the Zhou family villa. As soon as they entered the living room of the villa, Yang Chen and Saishua Xan saw Zhou Lianqing, Zhou Tai, and Zhou Jianpain sitting on the sofa, all wearing contented expressions. Saishua Xan rushed up and directly attacked Zhou Tai and Zhou Jianpain, then looked ferociously at Zhou Lianqing. You want to kill me? Just you two? Saishua Xan sneered, a cold light flashing in her hand, about to end Zhou Lianqing's life. At a critical moment, Yang Chen grabbed Saishua Xan's hand and said in a deep voice, forget it, she's just a woman, not that harmful. Although she has a grudge against us, it's not worth taking lives like this. Looking at Zhou Lianqing, Yang Chen did feel a bit reluctant. No, Saishua Xan looked at Yang Chen with an unpleasant expression and directly refused. Master, I don't think I need to remind you of the principle of cutting the grass and rooting out the roots. If you show mercy to her now, she won't be so kind to us later, Saishua Xan said solemnly. But she is ultimately a woman. After we killed the key members of the Zhou family, she, being just a woman, won't be able to stir up much trouble, Yang Chen said, frowning. Staring at Yang Chen's serious expression, Xiao Shui suddenly snorted and sarcastically said to him, Master, could it be that you can't bear to do it because she's pretty? Yang Chen was stunned, he could only force a bitter smile. Was he just seen as a lustful creature in Xiao Shui's eyes? Before he could respond, Xiao Shui directly said, this woman? I suggest you not think about it. Don't be fooled by her innocent appearance, she's long past that, Xiao Shui mocked.